Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the final stream of the weekend for the Osu Mania 4Q World Cup 2024 round of 16. All matches have been completed for the weekend, and we've just got one more thing for you guys. We've got the map pool showcase for the pool that all 24 teams who made it through will be duking it out with next weekend in quarterfinals. I will be one of your commentators for the showcase, Toph Daddy, and I'm joined here by Sparky. How's it going?
It's going absolutely fantastic. What a way to close out the weekend. Some really close matchups, some really dogged performances, and all that's left to do is show the players remaining what they are going to get themselves into. Oh man, I am so excited to see what is in store for the teams remaining.
Yeah, it's absolutely gonna be it's gonna be interesting. These maps are getting quite difficult, though. We've seen them get difficult every year before this as well. But there's something new about it this year. I think that happens every year, where it just feels like everything's harder again. And all these players are so good, but I am excited to get underway with this map pool.
Alrighty, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get on into it.
Indeed. I'm
playing peekaboo with us.
Yeah, but I'm not sure where the map is.
I'm gonna make it appear by sheer force of will. We shall summon it. I'm gonna go in the usual order here. Got all the rice picks to go through. We got the hybrids to go through. Got a little bit of stage fright. Gotta kind of get out. It's all good.
It wasn't full stage fright. We did see it a little bit in the bottom corner there. So it's not fully gone. We're just waiting for a few technical issues to get fixed up.
Yeah, it's one of those where we go from all the heart-stopping action, trying to get all the clients to behave throughout the weekend, all 6 players trying to keep them all in sync, that sometimes getting the last one.
We did it. Okay, we made it. We've got our Rice 1 pick. It's going to be Petite Milady's Himawari no Sakamichi. And this is a map by Miauri Chezu. It's going to be, as you might expect, the speed map, and it's running at 170 BPM with an OD of 8, HP of 8, and a length of 2 minutes and 22 seconds. This has a very similar structure to Rice 1 from the previous round, from round of 16. It's just a little faster.
Yeah, it's really one of those where it's amazing what can happen when you crank up that BPM. Just a couple of clicks here. We're going to 170 BPM, and with all these 1/8, 1/6 type snaps, you're pushing excess of about 340 at times. So the structure might stay the same, but trying to get your fingers down that much faster is really where we're going to start seeing potentially some players begin to hit their ceiling when it comes to comfort on speed picks.
Yeah, absolutely, and 340 BPM, not the easiest to handle, especially with some of the implied mini-jag patterns that you'll see more of in the chorus. You see a lot of those trilly motions when it comes to the 1/6 patterns, but we're about halfway through, and we're going to hit the main chorus where those implied mini-jags are added alongside the 1/8 streams, and that's going to be brutal, I think, to keep up with for some players.
Yeah, absolutely. The outer column is just getting the bulk of that implied mini-jag treatment. And I mean, even before transitioning into those denser sections, just the small one-hand trills going on at about 1/8 snaps, going on at about 340 BPM. You can kind of fly off the rails a little bit if you're not too careful when trying to maintain consistency on a pick like this.
Yeah, and not to mention that it is also quite easy to get lost, especially if you're trying to focus on those implied mini-jet patterns. I know personally as a player, when I would do speed maps, it was very difficult for me to transition in and out of different types of streams. So with those kinds of implied mini-jets, it was so easy to get just fully lost and break combo. And in my honest opinion, streams are the hardest map type to recover combo from. Like, once you miss once and get lost a tiny bit, you're probably missing 5 times.
Yeah, absolutely. So, good luck to the players. Your Rice 1 is now presented. We can transition right along to Rice 2 here.
Absolutely, and this is going to be our jump stream pick. It's going to be category various artists. That is the song name. It's not by various artists. And you'll figure it out pretty quickly why it's called that. This is a mashup of a few different songs, pretty common ones that we've heard even in the World Cups. But this is going to be 250 BPM and no breaks. Literally no breaks. It just keeps... Jump stream is constant, which is a little bit of a change from the jump stream map that we had in the previous pool, where that map was about 3.5 minutes, but there was a long intro before the non-stop jump stream. This one just straight up 3.5 minutes nearly of just jump stream at 250. So this is going to be brutally difficult for some players to keep up with stamina-wise.
Yeah, but that upper echelon of teams, I think we can both envision some teams that are just salivating at something like this, where it's just like, oh, okay, we're just being asked 1/4 straight 250 BPM streams. That is literally a warm-up. So they will take this happily, run with it all the way to the bank. This is probably going to be one of those that we saw this past weekend. Like, we were seeing teams banning out Rice 2, protecting Rice 2 back and forth throughout a lot of the matches, because of the fact that at this point we've reached a level where a lot of the player base is pretty comfortable with BPMs exceeding this level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 250 BPM already being used for like a quarterfinals almost stamina type chart. It is technically just a jump stream pick, but you know, in previous years that jump stream slot was split into 2 picks. And you get your speed jump stream and your stamina jump stream, and normally we'd be seeing like our speed would be like 250, 255 in previous years, but it'd only be 2 minutes long. And then the stamina would be like 240, 235, something like that. So having to deal with the stamina, like difficult stamina jump stream at 250 this early on is quite the step up compared to what we're used to.
Oh, absolutely. This basically kind of sets the tone a little bit for the future map pools. If we're already pushing 250, you can kind of start to get a feel for what is coming further down the line once we get to like semifinals, we'll get to finals, grand finals even, as to what that BPM requirement is going to be. So if you're already starting to reach your limit at 250, might be in for a little bit of hurt. The team might need to start considering getting rid of this pick further on down the line. But still, as you mentioned, it is just non-stop action.
Yeah, not to mention that the patterns aren't necessarily the easiest. They are quite comfortable to play. You'll commonly see those 4-note like O trills on the outside columns, but even those are pretty comfortable. I've seen a lot of jump stream efforts start to adopt those types of patterns because of how well they play and how versatile they are. But more so on the difficulty side, there are sections where you can see those long anchors starting to come out, and even despite the patterns being kind of smooth, the repetition can definitely catch up to you.
Oh, for sure. And then you ended out with these hand stream bursts. It's like, and a quad to finish it off. I can already see somebody spiking that last note. I'm calling it now.
100%. But that's going to do it for our Rice 2, our jump stream pick. And a little early in the showcase for this, but we've got something here for Rice 3. All right, we've got Cygnus Tree of Misery, and also original for the quarterfinals round here in the 4-key Mania World Cup 2024. Our fourth original of the year, but before we move on, I'm going to take a little second to give some thanks to the people who made this possible. The graphics designed by Boommaster Flex and Zeth. Video and design coordinator was Sakura006, mapped by Miari Chezu, and the replay done by GB Rick. An exciting project, a really good song, and I'm really happy to see a song by Cygnus make it here. And that Korjak map, unbelievable. I love Miari Chezu's Korjak, so very exciting to see the Osu original here for quarterfinals. But with that, we can move into the next pick in the pool, which will be our Rice 4, so we'll be starting to get into some tech. It's going to be a raw understanding, uprated to 1.15 by Pizza69, OD8, BPM of 190, and a length of 2 minutes and 55. A small break at the beginning, like 15 seconds, so a little bit out of 255 shaved off. But if I were to describe how this chart feels to me when I looked at it the first time, I would compare it to a much, much, much easier version of the Pizza69 Terminal 11 chart that was used in Grand Finals a couple years back. I don't remember the name of it, but basically my idea for this chart is it's not super difficult. It's pretty straightforward. At first, you do get a few of those mini jacks, and you got some really fast bursts, but as the map continues, it gets more and more difficult. Those mini jacks become triple jacks, and you see a lot more of the intermingling there as the chart goes on, so it gets a lot harder as the map moves forward.
Yeah, and then if that wasn't already hard enough, you get some of these really, really tight snap bursts where if you're not too careful, you can find yourself crushing that entire pattern, playing what is essentially a 4-note run, 3-note run into an entire chord, and you're just going to be bleeding accuracy left and right if you're not too careful. It is the first time I get to say it. It is a very abrasive approach to the patterning here, and it is very easy to spike bad judgments left and right, and you can start to see the density begin to increase as well while you're trying to maintain your composure through some of those harder bursts as well. It is very, very difficult to play through.
Yeah, and some of these mini J patterns are just mean. We saw a small one earlier where it was a 2-3 chord, two of those as a mini jack, followed by a 1-4 chord mini jack, and then back to 2-3, and that's just not nice. I don't know, man.
No, I think anybody who has known Pizza69 for a while as a mapper just understands that they really don't pull any punches when it comes to how they layer their pattern structures. They're going to force you to perform everything that's being asked of you. Every little noise is being represented here, and as we continue on, this is also teetering close to 3 minutes, as you mentioned. A little bit of a break at the beginning, but once you really get into it, there really isn't any stopping. You're basically going at 100 the entire time.
Yeah, definitely am. It does lighten up a little bit. We're seeing some less abrasive patterns here at the end, though. Not to be confused, there's still going to be some really difficult bursts. That the 1-3-2-4 burst, not the easiest to get good accuracy on. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some drops in accuracy just from those patterns alone. But that's going to be our first tech pick there. We'll be moving into our second of 3 tech picks, Rice 5. That's going to be a Koiwa Chaos no Shimobunari. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I've had to do 2 Japanese song names already, but this is going to be our next tech pick here.
Yeah, this one already stylistically a little bit different to what we saw just a little bit previously. You get this little bit of a dump style patterning when it comes to more free form snapping when it comes to the bursts that you're having to play through. It's more interpretive, and that's really where you can start to run into issues if you're one of those players that's more grounded in what is going on audibly. This could pose a bit of a challenge, especially when you start to get into those tighter snaps, just losing your way a little bit when you transition back into some solid ground verbally or just vocally. So definitely one to watch out for here.
Yeah, I mean, comparable to the Rice 5 from round of 16, it has that kind of same dumpy structure. It's maybe a little bit less anchory in general, but I think if I were to make a comparison, I mean, it's ODZ0 or 0DZ0 or Dark Star from FFR, and, you know, they have been making dump charts for this tournament already. They did the qualifier that was a little bit on the dumpy side of things, so definitely a similar vein there. So if you were good at the qualifier by Dark Star, you'll probably be okay with this, but just generally a dumpy tech map, shifting rhythms all over the place, and really, really short. It's only a minute and a half, so singular mistakes are going to be costly.
Oh, for sure. But that'll do it for Rice 5. Transition on to Rice 6, and we get a Frums chart or a From song for Rice 6.
Not even gonna try to pronounce that name. It's the Frums map, but this is going to be by Vortex. It's 160 BPM and it's OD8, and this is going to be probably the most straightforward of the tech picks. Definitely some awkward polyrhythms there. You see those definitely shifting the patterns there, and with the anchor on the outside columns. Not going to be the easiest to coordinate, but still pretty straightforward. Mostly a map that requires you to have solid fundamentals with like streaming. Same thing that we were seeing in A from round of 16, where it's the patterns aren't super like necessarily technical, but you have like the streaming motion of the map swapping out between like bursts and broken stream.
Yeah, and in that earlier section, you have those really long polyrhythmic anchors like you were mentioning. It's like just trying to maintain your rhythm. If you're not somebody that has like a metronomic sense of what those pattern structures are going to be, I can imagine some drops, some maybe hundreds, 200s flying out here and there as you try and manage your way through them. And it continues again, not as much anchoring going on, but the gluts here now with all these chord transitions are going to be the major pain point as we make our way into the final third of this map.
Yeah, and like we have this broken drum string here, but you're paying attention, you'll notice that that is basically the same pattern over and over. I would be surprised if we didn't see at least one or two people being forced to use like mirror, because this map, just the patterns with how anchoring they are and how repetitive they are, super mind-blowing.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just the feeling shifts in between, where you go from these like 1/4 and it suddenly becomes 1/6 structures. It starts to compress, it starts to expand in terms of the timings. It really demands you to kind of just lock in, understand that things are going to kind of fly off the rails here and there, and transitioning in between those normal sections into the more absurd bits.
And then just a very abrupt ending. I love when songs land like that. It makes me laugh a little bit inside every single time I see it. But that's going to finish off our Rice pool. We're moving into now the hybrids, and this is going to be Sasakura UK's TJ Hangneil's Raputa, a hybrid by Vito, BPM of 242 BPM, length of 2 minutes and 26 seconds, but a little easier on the OD side of things, OD 7.3. We're already seeing kind of the nature of what we're looking at. Pretty jump string focused, but a lot of intrusive LNs. And I really love this pattern here. I love it, the LNs coming in and out with the increasing pitch there.
Yeah, just staying true to form, respecting what's happening musically. And I mean, I think we've had songs where these two artists have collaborated before, and just the feels that both of them are able to pull out here, and it's illustrated so nicely in the music as well, where you have these like rice bursts into LN transitions, and yet they still manage to marry into a very cohesive structure, as you mentioned, very jump stream oriented. But now we transition on these chord impacts begin to come through, and you slide on out of it into the back half now.
Yeah, and if you're thinking about the artist, we have seen maps from them in the Mania World Cup. Notably, Apollo was in the tournament a couple years ago, and that map was very difficult, had a lot more of a focus on anchors, but the structure is somewhat similar here as well. You can see the jack motion starting to come a little bit more in favor here as the BPM also starts to increase throughout this chart, just like it does in Apollo. So the comparison is still apt, despite the fact that not quite as heavy a focus on anchors in this map.
Yeah, still very much respecting that jump stream oriented stylistic approach, but then you throw in those LNs, not the most straightforward of releases at times. You got those staggers in between, and then having to hold on to an anchor while playing some other chords as well. You're just inundated with things to do at all points, and it begins to approach a bit of a climax section. That BPM begins to increase, things start to kind of fly off the rails, and being able to maintain composure when things start to kind of pick up the pace a little bit is what's going to separate the good teams from the really great teams that can put up really strong scores on a map like this.
Yeah, and the BPM increase all super fast, so difficult patterns to boot, and that's going to finish it. We even see that full combo that map's going to be so hard to be consistent on. Some of those patterns are just difficult to combo in general.
Absolutely, but we can roll right on to Hybrid 2. It's going to be Lapix's Carry Me Away.
It is. It's a map by Mint, and this is going to be more on the technical side of things as far as the hybrids go. Got some of those bursts and super fast jacks to be oriented with. The map very much has like the reverse shields that you'd expect. You got the mini jack type patterns, but like I said, this is going to be a very technical hybrid.
Some very fast bursts, very quick transitions in between the LNs and the Rice, kind of carries on its motifs through some of those sections. So you're having to do some really fast releases while you're trying to maintain a Rice burst in between. It's going to be a test for players to ensure that they're not overholding through some of these sections to try and hang on to some semblance of comfort here.
Yeah, the OD is only 7.5, so again, similar to Hybrid 1, it does give you a little bit of leeway as far as accuracy goes, but you are absolutely going to need that with some of these patterns. You got some staggered releases on a few of the notes, not to mention all the transitions between the technical patterns, and we've seen, I think, 2 long jacks already, and like an abundance of triple jacks throughout this, so it's going to be a massive tester for your ability to coordinate yourself with technical long note patterns.
Yeah, and then just true to form, I feel like Mint has really embraced this style with transitions where it's just a barrage of these 2-note chord transitions into different sections. Like their use of mini jacks has kind of become a staple for their hybrids, especially in this mid to late game portion where you know you're going to have to hammer some of these keys repeatedly through some of these harder sections before you finally get some semblance of a break.
Yeah, I don't expect people to FC that very consistently, if I'm being completely honest. This hybrid pool not pulling any punches, and we've still got one more map left in the hybrid pool to go through, and we've got Soccer Burst Dragonlands. This is a collab between Altramp and Guden. It's going to be our last of our hybrids here. 200 BPM, 2 minutes and 53 seconds, and an OD of 7.3 with an HP of 8.3. So same kind of trend. We're seeing the ODs a little bit more lenient on these hybrids to make it so that they're not particularly focused on accuracy, but we're going to start off this map with a little bit of a break, just a little bit of an intro to get your ground together, get you ready for what's coming.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like a lot of players will probably look at this as like, okay, fine, okay, a free 400 to 600 combo before things really start to kick off, but don't get complacent. Things really do start to fly off the handle here.
Yeah, some really, really fast bursts. Those are not easy to hit. I want to say those look like 400 BPM bursts, but they're not very long. I think the real challenge with those bursts is going to be, one, making sure you can maintain accuracy and combo, but really, it's about the long notes that come after them. Having to, do those bursts as fast as they are and hold down a long note at the end of it is not going to be the easiest to stay consistent on.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because of the fact that some of those longer LNs transition into, say, like a reverse shield or a shield pattern right afterwards, where it's like these variable lengths are gonna start chipping away at people's accuracy without them even realizing. It's like, okay, cool, I'm FCing my way through this. Why is my accuracy like 99% while you're practicing this?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got the second section of the map here where those bursts get even harder, and then the long notes start intruding on the bursts again. And, you know, we saw this kind of happening with the Hybrid 3 in round of 16, where it was super technical with the bursts all throughout the chart. So there was a lot of Rice difficulty in general. But then as you get further in the chart, you start to see these long notes really taking up space in those bursts and forcing you to really read through them and have a solid fundamental with the long notes.
Yeah, and thankfully there are reprieves from some of those more aggressive bursts, but right as quickly as you get out of it, you dive right back on into it, and it becomes extended going into the last quarter here.
Oh my goodness, these patterns are just something else. And you never get like a break from, you know, the Rice patterns, because in a lot of hybrids that you'll see, it's pretty common for, you know, the LNs and the Rice to start being mixed and the patterns to just generally be easier because of the nature of mixing those two types of patterns. But this map really does not give you that opportunity. You are constantly having to keep up the speed with the bursts. Even when the long notes are there, it does not pull punches with the speed.
Absolutely. That's going to be really exciting to see people play through. I can envision some really top-notch scores, but it is a very sink or swim type of hybrid. But with that being said, we can transition on over to the LN side of the pool here.
Absolutely. This is going to be Packet Hero. This is going to be your coordination. Not much to say about it. It actually is a little bit on the short side compared to what you might expect. 2 minutes and 24 seconds, OD 7.5, and a BPM of 236 there coming through. And like I said, it's coordination. We're edging closer and closer to full-on timing hell. And this kind of is exactly that, what you're looking at. Just still a little on the slower side compared to what we've seen in like the history of, you know, late game timing hell type maps.
Yeah, for sure. There's still some 1-4 structuring to kind of lean back on, but we're starting to see the semblances of those staggered releases start to come down, where you have some ambiguous timings to deal with. You're trying to coordinate some columns, some anchors in between, and you start to lose track of where some of the releases are while trying to pay respect to what's being asked of you on the other columns. So, side of things to come here.
Certainly does have some interesting things to look for, but this map kind of stays the same. We've seen the first half of this map go through, and nothing really different about what we saw from the intro. So it's just constant, it's consistently difficult, and those staggered releases definitely going to start being more of an issue than we've seen from some of the other coordination maps so far in this tournament.
Yeah, this one's definitely one that requires a solid foundational base to approach, because we see a lot of people that are proficient at LNs, but mastery of release timings is going to be what separates those good teams from the ones that are going to be willingly picking into this when they approach their match.
Yeah, not to mention that OD 7.5, despite being a little bit on the lenient side for accuracy, is quite high for this kind of map. We don't see ODs hitting 7.5 for long notes very often at all, so you're going to have to test yourself a little bit more than you might expect, and these staggered releases just give you no reprise.
Yeah, again, this is going to be one of those picks where you're just going to be bleeding accuracy. The 300 counts are probably going to be what players are going to want to harp on to try and keep as low as possible, but that's a very solid introduction to the LN pool.
Absolutely is, and we'll go into our second lineup pick, and, you know, we've had patterns here. This is going to be our density long note pick. It's going to be DJ Sharpnell's Klassiker Einheit on 1.1x rate by U East 2018. BPM of 206, OD 7.5 again, and it is a cut version, so we're not getting the full 4.5 minutes of Klassiker Einheit, just the first 2 minutes.
And overall, true to form with more density-oriented picks, just very short 1/4 LNs, no real complicated release structures here. It's just, can you play the BPM? Can you release when asked type of introduction?
Yeah, it's. I mean, the map in general is very straightforward. OD 7.5 might give some people issues, but this is what it says on the tin. This is density. This is largely just some jump stream with some dense LNs. No staggered releases. You just focus on it. Focus on the patterns at hand. You got a couple of things that might throw some people off. You got those extended singular notes with the patterns kind of going around them, which I personally, especially in the past, have found those quite difficult to coordinate properly. But regardless, it's still, holding on to that kind of straightforwardness. It's going to be super comfortable, I think, for a lot of these teams to kind of handle this. And it's just really the boost up to 206 BPM that's going to cause any issues.
Yeah, it's kind of the same equation that we have with like the jump stream and speed rice picks, where it's like, can you handle BPM? Okay, cool. Now can you handle the release element? Can you make sure you're not overholding to try and compensate for that BPM change? So this is, like you mentioned, probably one of the picks that a lot of teams are going to gravitate towards if they need to kind of bite the bullet on the LN picks. This is a very solid option.
Yeah, absolutely is. And even going into this outro here, the density really doesn't stop. Despite the song potentially getting a little calmer, you still do have to keep yourself on top of the LNs until the very end. And it is only 2 minutes, but that is a lot of combo. 4,400 combo in that 2 minutes is not a small number and should give a little bit of leeway with misses, but still, on a map that's designed to be, that density long note, I think a lot of teams are going to feel very comfortable full comboing this.
And with that being said, we can transition on to LN3. It is going to be Ivy of Rutiles, mapped by Alexire. So we can kind of take a swing as to what's about to happen here.
Yeah, this is actually collab between Alexire and Mint. So we've seen a map from Mint already that employs a lot of the same types of patterns that we've seen Alexire do. Alexire having mapped the Osu original from round of 32. And I mean, we're already kind of seeing that style come out with so many reverse shields.
Yeah, just very interpretive. And again, very much respecting what's happening musically as they use it to craft some of these harder structures in the LNs. You have these little rice bursts in between to kind of keep you on your toes, just making sure you're not getting too complacent with what's going on. A lot of one-hand elements as well as we make our way into the second third here.
Yeah, and not to mention that, we saw in round of 16 that this long note 3 slot was a pretty consistent map with just mini jacks kind of once every measure or once every couple measures. But this one, they are just everywhere. They're inundating the entire playfield. You really can't escape them until you're like in one of those smaller breaks like we're seeing here.
Yeah, very much a wild card type of LN chart where you're being asked to employ these differing techniques, and as we get into the last quarter here, you can kind of tell things are starting to fly off the rails. There's so much going on in terms of playing different anchors. There's these columns, there's jacks, there's just everything to have to contend with, and it gets very complicated very quickly.
Yeah, it really does, and doesn't really give you much of a warning for it. Nice one-hand trill with the mini jacks, and the triple jacks, so difficult to coordinate properly. That's going to be an interesting one. I think this is going to be a really risky map, even probably more so than LN1, which I think for a lot of teams isn't necessarily always the case. But that will finish off our long note pool. We've got 2 more maps before tiebreaker, and they're going to be our SV maps. We've got Tanger Break Me, a map by Pro Machos or Promaco. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but by Pro Machos. BPM of 190, length of 2 minutes and 49 seconds, so a little bit on the longer side for SVs, only OD7, so easier on the act, but this is going to be closer to our reading SV pick, and you can already kind of see where that's coming from. Starts off with a little bit of a funny stop there, but for the most part, this is going to be normalized well, so it should be somewhat sight readable, though there are definitely going to be patterns like that one that will catch you off guard if you don't practice.
Yeah, this is what I always love to say. It is just an anticipation check. Finally got there, where you just really need to trust your practice and transitioning into it. So many teleports. Oh my goodness. These split trills are ridiculous. It is so easy to misinterpret how long some of those splits are going to go, where if you forget where you're supposed to transition out of it, you're gone. That section's gone.
Yeah, it really is, and that slow jam, not the easiest to read. You have to know where the first note is and just know when it ends, but I mentioned this is the reading pick. This is going to be a little easier to sight read than our other map in the SV pool. You can definitely sight read that, but you do need to take very careful note of the rhythm. It's very consistent and should help with some of the reading. So as long as you kind of know what's coming, you can keep on beat. But if you end up choosing wrong, like on one of those trills, you start on the wrong one and you keep the rhythm going with that, you're getting hundreds all the way down the line.
Yeah, it is basically a little bit of a memory check, but as you mentioned, this is still sight readable. Sight read at your own risk, of course, but
of course,
it's definitely more doable. That being said, it is, whenever it comes to teleports this aggressive, it takes everything in a person's power not to flinch at what is happening.
Yeah, and there are going to be a lot of patterns in this map that I think is going to be very useful to be ghost tapping. You can see actually on the replay, the replayer using ghost taps a lot to keep rhythm on this. Because the rhythm, like I said, very consistent throughout it. For the most part, you're going to see them landing on those downbeats, but sometimes there's larger gaps between those notes, and having the ability to ghost tap through them to keep your rhythm, make sure you're timing it right, is going to be very useful for some players.
What a beautiful map. That teleport gimmick that happens with those split trills is a sight to behold. I hope teams practice this. I want to see this happen in match.
We'll see. We'll definitely see a couple teams going for it, but I mean, You can only ban one map in the pool, and it might be this next one, so you gotta be careful about what you're doing. It's going to be first Frost map by Pope Gadget. More Pope Gadget SVs. We love to see it. 181 BPM, more OD7. It is also 3.5 minutes, so it's a little bit on the lengthy side. Both SV maps here for this map pool are a little bit on the longer side, so you're going to have to put in the time to make sure you know what's going on. And already kind of seeing the nature of how Pope Gadget does their SVs, you saw it was just a lot of mixing with the music. You're going to see a lot of changing spacing between the notes, even when the rhythms don't necessarily change.
It feels like it just goes with the vibe. You're swinging in and out in the music, and the notes kind of go with what's happening. You can kind of you can get this gimmick down really easy if you just listen to what's going on. It's just trusting yourself to keep time with everything else.
Yeah, not to mention that on top of it being like a little bit weird, like the rhythms aren't super strange, but the song definitely, if you're listening to the song and you know a little bit about music, you can tell that the what do you call it? It's like in 7/4 or something.
Yeah, the time signature.
Yeah, the time signature is very weird here, so that can definitely throw you off if you're not used to a non-traditional, I suppose, time signature.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody out there has already deduced what it is and is already taking notes as to what is going to happen. But I mean, similar to the previous Pope Gadget map, where the normalization, the SV speeds change so it has so much variance in what's going on that it can get a little disorienting.
Yeah, and that disorientation only gets further when you start getting these SVs being a little more intrusive, and you can see constantly with how the music moves that there's a lot of notes where you're stopping and the spacing changes, where you do actually have to memorize it like that. The stopping motion there is something you will have to remember and know the location of. And then some fast jam I'm so bad at reading fast jam.
Yeah, for the players that play on like 30, 32 scroll speed, I can imagine you have like a millisecond to react to what's going on if you're sight reading this.
Yeah, and on top of like the really awkward fast jam, you can see speeding up on those long notes. But on top of that, like I mentioned that the rhythms are mostly pretty straightforward. They're mostly on that 1/4 rhythm, but there's a couple of times where they swap a little bit out because of how the rhythm changes in the music, and you'll have to be ready for that, especially if it's in one of the slow jams or fast jams, or if it's right when one of those stopping patterns happens. There's so much that you have to watch out for, and no doubt that's why this is in the slot it is. There's a lot to practice and a lot to memorize throughout this chart.
Yeah, it's going to be transitions for this one because of the fact that there's so many feels going on in the music. You're stylistically changing the approach constantly, and it's reflected in the SV timings as well. You have a visually 1/4 stream kind of crunches into a 1/8, or it looks like it's going to be a 1/8 crunches into a 1/4. It's going to be a
lot of mix-ups. A lot of mix-ups to deal with. But that's going to finish us off with the regular map pool. We've got one map left, and it's going to be our tiebreaker, Frostwalker. This is a collab between 4 people, I think. Let me double check who that is. It is Guden, Chris Arlene, Outrom, and High 19. So some fun names to see as a collab for one of these maps, and you might also recognize a song. This was the Osu original for the Grand Finals tiebreaker for CWC this year. So exciting to get to use this for a tiebreaker here. 220 BPM for the most part, length 6 minutes and 39 seconds. A little bit of an easier OD 7.4, so LNs aren't going to be too big of a deal. But if you remember the tiebreaker from round of 16, we're not pulling punches. It's just not happening.
Yeah, no holds barred. We already see it. The first miss on a replay on what looked to be a burst transition into an LN. I mean, ensuring that you're respecting the LNs at the end, the releases as well. It is already proving to be a very difficult start to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, we can see the technical patterns already coming out, and those are some brutally fast bursts, especially with those mini jacks being as fast as they are. Everything just going in your face, telling you to miss if you dare, and oh my goodness, such brutal rice patterns. We saw from the round of 16, there were a lot of really fast bursts, but this just bumps it up to the next level.
Yeah, I do not envy the teams that need to contest on this, because I imagine the nerves are going to be at an all-time high. You know that there is a lot on the line if you get into this, especially for the teams in the lower bracket. It is do or die for them in particular, and being presented something like this for 6.5 minutes, you have to maintain that composure, that high level of play for such a long time.
And we do get into some of the more difficult L lines. This is at 220 BPM, so those density sections not just going to be free. It's going to be very difficult to maintain, especially with those breaks in it. Lots of technical bits to wrap your head around in the middle of the transitions there, on top of those really, really fast mini jacks that just serve to kind of interrupt the flow.
And then when you do get into those LN sections, those outer columns just inundated with those short releases here and there to just get that polyrhythm going. The other 3 columns start to follow suit as well, and it's going to be hard keeping that in check while you're trying to deal with everything else. It'll be interesting to see who can withstand it, but already over 3,000 combo, a third of the way through.
You get a little bit of a slowdown here, and not very long-lived. pretty short-lived. Get a little bit of that tech transition before we start upping the ante here, just before the first half comes to an end.
Traditional build-up into the drop, and we see a bit more of a hybrid-oriented section. The Rice transitions into the LN burst as well, but it is so hard to read through some of these. You're maxing out at close to what, 360, 440 BPM on some of those structures.
Definitely is the potential for some of these bursts to be hitting that 440. I believe the majority of these are going to be in that 330 to 400 range, though. So still nothing to sneeze at, and with patterns like that, very not straightforward to keep consistent on.
Yeah, a bit of a core jack breakdown before you start to add more elements. You begin to speed up the tempo once again, and we move on into the next section. Last third of the map still left to go here, and you start to get the LNs starting to break through here. I imagine we're not long for a full LN section before we continue this build-up.
Yeah, absolutely, we are due for it. We've seen a few long note sections, but this map largely been difficult on the right side of things, so we're just waiting for that LN difficulty to kind of pick up. And if this round of 16 tiebreaker was anything to say, we're in for some brutality.
For sure, but before then, a little bit of an interlude, not a full break. Do not take your foot off the gas. It would be heartbreaking to make it this far.
We've seen too many people missing the break. We've seen it too much. I can't deal with it anymore. Don't, especially the tiebreaker, don't do that. Be ready for what's happening.
Hands on the keyboard till the ride's over, but regardless, we begin to pick up steam once again. This full inverse section transitioning into the burst where you get the Rice kind of peeking its way in.
Oh, that's such a fast burst. I'm not surprised to see the miss come out, and as expected, we see that LN transition as we get into the ending section, and full-blown LN density here right at the end to really start testing you. You can't just be good at Rice. I'm not letting you.
Yeah, just cannot afford to let either skill set slip. I could see teams coming into this with a lead, getting into this LN section, and just things going completely south. You have to make sure that you can read through these sections as well as you can, because teams are going to be desperate for a comeback, and that section has a potential to turn tides.
It absolutely does, and the map's not over. We've still got about 30 seconds, and you can see from the score, still 150,000 points. Those LNs, not the easiest to coordinate with those jacks surrounding it, even if they look a little bit on the lighter side. Don't take your foot off the gas. It sounds like it's over, but I promise you it's not.
Oh, those anchors on the outer columns while the LNs are going on in the inner columns. Just ridiculous. There's already so much being asked of you. Why is this at the end of a 6-minute gauntlet?
Yeah, and this kind of jacky LN structure, so brutal on your stamina, goes back into the regular density with the jump stream on the long notes, so, and then, such fast burst to close it out in the last few patterns. I can't believe that Rick comboed through that. This is going to be such a challenge for the players, and I'm so excited to see if we get to have teams play it next week. We got 24 left. Surely one of the 16 matches that we'll be having next week will end the tiebreaker. What a tiebreaker for us by Guden, Chriserline, Altrum, and High 19.
Yeah, with that being said, that will do it for the quarterfinals map pool showcase. A hearty good luck to all the teams still remaining. I am looking so forward to next weekend. It is only going to get harder from here, and the teams are going to push themselves to even higher limits. But Toph, I think there's one thing we got to do before we close things out. It's tradition at this point for us.
It certainly is, and I think I need to start off by asking you a question, and that's: have you bought your banners yet? They're on the Osu store.
You think I would go into an Mania 4K World Cup without buying a banner, without showing my support? Oh, you wound me, Toph. Can you
Wow.
tell the players, can you tell the people watching where they could get a banner to show their support as well? Nobody wants to be left out decorating their profile.
Nobody wants to be left out, and it's so easy. Just go to the Osu store. It's linked in the chat. It's on the website. You can buy your banners. You can buy as many as you want for any of the 32 teams that made it into the bracket stage, even the 8 teams that are already eliminated. You can still buy a banner for them and support the tournament and our players. On top of that, you can buy as many as you want. So any teams that you want, you can have all their banners. You could buy banners for all 32 teams if you really wanted to. And is there anything special about these banners? Like if you predict the winner?
Oh, if you predict the winner, that banner will stick around for just that little bit longer, extending into the next World Cup. You can flex just how good your prediction skills are. Or, if you're like me and you like to hedge your bets, if you buy all 32, one of them's gonna win.
Yeah, one of them has to. But that is going to do it for us. Go buy your banners. Go have a great week. And I'm so excited for quarterfinals. I hope all of you guys are excited and ready to return for a action-packed weekend ahead of us. We'll see you guys then.
Take care, y'all.
Alright, hello, everybody. Back to Mania World Cup, Orky edition for Brazil versus Mexico. I am Sunapple, and I'm not alone. I am joined by my good friend, Escape.
Hello, everybody. Yes, it's another showdown in Latin America. We've got Brazil seed number 12 versus Mexico seed number 18. This is the second to last match for losers round 2. There's still conditionals afterwards, but we are going to decide with this match who's going to go on to face seed 13 Japan. And that's a very scary opponent awaiting them for the next round. But for now, I mean, Sunapple, Brazil versus Mexico. We talked a little about it pre-stream, how both of them probably want to go for Rice. It's really tough to say what really the game plan is for either of these teams. Do you have any other additional analysis for us?
I feel like, honestly, Rice itself is going to be super close. Ellen's maybe a bit less close, probably in favor of Brazil, but I think really the deal breaker maybe SV. Both teams don't seem too strong on SV necessarily, but it's really weird, honestly. They've both been really close to each other in the maps that they have played.
Oh, for sure. It's kind of tough to say, but to be fair, a lot of what we have been seeing in this round compared to last is that some of these middle seeds like Brazil and Mexico can't really field a third player to get a very comfortable FC. And you know, that third man syndrome really is the name of the game this weekend. And as we get into the protects and bans, we do see that Mexico wins that role, gets their first protect, and they are going to be going for Rice too. So again, Mexico leaning towards Rice because I think that's where they really have the best shot at beating Brazil. whereas Brazil gonna have to find out where they want to go. I would feel like Mexico is going to use their ban on one of the more scathing LNs, possibly something like Ivy Rutile, something like that. But as Brazil tries to think of what their protect is going to be, do you think any SV is going to have any say in this match?
I think in this match, I'm not too sure. I think if it is played, then it definitely will be a really, really big deal. But honestly, I think these teams can both kind of like stray away from it for the most part. Since I guess they're very, very close, I feel like choosing SV is very risky, honestly. And also, I don't know. I don't know how great these teams or how much these teams have really been practicing this SV. But I do know that Brazil decided to protect Dragonlands at Hybrid 3, which is interesting since we actually saw that in the last match. And I guess it's just something that a lot of players really like. It's very technical in terms of like its hybrid. It's very, very much like weird, I guess, releases and stuff. And we're actually going to be seeing SV1 banned from Mexico since we are getting, or from Brazil actually, since we are getting into bans right now. So no SV1, maybe we'll see SV2 banned.
And I really do like that hybrid protect from Brazil. We've seen a lot of teams try to duke it out on Introduction Bygone, which was the map last round in the hybrid 3 slot that played a lot like this one. So this one, I mean, I think that Dragonlance is a really, really good pick just because the LN intrusiveness in that map has been substantially buffed, and we know that Mexico kind of has like a weak point in LNs, but they will opt to ban out the other SVs, so no SVs in this match. It's just going to be a straight shoot in the Rice, Hybrid, and LN departments.
Yeah, and it is interesting. Mexico saying that they don't have their full SV roster, so keep in mind this is a losers match, so whoever loses this is eliminated, but whoever wins this still has to go on to their next match, probably going to be tomorrow. So honestly, this is very interesting for Mexico, not being able to have that last player and having the opportunity to take a break point or just a point in general in SV is very, very big because this match is honestly very close. Any like misses is going to be a really big deal, and especially in the difficulty of this map pool, it's very, very difficult to be able to consistently FC every single map.
Yeah, and I would have to say if Mexico is not if Silot is not on online for Mexico right now, that doesn't mean too much. Sure, they probably would have not banned the other SV, but if they're missing Darkichizer instead in their SV lineup, that's actually really a big deal because, as we all know, Darkichizer has been a standout player for Mexico these past couple of weeks. Very much can play anything red, so it's kind of like that six-man SV specialist on the team. So depending on who Mexico doesn't have in match, that could be a big swing towards Brazil. And with the first pick in the match, we're going to see Rice 6. So we're going to have that From's Vortex map, Gurjivsur, and very, very tough pick, or just map in general. It's super technical, a lot of polyrhythms involved, especially in that first section. Gonna have to see how both of these teams do in it, because I think that if Mexico can really take this point, they can branch out into a decent amount of other picks in the Rice pool.
Yeah, honestly, I agree. I feel like if they are able to take this pick, a lot of Rice 4 or Rice 5 and Rice 6, I believe, like the last few Rices are very, very technical as well, and that's definitely something that they can opt to play and probably have a good chance of being able to take a point on, because they're not necessarily similar to this map, but they're like kind of in the same vein of technicality.
Exactly, and so Brazil getting their lineup, Marcinho, Netro, and Miwiki. Kind of interesting we aren't seeing Silly Fangirl in here, but maybe that's just a preference on Rice maps, because last week Silly Fangirl, I believe, played every single Rice map. And then for Mexico, we're going to have Iwate Cerrone, two, again, very standout players, very much Rice focused for the Mexican team, and then Darkichizer, who can really just play it all. So good omens for Mexico, as they do have Darkichizer. Unfortunate that they don't have Scylla, because I think that changed their game plan just a little bit, but at least for the majority of the pool, they should be fine just having Darkichizer online.
Yeah, and I do wonder how not having Silly Fangirl into this lobby is going to affect them. I wonder if they're present. I hope they really are, since they will be super important, especially in the later half whenever we do go into those different map pools. I feel like, especially in like the hybrid map pool, it's going to be a really big deal and may give Mexico a chance to maybe swoop up a breakpoint or two, since we will definitely be having to go into that hybrid map pool if Brazil picks all the LN maps. Since I don't think there's enough maps.
Exactly. You need 6 points, and with the LNs and hybrids, there's 6 maps total. So, I mean, if Brazil wants to have a clean sweep and don't take any breakpoints away from Mexico, aside from tiebreaker, they're basically gonna have to dip into hybrid at some point. And they did protect hybrid 3. To be fair, we're not see if they want LNs, but for now, starting off this map, we are gonna get some freaky little patterns and slight lead towards Brazil at the start. That's just off of accuracy. However, once we really get into the meat of it later on in the map, we'll really get to see where things diverge.
Yeah, and really this accuracy difference isn't too much. It's Cerrone, just like having slight accuracy deficit compared to everybody else. And as you were saying, really we're getting into the section right now, and we're already seeing the lead kind of going slightly in terms of Mexico, ever so slowly moving to the right, though it's really just staying still. But we are 1/4 the map left. 1/4 the map in.
Yeah, no misses. Get a nice little break, so we do get to see the true accuracy difference, as it's about 3,500 points when things calm down, and Brazil doing a really good job of having that 3-way FC with everyone above 99.7, whereas Mexico struggling just a little bit. Like I said, third man syndrome. Cerrone at a smaller accuracy than everyone else in the lobby, while Dark Chiser and Iwate try to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, but even with this kind of our third man not having the greatest accuracies, 5k difference is very minor. A few 200s, a few like a break or something can definitely switch it over, and in this later half, you're gonna have to stay consistent throughout the entirety. This map is decently short, 2 minutes only, so you aren't going to have to be too consistent for too long. Stamina isn't going to be too big of an issue, but still, being able to be under this pressure and having to play so well, especially as well as having to have this such high accuracy, it can be a lot. And we see Netro actually breaking.
Yeah, pretty clean drop overall. However, things are going to start to swing a little bit towards Mexico's favor, and as Netro tries to scramble, tries to get back up to Combo Cat, we're going to see that score flip and flop as Mexico tries to take the slightest of leads. If Netro can get to the combo cap and everyone else on Brazil has stellar accuracy, I think they can turn things around. It's gonna be close, but Cerrone drops at the end of the map, so Mexico losing their golden opportunity as I misspeak, and Brazil actually handing over 2 misses at the end.
Oh my god, that was so close. I think like Brazil technically still had a chance of winning this because it's only 847 points. It's so little. That's like a 200 or 2. And if any one of the Brazilian players didn't get one of their 200s, they could have taken that, but just barely Mexico was able to, just because of their consistency, having 2 players with really good accuracy and Dark Darkichizer with that double S, V1 double S.
Yeah, just a mind-boggling end of the map. It's something that you really don't expect from Netro too. Always has stellar MA, has really good ratio, really likes to minimize the 200s, but I mean, their performance on this map is just not gonna cut it and leads over to Mexico getting their first point.
Yeah, and that's really big for Mexico, honestly. Just starting off with a really big bang. Just knowing that you have the advantage on these kinds of maps, I think you can definitely pick either basically Rice 3, Rice 4, Rice 5, any of those, and you'll still be good. But now it is time for Brazil's pick, and really we can see quite a stark difference. We can go for any of the LNs or hybrids, since maybe they want to pick hybrid 3 to start early on, since it is protected.
Yeah, it seems like Netro is saying that they finger locked on the Jacks at the end. Really unfortunate, but shows that even though Mexico is the lower seed, even though a lot of people are doubting their performance, they can still very much swing back at Brazil. And Brazil actually trying to go for a different route of attack as they go for Rice 4. So basically saying to Mexico, hey, that last map was a fluke. We'll take it on a different tech map from you guys.
Yeah, that is very I guess it's very interesting to go from one rice map to another after just losing, though it is very, very close, honestly. If Mexico missed or got a few more 200s, they could have lost. If Brazil didn't miss or lost a few 200s, they could have won. Anything really could have happened in that last match. It may have been a fluke, though. At the same time, it may have not. Maybe Mexico is just honestly more consistent on these kinds of maps, but we will have to see. This will really be the deciding factor. I think if Mexico takes another rice map, and especially if it is this breakpoint, it's going to be so big for this match in general.
Oh, for sure. And just overall, I would have to say it's kind of an uphill battle for Mexico if there's a six-way FC involved. Granted, this map is very, very tough to FC. However, we're just gonna have to see as things play out. I mean, Dark Chaser had a 991, Iwata had a 990. Those were two very clean FCs, but Miwiki and Marcinho are just at another level where they both had 992. So again, slightly eking out Mexico in terms of accuracy, all things considered. And it seems to be the same story on this map as well. So, it seems like Brazil has that upper hand. It's just Mexico waiting for Brazil to make a mistake.
Yeah, and we are starting off this map just slightly in favor of Brazil. This map really doesn't get too difficult, honestly. Like, I guess much more difficult than what we're really seeing at this section right now. It's really about these kind of jacky patterns that kind of trip you up. And we are seeing Mexico kind of falling down in terms of accuracy. Brazil staying very, very high up. But that doesn't mean all too much if a break comes in from any of these players.
Exactly, and like you said, this map very stagnant in difficulty. There's no real crazy Ki bursts at the end, but Cerrone gonna take a miss to go on one of those bursts. So traded out with Netro, things are kind of still even. However, Brazil I think favors it a little bit more as Dark Chaser falls. So Iwata the only FC as Brazil has 2-1.
Yeah, and Brazil has kind of been increasing this lead ever so slightly just because of these misses from Mexico and Cerrone taking another one. These Brazilian players are playing super, super well. Halfway through the map, 16k lead. They can really afford 1 or 2 misses at this point, especially since Netro is back to that combo cap. This lead is just going to be increasing so much just because Cerrone has to still catch up to that point.
Yeah, and as we pass about halfway into the map, a bit of a slower section, some more jacks are apparent, a lot of longer stream sections, and Dark Chaser is going to miss again. So still Iwate trying to do things for the Mexican team. Brazil staying really well above Mexico in terms of scoring. Netro, aside from that one miss, has a very, very clean run going on. 99.8 accuracy. Miwiki and Marcinho just a bit above them. It just seems like Mexico cannot really seem to get it together on this map. A lot of these streamy bursts, catching them out, some of these jacks as well, especially lowering the accuracy on all three of the players. So pretty calm ending as we get into the last parts of it, but Brazil very, very dominant force on this. It seemed like it was a really good choice for them too. They really know what's up.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Going from a very, very small lead to basically 30k from one map to another is very, very big. Iwate losing that FC, Mexico having none at this point, whereas Brazil has 2. Very, very interesting to see from Brazil. I believe this really solidifies that they're very good at these kind of more very, very technical picks, and maybe they'll go for rice once again.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. They still have their hybrid protect. I wonder when they are gonna launch it on that, but I think right now Mexico really has to think about what pick they want to go for, because from going to an 800 point victory based off of Brazil's losses into a 30,000 point loss on a separate tech pick, that doesn't scream a lot of good things for these players on Rice for Mexico. They still have Rice 2 as their back pocket protect. However, it's looking a little dicey. I mean, there's a reason why they protected, right? I'm sure they could probably pull off a comfortable 3-man FC. It's just that, is it going to beat Brazil when it comes down to that showdown?
Yeah, and maybe Mexico's feeling a bit more comfortable on this, I guess, simpler kind of maps, which can be a good sign, since really what's left is, I guess, more common, more simple kinds of Rice maps. I guess really Rice 5 isn't really the case. It's kind of the outlier, though it is still pretty streamy. and pretty fast. So there's that.
Yeah, no real like true tech, FFR techie kind of things left in the Rice pool. It's just you have Rice 1, very simple streams, Rice 2, very simple jump streams, Rice 3, of course, Core Jack, and Rice 5, where it's kind of like that vocal dump, but it's like very streamy bursts, similar to Rice 4, but you don't have really those Jack transitions. So Mexico gonna take a different approach, gonna go for Rice 1 before really going for Rice 2, so I guess testing the waters there. They're gonna have to see how they do on streams against Brazil, and oh boy, has it really leveled up from last round. At its fastest, going at 340 BPM, such a big jump.
Yeah, that really is, and we'll probably be able to see that big jump right here. Probably are going to be seeing quite a bit of 200s and misses as a result. And I believe this is going to be the lineup for both teams. Nobody's really switching out. We saw maybe somebody switching out, but Brilla Marcinho coming right back in. So I think this should be good. I do think it's very, very important for Mexico to win this, since if they don't, they do give a breakpoint, but also kind of give like a bit of info on what Brazil can pick, since this really opens up the ability for Brazil to pick Rice 2 as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I mean, Mexico really needing this point, just because it's their pick. They can't allow any break points over to Brazilian side, because you know the second the Rice pool runs out, Brazil has some pretty comfortable picks in any LN and hybrid. So even though they did strong arm their pick in Rice 4 for their first pick, I mean, Brazil still has a lot of things up their sleeve later on as the set goes longer and longer. And Mexico really is kind of like a one-trick pony at this point against a team like Brazil, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I definitely kind of agree, especially it is definitely bad for Mexico to be kind of losing these Rice points, since I don't know how well they'll play on the LNs. But as we are still in this Rice pool, we should probably be talking about it. And right now, starting this map, Rice 1, Brazil having a slight lead, but we've seen this multiple times. We've seen this basically in every single map where somebody has a lead at the start. Doesn't mean that they'll keep it at the end, and it is such a small lead. Does it really matter?
Yeah, the streams are fast, but the sections are quite short to start off with. And Brazil taking on a very early lead of about 2,000 points as we get into another stream section. Some of these are at 6, but really when it levels up into the 8s, you'll see a lot of misses. And I think overall, a lot of teams have really shied away from this map in general. So this is really, you know, one of the first times that we see some of these middle seeds duke it out on a stream map. And Mexico doing really well, honestly. All three of them having about a 990k performance. It's just that Brazil is giving that extra level to this map in terms of accuracy. Nitro is going to drop, so things are going to swing over to Mexico. Let's see if they can get back up to combo cap and keep that accuracy, because I think if they do, Brazil could still take this point.
Yeah, I mean, the lead is only 5k. It is definitely bigger than what it was before, though it is honestly kind of going down slightly. It went from 5k and now it's at around 4k. So just because Mexico has been kind of struggling a bit on the ratio, everybody, I believe, still has that U1SS. Nitro taking another break, and that really solidifies Mexico for this. There's only a fourth of the map left. Mexico is going to have to take a few breaks if Brazil wants to have this, though. Lead is still 7,000, so it's not that big, and there's still quite a bit of streams left.
Yeah, there's basically one big section left, and I'd have to say you'd have to look at Cerrone for this last section, because at this point their accuracy has been dropping, that stamina has gone down. So as we get into this last 8th section of streams, Nitro has to hold on, Mexico has to hold on, everything is riding on it, but with Mid-Wiki actually dropping in the last couple hundred notes, Mexico taking yet another point on the Rice pool. So well done to Mexico. I think a lot of people didn't expect Mexico to be able to get 2 points, let alone so early in the game, but really showing their prowess on Rice, some really good team scores, and most importantly, the consistency that's needed to take over when other teams are having mistakes on quarterfinals maps.
Yeah, and honestly, that consistency has really been helping Mexico. I think in the points that they have won, they have had a lot more combo. Whereas I guess in that last in the last tech pick that we played, basically everybody took multiple breaks, and as a result, it really wasn't that big in terms of consistency. And really, it's very important for Mexico to be able to hold these FCs, since I don't think they'll be getting really that much better accuracy than Brazil, since Brazil is just such a powerhouse in terms of accuracy.
Oh yeah, for sure. And so Brazil, really a big choice here. Do you go away from the rice pool and start to actually dip into hybrids and LNs, or do you kind of stay and duke it out with Mexico until things run dry? Because Brazil had a really good pick in rice 4. You know, when the abrasiveness of the patterns are really to the max, Mexico kind of struggles a bit more than Brazil. Really, there's kind of that physicality difference. And that kind of ties into Dragonlance, because I think that it's kind of in that same vein where there's a lot at its peak. It's very, very abrasive. It's very, very fast. Lots of places where you can choke out an entire pattern. So honestly, I still think that there are a lot of good options for Brazil. It's just that which one seems like it gives them the best chance of winning a point.
I personally would say for Brazil to go into lore, have to go for these LNs, and we do actually see LN2, probably our most simpler LN, but I kind of want Brazil to really pick these LNs, since if Mexico isn't too comfortable on one, they still have to play all their rice maps, and if Brazil is comfortable on one specific one, they are able to kind of take that breakpoint, and that is very, very important for a LN kind of focused team to take.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there, and I think density is one of those categories in this pool where it got up by a very large amount. I think Pojiko from last round was something like 185, something like that. So to go to 206, basically like almost a rate up, it's a very big deal, because you start to get people that aren't very comfortable at very, very consistent 206 BPM density, because I think the main thing on this map is that it doesn't give you a lot of breaks. It doesn't give you a lot of places where you can really catch up in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And when you do kind of mess up on accuracy, you will consistently be messing up since you are off time. And that can really, really screw people up. And definitely having a chain reaction as a result. And that honestly just disintegrates even 30k leads by teams.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're going to see the first iterations of the LN teams for Brazil and Mexico. So, Cerrone staying in, Shadow GM subbing out for Iwate, Dark Charger staying in, and then Naoni Bunny going in for Miwiki. No really crazy changes here, but, I mean, we do get to see the first inklings of Naoni Bunny and Shadow GM, so kind of going to be that third-man showdown, I believe, because Marcinho and Necho, I know, can do really good on LNs, and Dark Chaser, of course, very, very good when it comes to just LNs or hybrids in general. And Cerrone's been kind of that second player for Mexico when it comes to LNs and hybrids. It's just that Mexico kind of has a bit of an issue when it is like fielding a solid third player that can FC, and we saw that when they fought Peru last round, where they kind of struggled a little bit on LNs, which is really why I called them a rice team.
Yeah, and I guess we're kind of seeing that in this early section, though. I guess this early section isn't too great of an indicator, but we do see quite a few, actually drops from Mexico. Everyone being quite low, but I think as we go into the map, the more dense sections of this map will really show that a lot.
For sure, and really, I think what's pulling this lead for Brazil is very much Necho and Marcinho being able to crush out these patterns, whereas Naoni Bunny, is at third place for Brazil, but still is doing better than Shadow GM and doing better than Cerrone on the Mexican team. So halfway into the map, things aren't looking too great for Mexico. Nothing that can't be solved by a couple of misses, as we've seen time and time again, not only in this match, but in this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially it is important to say that this match has been pretty, I guess, miss-heavy for Brazil, since they have been missing it, especially when they needed to. And honestly, Naoni Bunny has been pretty close to one, as I've been seeing. And this lead really hasn't shrunk or gained at all for Brazil, so it is still in missed territory.
For sure, and definitely as Necho kind of drops quite a bit, going down from 99.8%. the lead is stifled just a little bit for Brazil, but Marcinho really keeping things up, beating out Darky Chaser by a considerable amount, and Mexico trying to do something in this last fourth of the map. Things are slowing down in the song, but Netro actually missing, so it's getting a little scary now. I think that would probably even things out for Mexico, and as this lead dwindles and Marcinho actually misses again, it's again the consistency issue from Brazil just crops up. They have this really big lead at the start, and almost at the end of the map, they will just find one or two players that'll miss. And unfortunately for Brazil, they're going to bring over a breakpoint to Mexico.
That's so bad for Mexico or for Brazil, honestly. Losing a breakpoint, that is the first breakpoint of the match, I believe. And that is super, super big since I don't know
Yeah.
if Mexico is able to kind of take any of the other ones. I think this is probably the closest that they were able to take. And even then, it was very close. Mexico really having this consistency is helping out so much. And Darkichizer having this 992 also helped out quite a lot, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Chaser has been so good. What a crazy score. 992 in general would beat out a lot of individual players on that map. Do it on this kind of stage against a team like Brazil is such a crazy performance. And as we load into Mexico's Protect pick, Mexico really trying to run away with this. Cerrone gonna come in, Iwate also gonna come in, and Naoni Bunny subbed out probably for Milwaukee yet again, and both these teams gonna battle it out on 250 BPM jump streams for 3 minutes total. So not only is it already a lot speedier than last round, you still have very much so that stamina aspect. So we're gonna have to see if again that consistency crops up in the final moments of this map for Brazil. But I think it's probably a dangerous pick for Mexico too, because I'd have to say in terms of physicality, Brazil probably beats them out by a little bit.
I definitely agree, honestly. I feel like Mexico, for this pick, Mexico's really been kind of winning points because their consistency is so good, but it's kind of harder to do that whenever the map is 3 minutes and it's so long, because misses on a 3-minute map doesn't mean that much, especially on a kind of jump streaming map, which honestly has a lot more notes than a lot of other kind of maps.
Exactly. Like a miss in a regular size map, something like 2 minutes, maybe like 2:15, that's usually like an 8,000 point swing or something around there. On a map like this where there's so many objects, there's probably like, I think 3,500 combo or something like that. It's more like 2 or 3, or maybe that's wrong, maybe like 4,000 points of the swing. So again, Brazil can build up that accuracy lead, but when the misses are the issue, it won't mean as much of a swing as we've seen for Mexico on this map.
Yeah, and I guess we'll just have to wait and see for this map. Really keep your eyes peeled on every single one of the players on Brazil. Make sure that they are playing well, and make sure that the Mexican players are actually able to stay consistent as they have been. But as we get into this map, we will have to see whether Mexico will be able to take another point and maybe move closer and closer to this match point.
Yeah, if Mexico is able to pull off this point, they're still looking good considering Rice 3 is still up and also Rice 5. So still enough picks in the Rice pool to be able to seal the deal. And Mexico going in on this map. As we've seen time and time again, Brazil is going to have that slight accuracy lead. So it really just comes down to any bad judgments. We're not going to really see any too early in the map as everyone hits combo cap. We're just going to have to wait and see who makes that first mistake.
Yeah, I think this earlier section, probably like the first quarter to like the first half, isn't going to be too big. I think everybody will still have the stamina, but as we get further and further into the map, we'll see a lot more accuracies lowering by slightly, a lot more 200s coming out ever so slowly. But until then, we'll really just have to wait and see just how great these accuracies of these players are, since really every single one of these players are super good.
Exactly. First song passed by, nothing doing, about 1,500 points to Brazil. Really, Milwaukee and Netro are stealing the show on this map as Iwate, best player for Mexico, tries to catch up to both of them. As we begin to the second song, we see Mexico, Cerrone and Darkichizer having slightly less accuracy than Marcinho, as Brazil has 3 players at 99.8, so kind of a big deal. 2,000 points again not enough to really be able to trade over a miss, but soon enough, as Brazil really builds up that lead, they can afford something.
Yeah, and I do think Mexico has been kind of getting a few more 200s since this lead has increased. It is up to 3K by now. It is slowly increasing, but Metro actually being the first to drop, as we have been seeing in the previous few maps halfway through. And Mexico having this lead, but they need to keep it. Metro taking another one. They weren't at that 400 combo mark, so it isn't as terrible, but it is still very, very difficult since Brazil does lose some points as a result.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Brazil now. Time and time again throughout the set, we see Netro miss. And whether that's a keyboard issue, whether that's a finger locking issue or something, Netro just does not have the consistency today. And Mexico with a 4,000 point lead, the largest we've seen on this map so far. We're in the third song of the map out of 4, and Iwate actually gonna miss, but Netro again trading it out. Just Brazil cannot find their footing.
I still do think, though, even a miss, like a single miss from Mexico, can swap out this lead. We get this break, so Mexican players are able to kind of get their stamina back, get some nerves back, just taking their time to breathe. But is this really going to be enough before the map left? Brazil really needs for something to happen on the Mexican team, or for all their players to kind of step up their game just slightly.
Oh, 100%. I don't think really accuracy are going to change by a huge amount. If it's the only time it's going to change if it's in the downward direction. But we're in this last section of the map, and Brazil trying to close the gap just a little bit, but Mexico is not budging at all. Last couple of notes here, about 500 left, and Iwate, Cerrone, and Darkstars have done such a good job of providing such a crazy team score. Even though their accuracies have been lower than Brazil's time and time again, what matters most is that they do not miss. And so Mexico stealing away yet another point from Brazil, going up to 4-1.
My God, this Mexican teams and their consistency is actually insane. It has been saving them time and time again this entire match. The only times that they have not won is whenever they miss. So it is time for Brazil's pick, and I really, really do hope they go for something a bit more complicated. I think it's about time to pick out their Hybrid 3 Protect. I think it's about time to just go for something that they know that they can win, so they get their, I guess, confidence back. Since honestly, I think if this continues, I think the Brazilian players will probably not be playing as well just because they feel like they're closer and closer to losing.
Yeah, keyword confidence. I really feel like it might be shattered for Netro at this point. I mean, you've missed in pretty much, I think the last 3 or 4 maps. Even if you do go into Hybrid 3, it was your Protect, the map you feel most confident about taking a point on Mexico on. It's still so spiky that who's to say you don't miss again on this map? They are going to go for it. It's just, is this the right pick for Brazil? It's tough to say, you know. Brazil has had a very good show so far. It's just really have to lock in the consistency. You cannot afford any misses. And on a map like this, to be fair, I think that a 6-way FC is not going to happen. It's just that, can you minimize your 200s less than Mexico? Can you keep your ratio stellar? These are the kinds of questions you have to think about when you're going into this. And in these last basically 4 maps, you've lost because of those misses.
Yeah, I honestly think Brazil as a team is definitely, I guess, not necessarily better. I feel like they have just better accuracy, and as a result, they should be technically winning these points. But because of like their kind of misses being the case, they haven't been. And I feel like if they just want to choose these more technical maps, they will definitely do a lot better. Playing something like Hybrid 2, Hybrid 3, maybe LN1, LN3, I think both are probably going to be better. But we will have to see. All those are still open. All the simple maps are almost done. I believe Mexico only has like 2 more simpler maps to play, honestly. So Brazil still has a chance of making this comeback. It is looking kind of dire with that one breakpoint that Brazil has, or that Mexico has, but it's not too much. It is definitely possible for Brazil to just claw back their lead, and if they are able to, it'll be so impressive.
Yeah, so Mexico, like you said, still having the Core Jack map, which might be a little bit dicey, and still having Rise 5, that TV-sized vocal burst kind of map. So, you know, still enough picks for Mexico to really take it away before they run out of gas in the tank. It's just, on this map, can Mexico take yet another one? Because that would, in my mind, that would really seal things for Brazil. It really speaks to me how much Brazil needs this point, because you cannot let Mexico get to match point when you've been having issues in missing.
Yeah, and I also do want to say Silly Fangirl finally coming into the lobby is definitely a good sign, since they're quite good at keeping their combo, honestly. I think that is something that I've known them best for doing. And I think especially on this map, it is super important. As you did say, this map is super technical. And having 6-way FCs is not going to happen. I refuse. If this has a 6-way FC, I will. I don't know. I'll
do a
I'll eat a
backflip.
shoe. Right?
See, there we go.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
So, a lot of things online, both for these teams and for us as we get through this map. A lot of these bursts are super, super fast. The LNs are honestly just very mean, and a lot of places where you can drop 200s on. So, on this map, I mean, Brazil and Mexico really do have to make sure that minimization is key. And as we get everyone to combo cap, we do see Brazil just a little bit of lead, very much off of Netro and Marcinho doing well at the start, especially with these shorter LNs. But we really get into these bursts now, a lot of graces as well to follow, and no one really dropping too much in accuracy, maybe throwing just a little bit, but things are hanging on just tight for all these players.
Yeah, in this lead, we've seen this before, 2K, 1-2K in favor of Brazil. But I think as we go further and further into this map, we'll see more and more technical stuff happening, and Mexico will probably be struggling a bit more in terms of accuracy, and maybe in terms of combo especially. We have been seeing this lead kind of slowly expanding in terms of Brazil, and Shadow GM being the first to drop, I won't have to eat a shoe, China won't have to make a backflip.
Yeah, so thankfully for us, we don't have to do those, but not thankfully for Mexico, they are going to find that first drop. So big lead swung over to Brazilian side, as not only is the combo game lacking for Mexico, the accuracy as well. Shadow GM taking yet another drop, just cannot hang with these streams, these bursts that are attacking them constantly. Brazil doing their best to stay afloat, honestly. Silly Fangirl drops in accuracy just a little bit, and so does Marcinho. But Netro has been very, very much stalwart in terms of how well they've been playing in terms of accuracy. Not so much, from the entire set. Shadow GM dropping yet again. I think that makes 3 for them, getting into a bit of a break section now. 4th of the map left, and a lot of things need to be done for Mexico in order for them to make this point.
Yeah, and we've really been seeing a reverse of what we've been seeing in previous maps. Shadow GM consistently taking Abyss, whereas Netro is playing very, very comfortably on everything right now, top of the lobby, as, honestly, I kind of expected. And seeing another miss from Shadow GM, this lead is increasing. It'll probably go up to around 30k. There's not that much map left, so I think Brazil should be good to take this map.
Yeah, Shadow GM dropping yet again in one of those stream sections, as well as taking a couple of late 200s. So really, it's that speed that's not keeping up for them. Netro is going to drop, but Shadow GM is going to trade it back twice over. So Brazil very much a comfortable lead, and we haven't seen it often, but I mean, yet again, Brazil, another 30,000 point lead, just like on Rice 6, I believe. So, I mean, very good showing. When they do win, it seems like they win by quite a lot. It's just really, they have to find these maps where they just beat out Mexico in terms of physicality, where some of these players can't keep up with them.
Yeah, and this is really a good starting point for Brazil. Taking a map pretty decisively is something that you really want to see, especially when you're kind of on the back foot. It is now Mexico's turn to pick, and they will probably be going for something like the Rice 3 or Rice 5. But really, it's not about Mexico's pick, in my opinion, right now. For Brazil, I think it really is just focus on themselves, try their best to take as many maps as possible. They need to take breakpoint, yes, but I think as long as they're able to, calm themselves down, it'll happen on its own.
Yeah, and honestly, that last map wasn't too bad from Mexico. Darkchester had a V1 SS, which in my mind is such a crazy score from them. And then not only that, there's a good supporting score in Cerrone with a 987. He really just rode off of the back of Shadow GM having those 9 grades, having those 11 misses, which, having a 950 on a map like this is very understandable. It's just, it's not enough when you face Brazil. So it's 2-4 right now. Mexico is going to have their pick, and they are going to go with Rice 3, one of the last 2 Rice maps. Can Mexico really bank on that inconsistency that's been coming out time and time again from the Brazilian side in order to get to match point, in order to get that 5th point slotted in and guarantee at least tiebreaker for them?
Yeah, and I really do think it's important for, I guess, this map to be chosen earlier for Brazil, since I feel like this map is, honestly, surprisingly enough, quite difficult to get an FC on. Even though it is Jack and a lot of people can play it super well, it is not super easy to be able to consistently get like your SS or whatever score you really normally get, especially in nerves in lobby.
Yeah, I think it's been kind of funny because a couple times this weekend so far, we've seen some very, very clean runs where they'll have like 0 200s, but they'll take along a 100 or a 50 to go with it. So ending in some very funny FCs. And so hopefully for Brazil, they can get some very clean 3-way FCs as they're battling some really good Korjak players from the Mexican team. Dark Chaser, Wate, and Cerrone coming in very, very standard set from Mexico when it comes to Rice. And I think this is the first iteration where we'll see Miwiki and Silly Fangirl in the lobby as well as Marcinho. So Nacho going to be subbed out of here for the first time in a long while. Going to take that much needed break, reset their mentality, reset their, accuracy, stuff like that as we get into this map.
Yeah, and I really kind of like that swap, honestly. We have been seeing that Brazil has been winning quite heavily in terms of accuracy, so kind of having that consistency from Silly Fangirl, maybe not having the best accuracy compared to Netro, will definitely help out quite a lot. But we will have to see how it really plays out, since we really don't know at the start of the map. We have been seeing so much. I feel like the start of the map is closer than it normally is, but I guess that's just because the accuracy difference isn't as big now.
Yeah, and this map, very, very calm. The chords don't really go up in density until about really a third of the way in. Just a lot of doubles into singles to start off with. It's honestly just a free pass to get to combo cap, and you won't see big leads shine through in this first couple of sections, because until the density comes up and we really get to see some of these quads, some of these gluts, stuff like that, just like this, misses won't happen. So Mexico doing their best, about 2,000 points of a deficit to start off with, but I mean, it's nothing new for them, really.
Yeah, and honestly, I would definitely, and as we probably will see in every single Korjak map, make sure to look for any like red notes appearing. Make sure that everybody's keeping their combo, since that is really the only difference maker in terms of these kind of Korjak maps. Accuracy isn't too big, since it's kind of easy to stay consistent throughout the entire map.
Yeah, and basically the density is attacking you for this entire time until about a fourth left into the map. So this is a very, very strange map in the sense that we haven't seen it before, where it's just very constant chord jacks. I think that round of 32 and round of 16 were kind of just like little introductions into chord jacks. You have some of these jack sections, you have some of these weirder transitions, shorter patternings, and shorter sections, but this is really a true test to how well these people can chord jack for basically 2 minutes straight. And Brazil is just absolutely knocking it out of the park. Wiki 99.97, Marcinho and Silly Fangirl not too far behind, and all three of them blowing out of the water the accuracies from Mexico. So as the density loosens up and we get into this easier section, that's going to be it. That really is just the map, the last 100,000 points, basically free accuracy like the start. So barring any tragic misses like we've seen so far, Brazil is going to take this quite comfortably. 8,000 points on a map like this is kind of a statement for Brazil.
Yeah, and that is definitely very good for Brazil to see, taking a breakpoint that they really needed. They are almost going to be tied right back if they are able to take their next pick. And really seeing that consistency coming out from Brazil is really good to see. And Miwiki, 36, that's kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Iwate's 300 count, and that's essentially all three of the Brazilian players 300 count. So that's how much it goes to show how well Brazil did on the pick. So Mexico kind of scratching their heads, maybe gonna have to look back at the drawing board because this was very much so not the pick. I think they were really banking on someone like Necho missing, but having that sub out, having these three players play for Brazil did wonders for them. And so Brazil finally getting that breakpoint back, gonna have yet another pick. And as we've said, the hybrid pool is open, the LN pool is open. There's a lot of good picks for Brazil still left in here, whereas Mexico, for them, it really seems like Rise 5 seems to be their only option.
Yeah, and that is definitely something that Mexico kind of has to realize by now. They really only have Rice 5. And I think they may only have like one pick left. I think that is their last pick, whereas Brazil has these last two. Brazil having quite a bit more options with any of the LNs or any of the hybrids, but probably, in my opinion, would go for something like Carry Me Away right here for Brazil, or something like Ivy of Roodles.
Yeah, and to be fair, for the Mexican team, they did get a pick on Klassiker Einheit LN2. Granted, it was off of the back of Mexico having a three-way FC and two players on Brazil missing. It's just that there needs to be a lot to go wrong on the Brazilian side and a lot to go right on the Mexican side for them to take a point on LN, it feels like.
Yeah, and we will be seeing LN3 actually coming out right now, so we will need to see Brazil to keep that consistency on this LN, as you're saying.
Yeah, it seems like there might have been a miscommunication. I'm not sure if Netro wanted to go for Hybrid 2 because it seems like Marcinho was picking for Netro in saying LN3, so not sure what's going on there. This might be just the choice locked in for them, and seems like Marcinho, yeah, doubling back on it, saying, hey, we didn't actually mean to pick LN3, we do want to go for Hybrid 2. And to me, that seems like the more sensible choice because you did win by a decent amount on Dragonlance, and it seems like for Team Mexico, they can't really find comfort in some of these transitions, whether it be from LNs to Rice or Rice to LNs. They just kind of struggle when it comes to that. So as we get into this little break, we're going to have to reset things, figure out what's going on. I do think Brazil would much rather play on Carry Me Away compared to Ivy of Rutiles.
Yeah, I kind of agree, and it sounds like it's going to be happening. Carry Me Away, in my opinion, is probably a better pick since it has a bit more potential for everybody to break like we were seeing on Dragonlance, since I think this is probably just one of the harder maps in the pool.
Oh, for sure. This hybrid map is super technical, I'd have to say. I mean, just the fact that there's like 3 or 4 pretty long jacks in it, and then you know, obviously you have all these fast 175 1/4 jacks, you have a lot of streams, and of course the LN to go around. I mean, it's super tough to think about when you're kind of already struggling in terms of the physicality presented in this map pool. It feels like it's a tall order to ask for FCs on everyone, whether you're Brazil or Mexico.
Yeah, and also, because this map is pretty short, I do think misses matter a lot. So if Mexico does take like a break or two, it's already been mattering a lot for Mexico, but I think it's just kind of like, it's kind of like, what is it called? Exponential. It's just like such a big deal if Mexico does miss.
It really does feel that way, huh? Where it's like Mexico has been doing so well, and the reason why they got to this point is because they just do not miss. A lot of people watching, and I've talked to a lot of people about this match, they didn't expect Mexico to even get 2 points, right? They were like, oh, maybe they'll tease one on Rice or SB. The fact that they've already gotten here and gotten to 4 points is such a big thing for them. They can really show that the seedings are wrong. They are a very good mid seed, and they can really take points where it matters based off of their consistency, especially when it comes to Rice. So Mexico really trying to prove something this weekend, trying to stay out or is trying to stay into this tournament, trying to knock out Brazil, which would be huge.
Yeah, and honestly, if Mexico does take this pick, it'll be very, very devastating for Brazil at this point. Since Mexico taking this pick they're on match point. They're on their own point, and they still have 2 more opportunities to pick a map to just take it to tiebreaker if needed.
Yeah, not the hottest start from Sharona. I think I saw 1 or 2 late 200s, but that's nothing that can be remedied with a couple hundred more notes. And little Jack section coming up, some streams with some LNs, and here we go into one of the more devastating portions of the map. And Necho took an early miss earlier on, about 200 notes in, so Mexico is going to have that slight bit of a lead. It's just that they're clawing it back really quickly.
Yeah, and as we've been seeing, normally Mexico having this accuracy deficit Dark Ditch as they're taking a break is very, very bad. But Mexico not having great accuracy compared to Brazil. They're about like 0.3, 0.4 accuracy below on every single one of their players, and as a result, this Brazil's team has had their lead become like 10k at this point, and already halfway through the map, that is very devastating. It is definitely comebackable if Brazil, 2 different players take on 2 misses. Mexico has a chance of coming back, but for now, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, no one really missing from one of those longer Jack sections. Iwate, as we transition to the LNs, is going to miss. That was a slider break on column 3, and lead for Brazil, 20,000. We get into this longer Jack section and finally back into hybrids. Transition was pretty smooth, but not for Marcinho as they miss. Not going to matter much. We're going to need about 3 or 4 more. Dark Chads are finally trading it out, so things are at a standstill for Brazil. They're at equilibrium in terms of misses, and keeping that 30,000 point lead as Necho misses is such a big thing because they have the ability to miss a couple of times here and there, and just having that accuracy of 99.7 from all 3 cast members is such a dominant performance. As you look at Mexico and you see 99.3s, 99.5s, Brazil really showing the difference between them when it comes to hybrid.
I also do think having Silly Fangirl in is so good for them. At the 990k, FC super, super needed for this map, honestly. I think Mexico definitely had a lot of misses, but I think if Silly Fangirl wasn't able to get that FC, it could have been pretty close for Brazil.
Yeah, I'd have to say, weirdly enough, it was probably good for Necho that they missed early on when the points didn't matter as much, because you got it out of the way. In my mind, if I were Necho, I'd be like, oh, I missed. I got my misses in this map. It's time to FC the rest of it. So, I mean, everyone on Brazil doing really well. Yet another about 30,000 point win for Brazil. When they win big. And so, with Mexico up to pick, again, like we said, only Rice 5 is left for them. They can't pick Hybrid 1. There's no way. Can they go into LN 1 or 3?
I personally don't think so. I think Rice 5 is probably their best bet. It is very short, so Brazil missing is very, very big. And Mexico, I think, is going to be consistent on this kind of Rice map. Also, I do want to point out we are back to tied. It is 4-4. It was 4-1 just a few 30 minutes ago. Don't forget. So I think Mexico definitely has to play something that they're very comfortable on in this Rice. I think if they go for something a bit more out there, it could be very bad and really will show their desperation to take the out.
Yeah, and it is basically their last choice. So I mean, you've got to go for Rice 5. There's really no other option, as I think it over once again in my head. It's true, Brazil has had problems with missing. So on a map like this, like you said, if they miss once, that is basically the end. If Mexico can three-way FC it, accuracy be damned. And so Mexico really going in for the kill here. Can they find this point and whatever Brazil has in store for their next pick?
Yeah, and a minute 30 is really what's probably going to be deciding Mexico's fate unless they are able to somehow take a breakpoint on the next map. But there's also a possibility if Mexico does take this, we can go to TV. Keep that in mind. There's only 1 point for each team. That is the difference between TV and not TV.
Exactly. Both teams able to not trade over breakpoints or trade breakpoints. We will get to see one of the first TBs of this round, and so Mexico and Brazil really fighting here. This is obviously such a crucial moment as you are 4-4. You are at your last pick. A couple substitutions to be made as we see Milwaukee and Silly Fangirl for Brazil. Who's going to be that third player? It's going to be Marcinho, so Nacho not going to see this map. For Mexico, it's going to be Dark Chaser, Wate, and Cerrone. Basically the same Rice Squad that we've been seeing, and the Rice Squad that we've been seeing not miss. So big moment for them.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see how Brazil has kind of realized their problem at this point and really has adapted quite well as a result. And I think if Brazil is able to take this point, it'll be so crucial for Brazil, and it'll really help them out in later games as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I mean, all 6 players ready. There's about less than a minute and a half, Sunapple, that separates us from seeing who's gonna get to that first match point. And it's such a crazy moment for Mexico. I don't think they really expected to be able to take this many points and to be in a position where they can really run away with this game. So as we get into this map, streams and bursts are the name of the game. Mexico gonna have to handle them well, and I know Brazil has the accuracy. Do they have the combo in this?
I believe in Brazil. I believe Brazil can, or not Brazil, I believe Mexico can take this, sorry. I want the TV to happen. I want to see Mexico do well, and I believe in them. We see the same thing as we have been seeing at the start of all these maps. Brazil having the lead, though it is honestly flickering.
Oh yeah, Marcinho didn't have the best start. I know they can really up their accuracy as time goes on, but there's not a lot of time, and Mexico has a 1,000 point lead. Things are basically Dark Chaz and Wate versus Milwaukee and Silly Fangirl, and right now they're winning that battle. It's Cerrone versus Marcinho, and Mexico is winning that battle too. We're halfway into this map, and it's about 1,000 points. It's not a lot, but there's not a lot of objects, to be fair.
Yeah, there really isn't. 1,000 points is so little. We need to see consistency from every single one of these players. As it stands now, a 6-way FC will be in favor of Mexico, but we still have a third of the map left. It may seem like a little because of how short it is, but that's when the difficulty really ramps up, and that is when Mexico really needs to hold strong.
Yeah, they can't afford any 200s at this point. We get into these little quad flams and final section of the map. They've upped their lead to about 2,000 points, and barring any drops in accuracy, it seems like they have just that slightest advantage. Last couple of patterns here.
Yeah, and all these little breaks is definitely getting into the heads of the Mexican players. They need to stand strong. We're getting up to this last section. 2K lead in terms of Mexico, and it's looking like Mexico is going to be the first to go to match point.
Sunapple, I mean, again, what a crazy performance. So we talked about it time and time again in the set where Mexico just kind of lacked that accuracy versus Brazil. But when push comes to shove and you get into that 6-way FC in the most crucial moment of the sets, really, they beat out Brazil in terms of accuracy, and by a considerable margin too. 991, 991, 987. Beating out Brazil by a couple thousand points on a map like this is absolutely insane. 3,000 points is nutty.
Yeah, honestly, I personally never... I wasn't actually expecting Mexico to win that. I thought Brazil was going to be able to do it just off of accuracy alone, but it wasn't enough. It is now time for Brazil's pick. Will they be able to go to tiebreaker, or will they move on to the next round of quarterfinals? Don't forget, this is only the first round of quarterfinals losers bracket. So either of these teams will be going out, and the next team, or whoever wins, will have to face another team on top of it.
Yeah, they have to face Japan, so that's a tough one for whoever goes into it, because Japan has so many scores to sift through and say, hey, we can do better on this, we're more consistent on this, etc. They'll have so much info for whoever goes on. And Brazil, final nail in the coffin, going for Rapuda, going for hybrids. Has worked for them twice before, and third time's the charm for them as they try to get to match point just like Mexico.
I'm honestly not sure. I think this is probably the toughest pick for Brazil in this whole match. I think anything else besides this pick is very, it's like kind of simple to choose. But this pick is interesting. We can pick Rapuda, but it is kind of simple, so it kind of leads into the favor of Mexico. We did see Mexico win that Klassiker Einheit score or map. And this is honestly pretty similar. It's not too difficult in terms of hybrid patterns and everything. Brazil could have gone the LNs and maybe gone for something a bit more risky, but maybe a bit more technical to help them out. But honestly, we will just have to see how this goes. Raputa is going to be the last map of the regular map pool. Brazil has to take this. They have no other choice but to take this, and they have to win TV.
For sure. And here's the thing, Sun Apple. I think Brazil on maps like these has shown that they are very, very dominant. Two 30,000 point victories on both Carry Me Away and Dragonlands. And that's really off of the back of Mexico not having that LN accuracy. The thing with Raputa is that so much of it is very flowy but dense LN sections, where you have these really short LNs to go with some of these longer LN anchors, and you'll find yourself taking a lot of late 200s. So I think that with this pick, Brazil has a decent edge over Mexico, especially when the LNs start to crop up, because I think you'll find a lot of drops in accuracy on the Mexican side when things really get dense in terms of LN. And then with Rice, I mean, it's really just up to Brazil to not miss, right?
Yeah, and I do want to say Netro is in this lobby. We do see Silly Fangirl and Lim Marcinho, the three all-stars in my opinion. If we're thinking of Brazilian teams, these are the all-stars in my opinion. And we do have to see them play super well. Netro has to stay consistent. This map isn't too long. It's only 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So it is definitely a necessity for Brazil to keep every single one of their FCs if possible.
Yeah, a couple of pretty light streams to go along with some of these really key tricks, and no crazy accuracy drops. You see at a snapshot, Brazil just has the slightest bit of lead, but it could be more. I mean, it's not comfortable at all. I was expecting it to be a little bit more, but Mexico is doing so well to keep up. And as we get into this Jack section, no one really dropping accuracy except for Awate. A lot of early 200s basically rushed that entire triplet section, and huge lead goes over to Brazil.
Yeah, though it is only 6k, it is so little. This single miss can definitely swing it over, especially in how bad it can get in terms of a hybrid map. If you miss an LN, it is over. But we will just have to continue seeing. We are halfway through this map. Brazil needs to win. Don't forget, we need to see Brazil keeping their combos, every single one, keeping their accuracy. And as I say that, Netro taking a break, and that is so bad. This lead is going to go in favor of Mexico as soon as possible.
Oh yeah, you already see it starting to climb over to Mexico now. Netro's doing their best to try to recover, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Finally gets up to combo cap, and it seems like Brazil has actually managed to hold on to the lead. Cerrone actually going to find a miss, so trading it out way later in the map, and back again does Brazil go over to an 8,000 point lead, a fourth of the map left. And I mean, it's looking tough for Mexico. Something's going to need to happen. A couple of misses are needed on the Brazilian side as we close things out.
This last section is definitely the hardest, though. We definitely need to see Brazil keeping their combo, keeping their cool. Le Marcinho and Silly Fangirl have to do what they have been doing for this past whole match. They need to keep their combo all the way till the end, keeping their accuracy as high as possible, and it's looking like that's happening so far.
Oh, it's going to be so tough. Last section, very, very abrasive jump stream, and Brazil sealing it 8,000 points. It was very, very close, but very much so off the back of Iwate, messing up and rushing, getting 21 greats, especially in that section with the triple LNs. And Cerrone, unfortunately, having not the greatest run with a couple of misses, a couple of 50s. Mexico finds themselves in a position where they're going to tiebreaker. Brazil eking things out. As a reminder, they were down 1-4 at one point. Things were looking grim, but they've managed to climb back from the depths and get us to Frostwalker.
Yeah, and here we are, Frostwalker, the last step of one of these teams' journeys in the Mania World Cup. Who will move on to the next round and who will stay? We will have to see. I feel like one of these teams should definitely take a timeout. It is time to calm your nerves. You're in TV. It is the most important time of just the round so far.
100%. I mean, you need to win this or you can't go on, right? So to them at this moment, this is the most important point of MWC in this tournament so far. So Brazil gonna have to go to the drawing board, think about who they want to field. It seems like Mexico already has their choice in Dark Chazzer, Wate, and Cerrone. So who is going to fill that third slot for Brazil? Are we going to see Silly Fangirl in here? Are we going to see someone else? I don't know if they want to go for Miwiki. I don't know how they... It feels like they don't do too well on Elens or hybrids. Do they want to go for... I mean, it feels like Silly Fangirl kind of has to be the only option, right?
That's what I'm thinking as well, Diner. I feel like if you don't put in Silly Fangirl here, it can be a very huge problem. We did see this squad of Lemarcino, Netro, and Silly Fangirl playing super well in those past few maps, and I think they have to be in here for Frostwalker. They need the accuracy from Netro, they need the combo from Silly Fangirl, and they need both from Lemarcino. And Mexico has to keep their roster that they have, and they have to try to keep consistent as possible. It is very important for them to have as big of a combo as possible. This map is super long, so having a combo for longer and longer and longer is actually very big.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is very much a test of every skill set possible. And if you look at it, Brazil has been doing really well on hybrids. You really think about it, tiebreakers are usually just one big hybrid. So it feels like Brazil just has that upper hand to start off with. But we've seen time and time again, Mexico just prevail. Having that determination, having that consistency has been such a big boon to them, and the reason why they got to this point. So, I mean, these three players, the entire world on their shoulders for Dark Chaser, Wate, Cironi. And, I mean, you talked about it before, Sun Apple, Marcinho, Netro, Silly Fangirl. You think of esteemed Brazilian players to play this game, and these three are very much so names that crop up in everyone's minds. So, really, that veterancy is showing for Brazil. Can these veterans take on these Mexican players and really run away with things like they have been on the other hybrid maps, or just in Brazil's wins in general?
Yeah, and I do want to say that I don't think many people expected this match to go to TV. I think probably less than like 10 people thought this match was going to go to TV, but it is time. Tiebreaker. Ho Frostwalker, one of the Osu originals from Patch World Cup, I believe, and it is time to see who will win between Brazil and Mexico, and who will move on to fight Japan in the next day, tomorrow.
Yeah, for those conditionals, and this is the first tiebreaker that we've seen. Iwate missing on some of these streams. Unfortunate for them, but big lead over to Brazil. We saw a very dirty drop from them, about 2 or 3, as well as some bad judgments to go with it, but it seems like that only leads to about 3,000 points. That's when Cironi trading out a couple drops as well. So as Cironi misses yet again, Brazil are going to extend their lead by just a little bit. Iwate also cannot find their footing, so Dark Chaz are the only FC left for Mexico. Seems like they have an uphill battle for the rest of these 6 minutes.
Yeah, and really starting off on a bad foot is not what you want to see. Netro is doing the same, taking quite a few misses, though it is not as bad since it is only one player on Brazil's side. 2 players on Brazil have had their FC. We see another miss from Cironi, and then not too great. These misses are not getting traded out at all right now for Mexico. It can be still traded out later on, but is that really going to happen when you have such good players as Lemarcino and Silly Fangirl?
Exactly, and the main thing here is, as this map goes on, obviously stamina will become an issue, and especially for Mexico, like we said, Brazil kind of has that advantage when it comes to peak physicality, and it's really showing here as Iwate and Cironi are pretty much struggling on this map, especially when things get abrasive. A lot of these faster streams they cannot keep up with, and the main important point is that yes, Netro is missing, but their accuracy is just stellar.
Yeah, their accuracy, even with for how many misses they have gotten, is still so insane. Iwate and Cironi have both taken misses, and they aren't even anywhere near close to how high Netro's accuracy is, even with all the misses that they have taken. The lead is now 8k, a fourth the way through the map. There's still 3/4 done, or to go, and we haven't seen accuracies kind of dropping from Brazil. Silly Fangirl going from the 99.5 to 99.8 or 9.3 now, and Lemarcino taking a break is not what you want to see, but it is traded out right now by Iwate.
Yeah, so only 2 FCs left in the map. A bit of a slower section. Silly Fangirl and Dark Chaser doing everything they can for their team. Honestly, Dark Chaser is doing their best to keep things absolutely competitive. Highest score in the lobby, highest accuracy, inside jacks, catching out no one. And Iwate getting back up to combo as things start to speed up a little bit. Netro failing on those jacks. Things starting to look up for Mexico now.
It is still quite a small lead. 6k is a lot in a tiebreaker, but it is still enough to be able to come back from. Mexico still has the chance if all their players are able to stay consistent as they have been, and Netro continually drops. But we really need to see the consistency. Lamarcino taking a drop is a good step in the right direction for Mexico. The lead is now only 4k, just slowly growing down.
Yeah, and I think for Marcinho, the main thing is they are dropping, but they're keeping their drops really, really clean. Still at a 99.55 despite 2 drops on their side. And we get into a longer jack section and to see how things are handled for everyone on this map. And it seems like it's just fine. A couple LNs here and there, a couple stream transitions. And I mean, no one's dropped on Mexico for quite a while. They've managed to take that lead of Brazil from about 8,000 points, cut it in half to 3,000, but Iwate actually dropping out as well, so yet another for them. And Dark Chaser, actually the last FC remaining for Mexico, falls down as well, so Silly Fangirl the only one with an FC, and Brazil yet again finding their way into this map with some more of an advantage, about 7,000 points, basically back to how it was about a third of the way in. Yet another break section here, and I mean, as we collect things and we kind of see how things are going, I mean, I don't know, Sunapple, do you think Mexico can bring it back?
I think so. I think it is possible. We did see the lead shrink from 7,000 to 4,000 just in that last section, and it was a shorter section, I feel, than this last quarter. It is definitely a possibility. Lamarcino and Cerrone both trade, so that's all equal. Really, I feel like the difference in this is all from the intro. And Silly Fangirl, the last FC has now dropped. The lead is now only around 5k.
Yeah, that inverse jumps here getting Silly Fangirl, and I think they've been leaking out a lot of 200s as well. Cerrone is gonna drop, but I mean, as we get into the speedier LN section, it's going to be really tough for Mexico to keep up. I've said time and time again, they really struggle when it comes to LN accuracy, but it seems like they're holding their own just fine. Iwate is comboing things, but is at a 99.27 accuracy, and even though Silly Fangirl did have that miss earlier, it seems like Brazil's is holding on to about a 5,000 point lead. We're going to need a lot more misses in this last section in order for Mexico to take it.
Yeah, and Netro has been having such a good performance in this last quarter. They have been honestly having such a high combo, such high accuracy. It's been helping them out so much. Iwate taking a break is not what you want to see if you are a Mexican team. And Brazil just having this lead constantly. Darkichizer taking a miss, 2 misses in a row that have been uncontested from Brazil. Brazil's lead is now 10k. Cerrone, another one, all a full reset for Mexico right now, and this lead is only increasing for Brazil. I think there's so little map left. I think they may be having a high possibility of taking it unless a huge disaster happens in this last half. Darkichizer taking another break is not what you want to see, though.
It really feels like the stamina has gone to them, and last section for everyone, it feels like the light is fading on this gem of a match. Netro and Silly Fangirl missing, Darkichizer finally trading it out. 15,000 points. Marcinho has been comboing for such a long time, and at the end of the day, as Netro misses, Brazil seems like they are going to take it against Mexico in an absolute banger of a match. Silly Fangirl is gonna drop, but it does not matter. Brazil, in such a close match overall, absolutely beating out Mexico in this last map, in this tiebreaker. 6,000 points of a difference. It wasn't much. It got really, really scary in those last 200 notes, but I mean, surviving yet another day for them.
I really do wonder how close this map would have been if those first few misses from Iwate and Cerrone did not happen. This would have been so
100%.
close. I think it would have been like 2-3k difference right now.
And I mean, Mexico just doing their best. The determination, the consistency. They've been so good at some of these skill sets and really showing what a monster of a lower seed they are. Still managing to put up yet a crazy fight against C12 Brazil. So Brazil gonna get by for this one, but they have yet another large challenge coming up with Japan. And that's gonna be later on. I think this was the last match for the Saturday block. Yes, it was. So we hope you guys enjoyed this one. We have a lot more for Sunday. Starting off at 2 UTC, we're going to see Philippines versus Chile. That one's going to be another crazy one. And then yet a lot more bangers. But Sun Apple, you know what sounds a lot like banger? Banners.
What?
Yeah.
I think they rhyme.
So if you want to tell everyone out watching what banners can do for you.
Yeah, of course. With a banner, you can obviously purchase them. I think they're about like $5 at this point. They basically just kind of show up on your profile. You can buy as many as you want. You can buy all 32 of the teams, and they'll all show up. It'll look really, really funny on your profile because you'll just have like a bunch of things on your thing. And I like to see them. I think whenever I see somebody with a banner, it is really cool. But you can go support your favorite teams with them, since I believe the prizes are, honestly, I think they're helped funded by the banners.
Yeah, and so for less than the price of Osu supporter, only $2.50 USD, you too can show your support to not only your favorite team, but to your multiple favorite teams. Me personally, I have both US and Thailand on my profile, and I can't wait to see what they do in this tournament. And you guys need to hurry up and get your banners now, because this is one of the last weekends where you were able to purchase banners. As we see more and more teams fall out of this tournament, you can still purchase banners for teams that have also gotten out still. So again, just make sure you get your banners today, as time is very limited. But with all that being said, we hope you guys enjoyed this Saturday block. Can't wait to see you guys for the Sunday one, as yet again we delve deeper into the winners bracket and also some of these losers bracket conditionals. Hope you guys enjoyed this match, and we'll catch you guys in the next one.
Bye. Thank you for coming.
Alright, hello everybody and welcome to some more Osumania 4 Keep World Cup 2024 action. We're back in the quarterfinals. This time the losers bracket. It will be our 16 seed Canada versus the number 27 seed Argentina, making it to this elimination round. Loser will go home. Winner will continue in the quarterfinals losers bracket side. I will be one of your commentators, Toph Daddy, and I'm joined here by Sun Apple. How's it going?
Hello, hello, hello. I'm so excited to be here. It has been a bit since I have been back, and I feel like this is definitely going to be a bit of an interesting match. We didn't see too much from Canada last round, and I'm definitely interested to see how well they really ramp up this round, since I feel like this team really gets better and better as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Their late game is definitely a lot better than their early game. You can even see that on some of the qualifier scores that they had, where the early game rise did not fare so well, but their end game rise very much did. And Argentina, one of the lower seeds, making it through to the quarterfinals. So an interesting matchup here. I'm really interested to see how Argentina does.
Yeah, I definitely am as well. They did look kind of shaky, very, very different from Canada in qualifiers, where they kind of struggled a lot more on that later game rise. So I think we're getting closer to that area, but not just there yet. So maybe they'll be able to, I guess, get closer scores to Canada. Though I will say they'll probably be favoring these lower half of the pool with the LNs, maybe some SVs if they're confident in them, or like a hybrid or two.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I mentioned Canada being very good at on the right side of things. They're just a pretty well-rounded team in general. I think we saw, we actually see a Protect coming around for Hybrid 1 from Canada, and then I believe Argentina actually protected SV2, which is interesting because their qualifier performance on the SVs was not as strong as Canada, so they must feel pretty confident if they're going out of their way to protect it.
Yeah, also, I mean, maybe they've just been like really practicing this SV2 just because they need to get this kind of, I guess, off meta pick that they really aren't Canada probably isn't really thinking about that much. Also, Canada surprisingly banning Rice 1, which is kind of interesting. Maybe just doesn't want something too simple with this kind of core jack map.
Yeah, well, that's
or
the stream
not core
map.
jack
That's
map.
the
Yeah, that's the
stream
stream.
map.
I'm sorry.
But still, I mean, it's been pretty common for the Rice ones to get banned. I would have expected Canada to kind of stick around the Rice selections, you know, as their picks overall. Argentina doing a little bit stronger when it comes to the long note and hybrid side of things in previous rounds. So I would have been interested to see a potential like LN3 or LN1 ban there, but it's going to stick with Rice 1. Now we're just waiting for Argentina to ban something out. I would imagine Rice 2 maybe comes out as a ban here. I could see that, or I could see any of the 3 tactics really going away. I don't see Rice 3 getting banned.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I would say probably in terms of picks, maybe Rice. I personally would say probably one of the tech picks is more obvious, mostly like Rice 4, Rice 5, and we do see Rice 5 actually. A shorter map, so I guess maybe just doesn't want to have that misses. Like, kind of be a
big thing. I mean, it's a minute and a half. One mistake is going to cause a lot of difference, and it's just a right. I mean, getting rid of any of these Rice maps probably would have been a strong bet for Argentina just to keep it around, and they will get their first pick as well. Ooh, it looks like Rice 5 wasn't what they wanted to ban.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know what... Oh, LN5? That's also interesting.
LN3,
hey.
Okay. LN3 is... Wait, this is even weirder.
Yeah, that's so weird. I feel like these are like kind of opposite. I would suspect Canada to ban LN and Argentina to ban Rice, but instead we see the other way around.
Alright, and we're actually seeing, the LN3 ban come out from Argentina and picking Rice 5 there. So going with the short pick against a potentially stronger Rice team in Canada, but it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I also do want to point out Canada's Hybrid 1 Protect is very interesting in my opinion, because I don't particularly see those too often, and I guess Canada is super confident in that really Hybrid 1 pick.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a position where maybe they just know something that we don't, because obviously they're going to have their scores in their back pocket, but it is definitely an interesting decision, given that I don't think Argentina was really in a position to ban any of the hybrids.
Yeah, that is definitely true, but I guess we're here now, we're into Rice 5, we figured out all the stuff that was happening, and I think these will probably be our lineups for both of them. Maybe... Yeah, I think some people I believe May should be coming in for Canada, but I'm not too sure.
That's what I would have guessed, and we're actually seeing a few swap outs now. Gire Sunny staying in, Ellis Nemesis, and Sawdust Inhaler coming in for Canada, and then Girl, Nubbo, and Hakitsu being the team for Argentina, so a couple of swap outs from what we saw. But Maya still not coming in, so maybe just... Actually, that is interesting, Maya not coming in for a Rice pick.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't suspect it. Maybe they're kind of having trouble with consistency on this map. As you said earlier, one miss really, I guess it really tanks your score by like 10-20k honestly on this map.
Yeah, there comes a certain point where accuracy is not going to be as important on a map like this, and if you have players who are maybe not as strong accuracy-wise, but can consistently keep combos on it, that might be more, beneficial to overall team score than just having good accuracy, especially if you miss once or twice.
Yeah, and no swap outs so far. I guess these is going to be the lineup for both teams, and a good luck, have fun went out, so I think it's going to be now. Really excited to see this first map from Canada versus Argentina right now, and here we go.
We have to see Nubbo going with the hidden, so taking that the visual mod there, and Mirror coming out for Nemesis, so maybe a little discomfort in to be seen from Nemesis, but still being put in over Maya there, and so there has to be some level of confidence coming in, but that is an early miss from Nemesis there right out of the gate. Going to give Argentina a very slight lead at the start here.
Yeah, although they did miss at the literal first 4 notes, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal. Definitely would prefer to miss early on rather than later, but we see another one, and that's really going to give that lead over to Argentina by a lot. They're just kind of running with this lead right now. And this is very short. We're already a fourth of the way through.
Yeah, we are a third of the way through. The no count of this is not very high. 15,000 points can swing over very quickly. Both of Alice Nemesis and Misses were before 400 combo even hit from any of the players. So there is still a little bit of hope if Argentina does see a few misses, though the accuracy on the Argentinian side also very strong, having a very slight lead, largely due to those 2 early misses from Nemesis.
Yeah, and really these 2 misses have just been such a big deal. I believe, though actually, I think even if they didn't have those 2 misses, Argentina, just with their act, as you were saying, is still going to have this lead. Though we can still see a miss in this later section from Argentina that can swing the lead over, since, I mean, 10k isn't really that much, or 20k isn't really that much, but we're coming up to the end of the map and it's really not looking that well. And with Nemesis taking 2 more misses, I think this is going to be sealed.
It is. It's going to be 5 full combos across the board. Just a few misses from Nemesis there, but a very good team score from Argentina there. A V1 double S from Hakitsu as well.
Yeah, very impressive scores. Hakitsu really doing well. Same thing with Sawdust Inhaler. 2 200s, though, having the best ratio in the lobby by far. And now it is time for Canada's pick. We were a bit surprised to see Rice 5 being chosen from Argentina, but it really worked out well for them. Maybe Canada is actually on the back foot with these Rice maps. And if so, maybe they'll be actually going for these LN and hybrids. And we actually will be seeing Hybrid 3 right now, Dragonlands coming out.
Yeah, this is another pretty risky one. This one is on the longer side of things. I think it's just about 3 minutes long. So there's a lot more material just in general for the map, but it is also extremely easy to choke on so many of these patterns. Super burst heavy and has just those long notes interwoven between the bursts. I mean, it's a very direct sequel almost to Hybrid 3 from the Round of 16, which had a very similar structure with the bursts and the long notes kind of just interrupting the streams.
Yeah, that is definitely true, and I feel like kind of that more awkward sections of this map really will be able to help Canada to take this point more easily. Since I think Argentina kind of struggles a bit more in kind of these technical patterns of the LNs, possibly. So Canada, if they are able to kind of get more FCs than Argentina, then it can definitely give them quite a bit of advantage and kind of help that momentum off from that first map.
Definitely it could. I am interested to see how well these players kind of work with the map, though. There is, like we've been mentioning, I mean, it's so easy to choke. It could just come down to who's able to combo through these patterns better. And we did see Argentina able to hold on stronger with the speedy tech map from Rice 5, though we do see a different team coming out. We see Verdun coming in for Canada. So the player that was missing swaps out for this Hybrid 3 pick. Argentina, though, stays the same. So they've got a strong 3-person core here staying in.
Yeah, maybe they really are just confident in these players to be able to play kind of everything, though. We will have to see if they ever play LN. This map could also, maybe their LN players are kind of struggling a bit more on the technicality of the Rice in this map, which is definitely a possibility since I feel like that happens with a lot of LN players. But we are seeing a MP start going out, and we will be starting our second map right now, Dragonlands by Sakura Burst.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to have a little bit of a calmer intro, so going to have an opportunity for the players to build up a little bit of combo. I think it might actually get to above 400 combo before a lot of the big material of this chart starts, so should be pretty safe from the misses in this easier sections, and everyone should be able to get up to that combo bonus before we start getting into some of the more difficult material here.
Yeah, these players are definitely going to have to really focus up once we get sets easy section, because everything really matters a lot. And also we do see Nubo again with the hidden, most likely just kind of feels better playing with it.
Yeah, likely just a comfort thing. So keeping the hit in there, all 6 players making it through that intro with now 700 combo above the combo bonus, and now the accuracies are going to start taking a few hits, but looks like Canada able to hold on very strong with the accuracy, but just barely ahead of Argentina for the time being.
Yeah, Argentina all around has really good accuracy. Hakitsu, once again, probably topping the leaderboard right now, though Canada's just having their lower tier players being slightly better. It's really just a matter of precision for all these players. Who's getting less 200s and I guess ratio a bit, not as much though.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see a couple of accuracy drops come from Canada, but all 3 players have a matchup against Argentina that they are winning. We see Nobu and Girl a little bit behind Verdun and Sawdust and Taylor and Sunny. Actually, now more than keeping up with Hakitsu, finds a break, and that lead is now boosting heavily in favor of Canada.
Yeah, it's 8k right now and growing as Hakitsu gets to that 400 combo cap. They are getting there right now, so it'll kind of stop just a bit, but really if Canada just continues to stay consistent as they have in Argentina, slowly but surely lowering their accuracy, I think we'll actually see this grow to the point where Canada may be able to take 1 or 2 misses, and we are in this last third right now.
Yeah, another small break here. Hakitsu well above the 400 combo, so stopping the boosting of the score in favor of Canada. Still only about 9,000, but in the break, Hakitsu finds another break. And Canada's going to extend that lead, and now they are definitely in a position, Canada, that is to potentially break a couple of times and still hold on to a lead.
Yeah, Canada has just really this helpful backup that they can have just because of these misses from Hakitsu. And also something to note is that Hakitsu broke after getting 400 combo. And Nubo taking another one, although it is traded by Sawdust Enjoyer. I don't think it'll matter though, since Argentina has had so many misses. And this 11k lead, Girl also missing. I think this should be good unless like a meltdown happens from Canada. I believe they should be able to take this point only with 2 FCs. Actually, 1. I cursed it. Verdun being the only one.
Yeah, holds on to that full combo. Exact nice score difference, 22,222. Love to see that. But Canada doing a great job with the 1 FC on the board. And Verdun with that FC is going to take the MVP of the lobby. But all 3 players on Canada actually beating out all 3 players on Argentina. So the accuracy and the combos coming in clutch for them there.
Yeah, I do wonder what Hakitsu's score would be without those 2 misses, since they had really, really good accuracy. Just really those 2 misses causing a big problem. And I feel like that second miss especially was kind of maybe nerve space, since it really was not really that too confusing in my opinion. So there could be some nerves coming out from this Argentina team, though that wasn't their pick, and it is only the second pick of the maps. So we'll have to see later on, and it is Argentina's pick. Maybe they'll be going for Rice again, something that they're more comfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, they took the point on Rice 5, and there's nothing really similar anymore to those 2 maps, Rice 5 and Rice 1 with the speed focus, but I could definitely see them going for something like Rice 6 could definitely be, within their wheelhouse and kind of moving in the right direction as far as like traversing this Rice pool and feeling more comfortable with the pool.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I kind of feel like going for more simpler picks is probably not the pick. But they're actually going to be going SV2. They're Protect, so really taking it out right now. Definitely is very confident, I would assume, judging that they're picking it as their second pick right now.
Yeah, I mean, protecting it, picking it now as their second, going into the SV means they've definitely put into practice, but Canada is not a bad SV team as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them having put in the practice for both of these SV picks, since they kept them open. They felt better banning out Rice 1 than they did banning out either of the 2 SVs.
That is definitely true, and I'm kind of interested. I feel like this is probably going to be a very, very close SV match. Considering that Argentina, as you said, they didn't do too well in qualifiers, but if they're opting to protect it, they have to be doing really, really well on it, really, really focused on it this week. So, and I know Canada, as you did also say, another good SV team, so they have definitely been practicing this. I know Sunny is very good, and I know the rest of the team is very good at this SVs. So maybe they haven't been practicing this as much, since they've also been focusing on SV1, but Argentina has mostly been focusing on this one. But we'll have to see as we get into the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's also something important to say about these SV picks in general is that, like, these are not the SV pools are a lot harder than they were last year, and you're seeing this potential like dichotomy of these two SV picks, where this one's supposed to be more of a memorization pick, and SV one's supposed to be more of a reading pick. Usually would be easier to learn, but SV1 is very hard to pick up as well because of some of the awkward patterns. So I'd be surprised. I'm not necessarily surprised to see the comfort coming out for SV2 from Argentina there, but very important to note that this is going to take a lot of practice to handle, and we're already seeing a few accuracy drops. Nubbo a little bit below the rest of the lobby here, and that gives a slight lead over to Canada to start.
Yeah, though we have really only started the map, so there's still a lot of time for Canada to take quite a few mess ups. And it is only a 5k lead. That is basically nothing. One miss or a few 200s really can swing that lead over as we get in. And with all these kind of, I guess, like slow downs, it can definitely trip you up even if you haven't practicing, if you just forget. And we already see Burden getting a 100, and that's making this lead so small, and it's honestly flickering right now.
Yeah, this lead is very, very small. Looks like Ure Sunny actually dropping a little bit of accuracy as well. Dro and Girl holding up the fort for Argentina with that high accuracy, right around the same as Sawdust and Taylor. But it's just a slight accuracy difference now between Nubbo and Verdun that is giving that lead. But that's another 100 from Verdun. This lead is staying very, very small. Singular mistakes are enough to swap the lead over with how small this no count is. And Sawdust and Taylor will be the first one to find a break there and give the lead straight over to Argentina going into the slow section.
Yeah, that's really what Argentina was needing. And Sunny right there on that section really struggling to get really good accuracy, and that has increased the lead by so much. Nubo kind of actually doing better than Sunny with that break as well. And 2 misses from Canada is really, really bad. Argentina, 28, almost 30k lead at this point, has the opportunity to take a few misses if they wanted to. And every player on Canada has now broken with that miss from Verdun. So Argentina looking really, really strong on this map right now.
Yeah, not to mention that, Canada was holding strong with the accuracy for a while there, but now all 3 of their players below 99% after those breaks, and we still have Dro and Girl holding on to the 99% accuracies.
Yeah, and our client is struggling a bit, but we can really see how great Argentina is in this later half. Maybe they have been really focusing on the entire map, where Canada maybe has only practiced the intro, but as we get closer and closer to the end, 1/4 the map left, this lead has just been increasing. I'm not sure whether this is actually the lead right now, since we had that little mess up at the earlier section, but it's definitely probably in favor of Argentina considering the misses that Canada has had, and Argentina being a 3-way full combo right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can call the whatever happened to ERA Sunny, a little bit of a damper there, but Argentina was so strongly in the lead, and they're still holding on to all of those combos, and we've seen a few more mistakes coming from the Canadian side as well. I don't think it would have mattered one way or another.
Oh yeah, definitely. And right now we're getting up to the end. Argentina is still with this 3-way full combo. Girl with this 99.8 or 99.78. So insane. Almost at 99.8. Could possibly get it if they continue to have just such good accuracy.
Yeah, just very impressive scores all around from Argentina. It makes sense why they protected this pick here, I suppose.
Yeah, they really knew something that we didn't,
Whoa.
considering that.
1-200? I didn't know that was possible on this map.
Yeah, they really should have gotten that 99.8 without that 1-200. Oh, and it looks like Sunny alt-tabbed on accident, so that's what happened.
Oops.
It really wouldn't have mattered.
On the bright side for Sunny, it wasn't the biggest deal that happened, but still unfortunate. Better to happen on a map that they were losing, I think, anyways, than on something that would have gone their way, like on one of their own picks.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Every player on Argentina had a better score than every player on Canada, so no matter what happened, it was going to be fine. But now it is time for Canada's pick. Judging off of how well they did on a Hybrid 3, maybe they'll do the same as Argentina and pick their Protect with Hybrid 1. But actually,
LN2.
Yeah.
I mean, LN3 was banned by Argentina, so it makes sense to kind of go in this direction. It seems Canada is really taking the LN Hybrid path to heart, trying to keep this up, and this is definitely the most comfortable LN pick in the pool. Between the LNs and the hybrids, I think this is going to be the most approachable for everyone, even though the patterning in this map is quite difficult.
Yeah, definitely quite difficult considering just how dense it really is. It is two 6 BPM kind of LN streams, hybrid or density patterns. So definitely not the easiest to pick up, especially I guess if you're not too accustomed though. I feel like all these players on these teams are very comfortable with this kind of pattern of LN and probably this BPM. Though we'll really be able to see how well these players will be able to play it accurately, honestly.
Yeah, when picking this map, you gotta kind of think about it pretty deeply, because even if you're like most comfortable on this long note pick as far as like long notes and hybrids go, I think it's fair to say that the other team will also be more comfortable on this. And I know Argentina has some quite good scores as far as the long note pools and the qualifiers and like the previous rounds have been. So it's an interesting choice to kind of take this right out of the gate as far as like going into the long note pool and making sure that they're sticking with their guns. But I almost feel like LN1 could have been a potentially better pick, especially coming out of that LN3 ban from Argentina.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I also do want to say this map is quite short at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. And especially on LNs, if you mess up once, it's pretty easy to kind of have a chain reaction where you mess up a lot. Though as we start off this little intro section, Canada having a kind of big lead, I would say at 6K.
Yeah, 6K and all three players' accuracies trumping out the 3 accuracies from Argentina. So far, looking like Canada is very comfortable getting good accuracy on this density, but even with how dense it is right now, we still are waiting for the super dense parts later on, especially with some of those really difficult patterns with the dense kind of LN jump stream around singular LNs like that. Those are really the patterns that I think are going to be difficult to be consistent on, but Canada's still holding on to the accuracy, though it is a 6-way full combo right now.
Yeah, I will say the biggest difference right now between the two teams is Nubo, and as I say that, they take a break, but they had not the greatest accuracy, especially compared to all the Canadian players, around that 99%, and now they're right below it. So Canada really being able to have this really big lead because of that. And we're already halfway through the map. 30k is a significant amount. Canada has the opportunity, if they want to, they can take a miss or two and they'll still be fine.
Yeah, and where that lead off of that miss really skyrocketed. Novo's accuracy did not really falter too much with that miss, but the miss and the overall accuracy advantage for Canada really giving them this lead, and now they can probably afford 1 or 2 drops and still maintain a pretty strong lead. So they've got room as we're getting into the final few patterns, especially now that we're out of the main guy. The patterns start to calm down a little bit, and I think Canada should coach their way to another point here.
Yeah, they'll definitely be fine. 50k almost, and it probably will get to 50k by the end of this map. But I think Canada should have this pick and will most likely be thinking about their next one. And Korea taking that break definitely seals the deal if it wasn't already. It is now 2-2 tied up once again. Time for Argentina to pick, and maybe they'll go for a rice map.
I mean, given how well SV2 went, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just go straight into SV1, especially if they put practice into it.
That is definitely true. Also, I do want to point out Verdun's score, almost the 990, just barely like a few 200s away.
Yeah, Verdun and Sawdust Inhaler both just below that 990k range.
And now it is time for the moment of truth. What will Argentina pick? They have honestly quite a few options, I feel. Canada, I don't think it's easy for them to really predict what they're going to play at this point. So maybe we'll see something out of the box, though. Maybe they'll pick like Hybrid 2 for whatever reason, though. I think that's like impossible.
Yeah, I think at this point Argentina kind of just needs to stay away from hybrids and long notes. I think it's either going to be that SV1 or they're going to go back into some tech. And out of the Rice picks available, I think probably either Rice 6 or Rice 3 would be my go-tos, though Rice 3 is super, super risky.
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially, and we do actually see Rice 3. Here is the core jack map. I feel like especially if they have Maya on Canada, they'll be kind of set to be able to play this, though we didn't see them in the first Rice map, so I wonder if they are here, honestly.
We'll have to see. We see 2 swap outs actually coming from Argentina. Hakitsu does come in. We saw them for the right, getting that double S on the rice pick early on. Nemesis comes in for Canada. We're just waiting for a player to fill in that spot for Argentina, and maybe if Maya is here, waiting for them to show up. But we're not seeing any more swap outs from Canada as of now. And Dro does come in to fill in that last slot for Argentina.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure what's going to happen since I think at this point, if Maya hasn't come into the lobby, they probably aren't online and able to play. So maybe Canada playing a bit like nerf just because they don't have really their star rice player.
Definitely possible. We're not really seeing any other swap outs right now, so we'll just have to wait for everyone to ready up and get into maybe the most approachable map of this whole map pool. I mean, we're going from LN to a very straightforward kind of LN accuracy battle into the purest rice accuracy you can get. So kind of a nice little dichotomy going back and forth there.
Yep, and here we go. We see another mirror from Nemesis. I believe they did the same thing on Rice 5, so maybe they just play everything on mirrored.
It's definitely possible. It could be. I've seen strategies where players will practice maps on just Noma, their regular version of the map, for the entire week, and then they'll go into the match and swap mirror on to get rid of any like mind blocks that come from muscle memory, and just so they'll still know how the map kind of goes, but their muscle memory won't have to like be tested too much, and any unknown mind blocks kind of go away. But we do actually see a very early drop there from Nemesis.
Yeah, and that really isn't a good sign. The same thing happened on Rice 5. So if Argentina does the same thing where they all FC, it really won't be too great since that early drop will matter quite a lot. Though we will have to see. I believe Argentina looking quite strong. Nubo kind of struggling a bit more in terms of accuracy compared to any of the Canadian players.
Yeah, a little bit behind there. Nemesis climbing up in accuracy after that drop, so looking for it, but just after 400 combo, Nemesis finds another combo break, and that is only going to increase the lead for Argentina. And that accuracy didn't really suffer too much. I could definitely see Nemesis keeping up with Nubo for sure here. And Canada might have actually had a lead, but those misses being crippling right now.
Yeah, and considering how Korjak is in terms of like how accurately you have to play, it's really big, these misses. Though we do see a miss from Dro, although those first 2 misses from Nemesis really keeping Argentina in this. We will have to see a miss or 2, or quite a few actually drops from Canada for this lead to switch over, though 5k is very, very small.
Yeah, and Dro back up to the 400, but Novo is going to find a drop, and that drop is definitely going to be enough to give Canada the lead here. With a slight accuracy lead now in favor of Canada. 2 really high full combos, and Dro finding another break, finding a little bit of stamina issues. Potentially that's 2 breaks, and everyone from Canada holding on super, super strong right now. Nemesis making a huge comeback with that accuracy now above 2 players on Argentina.
Yeah, and Argentina just keeps on missing and missing. Really, the stamina has become an issue for these players. We do get a break right now, though it is at the end of the map, basically. So 18k has to be made up in this last section. Canada is going to have to do a lot to be able to lose this lead if they really wanted to. But I think it's going to be a breakpoint for the first time in favor of Canada right here, right now on Rice 3. We did say Rice 3 was pretty risky considering Argentina and how they are, and I guess this is why we saw so many breaks at the end.
Yeah, really good performance all around. We just 1/100 from Hakitsu does stop them, and that's actually, this is the most Korjak score I've ever seen in my life. Nemesis with 68 300s and 1/102 misses. Dro with the V1 double S outside of 4 misses. Hakitsu with a 1/100 full combo. That is the most Korjak score I've ever seen.
It's either you double S or you missed. And there's no in between.
Did we have any 200s in that lobby? I don't think we did.
It was, if we did, it was definitely like less than 10. I think there were probably more misses than 200s.
Oh, absolutely there were. Hold on, let me check really quick. There were 3 200s.
That's so great. I love Gorchak.
There were just about as many 100s as 200s. That's very funny. But we do see the Protect from Canada coming out looking to establish a lead now after that breakpoint.
Yeah, and definitely this is probably a good pick for Canada right now, considering that they have this momentum from winning the last 2 picks. If they are able to take this one, Argentina probably isn't going to be feeling too great, honestly, considering that they have lost 3 in a row, even though it really isn't that big of a deal since they could possibly take a breakpoint later on. But it definitely doesn't feel good when you're in person playing.
For sure, and it looks like Argentina does want to take a timeout there. I believe they are allowed to, so we'll be getting a little bit of an extra period of time after this. Give Argentina a little bit of time to just kind of recenter themselves after losing that breakpoint.
Yeah, and considering how we saw Canada on Rice 3, or not Rice 3, Hybrid 3, this is definitely probably going to be in favor. I feel like those two are pretty similar. They're not like super similar, but I feel like they kind of have like a similar difficulty in terms of like LNs and Rice and stuff.
Yeah, this hybrid definitely more on the right side of things. It's also very straightforward. It's a lot more straightforward than the other 2 hybrid picks in this pool. A lot more focused on the jump stream and just keeping up with the speed changes, especially towards the end. And the LNs aren't super invasive for the most part, so it's just going to be about keeping up with the consistency on something like this.
Yeah, and we have been seeing quite a few drops from Argentina, honestly, in a lot of these maps. Everything I think SV2, Argentina has taken at least 1 or 2 misses on, and I believe Canada did struggle on Dragonland, though I guess everybody did. But even with that, they were still able to get like better accuracy and better like miscount compared to Argentina and that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll be getting the timer for the timeout here, so giving them a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, I really wonder what Argentina is asking for the timeout for. Possibly just like to calm themselves down, especially after that last map. They seemed like they were kind of struggling with the either nerves or just the stamina, especially at the end, where we really saw all those misses coming out.
Yeah, we could definitely potentially be seeing Argentina try and build up get some of that stamina back, give them a little bit of rest to, make sure that they're at 100% going into this map and looking to take a breakpoint right back and even things out.
And I really wonder what Argentina is going to pick after this pick from Canada, possibly going back to the Rise. Maybe they'll do what we were thinking and going either SV1 or one of the more technical Rise with Rise 4 and Rise 6, I believe, which are still open. I think Canada probably has a much more simpler path to victory, which is focus on LN and Hybrid. They still have LN1 and Hybrid 2 open after this, and if by that point they will still have to take at least another breakpoint or like something to be able to win, but I think it'll be easier.
We see this timeout actually making people a little nervous. Eerie Sunny actually potentially this break giving them a little bit too much time to think, giving themselves some nerves here before it starts. But the timeout does end, and we're finally getting into the 6th pick here. It's going to be Hybrid 1. Canada looking to establish a lead on their own pick. Argentina trying to crawl their way back to even with a breakpoint if they can.
I believe in the breakpoint. I believe in the tiebreaker, which is possible between these two teams. Maybe Canada not maybe they're overestimating their ability on this, and Argentina is actually really good on these kinds of hybrid maps.
It's definitely possible. Like I said, this is going to be more straightforward pattern-wise than what we saw from Hybrid 3. So I could definitely see Argentina keeping up with this better for sure. But we already see a little bit of an accuracy drop at the intro. Novo just around that 99% range with all three of the Canadian players and both of the other players on Argentina keeping up a little bit, faring a little bit better as far as accuracy goes, but everyone not really keeping up as highly in accuracy as we could have been seeing from some of the previous picks. All three Argentinians now just around the same accuracy, that 99.4 range, but the Canadian players definitely outclassing them in accuracy with everyone above 99.6 right now.
Yeah, although this lead is so small, just because it's mostly based off of accuracy right now, misses, which will most likely happen in this later half, and we already see one from Verdun, is going to swap the lead over very slightly for Argentina. Maybe, actually, I'm not sure. It's looking... Oh, another miss.
That is another miss. That's two misses from Canada, all three Argentinian players holding onto the combo. And with those two misses, that should give Argentina a way back in and should be taking the lead going into the second half.
Yeah, although this lead isn't really going over by that much, just because the accuracy deficit from Argentina, I believe they've still been struggling a bit more on accuracy. Nobo and Hakitsu having the same, which is very interesting, and Girl taking a break gives this lead right back to Canada, and this lead is going to be growing by quite a lot just because of how accurate Canada has been on this whole map.
Yeah, and that swung over really quickly. Girl already almost above that 400 combo, so the lead should stop increasing too fast, but the accuracy lead is still in favor of Canada, and Girl finds a second break, and now Canada with a quite established lead going into the last quarter. Girl not really able to handle the speed increase now, it looks like, dropping yet again.
Yeah, and I believe with only a quarter of the map left, 30k difference between these teams, I think Canada still has the opportunity to break a lot to swing this lead over, but I don't think that's going to happen as we get less and less time in the map. These patterns do get quite a bit harder, but is it really going to be enough? I don't think so at this point. I think 35k is just too much to overcome. Even with that miss from Verdun, this lead is not going to be decreasing by that much.
And that's another miss from Girl, so that's going to give Canada a quite strong lead, protected for a reason, establishes that lead now 4-2. Argentina needs to get some momentum back.
That is definitely true. Nubo, I struggled a bit at the intro, but definitely ended it off very well. One of the only two FCs for Argentina.
Yeah, but overall, very strong performance from Canada. Ire Sunny with a 987k. And even with that miss, Sawdust Inhaler actually almost beating out Sunny's score there.
Yeah, and even there, that miss was still just like it was a 50, so I believe it was just like a bad release at that point.
Could definitely be, but Argentina's going to have to pick something. They lost on Rise 3 as their previous pick, so I would imagine that they would want to go into one of the tech picks. I don't think Rise 2 is really the pick they need to go for here.
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially considering like how I guess these faster, not really faster, like these more simpler maps have been going. We used to see Hybrid 3 not really work out in their favor, and Hybrid 2, or not Hybrid 2, I'm talking about Rise. Rise 2 didn't work out in their favor, so I don't think Rise... My brain is melting.
Rise 3 didn't work out, so Rise 2 is not the best pick.
Yes. Rise 2 isn't the best pick. My brain is like melting right now. I don't know why. I keep on thinking it's like left to right. But we will be seeing Rise 4 here.
We will be going back into some tech. This one's going to be the more, the heavier of the tech picks. Rise 6 definitely more of a straightforward kind of pick with broken jump stream and all sorts of things like that. But this one just has such difficult bursts and mini jags. It's really hard to be consistent on a map like this.
Yeah, and consistency has been something that has been a big thing in this match. Everybody really has been missing. And if Argentina is somehow going to be able to, I guess, not breaking as much as Canada, we haven't seen that kind of happen in these Rice picks, except for the Rice 3. I think there's a possibility for Argentina to take this point and then maybe take another lead as a result.
definitely could be. We see Hakitsu coming in. Well, they were in for the last hybrid as well, but Hakitsu and Nova were able to get the full combos on that hybrid despite having a little bit lower accuracy. I think they're just more comfortable with the Rice. So the consistency on Argentina has been quite good for these Rice picks outside of, the ending of that Rice 3. But even then, their accuracy was very strong overall.
Yeah, and now we are going into the Rice 5, I believe.
Rice 4.
Rice 4.
One way or another, we're going into some tech.
We're going in.
And we actually see 2 mirrors coming out for Argentina on this. So haven't seen too many mirrors coming out overall. We saw Nemesis playing on mirror both times they were in, but other than that, we haven't really been seeing much.
Yeah, in Argentina, actually all going with a mod, which is interesting, since Nobo is opting to play hidden. But starting off, Argentina having a slight lead, mostly based off accuracy. Yuri Sunny not doing too hot in this intro, I guess getting a few 200s, which isn't too big of a deal since we are just starting, and this map is 3 minutes long, so there's a lot of places to be able to gain back that accuracy.
Definitely is, but all the players on Argentina really doing a good job of keeping that accuracy high. Sawdust and Taylor and Verdun actually keeping up very well with the Argentinian players. It's just Sunny being a little bit behind, but that is going to be a miss coming out from Canada. Verdun dropping that half of the 400, so going to give full combo advantage to Argentina until Verdun gets back up to 400. But Girl does trade it back, so it's going to help Canada stay in it. The accuracy advantage now maybe getting closer to Canada, so this lead's going to shrink up real... Whoa! I think Kiza just got really lost there. That was a lot of accuracy drops there.
Yeah, that was definitely at least like 2 to 3 misses just alone. There was definitely more just like 200s and stuff going by, and that swings this lead over to Canada by quite a lot. 14 hit is definitely something that they can come back from, but with another miss from Nubo and a very, very dirty one. I was about to say just how clean these misses have been besides those two. But Canada, this lead has been increasing for their team by quite a lot at this point. It used to be like 5k for Argentina, and now it's 30k. And we're halfway through the map, or almost 2/3 of the way through, and Canada looking to really take this super well.
Yeah, the accuracy just staying very consistent, and the 2 full combos really bringing it up. Verdun making a little, recovering pretty well. Still a little bit lower on the accuracy side, but it is enough to be beating out all 3 of the Argentinian players for the time being. And that's another miss from Hakitsu right there, just after getting up 400 again. And that's not going to be good for them to try and get back into this match. Canada on pace to potentially get another breakpoint and bring it to match point here if they are able to stay consistent at this ending. 40,000 points is a big buffer here.
Yeah, and Girl did take a miss, and Canada still with these 2 FCs. It is so overwhelming for Canada right now. Even with any misses from Canada, I think they'll still be fine, especially with that other miss from Nuba. No full combos in Argentina, where Canada has 2, and good accuracy on those at the same time. Everybody on Canada has been able to increase their accuracy, but just those misses early on, and Hakitsu taking another one, is really what's the difference maker. 50k lead for Canada on match point right now, and has the opportunity to play so many maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they still have that long note. They still have LN1. They still have Hybrid 2 as well. So they've got a few picks that could really go well for them. And even if they're really feeling cheeky with it, they could just pick up that one of the last 2 Rice picks, since they performed very well on this one.
Yeah, and 991, by the way, from Sawdust Inhaler on this map is actually insane. Only 2 200s that's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. But Canada's going to have a pick of the litter a little bit. They are on match point. They have 2 breakpoints to work with, and Hybrid 2 is going to be the selection. So looking at Carry Me Away, very, very technical Hybrid coming out here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of, I guess, long jacks, and also these shields that are just all over the place for this map, where players can really struggle on hitting perfectly. And especially with how short this map is, it is only 2 minutes, so this map definitely can be a big thing if you miss at least once or twice.
It looks like we're actually not seeing any swap outs either. No one on either team switching out. So staying with the same squad, I mean, it makes sense. This is really, really difficult on the right side, even with how heavy the long notes are. The 175 BPM like mini jack tech like patterns and motions throughout the entire map are not easy to be consistent on if you're not like able to keep up physically.
Yeah, and it's looking like players are going to start. Will Canada get this point and get the match? This is losers bracket, so Canada will be going on to the next round, and Argentina will be eliminated if they do not win this point. So a lot on the line for Argentina right now if they really do want to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, a lot on the line, not just with this pick, but also the next two after this, if they are able to survive it. But they have to start here. And this intro not catching anyone too off guard, though the accuracies are dropping a little bit for Argentina, everyone around that 99.5, but not too bad. Everyone above 400 combo, no one having any combo issues at the very least. But these technical patterns definitely catching people off guard, and that is two misses from Argentina. Girl and Neville both finding a couple of misses apiece, and Girl actually dropping a lot of accuracy on top of that.
Yeah, and this lead, similar to previous maps, so large for Canada right now. They have so many opportunities to, if they need to, they can take multiple breaks. I think this is like 3 or 4, honestly, especially with another miss from Nubo, just as they were getting up to that 400 combo. And halfway through, this map is very, very short. Canada is still with their 3-way full combo right now.
Yeah, halfway through the map with some very strong accuracy. Verdun almost at 99.8. Really impressive for as abrasive this map is. And really impressive just to keep the combo in general. Gitsu doing what they can, holding on to the accuracy and the combo as Sunny does find a break. All 3 players from Argentina holding now onto the full combo bonus as Sunny builds it back up, but they are going to have a lot of work ahead of them. Sunny finds another break, so it's going to shrink the lead just a little bit as we get into this ending long note section, which should be favoring Canada, but Argentina doing a very good job of holding on with the combos here as that lead stays right around 30,000, but they're going to need a few more drops. Sunny does oblige, finds another drop and a little bit of an accuracy break. This lead has gotten pretty small comparatively. Verdun also finds a break, but the lead's just not shrinking enough as we hit the last few patterns, and Girl trades that back, and it looks like Canada will be able to take the point on Hybrid 2 and complete the win for this match.
Yeah, good GG's for both these teams. Congrats to Canada. You're moving on to the next round of quarterfinals. Not just done yet. You still have one more match.
Still have to go through one more match to make it into the semi-finals round, but they've made it past one of their opponents. Argentina putting up a really good fight as well, putting up some crazy scores just in general, but unfortunately they will be eliminated from the 4Q World Cup 2024.
Yep. And do we know who Canada's playing? I believe it was like, let me make sure.
I'm trying to check right now.
Okay, it is China. I was thinking whether it was. Is going to be at 4:30 UTC for everybody interested in watching. I believe that's going to be, or 14:30 UTC tomorrow.
Yeah, so pretty early for this side of the globe. For the Canadians, it's pretty early. For the Chinese team, it's going to be pretty late on Sunday, but one way or another, that is what is happening. I do not know if we have another match this block. We don't for the time being. Looks like our next match is going to be Brazil versus Mexico at 20 UTC, so that's about an hour from now, and we'll be coming back to see that match. That is a losers bracket match as well, so one of those two teams will be eliminated on that match, so not gonna want to miss it. Do you have anything else to say before we sign off?
Nothing much. I do wonder though if there's any way that we can support these teams.
I'm so glad you asked, because there is a way to support these teams. You can go to the Osu store and buy your banners. You can buy a banner for any team that you want, any of the 32 that made it to bracket stage, even if they've already been eliminated. And on top of that, you can buy as many as you want. So you can have all 32 teams on your profile with the banner. And on top of that, if you do buy the banner of the team that ultimately wins the 4K World Cup 2024, you get to keep that banner on your profile for the next year. So very exciting. Go support the teams and go support our tournament here at the Osu store with our banners.
Yeah, I will say if you buy all 32, you have an 100% chance of keeping your banner at the end of this tournament. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, gotta keep it in mind if you want that 100% chance. But that's gonna do it for us. We'll be back in about an hour for Brazil versus Mexico. We'll see you guys then.
Bye.
Hello everyone, welcome back for another week of exciting matches here in the Osu 4K World Cup. We are here with the quarterfinals. The very first match that we're going to be seeing of the week is coming up now, and it's going to be China versus Indonesia, I do believe, here in the losers bracket, I might add. So one of these teams going to be sent home. I'm Potassium F, going to be casting alongside Patiraj. How are you doing?
Hi, good morning. It is 10 a.m. here, and wait, China, Indonesia is losers bracket? What in the world?
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy thing to think about, you know, Indonesia being a team that was top 3 last year, right? And China being obviously a team that you wouldn't really expect to see in the losers bracket at this stage, but Malaysia putting off kind of a incredible match between those two teams last week and pulling off a little bit of a seeding upset there. So China being sent down to losers themselves. Of course, Indonesia obviously with a completely different team. Actually, I think both of these teams, I think like 11 of these 12 players are completely different from last year, so...
Yeah, it is the completely different landscape from what you're used to last year. Well, China and Indonesia, well, China especially has been known to switch the roster every year, more or less.
Yeah, they have a very, very deep like kind of pool of players that they can pick from China. There are so many players in that country that are just like world class in tournament performance. So it's been good seeing some new players. Obviously having some new names every year is nice and exciting, makes it a little bit less predictable in a way. And speaking of that, I mean, Indonesia also coming off the back of almost having a seeding upset themselves against Hong Kong earlier in this tournament. So they've actually been performing well above their seed level, at least so far. But important to note as well that we didn't actually see Indonesia play any of last week's pool because of an unfortunate situation that happened with Romania.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. It's not of their own volition, if I remember correctly. But speaking of surprising, Indonesia protecting SV is kind of unheard of to me.
I think that makes so much sense. That makes a lot of sense here because, from what I've seen from Indonesia so far, they looked very strong. Oh, wait a second. Wait, what?
Double SV protect.
Wait, I've never seen
Let's
this.
Go.
I've never seen this before. Double SV protect.
SV protect, let's go! As an SV puller, I'm completely elated right now.
That's crazy. Well, we're gonna see both of them this match. Wait, that's why would
crazy.
China protect SV1? I don't understand that protection from China. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like
it's a statement.
China should be stronger. In my mind, I feel like China is like they are much higher seeded, and especially when we're kind of approaching that late game of the tournament. These maps are getting a lot harder. I feel like China's players should scale a lot better into the late game.
Yeah, especially since like the SVs have been going through I want to say odd transition in terms of difficulty. Break Me is going to be a lot more abrasive in terms of gimmicks, whereas First Frost is a little bit more abrasive in terms of accuracy difficulty.
I mean, I agree that China have looked very good on SV, but Indonesia also have looked very good on SV this tournament so far. And I would have expected, I don't think Indonesia has looked necessarily the greatest when it comes to the LNs and hybrids. They did struggle a little bit when it came to some of those picks, even in round of 32. So I find that how this has gotten pretty interesting because unless Indonesia falls off quite a lot in the Rice aspect, I feel like Indonesia might be very happy with how this pick and ban has played out.
Why are we starting with SV2? Why are we starting with SV2?
Hey, why not? Why not? Let's just get it on.
And also,
we're
why
gonna see,
did the ban go towards hybrid? Who bans the hybrid?
Indonesia bans the hybrid. I feel like, I feel like it might make sense for some of these teams maybe to ban hybrid. It's kind of possible that maybe they have kind of a strong Rice lineup and then maybe some players that are only comfortable with the LNs. So combining the two, sometimes there might be teams that are, particularly in some of the lower seeds, that might not have the players for both at the same time.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising to see none of those teams really touching upon the Rice subject. And I want to say, like, the Rice subject is going to be touched upon later down the match, which is really uncommon to see.
Yeah, we're seeing all of them up. I'm just still really confused about what China's... China's obviously going to show us why they protected the SV1 later on in this match, right? But I'm still interested because I feel like right now, Indonesia, like out of almost all of the teams left in the tournament, Indonesia is the biggest question mark still for me. Because they look super good in round of 32. All of their players I basically have no knowledge of, and they didn't even play last week. So I don't even know what their scores are for the round of 16.
Yeah, honestly, we're completely blindsided here. We do not know what to expect, and especially on an SV that is as uncommon as First Frost. I feel like this SV pick, the outcome of this SV pick is going to tell us absolutely nothing about the outcome of SV1. It's like how different those two SVs are.
Yeah, because of that, I feel like there's a pretty good chance that we're just going to see both SVs right away, which is not something you see every day.
Man, what an opener.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Indonesia's protect here, so you can bet that they've practiced this one, and it's a long one at the same time. And actually, Yubi dropping in accuracy just a little bit. Still in the 99% range though, so it shouldn't really affect too much just yet.
Yeah, I feel like both of those teams have equal proficiency on the SVs for now. I feel like the accuracy is more or less balanced because Ganyu Angel is going to be dropping some accuracy equally to Yubi.
Oh, that was almost a miss from Ganyu Angel as well. I saw a 50 in there, dropping down to the 99% flat. And I'm gonna go insane if we're seeing an accuracy battle on SV2 last the whole map.
Yeah, this is the oddest accuracy battle I've seen. Like, Ganyu Angel is dropping a lot more accuracy than Yubi, and Yubi is actually building back that accuracy.
Yeah, those are some pretty rough drops from Ganyu Angel. And oh, actually, that's a miss as well, so really not finding this comfortable. And I gotta say as well, kind of to spectators in this client right now, it does not look as hard as it actually is. This map is ridiculously hard.
Yeah, honestly, like all of the like the music itself, the song choice itself is like really, really, I guess unstable. Man,
Yeah, and,
Ganyu
like-
Angel, what is happening?
It's some of these like SV changes as well being so like subtle as well that really just throws you off. It's so tempting to just play this as if, you know, there's no SV, and actually Yubi's going to find a miss of themselves, but the accuracy difference is quite large at this point, so I think that's 2 misses from Ganyu Angel and 1 miss from Yubi so far. Accuracy advantage still on Indonesia, both teams actually having 2 players each with a very similar full combo.
Yeah, honestly, like playing around with this unpredictability in terms of SV really sets the nerves to an all-time high, and Yubi is going to miss again, trading again, but the advantage is still substantially towards Indonesia right now.
Yeah, and this accuracy lead is growing even further as well, as Ganyu Angel is really struggling to maintain the composure as the map goes on here. 96.8% is the accuracy, falling further and further behind Yubi, which is essentially who they're trying to compete with right now.
Yeah, honestly, this is a really interesting dynamic to see on this SV2, and I'm interested to see more teams play on this SV2 because it has been a really uncommon show.
Yeah, for sure.
Watch.
And I mean, look, we've been talking a lot through this map about Ganyu Angel and Yubi specifically, but the other 4 players have kind of been crushing it. Like 99% FCs, like well above 99% FCs for the other 4 players, Turks, Nyas, and Fanboy, Bran, and Wishty Knight. So you can definitely see why Indonesia would want to protect this. This is a very strong team score overall from them. Just 1 player on China that's not entirely comfortable, understandably so. But still, that is going to be the first point for Indonesia, winning their own Protect.
Yeah, looking at the other scores outside of Yubi and wait, I completely forgot.
Ganyu Angel.
Yubi and Ganyu Angel. Outside of those scores, like all of the other scores are completely the same, and I like all around 975 more or less. So I feel like all of those players have equal proficiency on this SV, and I wonder if it's going to be exactly the same on SV1. I think it's going to be completely
Oh
different.
my god, they are picking SV1.
I'm
wait.
just speechless.
Hang on. Are China switching out 2 of their players?
No way! They have different lineups for different
They're
SVs.
switching out 2 of their play. No, okay, wait, Ganyu Angel's coming back. Okay.
Okay.
It's 1 player switching out though.
Now that's
Even that's pretty unusual.
Yeah, that's really rare. We're seeing some new stuff here on Those Who Live.
I mean, that happens as well. I feel like a lot of players in China are also very proficient at the SV. And... oh, wait, hang on a second. They're switching out Nyasen Fanboy for Dornex. Nyasen Fanboy was the MVP of the first SV as well. Which is very interesting to see. Of course, you've said it as well, this is a very, very different map to SV2, so it's hard to really compare the scores directly, but still very interesting to see the MVP of SV2 being switched out for SV1.
Yeah, honestly, like, sharing the workload between the SVs, if all of your team players can actually play SV, is a really smart thing to do, if you're able to do so to your team, that is.
Yeah, I mean that's something that would be really cool to see a lot more often. I think the only problem is that there's almost no teams in the world that can really say that they have more than 3 SV players. I mean, Japan is the only one that really sticks out. There's probably all 6 players on Japan can probably play SV, but other than that, I mean, China's having a good go at it now. We'll see how Dornex performs here in the place of Nyasen Fanboy.
Yeah, I feel like as much as we've seen other teams on Rise or LN switch some of their players depending on individual picks, this is also pretty comparable to what's happening right now. I feel like every category has, I guess, this individual pick dynamic that is potentially applicable.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll have to see. I think it's really cool to see both of these SV, just in general. Both of these SV being played like back to back, I think is just awesome. So we'll see. Can China win their own pick? Look, if I was in China's position, I already said this, I would not pick this, but they're going for it. They're super confident. We'll see if that pays off.
Yeah, I mean, they have a completely different lineup. Who knows? Maybe this lineup is gonna ace this completely.
Yeah, the same lineup here for Indonesia as well. And this map gets really crazy as well. There are a lot of very kind of in-your-face, abrasive kind of teleports that happen towards the midsection of this map. We're already seeing some of them right away. Actually, all players holding strong accuracy, at least so far.
Yeah, I feel like accuracy-wise, China is a lot more comfortable on this one than Indonesia right now.
Ooh,
See on the trills, Yubi. Oh god.
Yeah, and it's so punishing to miss on these trills as well, because if you do mess them up, you're dropping accuracy so much. And look at Yubi's accuracy right now, 94%. It drops right down in the matter of seconds.
Yeah, we saw a big advantage on SV2 from Indonesia. We're seeing a big advantage for China on SV1. These are completely different SV picks.
Yeah, it is so... Yeah, you can just see it here in the difference of the comfort level overall right now. I mean, Ganyu Angel all like flipped all the way around now. Ganyu Angel is one of the highest scores in the entire lobby. Finding this one way more comfortable, while Yubi is the one now suffering a fair amount. Wishty Knight also struggling a little bit more compared to the other players. But this one feels like it is done already, even at the halfway mark. 167k, this is not recoverable.
Yeah, China actually correctly called Indonesia's bluff, because usually when you lose SV, you do not want to pick SV, but China was confident enough that they actually picked both of the SVs back to back, and that was the correct call.
I mean, no. Yeah, this is just weird.
I mean,
this is just an unusual. This is a new experience for me to see this kind of thing unfold.
yes,
With both teams being so confident as well, it's just crazy.
Yeah, this is MWC. Remember, this is MWC. I've never seen this in MWC. This is like, I've never even seen this in other tournaments, like 4DM. I've never seen this. I don't think.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, no tournament I've ever really seen like both. So after Indonesia protects SV2, China immediately protects SV1, then China lose SV2, and then say, "Nah, we win SV1. Oh, we're still gonna pick it." Like. The amount of confidence that takes. I mean, look, it's proven to be correct. This is an extremely strong team score from China.
Yeah, like having people who can actually FC this, like you saw how abrasive those gimmicks are. Like Donex with an FC, Turks with an FC. I don't remember the other scores.
Yep. As soon as they're gone from the screen, I've forgotten them.
Yeah, my attention span can only go so far. I'm gonna check the MP link.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't look at Yubi's score.
Oh.
Ganyu Angel did find one miss towards the end, but no big deal at the end. That's almost a triple FC from China. Over 970k average. And now, we're finally going to see a pick that is not SV.
Yeah, let's go into something that we're more used to seeing, because that was a spectacle.
Oh, wait. Oh, we're getting all the spicy picks. Why are these being picked first? Oh, okay. Osu Original coming up here, by the way. We're going to be seeing the Jack pick.
Osu Original, by the way.
And this is an interesting one to pick right away. I mean, Indonesia, they did perform very well against Hong Kong of all teams on Rice picks. So I think it is a good idea for them to go towards Rice in general. But generally, the Jack pick out of all the Rise picks is one of the more risky ones because you know for a fact that China, they have very strong accuracy on something like this, and you're kind of relying on the other team to maybe find a little bit of a choke here or there.
Yeah, I feel like for that reason, Core Jax is one of the least predictable picks because it also is very combo dependent, very choke dependent, and that can happen to anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen to anyone as well, and that, like, it doesn't take very much of a choke to completely swing the match. Like, compared to some of the other picks, you know, maybe some of the more technical picks, if you miss once, oh, no big deal. If you have strong accuracy, then you could, you know, still win. You know, it still can be close. In a Jack pick, if one team FCs, they win. If you miss once, it's over. If you get a few 200s, it could be over against a strong team like China. So there's not really much room for error for either of these teams.
Yeah, there are several possible setups for the results. Like, both teams can FC, both teams can choke, one team can choke and the other team FCs, and there's a certain combination of possibilities in terms of miscount as well, and accuracy differential. But it
does tend to depend mostly on the misses. That tends to be the case, unless obviously both teams FC. I don't usually expect both teams to FC, but we've seen it happen. Obviously, I feel like maybe China has the accuracy advantage overall if they were to FC it. So Indonesia's plan probably to get China to find one of these unfortunate misses at some point, which is very realistic to happen.
Yeah, that's also why those Core Jack maps are specifically architectured to be chokeable, especially towards the end, like the later half. I think that's the case with this one.
Oh, this one, it picks up the density quite a lot towards the last half, for sure. Mm-hmm. We get a nice and chill intro here, no big deal, nothing crazy happening. Why is there a 9,000 lead? What? Where's this lead coming from? Osu client?
No, it's Mr. I don't know, who is a tiny bit behind in terms of combo and accuracy.
I don't think he's 19,000 points behind. What's going on here?
Oh, okay. I guess that was a client.
Okay. Wait, hold on.
All right.
China in the lead by 182,000 points. Incredible.
Oh my god, 79 points. What is
Fieri on 2% accuracy. No, okay. Back to normal, and actually, wait, where's this lead coming? Oh, I don't know what High has missed earlier on. But no, never mind. They did not miss, and actually, it's China in the lead by 6,000 points just off of accuracy. We still have 6 FCs here. What? Wait, what's going on? I don't know.
Score display, please. This is entirely confusing, so I'm just gonna try and compare the accuracies.
Yango's the one that's struggling a little bit compared to the other players in the lobby right now. Struggling down to 99.7, but it does look like Yanga still has the full combo, so this is ending up being pretty close. 5,000 points is a small lead. One miss could do it definitely, and I think I saw a 50 there from I don't know what High.
Yeah, I mean, China can still choke because the most intense part of the map is here.
Yeah, and no, Yanga finding a miss. That is the first miss, I do believe. And that gives a big advantage over Brand finding another miss as well. China now have a huge advantage just as Indonesia was starting to claw back the lead. I think that was within 2,000 points at one point in that ending there, but Indonesia just struggling a little bit to hold on to the combos. And it's going to be a 3-way. I don't know what I think is having some lag spikes or something, because I'm seeing some very strange judgments here and there.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at the final results because I'm confused. Like, this entire match has been confusing for various reasons.
Yeah, I think it's just, I don't know what. I think that that screen is bugging out a little bit in some cases here.
Okay, I have the MP link right next to me, and what are those scores from China? Excuse me.
Oh my god, Ganyu Angel got a 100 as well. That's a MVP of the lobby with a 100 at 41 300s. Oh my god.
Like, mind you, this is a losers bracket match in theory. Has a 998k, and look at those ratios. Bran has a really good ratio as well, matching and Mr. I don't know from China. Yanga, a tiny bit behind, but still very decent. Like 976 is nothing to scoff at. Like without the misses, this could definitely go towards 990k.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the accuracies alone, Indonesia's top 2 scores were tying China's top 2 scores. It was really just the difference between Yanga and Yasin Fanboy that was making up the whole accuracy difference on that front. But of course, accuracy wouldn't have mattered either way if China managed to pull off those 3 full combos like they did. So it does look like China is off to a bit of a breakpoint start here. 2-1 now, and China get their own pick.
What's at the break point?
That was a breakpoint, yes.
I don't understand this match. What is going on?
We're seeing some wild things happening. I mean, in hindsight, even in hindsight, I still think that was a pretty good pick from Indonesia. They looked very strong on it overall. Even if they ended up losing the point, I think that was a fairly strong pick, at least for their team in particular. And
yeah,
we'll see
honestly,
how it goes with the other picks, but I feel like that was one that they should be fairly strong at.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I think you're entirely correct on Indonesia picking Korchaks with confidence that they would do well on it, because Fieri's score was like probably one of the best that we're gonna see in the week. 93 300s. The double S is a really, really good score. And
for sure.
Oh, okay.
And we're seeing an LN pick from China. I like the idea to go for the LNs. I would have liked personally for China to pick LN1, but unfortunately they banned it. So we're seeing LN2 instead, which is fairly like a much more straightforward pick here with that's more of a LN density focus. Now I'm also a little bit nervous for China about this one because I do recall a bit of an LN2 being picked in the match between Indonesia and Hong Kong, and I believe that point was decided by 100 points.
Oh, that's scary for sure.
And that was not off the back of Hong Kong playing badly at all. That was Indonesia playing insanely well on the LN density. So I feel like this might be one, or at least out of all of the LN and hybrid picks, this might be Indonesia's best shot at a point against China.
Yeah, get that breakpoint back, and since Indonesia is one breakpoint down from China, they have to catch that breakpoint back, and that is the perfect occasion to do so. Well, to be fair, considering how this match is going, I feel like the breakpoint could go anywhere.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I do think there is also kind of one caveat to what I said, is that the Indonesia-Hong Kong match was 2 rounds ago. That was in round of 32. We are in a very different difficulty level at this point in the tournament, and the BPM is way higher, up at 206 now. So the question really is, to me, is that can Indonesia still catch up or still keep up with this level of BPM at this level of density? And if they can, they do have a real chance. But, I mean, Dornex being on their team does help that, if he's switching countries.
Well, look at the funny stuff happening in the lobby right now. Some switching going on.
Well, some internet issues would be consistent with what we saw in the previous map.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But it looks like we are, we're in with the teams here. China being able to switch out their players quite regularly, which is a nice luxury that they have. Indonesia are going to have to stick with similar teams each time. They are switching out brand for Wishty Knight though.
Yeah, I think like China's team is really interesting in that I've seen, well, as far as other countries go, I've seen a lot of all-rounded countries, but China goes the extra mile in being all-rounded.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of imagine almost all of China's players playing any pick. It's like, you could probably throw any 3 Chinese players in any map and I'll go like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think China having a really extensive tournament scene also helps in getting all of their players really all-rounded in all tournament skill sets.
Wait a second. Hold on, what do we have here? Nyasen Fanboy dropping an accuracy just a little bit, down to 99.4. And actually, these accuracies are very close, but Yanga now dropping in the accuracy. Fieri also dropping a little bit of accuracy now. Does switch the lead over to China by a little bit.
Yeah, Donix is going to go against Wish tonight.
But this is a really short map. So this lead is not very safe at all. This could flick back really quickly.
Yeah, Fieri is going to go against Tix. Nyasen Fanboy is going to go against Yanga. Yanga has to build that accuracy back up.
And actually, the accuracies are still staying close. Despite this lead, it's starting to grow just over time, but China's highest accuracy is still at 99.6, just matching Wishty Knight right now. It's really just the story of Yanga and Fieri dropping just ever so slightly below in terms of the accuracy.
Yeah, China doing a really great job at maintaining their average accuracy around 99.6. Indonesia is a little bit below, and Yanga is going to miss, and that's going to put the lead definitely towards China right now as we're approaching the end of the pick.
Yeah, there's just not much time left anymore. Even if there were misses from China at this point, the accuracy lead is so strong. Yanga does drop down to the 99% flat, and 20,000 points is just not recoverable, especially now we're in the outro section here.
Yeah, maybe 206 BPM is a little bit too much, and Witch Knight is also going to fall prey to this density.
Maybe just a little touch too much here, but Indonesia still with a strong performance. Until that point, they were holding on to the triple FCs. They still do have 3 99% scores on their end, but China have that one little bit better with the 3 FCs and a big difference in their team ratios as well. Yeah, Dawn X has an actually crazy ratio there.
Yeah, that's those are really nice even scores from China. It really goes to show how unified China is in terms of team performance. We even saw that on the SV, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a product of what happens when you have so many players, like so many strong players, is that your worst, like quote-unquote, worst player in the match is still going to be very, very strong. And that's really the key sometimes to winning these team tournaments.
Yeah, casually clone your own players and have 6 of the same player. That's almost China. I don't want to say anything else. I mean, those are definitely... I'm just kidding, by the way. Those are definitely like 6 different players. But it sometimes feels like China has 6 very similar profile of players just playing at their best.
I know, I mean, Turks could probably play 2 players at once, right? The 7 key player.
8k.
Yeah, it's just 8k. It's just 8 key, right? Just do it with 2 hands.
Oh, we're going into Rice, finally.
Yeah, okay, back into the Rice, and we're gonna be seeing the Frums pick here. I'm not gonna try and pronounce that, but it is a Frums pick, and we know what to expect from Frums picks in general. This one is fairly technical, but also not quite as technical as some of the other ones. But also, I think importantly for Indonesia, this one is very short, which means that once again, they're going to be trying to hope for China to find a miss. Now, China hasn't really been missing, but surely at some point we are going to be seeing something coming out of China that maybe gives Indonesia a bit of a door into a bit of a foot in the door, I should say, into another one of these points.
Yeah, thing is, you saw how the score lead went towards China when the miss happened. So the same could happen towards the other side. This match, all things considered, has been pretty balanced. I do wonder how the Rise part is gonna go, because we don't really have any definite information towards regular Rise picks, because the Korchak pick, well, anything goes for Korchaks, really.
Yeah, Korchak is really its separate little thing. You usually do see like very specific players that excel at Korchak like only. And then on the other side of things, there's a lot of players that are really strong at Rice, but maybe struggle a little bit at Korchak at the same time. Oh, I see. I'm getting word that this title is actually The Life.
Yeah, this is pronounced The Life.
Interesting. I see. Caesar ciphering. I am unfortunately not able to do that in my head on the spot.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, imagine
I mean,
just
cool.
casters shifting letters 13 away, just in their head. It's just
I
like
wish.
mental math.
That would be cool. Mental math, but with letters. I can't, unfortunately. I don't have that strong ability at shifting letters across. But anyway, that is the title now, and it's good to know that.
Yeah, what a life we are living right now.
Okay, we'll see how this one goes. We are seeing Dornex staying in, and Bran and that guy 1-bit, so 2 players switching for Indonesia.
Yeah, Fieri just carrying Indonesia on their shoulders. Huge responsibility.
Yeah, and actually this time Turk's off to a little bit of a rough start, but still plenty of time to recover. It's still a very strong accuracy overall. And oh, there we go. That's the first miss that we see. That guy 1-bit finds a very early miss there, but doesn't drop that much accuracy, importantly.
Yeah, those anchors are really, really chokeable, and maybe this beginning of the map is gonna be the hardest part of the map for some people.
This lead is not really that far apart. The accuracy lead definitely in favor of China, but that miss has not done a significant amount of damage just yet, but that one is going to, double miss there from that guy 1-bit, down to 99.2, and this lead now is going to shoot all the way up.
99.3 at this stage of the map with 3 misses is like still really good, and Bran is gonna miss as well, still keeping that accuracy, and like those misses are some stray nodes that some players may have forgotten on the way, but no substantial accuracy drops yet.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Bran's accuracy really did not drop at all, despite that 1 miss, which is kind of crazy to say. But 99.6 for Bran, 99.77 for Fieri right now, actually the second highest in the lobby. So those 2 players are absolutely keeping up with China in terms of the accuracy, at least.
Yeah, well, speaking of China, Donex is still on 99.8, and the 2 other players are teetering on 99.7, so it's gonna be really hard for Indonesia to catch back up at the later half of this map. Like, this map, remember, is really short.
Yeah, I mean, really hard, you say. I think it's impossible unless China find a miss, like anywhere, somewhere. China's just not missing.
Yeah, remember, this is Indonesia's pick, by the way, so this is gonna be a breakpoint again, setting Indonesia in a pretty bad situation.
Yeah, and I mean, like, again, I can kind of see the idea from Indonesia picking this. You can see the scores. You can see their accuracy is actually really strong overall. We see the 1-200 coming out from Fieri. China as a whole getting 2-200s per person, though, and 0 misses for China means that there's just not really any avenue into this for Indonesia in this map, despite having really strong scores themselves.
Yeah, honestly, like if you compare Donex and Fieri, both of those players can match one another more or less. It's kind of depends on the two other players how they're gonna go. And well, having
Yeah.
two other players in the lineup kind of depends on everyone's individual proficiency on individual picks at this point.
Yeah, and again, I mean, the accuracy from Bran was pretty much the same as the accuracy from Turks. So, like, Bran and Turks having very similar accuracies. That guy 1-bit was just a little bit further behind than some of the other players on China, but you could see that it could get very close. It's just the misses that are really preventing this match from getting out of hand for China.
Oh, they're going Rice again. Like, Rice is coming from China right now. They know they have the accuracy advantage and the physicality advantage. So I guess they're just gonna go run with it.
Yeah, I mean, if China are just confident that they're not going to miss, that's fine. This is a fine pick in that case, right? Because so far they haven't. Unless we're counting the SV picks, China have just not found a single miss so far. So if they keep that up, then of course this is going to be a super strong pick, because this is one that is extremely hard to last the entire way without feeling some kind of tired or like fatigue and finding some kind of mistake towards the end.
250 BPM in quarterfinals. What has the world come to?
Yeah, 2024. Just these players, like what they're on something else now. They're just on a completely different level to like the physicality that we've been seeing, you know, years ago.
Yeah, how do we even find songs to map at this BPM?
We're gonna have to start upgrading.
Nightcore.
Nightcore World Cup, let's go. I mean, technically, this song is already a lot of like a mashup of a lot of other songs that has been upgraded, essentially.
Yeah, this is essentially Bellified Nightcore. This is Nightcore but better.
Nightcore with extra steps.
Nightcore Plus.
But let's see, because this does not have any breaks, and it's almost 3.5 minutes long. 250 BPM with no breaks means that I would be very surprised if I did not see a dip in accuracy in the second half of this map, at the very least. Actually, so far, the accuracies are fairly close, because I don't know what is actually a little bit behind some of the other players in the lobby. 99.7, Yanga also around that 99.7 range. But it's just Dawn X, the one that's unmatched on the side of China.
Yeah, I think it helps Indonesia a lot that this pick is a lot more consistent. The Gentry pick is going to be less prone to choke than the technical pick. And as I say that...
That's a very strange place to find a miss for Nyas and Fanboy. Very unfortunate. Maybe letting off a little bit too much tension during that like slower section there.
Yeah, honestly, like sometimes the breaks are the hardest part of the maps.
Yeah, for sure, but that's going to give a bit of an advantage over to Indonesia, because this accuracy is looking very strong for Indonesia as well. Yanga does drop a little bit below, which is not going to help too much, but Nyas and Fanboy also dropping in accuracy a little bit means that it's still close.
This would be a really uncommon breakpoint for Indonesia, but one that they direly need at this point. Oh, what happened?
Yanga dropped a lot of accuracy there, down to 99.58 now, getting dangerously low, and that is completely countering out the miss that we saw earlier from Nyas and Fanboy.
Yeah, it goes to show that combo is not enough to keep your advantage here.
And now just all three players.
Oh no!
Yanga finding. Oh, there's the stamina. That's what we mean by stamina running out. It's second half now. There's so much of the map left, but none of the players have had any break. You know, how can you keep up the same level of accuracy, the same level of comfort as this map keeps going on?
China is looking as consistent as ever. Like, outside of that miss, they've been destroying this map.
Yeah, I mean, especially looking at Dawn X right now in particular, holding that 99.93 for what it feels like the entire 3 minutes so far. Oh, and of course, just as I say that, I think that was a 100 from Dawn X.
Wow. Yeah, honestly, this is one of the reasons why we are surprised to see China in the losers bracket. Like, this is a losers bracket match.
Yeah, I mean, China just has so much physicality on their team. They have so much tournament experience. This is a team that when they get going, I fully expect them to be making a very deep run in this losers bracket. And they're showing exactly why right now. This is a very solid point for them again. And yeah, that was just 1/100 at the end for Dawn X. That would have been a even better than 1-20 ratio SS.
Dawn X's ratio compared to the rest of the lobby is actually insane. It's compare those ratios. I've been saying that China has a very unified, almost clone-like performance, but here we can see some of the discrepancies between some of the players. It is very subtle, but it is there.
Yeah, I mean, Dawn X has always been one of those players to have kind of ridiculous accuracies. Even at this BPM, being that comfortable is just crazy. And now, I mean, despite the one miss that they finally got, China managing to bring it back with accuracy, and now they're already on match point, 5-1.
Yeah, match point, 1 point away from victory, and well, that victory was really unconventional to see. We went through 2 SVs at the beginning of the match, starting from 2 SV protects. This match has been really uncommon to see. This might end up in a 6-1, or maybe even, well, it can either end up in a 6-1 or a tiebreaker the other way. Anything can happen at this point, because I think Indonesia is one of those teams that is capable of bringing it back, especially on a hybrid pick right now.
Oh, and not just any hybrid pick. This is what I would imagine to be a big choke fest hybrid pick. There is so many the patterns in this one just look evil, basically. This is so hard to be able to maintain any kind of combo.
Yeah, as far as I remember, this is a collab map between some pretty renowned and evil hybrid mappers.
And I was kind of going to say, I was going to give a shout out for Indonesia to maybe be picking the TV size map, because, one miss on a TV size map does a lot of damage in terms of the score. So I'm always kind of looking towards that kind of thing for, teams that are maybe looking to get back or have a bit of a comeback in a match. But this one as well, I mean, kind of following the same kind of principle, big choke potential. If China messes up one of these bursts, that can tank the accuracy quite a lot. It's very hard to get a clean miss here.
I haven't heard Sakura burst in a while. It's always really refreshing to hear their pristine sound design, and this pristine sound design in turn gives a lot of room to really set those really abrasive and chokeable bursts that we're gonna see right now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of this song as well, this is the second time this song in particular has been featured in the World Cup since the TOEF map years past. But let's see how Indonesia fares on this one. They're looking to get one more on the board here. So far, everyone off to a very good start. No early accuracy drops here in the intro, but it's about to get into the main section here as we're building up in the song.
Yeah, it's just the warm-up compared to the main parts of the map.
And, oh, these bursts transitioning into the LNs.
Yeah,
is
it's
what can.
requires a lot of coordination for sure, and all of those players in the lobby right now nailing those.
Yeah, a little bit of backdrop from Brand there, but no big deal. It's still 99.6 just about. And still, importantly, the combo is what is really going to matter right now. And,
No! As
I
you
should have
mentioned
said
that.
anything. Should not have said it. I'm sorry, Wishy Knight. But still high accuracy for Wishy Knight. Still 99.64. That was a fairly clean miss.
Yeah, honestly, still above Brand's performance right now, and it is really important that they keep this accuracy alive because China is keeping it alive.
That was
I'm
not
just
one of
gonna
the
shut up.
notes. That was not one of the notes that I expected anyone to miss on out of all of the bursts. I think Turks missed in between the bursts somehow. But Wishy Knight does find a miss back, so that was traded back and forth. China's still going to hold on to this lead by about 10,000 points.
Yeah, honestly, this map is really conducive to really clean misses because there is a lot of ways you can just forget one note here and there.
Do have a little bit of an LN section coming up here, I believe, or a bit of a, I should say, more extended section with some of these speed parts. Oh, and Bran finds another miss there for Indonesia. It's looking like China are going to start running away with this as well.
Yeah, Bran falling prey to the speed section, like the speedier, dumpier sections. Oh no, that's... Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and we're towards the end of the map already. This is 20, 27, 8, or 30,000 points already in the favor of China. And China still have 2 full combos on their team. Just Fieri on Indonesia is trying to hold it together, but it is looking like China are going to seal the match right now. And they're going to be taking the match 6-1 over Indonesia. Unfortunately, Indonesia are going to be eliminated from the tournament here in the losers bracket, but a very strong showing from them throughout the entire tournament. China going to be moving forward, but not quite to the semifinals just yet, because of course this is the losers bracket now in the quarterfinals, which means China do have to win one more match this weekend if they want to make it forward to the semifinals.
Yeah, speaking of second match, like, I do not know. Well, nobody knows who they're gonna be facing in the second match, but whoever they may be facing in the second match is gonna be really scared because those scores from China were really, really strong, and it would take an equally insane team to go against China and take down China in the losers bracket. Like, Indonesia's scores were not even that bad. Like,
Indonesia's
they
scores
were
were really
really good.
They were really good, especially like on the accuracy front as well. But it's just China has shown that they can combo, and comboing, you know, the later and later we get into the tournament right now, that is a very scary thing to go up against, because not many teams can say that they can consistently 3-way full combo any of these maps in the pool.
Yeah, this is... Remember, this is the losers bracket. I wonder what's gonna happen in the winners bracket. And speaking of which, we're not gonna get into the winners bracket just yet because Japan versus Spain, which is gonna be next, is still gonna be a losers bracket match. Coming up pretty soon. It's gonna be, I think, 2 hours from now?
Yeah, that's 2 hours from now. Almost exactly 2 hours. It says 1 hour, but it's about 2 hours. Right now, the time is 8:50 UTC, just about, so 10:45. A bit of an off-hour time, but should still be fine. So yeah, come back in 2 hours, of course, because there is going to be one more team that will unfortunately be leaving the tournament right now. So another exciting one there. Japan always another one of those teams that's scary to see in the losers bracket as well. But as we can see, few more matches to happen today. But we'll have a bit of a break now. Make sure in the meantime, go to the Osu store, buy some of those banners for your profile, because you can stack them now.
Yeah, you can stack them like Minecraft blocks. Make some of those builds. Show us your builds.
Show us your builds. Yeah. Make sure you create some funny patterns, of course. don't worry about how much it's going to cost.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not pay to win at all.
Yeah, of course. But in the meantime, go check those out, and we will be back in 2 hours. So we'll see you soon.
Yeah, bye-bye.
It never worked out fine. I watched it fall away.
Hello, everyone! Welcome back again to Mania 4G World Cup 2024, and we're back once again with a match coming from the lower bracket, or the loser's bracket, I should say. It's going to be Hong Kong versus Sweden here. I'm Mifa, and I'll be joining with commentary alongside Eliminate. How are you doing?
I am doing very good. Just had my food. I am all very much so ready for this match. Hong Kong versus Sweden. We have a 10 seed of a difference, and this match, as you said, losers bracket. One of these teams, unfortunately, will be going home by the end of this. And Hong Kong having to go against Hong Kong, you know, I think this team very well rounded, and Sweden are really, you know, maybe in here with a tough one.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting up a fight on the lower bracket here. Just coming out alive in the quarterfinals, however, they will be having to maybe fight for the lifeline, actually. Given the lower bracket, one of these teams will have to be eliminated from the tournament. I guess. See, the thing is that Hong Kong and Sweden has a little bit of a struggle in the lower brackets, especially because Hong Kong coming out of I believe like in round of 32 it has been like a tiebreaker. And then coming out on top against Indonesia, I believe, and then just going from like around the 16 lower bracket, it's also coming out alive again, and now they're battling it out against Sweden, which is Sweden has been no slouch at all.
Yeah, and Hong Kong choosing to protect the rice, and Sweden choosing to protect the SV. This is something I wanted to talk about, because when you look at the results from the round of 16, right? You see Hong Kong, they are just really good at the rice pool. And then you see Sweden on the LNs. I mean, Hong Kong are still on top, but it's sometimes a little bit too close for comfort. And we don't see anything from the SV. So Sweden, maybe just, you know, if you can't win on the rice or hybrid or LN, you win on the SV, and Hong Kong also choosing to ban the SV. So I do think Sweden here will pick their SV too, and maybe after that go into the LNs, whereas Hong Kong really comfortable, really confident on those rice maps, and maybe even the hybrids. I mean, they've got everything in their team, so yeah, Hong Kong pretty free range here.
Yeah, you'll be absolutely hard pressed to see if Sweden will actually have done their homework on the analyzing their weaknesses from Hong Kong, especially, and given SB is their mostly mainly protection. I guess SB2 or First Frost here would be makes sense. But then Hong Kong here, as the first pick is going to be various artists, as you can see, especially with Jump String pick into the test, which is quite a long one actually.
Yeah, and you compare this map, this Race 2, in comparison to last round's Race 2, I would like to say that the patterns in this one is easier, but because of the non-stop brutal 250 jump stream, that it's more on the stamina heavy, as it should be, right? In the last round, we did see some pretty nasty one-hand trills that can really throw you off. But this one I think is a true stamina consistency test.
Yeah, indeed. I feel, given that Hong Kong's strength has been a little bit alongside the consistency, Coach Japan, Kabuki Fan, and Squeeze. Also, maybe some other like players like Natural Aquapan, also the other two players that I haven't forgot to mention. They have been all around so far. Hong Kong has been mainly, I guess, the three-man player, which is like Rice, which is Coach Japan, Kabuki Fan, and Squeeze. Also, for the Sweden side, you can't really tell if it's actually like all the three players mainly playing for the Rice, and I believe Jump Straight the most straightforward of all, but at the cost of maybe trying to drain your stamina at the very beginning.
I do also want to point out Quotient isn't in for this pick. I would have expected Quotient to be here because he is one of the best accuracy players on their team, but maybe not so confident on this pick. You know, stamina being the main factor here, but I guess we'll see how it plays out for Hong Kong here. And Squiz finding a 50 right off the bat, and Venyas with the miss. What is that intro?
Very bad intro for Venyas there. Already having a one miss. I mean, the good thing is only like the very just intro, but Squiz actually kind of toe to toe, I guess, in terms of accuracy drops. Not too severe yet.
This really is all about that consistency, and you know, Squiz, Venyas both down to 9.3 very early, and the miss from Venyas unfortunately gives the slight lead towards Hong Kong, but I mean, you have Koshpen with the 99.98. Squiz fighting that miss though, and it's still somehow in Hong Kong's favor. They're just winning on the back of this accuracy from Fubuki Fan and Koshpen. Koshpen still in the 99.98.
Oh, with the drop actually is second drop by Squiz actually gonna give the lead over to Sweden, but they're just recovering quite nicely. They're going back to like a 9.5, but Trimatic is kinda having a little bit of a drop themselves. But is it another drop? That's kinda traded out, but the lead is still nothing here.
Yeah, it should not be this close from Hong Kong's first pick, but Lemmy also finds a miss. That is two drops from the Sweden side now, giving a much rather comfortable lead towards Hong Kong. Venyas finding more misses. This is now over 10,000 point lead Lemmy. Yet again, this just does not seem like Sweden has the stamina at this point. It seems like they're totally drained out, and Hong Kong just really taking away from this point. Fubuki Fan, Koshpan still holding on to their full combos. Trimatic trying his damnedest, but when you look at the accuracy side of things, you can't really match this.
I mean, there's still like about another half of this chart, and considering how many drops there Sweden has, and I guess in fairness, Hong Kong has a bit of a share of a few drops, but at this point, it's just two MCs to one, and that's clearly where the difference lies.
Yeah, such a massive lead. Trimatic also loses their full combo. Sweden now down to no full combos on their team versus Hong Kong's two full combos going into the last quarter of the map. Can they still hold it? 45,000 point lead for them. This is very comfortable. I don't think it's even possible that Hong Kong can lose this point unless they all just decide to stop playing, really. But really, really good accuracy demonstration from Fubuki Fan and Koshpen, and I think even Squiz as well, if he didn't find those misses and drops towards the start there.
Yeah, nearing to the end of the chart, Koshpen had, I guess, quite a stellar performance from the round of 32 until now. It's the unchanged basically. Yeah. In fact, I think it's just getting stronger actually. The accuracy is just going up and up, and even then, kind of jumping like this, it's just mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, halfway through the map, it was only a couple thousand points of difference, but then towards the end, we already get to 55,000 points. I'm not too sure if Hong Kong felt as comfortable as they should have felt, because that was pretty dodgy towards the middle, but 55,000 point lead. I mean, you take it. That's a huge win. And Koshpen, 117 perfects. You look at the ratios in this lobby. Hong Kong. Oh my goodness.
clearly shows that their Rise are they're just bare skill set. And, there's like 4 Rise left in Hong Kong who can take advantage of. And Sweden though, there's not that many options if you would consider it. But given their protectors also SVA, I should say there's a comfortable point to begin with if they want to go with the SV route first.
I mean, they did protect this, so I'd like to hope they're confident on it at least. I mean, as I was talking about the results from last round, none of these teams played the SV. So I would not be surprised at all if Sweden were willing to take that gamble and just choose into the SV, not really knowing what to expect here, but just having confidence, I think, is the main thing you really need.
Seems like we're getting information that Ocean is not in the, I guess, in the lineup, considering he's not available for the entire match, I feel, or maybe he's just coming around late. But we're getting into Classicer Einheit, the Ellen Density pick from Sweden, coming out from Sweden. We're not seeing Protect just yet. I guess they're testing out the waters to see how Hong Kong can fare well on the LS.
I mean, yeah, you've only got one SV map at your disposal. Once that's done, you're gonna need to pick into one of these maps anyway, so why not do it early, just see how it goes. If you manage to do well, manage to take a point, maybe you'll choose it again. You don't even need to choose the SV. So, you know, I'm not gonna say it's a bad pick. This is probably one of Sweden's better picks. And we'll see how it plays for them.
Yeah, we're seeing 2 swaps here for Sweden, and between Neon Dragon and Oliver Q, and then Hong Kong has only been out to Aquaman. And we were replacing, I guess Nikuro Raw, or essentially Fubuki Fan in this case.
Yeah, I think Hong Kong missing Quotient is a pretty bad loss for their team at this moment, but they've still got all the manpower, I think, to still perform well on these maps. I mean, Hong Kong definitely capable of choking. I do think this is one of the teams that maybe has a what they call third player syndrome, where it tends to be there's always one person maybe just falling off a bit. So Sweden, as long as they can all just get there, all keep their heads in the game, lock in. I think if everyone full combos on the Sweden side, maybe unlikely but still possible, they can definitely take this point from Hong Kong.
Yeah, we'll see once we get the start command going in. Given there's a lot of pressure, I believe, for Sweden, especially for, I guess, the picks that are not Rice, especially because we're still dipping our toes to that one to see how Hong Kong can fare. But at the end of the day, I feel even if they're not triumphing that much in terms of LS, they still have maybe a couple of picks to go for. We're seeing all mirrors for Hong Kong.
The mirror strat. This is maybe one of the buffs in the game. Makes you get a higher score just by using mirror. It doesn't really do anything besides flip the nose to the other side. Really, you know, nothing at all. It helps prevent mind block though, so there you go. Triple mirror is definitely something interesting to see.
Alright, we'll see how this goes. Actually, so far not too bad for both teams, actually. Given their intro hasn't been too much of a slip-up just yet.
And yeah, these accuracies are just pretty relaxed at the moment. We're still yet to get into the bulk of this chart, but as we can see already in the first quarter of the map, just judging by the ratio and accuracy, it seems like these teams are pretty balanced, but you know, like I said, we're still not at the density of this map yet. Only 2,000 point lead. Really, anything can happen.
Just about 2,000 point. I guess the accuracy difference. Neon Dragon used to be like I guess the higher score, but I guess that's a miss actually from Dragon.
Really early misses. Seems like they are struggling on this one section, and that will give Hong Kong quite a big lead here. All still holding on to their full combos, and I think Sweden will just need to really pry back at the accuracy, but Levy also finds another miss for Sweden. Oliver Q down to the only FC on this team on Sweden's pick. It seems like Hong Kong are pretty confident on these LNs still, even with the missing player.
Yeah, this is looking very solid for Hong Kong there. Still all 3 FCs, and even then, that's still almost all beating every single Swedish player is right here. Just 30,000 point lead, nothing to be able to catch up, I feel. Even I guess the ending is pretty much the same as the intro.
Yeah, and this map's only 2 minutes long, and it seems like the entire first half is just a build-up for what's to come. And, you know, we've seen the result of that. We did see Neon Jacken and Lemmy finding their misses, and that ultimately cost them this point, really. But, I mean, just looking at the accuracies, would it have really mattered? Probably not. Koshpan with 99.77% accuracy.
Yeah, that's really, really cool to see all 3 FCs on the Hong Kong side. Just clearly goes to show that how all-rounded they are. Even though, shout out to Oliver Q as well for performing just a bit above a Minato Akofan here, but it's just seems like all the fellow Scandinavians here have been a fair bit behind, but we got still have a few picks for Sweden to go there.
Yeah, and I will say Hong Kong's lowest score, 975k, it does match at around Sweden's average score. So, I mean, even though we did see a big score lead towards Hong Kong there, if Sweden managed to not find those misses, that still would have been very close. Like I said, I do think Hong Kong still would have taken that point in the back of the accuracy, but still would have been very close. And I think this is a much better pick than choosing into the Rice, I'd have to say.
Alright, so let's see what Hong Kong's the next move would be. We haven't seen a raw understanding at all even. And then there's also I guess the hybrid that hasn't been shown yet is Carry Me Away. And the Ellen is Packet Hero, I feel. Hasn't been played either. Maybe the newer ones we get to see for Hong Kong?
Yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised if they just kept choosing Rice here, to be honest. I mean, they do have the accuracy advantage. Why not just keep picking what you're comfortable on? And, you know, like you're saying, Carry Me Away, I do think that is probably maybe the hardest map in this pool. So, yeah, maybe Hong Kong do choose into Carry Me Away. But no, instead, they do go for Rice 3.
Alright, Korjak time. It's alright. Hong Kong is gonna have a lot of fun with this one. Koshima is gonna have a lot of fun with this one, especially it's a joint highest score with Muka on like round of 16. I believe it was like Reiwa with like what, 40 BPM. This is just 6 BPM higher, although it may not look like much. But Koshima is probably just gonna making sure they still have the highest score from all the players here.
Yeah, and talking about this map in relation to Reiwa was more, there was quite a few streams mixed in there, making it a bit harder to act, but this map has only got, like, I think there's 2 streams in this map, so this really is all about accuracy, even more so than the rounds before, and you could even argue that that makes it harder, more stamina, it's more wrist consistent movement, and it's also, like you said, 6 BPM higher, so we might actually, you know, see more chokes because of that, but being the Korjak map, being consistency, I would like to imagine we do see a triple FC from both teams and some really good accuracies.
Yeah, let's see if this actually beats your 17, but I mean, it's up in the air, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Koshpan already down to 99.99, wasn't on 9.8, did drop a few perfects at the intro there. I mean, everyone in this lobby does look pretty comfortable, besides maybe Trimatic Venyas did drop a little bit there, but it's really not gonna mean much because we're not even in the bulk of the map yet. This is still just the build-up. 1,000 points at this point is just nothing.
Oh no. Alright, so apparently Unvenia's side is gonna DC, but it's already past the 30-second mark, I feel.
Yeah, there's not gonna be an abort here. I mean, Venyas was already down to 99.6% there. I don't think, even with that score, they're gonna beat Hong Kong's triple 99.9 at this moment. Levy trying their hardest, is matching Fubuki Fat at the moment, but Koshban still on the 99.98, and Squiz also on the 99.9. You have Trimatic on the 99.7. You can't really match this with this accuracy halfway through the map, and even if Fenyez did not crash, I mean, these are pretty impossible scores to beat. You would need Hong Kong to miss.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do at this point, especially when 3 versus 2 isn't really something that you can avoid of. Well, I guess you can just watch the scores unfold, especially for across the board, just all averaging like 99.9, except for Trimatic, and then there's the miss, like I said just before.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate miss there. Already down to 9.5, but you know, like I said, Hong Kong's accuracy here, Koshpad with the 99.98% in the closing of the map. And Levy, I just want to say, also a very commendable score, 99.91. Just a little bit behind Fubuki Fan in the 99.93. I mean, this is what you kind of expect on a Jack pick. But yeah, Hong Kong would have taken that point by quite a lot, most likely, regardless.
Yeah, this looks like that's a team score and a half, like 6,000 away from like 3 million, and just look at that 26, 100, 143, 131. Trimatic, a bit of few fair issues there, but there's really not that much you can do, especially with that kind of team score.
Yeah, I mean, Hong Kong 1-200 away from a triple V1 SS, and Levy also with the triple, sorry, not triple, Levy also with the V1 double S, but Trimatic with the 1 miss and the 50, and just the ratio difference. Yeah, I mean, that's just a clean sweep from Hong Kong on that map, unfortunately. But that was Hong Kong's pick, and Sweden now, I would like to imagine they're probably going to pick into the SV here. I mean, it's still possible they choose an LN, but I would say SV is probably their best pick at this moment.
Yeah, so Sweden's pick, it has to be SVs at this point. Dipping their toes even further to LNs might not be the wise idea, but they're going for it. They're going for First Frost. There you go.
Yeah, and there you have it. This is their Protect, and I guess we'll see how well both of these teams have practiced this SV map. And, you know, like I said earlier, we have seen no results from the round of 16 map pool from both of these teams on the SV maps. So as the pools get harder and harder, we will be able to see just how well these teams can perform on the more difficult SV maps. And this will be their test for both of these teams.
And now we're seeing Johnny now for the Sweden side, and Hong Kong's third player might be. I actually don't know. We kind of see a little bit of a difference in terms of player roster. Just we don't know the third player is going to be for Hong Kong.
Yeah, I'm a bit unsure as to who would come in here for Hong Kong, but these do look like, you know, they're normal setups for these maps. And, you know, this map is 3.5 minutes long, so we might already be able to determine a clear winner from the get-go and be able to maybe just see who's putting more practice. But, you know, SV being SV, that could really flip at any moment. But I think with regards to seeing practice from gameplay, you could really see that in the start of the map.
All right, Resist is coming for Hong Kong. Yeah, actually, yeah, that makes so much more sense given Resist has also played the SVs in like round of 32 as well. So we should be maybe like a full SV roster. Actually, maybe not for Koshaman. It's actually swapped by Nico the Rock or Fubuki Man.
I guess maybe they've all just put in more practice. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess it doesn't really matter who goes in. It's all about who has put in the practice. So it could be anyone, right? Let's not get too hasty. And all players are ready, getting into the first and only SV map that is available in this match. And like I said, I do think we'll be able to see who's put in a good amount of practice within the first maybe like 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're seeing I believe that's a fade-in for Resistance here.
Yeah.
Interesting enough.
Oh
wow, okay. Oh. Yeah, I don't think
Okay,
that's
these are-
pretty,
these are
much
set
that's pretty much
reads.
seals their fate.
Yeah, yeah. I think Hong Kong have, as a matter of fact, got 2 set reads on their team. I feel like this has happened in the last match, UK versus Australia. Maybe, I'm not too sure, but I do think Sweden will take this point. As I was saying about the find out who's put in practice in the first 30 seconds, I think we can clearly see Sweden have definitely put in some practice versus Hong Kong. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, that's a actually by looking at it, that's a team performance from Sweden. There, that's no one's below 99.7. Lemmy was like 99.9 until like the first quarter of it.
I still find it pretty crazy that this guy is playing Faden on this. I don't know how people can do that.
I mean, I guess Faden doesn't really obscure much of it visually because of even if you lower the scroll speed, you can still see the SVs in full effect anyway.
I suppose, yeah, it's about that memory as well. But yeah, I mean, I have no idea how to pronounce that username. Rissizus, maybe? Fighting their best. So does Neon Drakon as well. So Sweden now only down to their 2 full combos, down from their 3, but still, I mean, you have a triple 99 from the Swedish roster, and I think now we can definitely see why they protected SV. And also we could see, on the other side of things, why Hong Kong banned SV1.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Sweden doesn't decide to protect SV2, then Hong Kong probably would have banned SV2 anyway, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if the Swedish roster know just how much they're winning by at this moment in time. They're probably still really putting in the effort, as they should. I mean, Johnny also finding that Miss Levy now the only full combo in this lobby, sitting at 99.63%, but can they hold it for the rest of the map? Still got a quarter left to go.
I mean, let's be honest. Even if one of them disconnects, the lead still goes to Sweden because of that enormous gap there.
Yeah, it's not every day you see a player on 73% and 88% respectively as a team score there. But still, this is just a given at this point towards Sweden. They will be taking their first point on their Protect, and this is, like I said, the only SV map in the match, being as SV1 is banned. So can Sweden still manage to pick up other points? This might be their confidence boost, potentially.
Lemmy's really balling with this kind of score, though. Not gonna lie, this is actually such a good score by Lemmy, though. 99.66. That's a very, very good score. 988 for Lemmy, and Johnny and Drakon actually not too far behind from the rest from the rest of the teammates, but that's a point on the board for Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, the accuracy from this Swedish roster, very, very good. 6, 9, and 16 200s across all players. I mean, if we didn't see those misses from Neon and Johnny, we could have seen a really good team score. That would be pretty hard to beat, I would say.
Well, not in this case. That I guess if you would count like FCs for all Sweden, that's a tough thing to deal and tough thing to beat that kind of team score though. But Hong Kong's turn to pick. There's still 3 rice left there. We'll see if either raw understanding or they're just gonna go with the TV size.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, I do think Hong Kong just keep choosing into the race here. I would be surprised if they chose LN, but maybe we could see a hybrid on the board, like Hybrid 2. But ultimately, Hong Kong knows they've got the accuracy advantage on these rice maps, so why not just keep it safe? Why not just keep picking those maps? I mean, any rice map is probably good for Hong Kong in this situation.
Yeah, TV size time.
Yeah, we get race 5 with this very long name for a map, and this map is pretty. I mean, it's dumpy, yeah, but it's very, I would say, chokeable as well. So Hong Kong choosing maybe one of the more physical maps, maybe one of the more harder ones, but also if you are able to play it, then it could just be another AC map, right? So I guess it just really depends on how good these players are and if they're able to maintain that consistency on this.
Alright, we're seeing Oliver Q here. Interesting enough, that would be I guess we're probably seeing first, maybe second time playing Rice for Sweden side anyway.
I mean, yeah, anyone can really come out here from Sweden, but it does look like these rosters have solidified, and we do get Kosh, Squiz, and Fubuki versus Vinyas, Levy, and Oliver Q. And apparently their leader is good to go. So that's not very good. They're now down 2 players at this moment.
That's kind of a wild occurrence when you're down by 2 players, but you still have like 4 solid players to go with.
Yeah, definitely not a good thing for your team, but that does, like you say, it does show just how good this core roster is of Hong Kong and how capable they are of spreading their skills across all these maps and the diversity that they all have.
It's also very short, so any miss really counts for any lead that comes up later on.
Yeah, we see a big accuracy drop there from Fubuki fan, all the way down to 9.3. But the lead was in Sweden's favor there, but that was already went back, and I think Sweden just lost quite a bit of AC. I'm not too sure what happened, but 1,000 points this early in.
Ooh.
This is a TV size.
Yeah, we're entering the second half already. We already talked about quite a bit, so we'll see how this goes. Actually, if no miss does occur. Oh, actually, well, let me miss there.
Yeah, Levy the first miss in the lobby and the first miss on the Swedish side. So 10,000 point lead already. This is not something you want to give on a map this short. But we are just about to get into the Ki. Can players still hold their combo? Can they still hold the act? 10,000 points. It might seem like a lot, but Squiz finds that miss, and that will give a lot of score back to Sweden. But Levy trades it back.
Oliver Q with also another one too. That's a lead already, like a 30,000 just jumps right back in.
Yeah, it'll lead this massive in the closing section of the map. It did seem like it was possible on the back of Squiz's miss there, but it was just not meant to be. 44,000 points, and this really just does show Hong Kong's ability on these Rice maps. Koshban with the V1 double S and Fubuki fan Lemmy also very good accuracies. And I do want to mention the ratios from all these players are pretty close. I think if there was a slightly more, if there was slightly better accuracy from Sweden, they could have actually taken this point.
Yeah, but unfortunately, like with the trades there coming from Oliver Q and Lemmy, it's a little bit too much, especially given the length. And I believe that's Koshapen's 3 V1 double S's throughout this match. We're seeing various artists V1 double S, Trio Misery V1 double S, and Koiwa Chaos is also V1 double S. Almost flawless there.
Yeah, showing a really great performance. But now, Sweden's pick, the LN2 did seem like, I mean, there was a possibility, right? There was. So Sweden most likely just going to choose another LN. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, either one could be picked, but maybe LN3? I'm not really too sure, but this could be Sweden's last pick, so they really need to make this one count.
Yeah, even though they're running out of options, given that LN doesn't really work. The other thing is maybe a hybrid, which I'm a little bit dubious if Sweden want to go for it, but they're actually going to go with Raputa.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting choice to go for a hybrid. I'm not too sure if it's the if it's Sweden's best choice, but I mean, it's a hybrid. We haven't seen a hybrid yet this match, so there is still
Might as well go
room
for it.
error here. Yeah, exactly. May as well.
Although this is the, I guess, I'm not sure. Maybe highest star rating in a regular pick, maybe. Apart from the tiebreaker, of course.
Yeah, 6.44 stars and only 2 minutes 26 seconds. Yeah, again, not a very long map, but I suppose maybe most of the maps are around this length anyway, so it's it's pretty reasonable, I guess. But yeah, Sweden, I mean, maybe choosing to gamble at a hybrid. I mean, you've lost LN, you've lost Rice, hybrid has been avoided. It's the middle ground, it's just the in-between, so I mean, go for it. Take a
Alright,
gamble.
alright. We'll see how the Sweden can fare on the hybrids. We haven't seen this much of on the match just yet. We have seen LM, we have seen Rice. Let's just combine those two.
Into the intro of the map, we don't really see much, but we do see maybe a little bit of an accuracy drop there from Squiz and Oliver Q, but really meaningless. But Squiz already finding
that's a
that
bad
really
intro.
bad drop.
Oh, that's a bad intro. Squiz already down like 98.5 already.
Yeah, those misses were really bad. I mean, 98% this early on? I mean,
There's a solid chance.
It is really early. Yeah, it's too early to call, and Sweden have already got a pretty comfortable lead, but they all just need to really hold on to it. But Neon, finding that miss, I mean, is it going to be enough for Hong Kong to take back that lead?
Squiz trade as well. Actually, those 3 misses from Squiz, just from that, is enough to dent the lead, and Sweden's coming away with like a 10,000 point lead. But that's still quite a bit to go. On the attack! Oh my god! That's a bad call lock.
Yeah, that cost so much accuracy there. Went from like a 99 already down to 98.3, just that fast. And the lead just flipped entirely. Now 10,000 points in Hong Kong's favor instead. I mean, can they hold on to it? Squiz, we did see some really nasty drops earlier. I mean, it's entirely possible that it happens again, but Oliver Q finding that miss, giving an even stronger lead to Hong Kong.
Yeah, there's still quite a lot there. There's quite a fair bit of harder patterns. Lemmy, there's no full combos on the Sweden side. There's still 2 left on the Hong Kong side. It's really looking very good.
Yeah, Sweden all just finding those misses. I mean, it was looking pretty good for them earlier on in the map, but Squiz has managed to find his footing, and he's just comboing the rest of it. It's only less than the core of the map left, 33,000 points. Does not seem likely that Hong Kong can choke this. Let me yak in with another miss, and this is going to be almost a 40,000 point lead with only a couple seconds left of the map.
Yeah, you're coming out to the end. I guess there's really not that much you can do. That drop from Neon Dracon was absolutely disgusting and unfortunate to see, because that call lock was like the triples and the grace, and that really costed it.
Yeah, that was like a 20,000 point deficit from just that one drop.
Look at that!
Crazy.
13 100s, 13 100s, 5 misses, just one section alone.
I still think, regardless, Hong Kong would have taken that point on the back of 991 and 987k on that side. I think Neon, even if he had 1 mil, they still wouldn't have had enough. Maybe barely. Maybe, but yeah.
Solid. Oh man, that's still quite tough to deal. Especially that's even then. Hong Kong has the match point potential here. There's 2 Rice picks, whichever of the 2 they're gonna go. Just please be oral understanding, because it hasn't been shown just yet.
I mean, yeah, Hong Kong, they could really just choose anything at this point, right? I mean, still to be expected, a Rice map. So they've still got Rice 4, Rice 6 at their disposal. But they choose to go into Hybrid 3 instead.
All right, here we go. Dragonlands. Yeah, actually, not too bad. Actually, given this is a bit harder. Maybe I'll take that back. Maybe it's just complex enough to making sure there's quite a bit of a drop. Not in the way of density, but it's dense enough to the point that you can just get bad judgments.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't think this is Hong Kong's best pick, but I suppose they're up 5-1 and they're pretty confident that they can take points on pretty much any of these pools. Maybe they're just like, maybe this map is just pretty fun. They can just kind of take it away from them. But Sweden, being able to capitalize on that, this might be actually one of their optimal picks when you look at, okay, they could have picked a rice map, right? So Hybrid 3. Actually, Sweden, we just saw on the last Hybrid map, anything's possible. And if we see some more chokes from like Squiz like we did see last time, oh my god, we could see another point to Sweden.
You're still waiting for the third Swedish player. Although, interestingly enough, we're not seeing Kosha for Hong Kong.
Yeah, very bizarre. Maybe they're just, letting someone else take their spot. Just have fun with it, I suppose. Oliver Q does come back in. And I think we have seen this roster for Sweden on majority of these maps.
Yeah, they played on like Raputa before, and I guess these three-man slot, and so not so surprising. They're just their best players to be able to battle it out against Hong Kong. Although this pick is really hard to do, and it's just really easy to get bad judgments just from a misread alone. And for those of you who are around in 2018, this was the pick by the same song, but it's an SV chart by Toe. The song slaps, and the chart also slaps. So we should play that one as well. If you're around in 2018 and you would like to play SVs, you can just go there.
Yeah, I guess a little shout out to Toph there for his SV map, but also like you were saying, this map being hard to act, easy to get bad judgments on, this map is basically 3 minutes long, right? That is a lot of time for things to go wrong, and especially so on a map like this. We do see some early accuracy drops there from Squiz, a couple 200s coming out, giving an early lead. I mean, we're not even in any part of the map just now, and Sweden have already got almost 2,000 point lead there.
So yeah, Sweden has an early lead, but this just the interlude, and it's not even worse off yet. Now we're going to a little bit more whoop-dums, almost. Oh man, that's Aquaman with the first damage there for Hong Kong, actually.
Yeah, that miss, that's the first miss in this lobby. I mean, already a quarter way through the map, but this map does not let go. Oliver Q finding a miss to trade
second
with
one.
Yes, 2 misses in the lobby, but Sweden still looking to maintain that lead. I think they still have the accuracy advantage here regardless. 2 players on 9.7.
That's a lead. Actually, just go straight away to Hong Kong because of Neon Dragon Oliver Q. Also drops accuracy here. Fubuki fan with the second person to drop from Hong Kong. There's a sliver of hope for Sweden here.
Yeah, halfway through the map. Like I said, this map is basically 3 minutes long, so there still is a lot of map left to go, but 7,000 points. Fubuki fan finding yet another miss. This is giving a good lead to Sweden here at this somewhat of a break section, but even this section is hard enough.
Solid chance for Sweden to be able to take the break point from Hong Kong here. But that's still like the last third of this song. The last third is not even that much easier.
And Sweden are still managing to increase that lead even more. They have just better accuracy overall. Fubuki fan missing at this relatively slow section. That's a little bit bizarre there, but 18,000 point lead. We are going to need to see some heavy drops from Sweden here to give it back to Hong Kong, especially with the accuracy advantage.
Sweden is not even faced on Oliver Q with the miss there, but that's still not enough. There's like 2 or 3 more drops left. Drakon, massive misread there.
Yeah, really bad accuracy jump there. There's not much of the map left to go. I mean, 10,000 points. The Intercon finds a really bad miss and accuracy jump. 4,000 points now.
Is there enough time there? Fubuki fan with the trade there is Neandercon, but there's still like 5,000 point lead. Fubuki fan with the massive mistake again.
10,000 points. That felt a lot closer than that towards the end there. Fubuki fan had not missed at that outro. Oh my god, we could have been seeing a defeat already. But Sweden taking a break point from Hong Kong.
Sweden managed to stay alive from that bizarre pick from Hong Kong there. Neandercon with a massive bad judgments throughout the ending there, but it was not clearly. It was a jump scare, but it was clearly not enough.
Yeah, 991k there from Lemmy. Very commendable score. Very nice score. And I mean, overall, from that Swedish roster, they put up a pretty good fight there. I mean, besides the misses, they had a pretty good accuracy and team score, and they looked pretty confident, I would like to say, on that hybrid map. I wouldn't be surprised if Sweden... Okay, maybe I would be surprised if they picked hybrid too, but... I mean, the option's there.
Yeah, hybrid 2, we haven't seen Carry Me Away either. Well, so far today. But we're seeing Packet Hero, fair enough. That we haven't seen that song in, just yet.
Yeah, opting to choose away from Carry Me Away, and like I said, that it's not really surprising. Carry Me Away is pretty difficult. I do think it is the hardest map in this pool, so that probably isn't Sweden's best pick. But choosing into LN1, I do agree with this pick. I just think Sweden, after taking that point on Hybrid 3, they've got it. You know, they've got the confidence, they've got the mental to know we can still manage to take LN.
Yeah, absolutely. This is even though they're still in a bit of a pickle, still in a kind of a dire situation, but Quotient's now finally coming back in after a long absence.
Yeah, being gone for that one map. I mean, maybe this is the game changer here. Koshman coming back in. How confident are they on LN1? I would say probably pretty confident. Koshman is pretty good at the game.
Oh, not too sure because the third player isn't. Okay. We're still solidifying the same team members for Sweden. Quotient coming back from Hong Kong. Not too sure if that's a good move because from that long absence, I don't think Quotient is that well worn. But that could be proven wrong.
Yeah, Quotient back from their McDonald's now in the lobby. This is the first time, I believe. So, I mean, Quotient was one of their main players, one of their core players. So, I guess it depends how much warm-up they have. If his hands are cold, we could see some chokes and maybe actually go to Sweden because of that. But if they have managed to find time to get that warm-up in, this is an even stronger roster than before for Hong Kong.
Alright, we should be seeing soon enough after, I guess, once everyone's ready. But this is, I believe, maybe first or second time this chart being shown. But we haven't seen quite a lot of release coordination pick just, I guess, for a few matches. So this is fairly new, at least for us anyway.
I mean, looking at the round of 16 results, the score lead wasn't even that massive on the releases between these two teams. So, with this map being a bit harder, maybe that does favor Hong Kong a little bit more. But, like, the point I'm trying to get across is that this is still entirely winnable for Sweden on LN1 on these releases.
Just about solid enough for a start for both of these teams. Both Kosham and Quotient about like averaging 99.8. Only Nato Aquaman is falling behind from the rest of the teammates.
Yeah, I mean, already giving Hong Kong a 7,000 point lead. The accuracy is a bit low from Sweden here. But at the end of the day, it does just come down to combo. If Hong Kong does manage to find a miss or two, that will sway it back towards Sweden. Maybe they don't need the accuracy just yet. We are still yet to get into the bulk of this map.
Yeah, just looking at it like 8,000 point lead. Although this, actually, Minotaur Aquafriend just almost dipped below 99 there. The lead might swing a little bit there.
Yeah, with Minato having the lowest accuracy in the lobby, but being backed up by Quotient and Koshban with a 99.6 and 99.7 respectively. Halfway through the map, they seem to be pretty confident. If Minato does manage to find more accuracy drops, then maybe Sweden can capitalize, but I think they're really just trying to focus on full comboing at this point and really relying on Hong Kong missing.
We're reaching in the last third of the song there. Not too much in the way. The lead actually just keeps growing, actually.
Yeah, it keeps growing. In the last core of the map, 17,000 point lead. We do see some more accuracy drops from the Swedish side. There's not really much time left. If we're going to see drops, we see it now, and Oliver is the first to find the drop. That might just be the final nail in the coffin for this roster.
Yeah, there's not that much time left to recover. 25,000 point lead, and Koship and Quotient is not gonna miss. They don't really miss at this point.
Yeah, with basically nothing left in the map, we do see a very, very, very big lead towards Hong Kong here, 27,000 points, and it's just practically unwinnable for Sweden. We do see a 6-2 to Hong Kong, and oh my god, Koshban and Quotient accuracy. Neon as well.
Yeah, very, very good performances. Almost a 6-way FC, but 6-2 win to Hong Kong, and that is the end of the line for fellow Scandinavians here.
Yeah, Sweden unfortunately being knocked out of the tournament. Hong Kong still managing to stay in, but they now need to face the UK in their next matchup.
Yep, there you have it. Lower bracket is getting pretty tight so far, especially Hong Kong coming just maybe when the matchups when they face United Kingdom, and things get tough, especially because in quarterfinals they have like 2 matches to play. Given if they won the first match, and there's a second matchup to determine the top 12 or the semi-finalists.
Yeah, I do think some of these matches are maybe going to get quite a bit spicy here. I mean, already just from the get-go, we are going to probably see some very close matches, and this is only just off the back of these 4 recent matches. But don't go anywhere, because we are going to have Russia versus France 8 minutes from now, so very soon. Mifa, do you have anything else to say as we close up this stream?
Well, not really so much about closing the stream, but I do want to mention, because Russia versus France I believe, is also a lower bracket, I would say. So, I guess so far in the tournament, I guess the schedule for today has been like all lower bracket matches. So, Russia versus France is also quite close as well. So, don't really miss out on that, because that may be a potential tiebreaker in this kind of a matchup here. Especially, there's been quite a lot of 6-2, 6-1. So, be sure to catch up on that 7 minutes from now.
Yeah, that'll be it from us. So, like I said, don't go anywhere. 7 minutes. Be here again. Okay. Take care, guys. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
And welcome back to the Osumania 4K World Cup 2024. Back for our second match of the day and the weekend. It is none other than some of the fan favorite teams out there. Japan versus Spain. And some really appreciable lineups as well. I am back on commentary booth. I am Petraj. I'll be commentating with Potassium F. How are you?
I'm doing well, and back for another set of matches here. We've got a couple coming kind of in a row, or at least closer together than the last one was. So here at a slightly off hour for Japan and Spain. This is also a loser's bracket match as well. So we are going to be seeing one of these teams go home right now, and Japan obviously with a seed advantage as well.
Yeah, 13 versus 23. It's going to be a little bit of a fight for Spain to get towards Japan, but who knows? We are in the quarterfinals. The maps have gotten really more difficult. It is a substantial bump from round of 16. And we saw Japan start to show some signs of weaknesses, and that's why also Japan is in the losers bracket rather than in the winners bracket.
Yeah, Japan has a situation this year where they've lost a couple of their key LN players from last year. They were a very strong LN team last year, but this year, a lot of the newer players they've brought in, so we have like Bad Mania player, Yomogi, 13 Wiz, and NA, but they have, while they can kind of play LN, it's definitely not as strong as they used to be last year. So they have really kind of solidified themselves again as a Rice team like they were, all the way back in 2020, for example. But the problem is, nowadays, every team is so strong at everything that having a weakness like that is a little hard to win matches with. But I say that, but on the other side, Spain also kind of has the same issue, where they've been struggling a little bit when it comes to the LN picks so far this tournament.
Yeah, I think they have a pretty similar lineup in terms of specialties. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how those specificities clash together.
I'm actually kind of going to say one more. I think this is probably a really bad matchup for Spain, just in general, because if you look at some of Spain's scores, their best qualifier score by far was the SV. And it is really unfortunate to be matching up against Japan of all teams here when Spain is kind of relying on that being one of their primary picks. This is not really a situation you want to necessarily be in versing the number one SV seed of the tournament. And on top of that, like, Spain's Rice has been looking very strong, but Japan's Rice has looked a little bit stronger so far, so it'll be interesting to see what they end up picking.
Yeah, I sometimes refer to Spain as the Japan of Europe. So, the Japan of Europe facing the Japan of Japan is
The Japan
a little
of Japan.
it's a little bit strange. It's a little bit unfortunate, I would say.
The Spain of Asia, one might say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what ends up being picked. I have to imagine Japan are going to be... Well, actually, are Japan going to be protecting SV? I feel like this is maybe the one match where it might be realistic for Japan not to be protecting SV. I don't know.
Honestly, it remains to be seen, and we are going to get our answer soon.
Yeah, I feel like there's a real possibility we might be seeing both SVs being picked, though. Because Japan are not a team that ever wants to be banning SV, and Spain kind of feel like they maybe might need to be leaving the SV up as a bit of a curveball, potentially.
Japan wins the roll with a 30. Those are some really low rolls so far.
So let's see what they decided to go for. Ah, there we go. We're not actually going to be seeing an SV Protect from Japan for the first time in a very long time. It's been at least 2 years, I think, since we've last seen a non-SV Protect.
Yeah, I think Japan really knows that they do have the seed advantage. against Spain, so they are definitely playing the court jacks. Their other strong point
It's
against Spain.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because, like, yeah, we have protects for both of the teams, but the reason why I'm struggling to think of what each team was going to protect is because I don't really see either team wanting to even ban the other team's strong maps because they're both strong at the same maps.
Yeah, it all comes down to which maps they are really confident in, I think.
Yeah, like, I mean, Japan just protected Rise 3, which I think, and I'm like, okay, yeah, Japan's really strong at Rise 3, but then you also think, would Spain have banned Rise 3? I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm really struggling to see
It's
how
kind of like
Spain is gonna go here.
it's kind of a difficult question because it's like, does it really matter? Protect, right? Yeah, Rise 6,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
double
see.
Rise protects, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Was Japan going to ban Rise 6? I don't think so either. We'll see what they actually decide to ban. We might just see a double LN ban, maybe LN1, LN3.
Yeah, because I do not know if Spain still has an LN lineup for quarterfinals.
Okay, going.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
That banning SV1 against Japan, that does make sense. Spain is very good at SV themselves, but it still makes a lot of sense because Japan are just so ridiculously consistent when it comes to SV maps that, yeah, it does feel a bit rough. Japan does ban LN1. I think that is kind of the expected route that they would take. It's kind of their least comfortable map, but at the same time, it's also probably Spain's least comfortable map in the pool.
Yeah, I think Spain's ban makes complete sense because SV1, especially as an individual pick, is really up the alley of Japan's SV players. So that's like 100% the best call, I would say.
And we're seeing the Jack pick being picked like first, like the first non-SV pick for like both matches today, which I feel like is really interesting to see because this is kind of thinking back to past MWCs, past rounds even. Jacks typically get left fairly late in the match because it's one of those picks that is very volatile. It's so volatile and easy to choke, easy to, like, the nerves are going to be an absolute maximum, but Japan is just one of those teams that I think they're just super confident.
Yeah, honestly, like, I think the Jack picks are gonna be left until the end of the matchup or completely ignored if both teams perceive the other team as being really close in terms of accuracy and physicality. But I think Japan here, setting Rise 3 as their protect and their first pick, really is putting up a statement. Yeah, we've got this.
Yeah, it's a bit of a power play, you know. It's like, as you said, it's a really big statement to be doing this one. Like, you would expect, or at least I would expect, if a team is really confident when it came to their accuracy, I would expect more of a Rise 2 pick instead. You know, a more consistency based one that if you're really comfortable with it, you're going to do well. Compared to this one, I mean, same thing. You know, if you're comfortable, you're going to do well on this one, but. One miss here just means way more than it would in Rise 2, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also think it's way easier to be missing on this pick than Rise 2. And considering Spain's lineup, I think it makes sense for Japan to be picking Rise 3 instead of Rise 2.
Yeah, we'll see how it turns out for Japan here. Obviously, they do have very strong Rise players. They've got them in the lobby right now, but Spain, I expect some strong scores out of Spain also at the same time, so we'll see once it gets into the dense section in the second half of the map, but for now, starting off fairly light.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see Japan's lineup with Yomogi, Na, and Kuruke. I thought they're in the spectating booth.
Yeah, interesting note of fodder in the Jack pick for. Yeah, I mean, that just kind of goes to show. I feel like Japan this year has a very, very deep Rice lineup. I think that's their problem. It's only kind of a really deep Rice lineup.
Yeah, so far in terms of accuracy, it's really close. Japan has the slightest bit of advantage because all of their players are nothing below 99.96. Really, Cricket is just the lowest accuracy in Japan's team. It's 99.97. What else can I say?
You can see how this pick could be really volatile as well, though, because all 6 players are above 99.9. All 3 Spain players still 99.91, but Guldak finds the drop, and that's a big one as well, down to 99.6.
Yeah, 99.9. From 99.9 to 99.7. You can see how it can fall, but Kuruke also falls prey to a miss. That is a more graceful miss because Kuruke has only fallen to 99.8, so Japan still has the advantage.
Yeah, 1 miss apiece, but that does actually keep things really close. See, 5,000 points the difference. 1 more miss from the side of Japan could definitely swing this lead over towards Spain, especially as Guldak starting to increase that accuracy again. It should get up to 99.7 fairly soon.
Yamogi still at 99.9, just a machine right now, going.
That is absolutely crazy. 2 players on Spain still holding that 99.9 themselves, though. Not too far behind. But Japan's accuracy is still looking to keep ahead, and no one's missing right now, but Guldak finds another miss at the very end of that dense section. And that is pretty much the end of the map here. This outro, a lot less dense than that part that we just saw.
Yeah, we're gonna see the 300 count from Yomugi. I'm pretty sure that's a V1SS.
My God.
Not also with a really great score. Ime also someone to look at, to look out for. Nico with also a really decent score.
99.99 is ridiculous. Wait, hang on. What is this? 10?
Yes, 10. Let's go. 10.
Oh my God. That is absurd.
10, 50, 55. That's Japan's ratio. You can understand why they would protect this pick. Like, despite having a miss from Crew K, this accuracy is just unparalleled. In the losers bracket, at least.
Oh my God. That is crazy ratio just from the whole team of Japan. Ime as well on Spain getting the clean score V1SS with the 98 300s, but yeah, as you said, like that's why Japan protected it.
Yeah, it makes complete sense. If they know their scores on it, then yeah, there's not much way around it.
But that is a core Jack score of all time right there.
But now we have to see what Spain has to provide. I don't know what they're gonna go for. Maybe they're gonna go with Belen, actually. That might be a call against Japan in particular.
It's hard to say though, because it's not just, I mean, yeah, it would be good to be able to pick LN against Japan, but it at the end of the day, it comes down to what Spain is comfortable with as well. So it is a tough decision because it feels like, you know, if Spain pick to their strengths, that's also Japan's strengths. And if Spain pick to Japan's weakness, Spain might not necessarily be strong on it. But it looks like we're going to be seeing Spain's Protect, actually. So both teams picking their Protect early on. Spain have opted for Rice 6 instead.
Yeah, this Rice is going to be way more technical, way more anchory than Rice 3. So I think Spain is banking on a lot of misses coming from Japan.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, Japan have found a miss already so far in this match, so definitely possible. But for that to really pay off for Spain, Spain need to hold on to their combos well. We've seen Japan has some kind of ridiculous accuracy overall. So Spain definitely needs to combat that with their combo ability.
Yeah, we're gonna see how they fare because as we saw on Rice 3, I think Spain definitely has a Rice lineup that can handle quarterfinals. So maybe if they have an actual combo game on Rice 6, they can actually take the point against Japan here. But Japan does have a Rice lineup, as we saw.
Yeah, I'm still trying to process that 10. Like we've seen some low 300 counts. Like I'm thinking back, you know, the classic 8 back before, but thinking, you know, the difference between the maps that those were scored on compared to here, right? Like we're talking about like what, Junjo Skirt, for example, like group stage, fairly straightforward, basic, you know, 3-point-something star map compared to quarterfinals in 2024. That's a big difference.
It's getting ready. We are starting soon. My father on the field. Actually, 2 different players from Japan. Like it's a double switch between Rice picks.
Yeah, they've got so many Rice players on this Japan team. They're all so scary. I mean, even Yomogi, the one that just got the 10 perfects, is swapping out. But of course, this is a very different type of Rice map as well compared to the core Jack pick, so that would make a lot of sense. Let's see how Spain fares on this. This is their Protect, so we'll expect it to be for a fairly good reason. So far, it looks like both Na and Guldak dropping a little bit of accuracy down. Oh, that's the first miss there on the side of Spain.
Yeah, I think like this part of the map is definitely the hardest of it for a couple of people because of the anchors and the gimmicky part of it. Oh, a flutter.
Yeah, there goes one of the combos on Japan at least. So the miss is at least tied up between the two teams. The accuracy, though, fairly strong in favor of Japan currently because of Guldak dropping quite a lot of accuracy with that miss from earlier. A flutter was a very clean miss.
Yeah, the advantage is still solidly for Japan right now, but 7,000 points can tip back to Spain if a miss happens, like a drastic miss afterwards.
Yeah, for sure. And if Guldak manages to increase that accuracy back up, then Spain could definitely be even more within striking distance here.
Right now, no signs of anything changing. People are nailing these pots.
And no big mistakes, at least so far. And it's not a very long map either. We're already in the last quarter. So if Spain wants to come back, they're going to have to hope for something pretty soon, preferably as soon as possible here. But Japan are just looking very strong. After that one miss from a flutter, they've been really consistent as a team.
Yeah, building their lead from 7,000 to 13,000, so it's looking really hard for Spain to catch up.
Now 2 of Japan's players above 99.8. Ima not far behind on Team Spain, but oh, Nico plays getting the one drop there at the very end of the map. That's going to seal it. 21,000 points, and Japan managing to score a very early breakpoint.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. It's Nas score and 13 Wiz' scores almost the same, like 5 300s apart.
Others would have been really close as well without the miss. The ratios on Japan's side are very kind of the same between the 3 players.
They have 3 of the same players on Japan's end. So yeah, Japan really has a good hold on Rice. Rice quarterfinals, it's pretty much up their alley.
Yeah, they are looking very strong on there. Spain also with a couple of good scores themselves, but just not quite enough to keep up with the accuracy overall from Japan. So we'll see what Japan decide to go for. I mean, it looks like they're looking fairly strong on the AC front. So I would think maybe something like a Rice 2, perhaps. Yeah, if I was picking the Rice maps, I guess that would be the next one that I would go for. The other ones maybe a little bit more risky. Rice 1, perhaps as well, might be an idea for Japan. Oh, we're going technical instead, it looks like.
Yeah, I feel like Japan, considering the scores that we just saw, can just go ham on Rice pretty confidently. I think Spain probably is gonna aim for the lower end of the lower half of the map pool. Probably not SV though.
Yeah, this one is a fairly rough map to try and maintain the combo on. There is a lot of like 3-note mini jacks in this between bursts as well, which, at least to me, that's pain. There's no chance of coming out of that alive.
Yeah, this is gonna be the first time we see this weekend. It's the first time this has been picked this weekend because the last match did not pick it. But yeah, this is 1.15 and the additional rate does incur some really nasty transitions. Like if people are familiar with Pizza's technical maps, you know that they're already tight at 1.0, then 1.15 is just another kind of hell.
And we'll see how the players fare on this one. I would expect some misses at least coming out from at least 1 or 2 players throughout this map, because it is a fairly long one as well, so hard to keep up the entire time.
Oh no, Nico is gonna miss in the beginning before the 400 combo cap, so maybe there is a chance if Nico can keep this kind of accuracy, but the accuracy drops! The accuracy drops in the miss are not a good sign for Zap.
Yeah, well, that was on one of the bursts as well, that second miss, but a Father does trade one back and drops a fair amount of accuracy along with it. So that's going to help out Spain a little bit, help shorten this lead.
Yeah, Father is not dropping a lot of accuracy though, so... But Nico is building back up really fast because, well... Oh, with 13 Wiz it's gonna break the combo as well. Not dropping a lot of accuracy, mind you, so... But just from the combo alone, Spain might have a chance here. You can see the lead just shrink bit by bit.
Yeah, Ema actually with the highest score in the lobby right now, and that's helping out Spain quite a lot. Nico plays increasing the accuracy almost at 99.5 again, and this might start flipping over to Spain if that accuracy can raise just a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think Japan looks as confident on this one than in the previous Rise picks. So this is Spain's chance to shine.
Yeah, combo gaming definitely coming into play, and which one of those were real? Wait and see in a few seconds. How many real drops? What? They weren't all real. No?
I hope they were not all real because this would be kind of huge.
It's hard to tell. We'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Hopefully Spain didn't have a full team collapse in the few seconds that we were waiting for the client to sync up. But it does look like at least everyone on Japan still holding the same combo that they were. That looked like a real miss from Nico players. And unless these combos shoot up, there we go. Okay, Ema is still holding the full combo and actually still the highest score in the lobby as well, but it does look like Guldak did find a real miss earlier along with Nico plays.
Yeah, it's just really hard to follow with those, but we're gonna see what the real actual results are gonna be in the end. Especially look forward to that multiplayer link.
Yeah, but at least from what it looks like on this screen right now, Japan on a 20,000 point lead, so recovering from their early misses that they had at the first half of the map. They have not missed a single time in the second half. And a few misses coming out from Spain earlier, so this is looking like another Japan point here.
Yeah, going from the empty link, I definitely think those misses were real, but they were just really mistimed with the technical issue that we just got. But what you see on the screen is what actually happened. So a couple of misses from Guldak, and also some extra ones from Nico. The only ones that were on Japan was from a Father and 13 Wiz.
Yeah, shout out to Ema though with the MVP performance. A really, really strong score, only 1-200. And Ema's been a player so far for Spain that has been performing excellently on every map, managing to match or beat all of Japan. So there is something going for Spain right now.
Yeah, definitely a force to be reckoned.
But now we have, another really tough decision though for Spain. Like, do they want to keep going for the Rise? Because it hasn't quite been working out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to go better on the other picks.
Yeah, it all depends on how confident they feel on any of the hybrids, any of the LNs.
Curveball and Spain pick like the SV map.
I mean, it is a pretty uncommon SV, so maybe they have a chance to handle it. But against Japan, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, against anyone else, I would say Spain picks the SV immediately, no questions asked. But it's the one team where you have to kind of think about it a little bit and say, wait, maybe that's not a good idea. I would still say, you know, at some point it might be worth to just go for it. I'm thinking perhaps maybe like something like an LN2 pick might be ideal. Oh wait, no, they're just going for it. Okay.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to expect. Let's just go into it.
Yeah, why not? I am fully confident this was going to get played anyway, one way or another. If Spain weren't going to pick it, I know Crew K would be sad if the SV was not played in an entire match.
Oh, this is a very funny pick. But if they're not feeling confident on the LNs nor the hybrids, then that only leaves one choice, really. So I can see where they're coming from, but against Japan, really?
I mean, we have seen in the past, I remember some moments maybe like last year, 2 years ago or so, where Japan has had, you know, one or two of their players miss on an SV pick. The only issue is that in those times that I recall, I think Japan still got like the highest team score, even when they miss.
Yeah, I think accuracy is going to be very important here because SV2 in particular is really hard to get good accuracy on. And the misses might not be the end of the story here, as you say.
Yeah, because very hard to get at accuracy. If Spain doesn't have super good accuracy on this, then Japan might be able to afford some misses. I fully expect everyone on Japan to get absolutely bonkers accuracy, because that's kind of what they do. That's what they're known for, the whole country.
Some song appreciation here and there. It's always good
Crew
to see
K.
some cultured people.
Crew K, I haven't prepared well for this map, so only a 996k instead of 999k I'm expecting then. Perhaps. I can't tell if these are real comments in chat. Yomogi first play.
Just some really funny, really funny banter and bluffs being called
We'll see.
in there.
We'll see about that. We'll see. We'll know
whether it's the truth or a bluff, we'll see. I mean,
yeah, we'll see right away.
Oh,
it's
no.
the truth. It's the truth.
It's the truth.
It's the truth.
Oh my god.
Congratulations, Spain, for getting a point. It is happening. And it looks like, you know, so far, Spain looking very strong on this. 13 Wiz and Crew K both also with very solid accuracies themselves, but if one player on Japan is sight reading, it is very, very difficult to win, especially, you know, these stops. You know, Mogi's going to have to try and learn on the fly.
Yeah, I think the gimmick is pretty consistent, and the music also lends itself to be pretty consistent, so I think Yomogi can actually learn it on the spot. The problem is, on Spain's side, they actually learned the map.
Yeah. Even if you can manage to learn the patterns on the spot towards the end of the map, Spain have started already knowing, which does give them quite a considerable lead. PFC Pro does find one miss, but still high accuracy, still 99.3, so Spain with a very large accuracy lead overall. And it seems like I was fairly bang on Crew K on pace for, you know, about a 994, 995k. So
yeah,
that might be his version of not practice very much, but still well above everyone else in the lobby currently. Ima does find a miss, actually. That's a fairly significant one as well. This drops down to 98.5.
Yeah, Crooked is just natural at this. Ime catching a miss, unfortunately. I think it's pretty easy to miss on this because of the irregularity of the map itself. The irregularity of the map and the song itself.
Yeah, like there's a lot of like repeated rhythms, but at the same time, as you said, you know, it's weird. It's weird to read, it's weird to play, and it's not at all what you would necessarily expect, especially because generally with all of these SV maps on sight read, you kind of have the urge to just play as you see.
Yeah, some of those rhythms, especially towards the later half here, as you can see, are pretty hard to catch, and especially if you throw some fast jumps here and there.
I will say though, Yomogi, if he is sight reading this, then this is a fairly impressive sight read, all in all, still holding the S rank.
Yeah, Yomogi, all things considered, is a pretty seasoned SV player when they practice the map. So getting an S on sight read on this pretty challenging quarterfinals SV is no small feat.
And it looks like we are on pace for sure for Spain getting their first point here. And now we hit... Oh, I was just going to say, that's a really unfortunate place to drop the full combo from level 3 plane.
No full combos on Spain's side, however, 2 full combos on Japan's side.
2 full combos of Japan, Crew K with the 991k, with the MVP, of course, as expected, but Spain with the team score overall being stronger, solid accuracies on all 3 players, and they're going to manage to take their own SV pick.
Well, I guess Spain did figure out Japan's weakness here. Well played. Well played. You'd think people would not pick SV against Japan, but Spain did. So that's how they got a point. We were fooled. We were fooled.
Yeah, Japan were trying to hold the bluff, the aura, to try and keep away Spain from picking one of the SVs, but all in all, most likely that was just some of the players on Japan probably just didn't have enough time this week maybe to learn both of the SVs, which happens sometimes.
Anyways, now that we got the SV out of the way, all that remains is Rice, Hybrids, and Long Notes. I believe Japan is going to go for another Rice, but which one are they going to go for? The remaining technical dump or one of the straightforward picks?
They're going to call a timeout here, actually.
That's a pretty interesting time to call the timeout, really.
They're going to discuss what they want to go to. Maybe they're considering going into the other pools. I wouldn't think that they should, but maybe they are. I would say they still have, at the very least, Rice 1, Rice 2 should be very strong picks for Japan. Maybe Rice 5 might be a bit risky off the back of it being TV size and all.
I mean, the biggest issue about Rice 1 and Rice 2 is what happens if Spain has enough stamina and physicality to sustain Rice 1 and Rice 2. They could actually match Japan's accuracy. Well, they have a slight accuracy disadvantage considering the previous picks, but if Japan misses, Spain is definitely at the range where they can catch Japan off guard.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that is something to be worried about, but at the same time, if we're looking at comfort for Japan, I think the jump stream picks, just historically, with all of these Japanese players, have been some of their most comfortable picks and the ones that they've performed the best at. So I would think that, compared to all of the other picks, Rise 2 might be something that they would like to play. Maybe if they want to go for the hybrids, that could work, I guess.
It also depends if they have a decent score on LN2. LN2 is another straightforward pick, but just LNs.
Yeah, the density pick generally is the one that a lot of Rice players tend to find more comfortable compared to the other LN and hybrid picks. Especially this week, it's a little bit more straightforward than some of the other ones we've had, but it looks like we're just picking Rice 2 anyway. Make sure for all the players that you adjust your scroll speed after the SV pick. This is one. I wonder who's going to come in for Japan. I expect a Father. Yes. And then I guess it could be any combination. 13 Wiz and Yomogi looks like is going to be the play here for Japan.
Yeah, that's a combination we haven't seen before, I think.
Yeah, really mixing and matching with every individual Rice pick. Spain having their same players that have been playing for quite a few of the maps so far.
Minutes and 18 seconds. And I don't think there are any breaks in this this map, or very little, that is. So we'll see who falls prey to the stamina demons.
And we'll see what the accuracy is like in this one as well. Oh, early miss there from Nico Place. Down to 99.4. It is before the 400 combo mark. So not going to matter as much as if someone were to miss right now, for instance, but still going to give Japan a little bit of a point lead early on.
Yeah, missing early might be a strategy to just tell yourself, it doesn't matter. I missed before. I'm not going for the FC. I just want to have fun.
Sometimes it actually helps to take the pressure off a little bit. If you're not on an FC, you're like, oh well, and then you kind of feel less nervous for the rest of the map sometimes. But it looks like this is going to give Japan a fairly large accuracy lead as well, because all three Japanese players just about on 99.9. Spain, Ima is still not far behind, 98.5. Guldark also not far behind as well, but Nico Play still has to recover a little bit of accuracy, actually drops some a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like Spain is going towards an average of 99.8, whereas Japan is going towards an average of 99.93, I want to say. It's definitely a difference in accuracy, and I think Spain might need 2 misses rather than 1. Take the lead here.
Yeah, definitely. Just the one miss is going to cancel out with, Nico Play's earlier miss. And, Ime finding the miss. That's the highest score for Spain before that point. And now this lead, actually, not going to grow that much because Yomogi does find a trade.
Yeah, not much of an accuracy drop though. 99.88 besides the miss really tells the story about Yomogi's accuracy ratio.
Yeah, this team accuracy from Japan is just really oppressive right now. Even with misses, it's just not looking like Spain can catch up in the accuracy front. They're going to have to hold on to these combos as much as they can, but it's only one full combo on the side of Bulldog for Spain, and oh no.
Nice.
I need to stop.
Anyways, double FC versus zero FC. Substantial accuracy advantage on Japan's side, and there's only a fifth of the map left, so a This one, not much that Spain can do.
Yeah, there's really no coming back from this at this point. I mean, strong full combos on 13 Wiz. Hello, 13 Wiz. Nice full combo. Nope, okay. Not gonna work there against Japan. They're just too strong for it. A Father also in the full combo there. And now Yomogi is back to 99.9. So still 3 99.9s on the side of Japan, and this accuracy is just not going to be beat. And damn, that is a team score from Japan with a miss as well. 0 200s on the team.
Yeah, if it weren't for that miss, Japan would have gotten the full team V1SS.
Which is a crazy thing with these ratios as well. Afala getting the MVP. Love to see it in 2024. But Spain, unfortunate misses. 1 miss each for each of their 3 players.
Yeah, that is a pretty substantial statement from Japan. Spain's still gonna pick Rice, however.
Are we not going to see a single hybrid in LN?
Wow. That is so Japan versus Spain coded.
We're going back in time to what, 2015? 2014 even, maybe.
Yeah. Also, this is TV size. This is 1 minute and 28 seconds long. This is gonna be incredibly damaging if anyone in this lobby misses.
Yeah, I mean, look, we saw the difference just then on such a long map with a lot of notes just before. 1 miss did not really dent the score lead very much. It was mostly decided on the accuracy. Here's going to be the other way around. Not many notes in this one comparatively, so if you miss, and if it's a messy miss as well, then you will lose a lot of score.
Kruka's gonna be playing Rise this time. It just goes to show that how versatile Japan's Rise lineup is. Again, we've been saying this a lot.
Yeah, that's just how it goes. You have, pretty much 6 Rise players on your team.
This is so funny. Maybe we should have a Rise tournament at MWC scale.
That would actually be cool. That would actually be really funny.
I think there was a null Rise tournament, but that was solo. I wonder how it's gonna go, like, if at least 2v2 or... I don't know how 3v3 would go.
Yeah, I reckon you could do 3v3. Just split. Why don't we just split MWC up into Rice 4-key MWC and LN 4-key MWC? And why not an SV 4-key MWC as well?
Oh my god, let's... SV World Cup? Let's go!
SV
World Cup! I would
yeah.
actually be interested to see how that would go.
Okay, wait, hang on. Why don't we... Oh, okay, never mind. Because Afother actually finding a miss out right at the very start of the map. So again, it's not going to matter a huge amount compared to in the middle of the map, but that was a big accuracy drop at the same time, so Spain's going to start with a bit of a lead.
That does give the advantage over to Spain. Maybe that's their hope for a second point here.
And look how short this map is. We're a third of the way in already. It's only just started, it feels like.
That single miss at the beginning might be giving Spain a... Oh no.
Oh, that's an unfortunate place. That's gonna matter a lot more than Afother's miss earlier. And look at Afother's accuracy. It's already 99.5 after starting at 99.5. Oh!
It's alive! The hope is alive!
Oh, look at this point lead. It's going down. It's going down. It should switch over towards Spain. By a little bit, though, because the accuracy lead looks like it might still be a little bit in favor of Japan.
This is such a funny thing, because it can go back and forth in the blink of an eye. You cannot... Look at this thing! Nico!
Oh, that's so unfortunate, and this is the end of the map as well. There's not even enough time for Japan to miss again. 10,000 points in the blink of an eye. And even though it looks so good for Spain, at one point here, that's going to be 16,000 points just off of one single miss. Unfortunate for Spain to lose out on that one, but 13 Wiz is the person that carried 992k with a Scorview double S on a vocal dump.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this pick is a roller coaster and a half. Like, a roller coaster might not be that long. Like, I think roller coaster rides are fairly short on average. They might be TV size for all I know, but yeah, this is a real roller coaster.
And is Japan gonna pick Rice One? That's what I'm asking right now. Because we could very well see the possibility of no LN. It really feels like Japan is not the team that's gonna want to pick the LNs or hybrids, because it's been going so well for them so far on the Rise. Aside from maybe that last pick.
Honestly, Rice 1 for the all Rice battle. What's SP?
+1 SP, yep.
I mean, SV is almost Rice at this point. Well, there are some elements in SV2, but we don't talk about those.
Let's see. They are thinking about their pick a little bit. And there it is. Yeah, we are going to be seeing Rice 1, of course.
Naturally.
So the entire Rice pick being, they're gone. All the Rice picks are gone. So, okay, interesting, just thought that could entered my mind just now. Imagine if Spain win this one, and then it turns out that Spain is better at LA.
Era Golda in the chat. I flow like water. I stream. I have no words.
Well, let's watch Guldak stream. Looks like we are seeing the return of Na for Japan. It's been quite a few maps I feel like since we've seen them. But
Yeah,
same 3 again for Spain.
Yeah, same theory again for Spain. And I don't think we saw like a constant lineup from Japan. I feel like they have traded their at least 1 or 2 of their players every single pick. And maybe they're trying to come up with the most amount of lineups possible.
I mean, it could also be that, like, when one player rests, they practice the pick that they know they're about to pick next, right? Just to get warmed up a little bit. But let's see, because this one has a lot of... It's very fast as well, like 340 BPM, just about at some points. And some very sustained fast streams here compared to some of the more bursty maps that we saw earlier.
All things considered, the accuracies are really close, but if it wasn't for Guldak missing right now, it would be really close.
That's going to give Japan 10,000 points already. Look at Japan's accuracies, all above 99.8. Ime matching. Nico plays also kind of matching that accuracy as well, but it's just that one miss. Guldak at 99.5, still climbing.
But catching a miss, trading against Guldak, but losing way less accuracy.
But look at this point lead, it's actually been cut in half. So maybe just one more miss, maybe one messy miss. It might be enough for Spain to come back in this one.
Yeah, honestly, it's really, really easy to miss on this because the streams here are very sustained and you can see some of those anchors and trills. Really evil design here.
Yeah, the little trills are brutal, and Ime actually finding a miss there as well, down to 99.7, so a fair amount of accuracy drop along with that.
Guldak. Oh no!
Oh, that's a rough one. Got lost in the streams. I feel that so much. That happens so easily in speed maps like this. And that drops all the way down to 99% flat, 42,000 points as we're reaching the end of the map just now.
Yeah, we've seen very short maps so far. There's a lot of short maps in the Rise pool, I've noticed. And Japan is probably going to end up on an average of 99.8 accuracy, which definitely gets the point against Spain, no matter what Spain does.
Yeah, another one of these maps for Japan with 2 full combos. 13 Wiz again getting the MVP on that one with the Score V1 double S as well. Clean scores coming from Japan here, and they're going to manage to win out in the match 6-1. Spain, unfortunately, going to be eliminated from the tournament here in the quarterfinals.
So that was a very fun Rice match, almost.
Yeah, I haven't seen LNs in a hot while right now.
Yeah, well, maybe we're gonna see LNs in the next match that is to come, but great job to Japan and Spain. Commiserations for Spain for getting eliminated from the tournament, but Japan's story is not ending this weekend. They have a second match to play.
Well, yeah, I mean, you say it's not ending this weekend. It might end this weekend. They still have one more match, that they have to play tomorrow. I believe that that opponent is yet to be decided, so Japan will have to wait and see who they end up facing tomorrow. But for now, I think we have one more match coming up fairly shortly.
Yeah, I think it's going to be in 24 minutes, more or less.
Yeah, one more losers bracket, actually, to be seeing very soon. That's going to be Australia versus the United Kingdom. So interesting to see United Kingdom in particular in the losers bracket right now after getting upset last week. So definitely going to be a very strong team to be seeing there.
Yeah, the UK. The UK in the losers bracket in quarterfinals. That is a really uncommon sight. Looking forward to see what that gives, because Australia has some really underrated players.
Yeah, for sure. But make sure you stick around for that one. 23 minutes that's going to be in. And until then, we will sign out just for a little bit.
See you later.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to some more Osu Mania 4 Key World Cup 2024 action. We're back in the quarterfinals with a doozy of a match. We got the number 4 seeded Philippines versus the number 5 seeded Chile. Two teams who I think a lot of people have been predicting for that top 3 spot. You know, we see a bunch of very good teams. These two I've seen so much talked about. They're so well matched up today. A winner's bracket match. So both these teams will still stay in the tournament. Just one will have the unfortunate task of fighting their way through the loser's bracket after this match. I'm Toph Daddy, one of your commentators, joined here by Dynascape. How is it going?
Oh boy, Toph, I am so excited. This is probably one of the most, if not the most anticipated matchup of the winners bracket. Philippines versus Chile. It seems like no one wants any of these teams to lose and go down to the losers bracket. Both very beloved by everyone in the MWC circle, and we all know it's gonna be very much so a close one as we get into the protect and ban phase. Do you have any assignments for Philippines or Chile? Where do you think they're gonna go? What do you think they need to do to win this matchup?
Yeah, I'm honestly not totally sure. I mean, we've just seen Chile protecting out Long Note 2, which is honestly not where I expected it to go. I was expecting Chile to be more comfortable in like the rice and maybe the hybrid zone, but the Philippines, but rather Chile actually taking a little bit of precaution there, going for the long notes instead. Philippines gets to protect, and I mean, I would have expected them to stick around like the hybrids. Philippines has always been a very, very strong hybrid team, and I wouldn't be surprised if they protected something like hybrid 3, but Rice 1 actually gets protected there, so we're seeing a little bit of a long note Rice dichotomy already coming out, maybe a little different from historic skill sets that these two teams have, but these two teams have changed a lot in the last few years. So we're going to be seeing Philippines favoring that rice and Chile favoring the long notes, it looks like. But I'm curious to see if either of the SVs get banned. Neither of them are protected, but I know both of these teams are more than capable of it. But SV1 does get banned out by Philippines here.
Very, very interesting ban by Philippines to take out SV1. We're going to have to see if Chile wants to take out SV2, and I think that protect from Chile in LN2 is really off of the back of last round, where they had a stellar team score on density pick as well, where they got second place only to the United States by 3,000 points in terms of team scoring. So that's what I think is really leading to that LN2 pick, where they can just really have good straight accuracy on a classic skill set that's very straightforward. And the Philippines, I'm not too sure why they had protected Rice 1. I'm assuming it's because they feel very, very confident in terms of stream accuracy, but I also am led to believe that Chile usually has two very good players in Muchi and Bambi FNF when it comes to higher physical levels and stuff like that. And as Chile thinks about their ban, I think they might have to strike out SB2 if possible.
That would be my guess, but if they were banning the SV pick here, I feel like it would have come out a lot faster. I'm almost thinking that the Philippines might have actually clocked their Rice 1 ban if that's the case, if it's taking them this long to decide. Either that or they're just taking their time, and Rice 5 actually comes out as the ban, so I think I'm on the mark. I think they were planning to ban Rice 1, not expecting Philippines to protect it.
Wow, that is a crazy read by the Philippines. I think they played this protect ban phase as well as you could. And Chile trying to strike out something very similar to Rice 1. So they seem to not like the stream maps, or at least Philippines has some aggression towards there and really want to go for it when it comes to that. So speedy picks, definitely the name of the game for Philippines. Chile going to try to find some more finesse picks in LN, and hybrid really up in the air. But like you said, Philippines always a very good historically hybrid team. And it's really no different from this year as Chile picks LN1 as their first pick.
You know, I'm sure this has been picked, but this is the first time I've seen this map picked. It's been kind of interesting because in the previous rounds we saw the LN1 picked a little bit sparingly, but certainly more commonly. I think the Long Note pool this time around has just been very difficult, and this packet hero here, LN1, definitely starts to get into that realm of like really difficult Long Note coordination that, you know, we would normally be seeing something like finals or grand finals, and we're really pushing the envelope on the difficulty here. So I'm not surprised necessarily to see this not come out too often, but Chile being comfortable on the long notes, having all of them open right here, this might be really what they're looking for, that coordination, even with Silo SKLs on the other team who's so good at this type of map. I think Chile just has the confidence.
For sure, and maybe this map might be a bit of a landmine, much like Chile protecting LN2 had the number 2 team score on the density pick. Philippines actually had the number 2 team score on Boost Anima last week, which was the coordination pick. So, a bit worrying when you look at it by the numbers. But I think this Chile team can do really well. The problem is that I feel like Philippines as a whole is way more malleable than Chile when it comes to these other skill sets. When you think of Eleanor Hybrid, so many players for Philippines can step up. Siloska Els, Levet, Silicosis, and Plana. And then for Chile, it's basically always going to be Muti, Kokomi, and Bambi FNF.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to kind of see how that works out. I know Muchi and Bambi FNF are going to kind of be those anchors for the team for Chile as well. Bambi being extremely good at Rice and Muchi being Muchi. We don't really have to say anything about that. So, in a certain sense, it's going to be interesting to see how well Bambi and Muchi hold on to the stamina if they are indeed going to be playing majority of the maps here. Whereas Philippines, like you said, maybe a little bit more flexible of a team structure where they have a lot of swap outs, and I think a lot of their players are close enough to each other in terms of like accuracy and skill that, swapping someone out who's maybe like not their third necessarily in the top 3 on their team won't be that big of a hit on, their consistency and score overall.
Exactly, and we even see over here that Philippines had to switch out Plana with Silicosis too. So again, speaking to that malleableness of the Philippines, they have like at least 4 players, whether it be LN, Hybrid, or Rice, that can really pick up the pace and provide a good score to their team no matter what. So Philippines gonna try to beat out Chile on this first point. They did a really good job on the coordination pick last week. Let's see if they can make that magic happen again and steal away a break point for the first point of the match.
Yeah, important to notice, actually, early on, a break from Siloeska Elza right out of the gate, so not going to look too good, but that is before 400 combo. It's not going to be as impactful to the score as a miss starting right about now. But it is still going to give a small lead to Chile at the gate, and actually some accuracy issues that I wasn't necessarily expecting. Muji actually the lowest accuracy on Chile for the time being, not something we see all that often, but Levet and Silicosis both holding on above the other 2 players on Chile as well. So it's just that miss from Siloeska as they are building up that accuracy again. And that lead is pretty much stationary right around 500, but it does look like Philippines actually, if Siloeska is able to come back, do have a little bit of an accuracy advantage here against Chile and should be able to make very slight advances into this lead, especially with how early that drop was.
Yeah, I'd have to say that with a lot of these lower accuracies that we see on the scoreboard right now, it really has to do with so many staggered releases, because in these lighter sections where it's not super dense and you're not basically doing inverse jacks, you do have either 3 or 4 note staggered releases, and that's really leading to a lot of late 200s or late 300s, so be it. And I mean, Chile has done well to clean up the mess that Siloeska Els has made and is kind of running away with the lead with about 3,000 points. However, just looking at the accuracies, if Els can just get it up in this back half, I think Philippines doesn't even need a miss to trade things out and get the lead back.
Yeah, definitely, potentially. I mean, that lead was somewhere around 5,000 at the beginning of the map, and now it's already down to 2,000, so it does look like Philippines actually has a bit of an accuracy advantage, but that's another miss from Philippines. Silicos is 2, now just 1 FC left on the side of Philippines, all 3 players. Oh, as I say that though, Bambi does find a drop as well, so we're going in the ending, and that lead is going to shrink a little bit, just like it has been, but now it's a little more established, around 3,000, but it's still within striking range, but Siloeska Els does find another drop there. And it looks like this may just be Chile running away with it unless something major happens in the last few patterns here. But
yeah, I don't think so. It's just too light of patterning to be able to really miss too much. And I mean, Philippines 4 misses on their side to Chile's 1 really spelled doom for them. You look at the amount of SBs, the slider breaks, the misses, and it all really adds up. But to think that they kept things decently competitive, only about an 8,700 point loss with the amount of misses that they had, is kind of scary, because it seems like as for now, Philippines does have the better accuracy on standard LN skill sets. It's just that they need to not miss.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looked like if there were no misses, or at least if there was just the 1 miss from Els at the beginning, and they were able to stay consistent, I think that would have gone to Philippines easily.
Oh yeah, easily, and they fired off a very, very quick Rice 1 pick, but I think that might have been
That might have been a
referee
mistake,
error.
yeah.
So,
we
I
haven't
mean,
seen a pick yet.
Yeah, I guess not going for their protect just yet. They're gonna have to think about things a little bit more, and I mean, Allens don't sound too bad for now. I think
Yeah.
that Philippines could probably let Chile pick into those Allens, and once it runs out, you know, you'd have to think where do they go after, but they're gonna go for Rice 2. You know, pretty similar to Rice 1 in the fact that it's a straightforward skill set, and I mean 250 BPM jump stream. Who is going to step up to the plate for both of these teams?
Yeah, definitely. I am interested to kind of see how the Philippines goes about doing their picks through this match. I could absolutely see some interesting strategies where, like, I think Hybrid 3 is very much on the table for the Philippines. Even if they're going to be focusing on Rice, I think that Hybrid 3 selection is close enough in general skill set to something like Rice 1 or Rice 5, which we can see Chile is not like super comfortable with, given that they banned Rice 5 after Philippines protected Rice 1. And I could absolutely see that coming out from Philippines somewhere down the line, especially with how difficult and risky some of the other tactics are in this pool, especially like Rice 4. That I don't think favors either team specifically.
Yeah, interesting couple of choices that they could make later down the line. And one thing to think about is that SV2 went unnoticed as well. So, I mean, whoever wants to pick it as the game gets closer, that would be something crazy to pull out. But for now, we get into this 3-minute slaughterfest of a map at 250 BPM jump stream. It's just constant pressure applied to you. Who has what it takes to be able to deal with that pressure and pull out a decent S or FC in terms of accuracy? Because time and time again throughout this weekend, we've seen a lot of people have good accuracy, but maybe not the best combo, or good combo, but not the best accuracy. I feel like with these seedings and these teams, a lot of these players can pull out both.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I expect some very high accuracies. I would not be at all surprised to see this be a 6-way FC and just come down to an accuracy battle, which, like, you know, you have someone like Mucho on the side of Chile, who's obviously going to give a little bit of an advantage, one of the best accuracy players in the world, but you can clearly see, oh wait, but that's a miss from Muchi there, and that's going to be a huge help to the Philippines. We saw that score swapping, but what I was going to say is that 4K is also doing quite well to try and keep up. Valeria not too far behind, so the overall accuracy actually in favor of the Philippines, despite, you know, what we saw from Muchi right at the beginning with that 99.97, but the miss definitely going to be helpful. About a 4,500 point lead a quarter of the way into this map. And now it really is just about consistency. I think the accuracy advantage is enough, but Levette does trade that miss back a little bit later, and now that lead is going to start going a little bit back. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this flickering again once Levette hits that 400 combo.
Yeah, the scary thing is, as we pass into the second song, is that, I mean, for all of these players, at least especially for the Philippines, 4Ken and Valeria are in a very good position just under Muchi, whereas Levette is hitting around Ben and Zan's accuracy. So as things even out, I think overall it might start climbing by maybe like dozens of points towards Philippines if people were to stay at this accuracy. So that means 200s are all the much more meaningful on a map like this.
They absolutely are, and this is slow enough that I think those 200s are not going to come very often. I don't think we've seen almost any outside of the two minor mistakes we saw from Yuchi and Levette, and those are just misses, but we do see the accuracies from Benj and Zan dropping a little bit down to the low 99.8. Levette staying very consistent around that 99.84 now, and Fork and Valeria holding the fort just behind Yuchi's accuracy here.
I feel like Stamina really getting to those three players on the bottom with Levette, Ben, and Zan, whereas Valeria and Forken have been holding their accuracies just fine, and of course with Muchi, they did have a miss early on, but of course they're gonna up their accuracy as time flies by, and already at a 99.94 despite a miss is so crazy to think about. I know there are a lot of objects left on the map, but with a 1,500 point lead, the Philippines is sitting pretty at this point. You know, a miss could swing things over, but it's going to take some time. There's not enough for Chile to really capitalize on it.
I don't know. A miss definitely could be. I did actually see maybe an accuracy break from Levette there, but it wasn't nearly enough to make any differences. We're coming to the last little bit of this map, but that doesn't mean it calms down at all. There's still plenty of opportunity to break, but the consistency has been so strong, and Ben might have just nailed it in the coffin, and the Philippines might just take their first point in the match off of what I actually think was still quite a risky pick, but about the same difference in score as we saw Chile when Ellen won off of, and it's again similar to that one. It was off of some misses. It actually does look almost the same way that it's potential that Chile could have won that if it wasn't for the two misses there.
And I have to point out, with the age-old tradition of just shouting out Mewtwo's 300.
No, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that.
We won't, because hopefully they can keep up the performance, and we don't want to curse them at all.
I don't need to see this anymore. I've seen this enough from Mewtwo. Come on, stop that. Stop being a robot. I don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. Gonna need to give Mewtwo a captcha test mid-game as we move on to Chile and their pick. So both teams securing their first pick. Chile, LN pool dwindled down just a little bit. They still have to protect in LN2. Still have Ivy Root-Tiles. Still have some hybrid picks that could or could not be good for them.
Yeah, I mean, I almost feel like it might benefit Chile to kind of avoid the other long pick. I mean, LN2 is obviously their protect, and I think they would want to save that anyways. But LN3 is so risky, and we've seen some real inconsistencies from both sides already as far as combo goes. LN3 not easy to get consistent combo on, so I could see potentially like Hybrid 1 might be a pick that they would want to go with. It is kind of in a similar vein as Rice 2, where it has a lot of that jump stream focus, but has enough interweaving long notes that I think it might start to favor Chile a little bit more than that Rice 2 pick did.
Yeah, I think if I were to pick, maybe either Raputa or Carrying Me Away might be good picks for later on for Chile, just because it kind of strays away from more stream-oriented Rice patterns and has enough LN where some of the Filipino team members could drop like we saw on LN1. But Chile gonna go for LN2, they're gonna go for the Protect. Yeah, have to see how they do on some good old density.
Yeah, I mean, good old density is one way to kind of describe this, but from playing it myself and hearing the opinions of a lot of the playtesters from the map pooling server and all that kind of stuff, this is not the easiest patterning in the world. It is actually very, very difficult to keep consistent accuracy on this, especially if you're not super well versed with long notes. That said, I mean, these are the number 4 and number 5 seeds. They're so good at everything that they play. So I don't know if that's necessarily going to be an issue for them, but we could see a little bit of discomfort. I think that's really where the interesting point of comparison between the two teams is who's going to maintain their comfort. And this was Chile's Protect, so I can imagine them all 3 of their players being quite comfortable with this.
Yeah, I think the main difference from last week is that the patterns are way less comfortable on this density pick compared to last week. So, I mean, it's definitely a different beast, and although Chile got a good score last week, it doesn't necessarily mean it'll translate well into this map itself. So, Philippines very much so a good fighting chance, especially when you have a lineup like Plana, Levette, and Silicosis too. We're going to see the absence of L's, but that's alright. Probably will crop up later on in some of these other hybrid and LN picks.
Yeah, absolutely. We do actually potentially see a couple of accuracy mistakes. Silicosis is starting off very strong in this intro. Actually, I think single-handedly giving the Philippines the accuracy lead for this intro, but I think these patterns in the intro section are very straightforward to get good accuracy on. So I think the players are just going to start building up, and Bambi FNF actually also holding on to a very strong accuracy. Actually, if you look, each player on the teams can be matched up with a different one. Silicosis 2 and Bambi, extremely similar accuracies. Plana and Mewtwo, extremely similar accuracies. And then My Angel Kokomi just edging out Livette and giving that 500-point lead for the time being a quarter into this map.
Yeah, bit of a matching game going on here as all of these players try to beat out their counterparts by any advantage that they can, because that'll lead to small little advantages for their team in terms of scoring. And halfway into the map, it seems like Chile is winning out in that battle, about 2,000 points of a difference, and really a lot of that is due to Levette being beat out by My Angel Kokomi by a considerable amount.
Yeah, very small differences, and we're actually seeing Levette drop a little bit more in accuracy as My Angel Kokomi actually really boosts that accuracy. All 3 players on Chile's side actually above 2 of the players on the Philippines playing with it, falling a little bit behind, and Silicosis 2 being canceled out by Bambi FNF right now, so that's going to give us a slight lead despite the inconsistencies on both sides.
And I don't know if there's enough weird patterning on this map to make anyone on Chile break, because that's what it seems like is needed for Philippines to take this point. The lead has skyrocketed up to 5,000 points at this point, And I mean, Levette is well below anyone else. Plana is below anyone else on Chile. It's really just Silicosis holding things together for the Filipino team. This map is trying to close out, and it's just not enough.
Yeah, this is such an impressive performance from both sides, but the accuracy just going to give away the lead for Chile. Only 6,000 points again. That's 3 maps in a row that we've had. The score differences so far have been 8,000, 6,000, 6,000.
It's so scary to think about, right? Because how many teams can beat a triple 990 on the other side of the playing field? Not that many. And with Philippines getting a 994 1 and 0 and still being beat out by that many points is super scary to think about. Chile, pretty dominant performance on LN2. They should feel pretty good about themselves when it comes to LN accuracy at this point.
This is such an interesting position. I mean, Rice 2 went well for Philippines last time. I could see them going with maybe Rice 6 in that case, kind of, moving, still staying in that kind of straightforward zone. I mean, it is still a technical pick, so there's a little bit of variation as far as that goes, but it is still pretty straightforward and has something similar to Rice 2. And hey, I think they're listening to me.
I think there's a mole in this voice call as Philippines picks exactly as you call it. We're gonna go with Guryev Sir and Philippines booting up their 3 players. Who's it gonna be? We've got Forken, we've got Levette, who's gonna take up that 3rd spot. It's gonna be Valeria, so no big surprises there. And Chile subbing out 1 person for Zan. Pretty standard, honestly, so we're going to see a bit of a run back from that last Rice pick in Rice 2. We're going to have to see how they do because this map is very much so different, and whoever can take this point can really branch out into a lot of other points. As I always say, there's a lot of other maps in that tech tree, and so getting this point means that Rice 4 starts to look a little better, and, well, Rice 5 is banned, but Rice 4 mainly.
Yeah, it really opens up that tech tree, especially if this goes well for the Philippines. But I mean, I've already mentioned 3 maps in, we've only seen score differences of 8,000, 6,000, and 6,000. And those are on the picks that these 2 teams feel the most confident with. I don't know where we're gonna go at this point. Like, if super confidence leads you to a 6,000 point lead, I think we're just in a position where we're waiting for the breakpoints to start piling up. And this is absolutely where that can start, because this is, despite being a little more straightforward, definitely where you can see mistakes in Levette opening up with 1 before 400 combo, a little bit more, a little bit less impactful on score, but still is a miss, and Chile will hold on to a lead at the very start here.
Yeah, those longer anchors catching Levette out, and Valeria unfortunately missing on some of these streamier bursts. And suddenly Chile is looking pretty dominant on this Rice pick, about 11,000 points, and that's nothing to scoff at as we think about how Valeria is not at combo cap yet, how Levette has reached it, but that triple FC from Chile, especially when you look at some of these accuracies, most potentially Muchi and Bambi FNF, it's going to take a lot for Philippines to be able to take this one back.
It absolutely will. Valeria now above the 400 combo, but at this map, I think gets harder as it goes on. It starts to speed up towards the end. So I could absolutely see some choke potential at the end, and 13,000 points is by no means a safe lead, especially if we start seeing some misses from Chile. This is the first tech pick we've seen, so I almost expect misses to, or just mistakes in general to happen. We've seen 2 from Philippines, but so far, 2/3 in, Chile looking very consistent here.
Oh yeah, some more jump stream, a very long section of it actually, and everyone just doing fine on it as we get to this 1/4 point in the map. And Philippines, unfortunately, they did raise their accuracies by quite a considerable amount after those breaks, but it's just not enough at all. Muchi and Baby FNF are doing the most to ensure that Chile can get this point off to the Philippines.
Yeah, looking for that opening breakpoint, or the first breakpoint, not opening exactly, but just the last few patterns left. Not much left to choke on, but still enough time if there are a couple of breaks. But the consistency from Chile is just looking too strong. A 15,000 point break point there. And again, we're not saying it. We're not saying it right now.
Yeah, everyone stay calm as we look at how Philippines, unfortunately, 2 misses. I don't think it would have been enough, even if they cleaned up their act. And Bambi FNF Muchi doing really well. Zan, decent supporting score, but more importantly, an FC which would beat out both Valyria and Levette. So really, that's the main focus there, is that Zan is able to FC it and provide that good supporting score. Philippines has a lot of thinking to do as they give over that breakpoint to Chile, because right now, Chile has, again, a lot of decent options. Some in the hybrid pool. LN3 looks still pretty good. And I mean, Chile, you can't, if you're the Philippines, you cannot let this point pass through.
Yeah, you gotta lock this down. They have already used their protect, so they might have to start venturing into somewhere else if they want that to really push that advantage. But I mean, they picked 2 longbow picks. The last longbow pick is available, and they look very strong on Ellens in general. So I could absolutely see LN3 being, you know, the go-to here to try and really establish this lead.
Yeah, it really does feel like LN3 is probably just the safest option. If you had to go into some of the hybrids, I'd say hybrid 1 is probably pretty good as a pick as well. For maybe you could say that as a back pocket, but they are going to go for LN3. So trying to strike out the Philippines on the entirety of the LN pool. Ivy Rutels is the pick as we head into this wild card.
It certainly is. That clears out the long up pool. So no matter what happens here, Chile will have to start thinking a little more about what they want to pick. Now that they don't have the long notes to fall back on, they're going to have to start looking at the Rice or Hyper pools, or maybe even the SV pool if they feel bold enough to do that. But for now, they've got to focus on this, try and establish that lead. But we've been seeing some inconsistencies. LN1, we saw a couple misses from both sides. LN2 was a full 6-way full combo. But that's the most straightforward map in the pool, I think, outside of maybe like Rice 2. But this one definitely not straightforward in any capacity. These reverse shields are super impactful and can really cause some issues. And if you're on Chile's side, you see Silvestre Els come in, and like I mentioned before LN1 happened, Els is super strong at this particular type of map.
100%. And if we look back at Packet Hero LN1, we saw that Silicosis 2 had 1 miss and 150. Silvestre Els had 3 50s, 2 misses, whereas Chile did not miss a single beat. So again, I think that Philippines probably does have the better accuracy overall, especially on a map like this where it's not straightforward density. It's just that, can they hold their combo on it?
It's all about that consistency, and we've seen that consistency bite the Philippines just a little bit. Like you said, LN1 was potentially lost based on that consistency, and now that Rice 6 actually was also potentially lost based on the consistency that they weren't able to combo through. So it'll all come down to this. The opening, not too difficult to hold combo, but we are seeing a little bit of accuracy drops around. Chile's squad actually out-acting all 3 players on the Philippines for the time being. And this map, not too long. We're already about a quarter of the way through, but we still haven't seen all the major difficult patterns. Now we're getting into the difficulty, and right as that happens, Silvestre Els finds a break. Everyone else holding on strong and trying to build up that combo, but Bambi FNF does trade it back.
It just seems like the accuracies are there for Chile at the moment, and with a 1-to-1 trade on both sides, Chile eking out the bit of the difference, 5,000 points as we get into the back half. There's a lot of release tricks going on here, a lot of jacks. The first couple of jacks caught out Silvestre Els. Will it catch out someone else again as we head deeper and deeper into the map? Chile 7,000 points of a lead, bit of a break here, but once it starts going again, it doesn't stop.
Yeah, and important to note too is that miss from Silvestre Els was accompanied by a pretty big accuracy drop, whereas the one from Bambi did not really impact the accuracy quite as much. Bambi already almost back to the 99.8, whereas Silvestre is still building up at the 99.5 range behind the rest of their teammates. And now we're in the last quarter of the map. Like I said, very short, and the consistency showing from the other 4 players. No full combo or no breaks from anyone else. Just the 2 that we saw in the accuracy lead from Chile definitely helping boost this. But My Angel Kokomi does find a break, and not the cleanest either. So that's going to help get something back in the Philippines. And that's another miss from Bambi, and it's going to get so close here at the end. And that's another miss. Oh my goodness! Philippines holds the consistency and takes a break point right back.
It felt like I was watching a boxing match. That first miss, the left hook, that second miss, a right jab. That final miss was the uppercut that the Philippines needed to secure that point. What an amazing break point, and holding consistent, especially on those faster jacks, was amazing from all three players in the back half. Really earned that point versus Chile.
Oh my goodness. And the protect coming out, trying to even it out. I love this pick. This is perfect picking from the Philippines, I think. I really don't think I could strategize this any differently if I was, playing for the Philippines.
No, not at all. And the fact that they struck back immediately, they said, I want to go to Rice 1 immediately. They're so confident. They want to keep this ball rolling. They want to get this point and tie things up as quickly as possible. Again, like I said before that point, you could not let Chile pass through, and they did exactly that. And again, they need to continue it. You need to get to that 3-3 equilibrium in order for you to have a stronghold on this match, because as time goes on and on, Chile will have less picks where they'll feel comfortable on.
That absolutely, and I mean they just lost a long no pick, and now they have to potentially move into something already less comfortable on their next pick. So things are going to look a little rocky if Philippines is able to take this point. Though they did win that technical pick of Rice 6, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Chile potentially looking for something, along those same lines. I mentioned Hybrid 1 being a potential later game pick for Chile, and I can definitely see that coming out next, especially if the Philippines does manage to take this.
Yeah, those players on the Philippines side are good for the physicality that's needed on these 340 streams. I mean, Valeria, Plana and Levette to be very, very physical players, and well within the part where they can hit those 990s and more. It's just that can the supporting scores from Chile really shine through, because Miuchi's just going to do well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you kind of have to keep that in mind every single time you pick a Rice map. It's like, you got to know that Miuchi is going to get 2300s on it, and you're not going to think about it. You just have to assume that you are trying to beat out the accuracies of the other two players, really. And I mean, we saw the ban come out for Rice 5, so there is some discomfort, most likely from the other two players on Chile's side, but these accuracies definitely three players above Benj and Bambi right now. It's just that accuracy from Miuchi that's keeping them alive in this, and it's swapping, but Valeria finds a break, and that's going to really give the lead to Chile. This map is not super long. No count is not super high, so that's a pretty big lead, but it is still definitely within striking range. A miss will definitely even this back out.
Yeah, I don't think it was just a miss. I think it was a 50 as well, and maybe some other bad judgments. But you gotta look to some other players on the Chilean side, and maybe Ben could possibly miss, as they are struggling a bit on accuracy in terms of how it was before. And as we get into this next stream section, it's getting quite fast, and a couple of late hits on Ben's side, but it's just not enough to bring them down. It's not enough reading. It's just Philippines 10,000 points and above of a difference, and that's all off of the back of Valeria's miss. Such a big amount to think of, but it's streams, you miss one time and so many more bad judgments to follow. So a fourth left, and Miuchi and Bambi are absolutely keeping it up in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, absolutely, and no signs of any kind of stamina loss from pretty much anyone in this lobby right now. The accuracy not quite being able to be built back up by Valeria, and we only have a couple more streams, and Plana finds a miss, and that might be the nail in the coffin here for Chile to take another breakpoint right back. Potentially three breakpoints in a row here, and I think these pick strategies might have to start changing a little bit.
Oh yeah, another miss by Plana. So I mean, two misses on the Philippine side, and like we said, this was the Rice map that they were most comfortable on. You'd expect them to be able to bang out FCs like there's no tomorrow, but that's just not what happened in this match. And honestly, the accuracy was quite lacking when you compare it to anyone else on the Chilean side. So it really just seems like a misstep of a protect from the Philippines. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board, because obviously this was not the right choice.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, again, we're not mentioning it. We're not talking about it.
Nope, not at all.
We don't need to look at it. It's fine. We already said it during the match that that's what we expected, and it happened. And yeah, the accuracies overall just all completely favoring Chile there. Even with if Plana and Valeria didn't miss, I think that still pretty easily goes in Chile's favors just off the back of that score from Miuchi.
Yeah, the fact that the Philippines' high score was equivalent to the Chileans' lowest score is a very scary thought to think about. So Chile has the reins now. They're able to extend this lead potentially into where Chile is getting to match point. And I mean, the LN picks are exhausted, but you think about picks like Rice 3 potentially, and suddenly it starts seeming it's kind of good for Chile, right?
Yeah, I mean, I could absolutely see a Rice 3 pick coming out here. Like, pure Ack has been on the Rice picks favoring Chile for the most part. And, there it is. Rice 3 comes out from Chile, going for the accuracy pick, going for the Jack pick, and I expect... Okay, I'm going to mention it now. I'm making a prediction. Mucci gets 8 300s on this.
I was going to say 12, so we're going to have to see how this one goes as we get into the Tree of Misery. And misery it will be if Philippines is unable to lock in this point, because Chile would be in a position where they are at match point. So big point coming up here as Philippines still reeling from those 2 break points. Gonna have to think about what their plan of execution is later on down the line.
For sure. And we actually see Forken coming in for the Philippines, I think. An interesting, I think first time we've seen them swap in for this, but we've seen Chile have such a strong grasp on the Rice accuracy side of things in this pool so far. But this one is an interesting pick. I like the pick coming out of Chile, but I think when it comes to something like Rice 1, I think, you have a player like Michi who's so exceptional when it comes to getting accuracy that, like, you see that 35-300 play and you're like, we need to account for this. But on a map like this, 8 300s is, like, inhuman, but it's not going to be something that I think that is so game-changing in a map like Rice 3 in the same way that it is in Rice 1. So I don't think Philippines needs to be too worried about how good the score is going to come out from any specific player, as long as they're able to do it. And the other 3 players from Philippines have been pretty consistently keeping higher accuracies than, everyone except Mucci on Chile. So if they're able to kind of mute it out, I think this could go either way still.
Oh yeah, and as I'd like to point out before we get into it, and it's a very slow start to be fair, Forcan did play in 2 different maps, both Rice, top scored the entire lobby on Rice 2 with a 997 because Miuchi did miss, and also top scored for the Philippines at least on Guryuv Sir, which was Rice 5, or Rice 6, I forget which one. And Forcan very much a standout player. What needs to happen on this pick is that Forcan and Valeria need to have better accuracies than Mucci and Zan combined, because that's exactly what happened on Rice 2, and you can expect Levette to basically match Ben as well. So again, this is very much such a big breaking point for them. Valeria and Forcan need to keep up and minimize their 300s.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing some very strong accuracies all around, but for the time being, what you said, Mucci and Zan are out-acking Valeria and Forcan at the moment. Valeria just behind Mucci, Zan just ahead of Forcan with that accuracy, and Levette and Benj, like you said, matching each other pretty well. But the longer this map goes on, we'll have to see how the stamina holds up. Valeria definitely dropping a little bit of accuracy, but we're talking about dropping accuracy as if it's actually dropping anything, with all 6 players above 99.93 right now. It's still only about 600 points of lead, and I don't know if Mucci has dropped to 300 yet.
I don't want to think about it at all.
And there was one. We saw it. We saw one. Okay.
We finally saw it.
We're not seeing a million score here.
Yeah, finally getting into these denser sections. So, you had that easy start. Now is the true test, and a couple of weird chills here and there just to keep you on your feet. It seems like everyone's doing just fine. Levette dropping a bit in terms of accuracy. Same with Forcan, finally below their counterparts in Ben and Zan. Valeria is trying their best to keep up, but it's not enough. This is going to be a map decided by 300s, if not a 200. A 200 would swing things greatly, but a miss is even better for Chile as Forcan finds it.
Absolutely, and that's going to give a huge point swing as everyone else still holds very strong, and we get out of the dense part, and it looks like Chile, as long as no catastrophes happen here, should lock this out and bring it to a match point on Rice 3, and the Philippines got to start thinking about what they kind of want to do. It's difficult to think about this. SV has not even been thought about, I don't think, and now we're in a position where the Philippines down 3 points, needs to win one more break point and both of their next 2 picks. They've got to figure something out.
Yeah,
Dang it wasn't a single digit perfect. What are you doing, Muka? Come on. That's not a good score anymore. But I like Zan's score a lot. That's a really good score.
I also like Valeria's, possibly even a better score.
Wow, that actually I didn't even notice. Wow, that is better than Zan's, but they're both great. But I think Muka just didn't do it. Didn't do good enough.
Yeah, unfortunate performance by Michi. But I mean, good performance by Chile overall.
Yeah, really
so
good.
satisfying.
I mean, outside of the epic Jack score from Forken, we saw incredible accuracies all around. It was just 1-200 from Forken and the 2 misses that kind of just threw it off. I think Chile still wins that even without the misses, but it is just kind of how those kinds of rice maps go.
And I love Philippines taking this time out. They really need to think, because this is their potential last pick. Hindsight is 2020, but if I had to say, I don't think they should have gone for Rice 1, and I think they should have recognized after that skating defeat on Gur Yusur that Rice is too deadly of a pick when you're against Chile at this stage to really go for points. They should have probably pivoted into hybrids a little bit sooner.
Yeah, I see Hybrid 3 being the pick here. That's my guess. I mean, Rice 1 didn't go as well as they probably wanted it to, but the discomfort on those kinds of speed picks is definitely still clear from Chile given the Rice 5 ban. So Hybrid 3, definitely probably where I'd fight, unless the Philippines feels confident in an SV pick, which maybe SV2 is it, but Chile did win against Brazil last week on that SV2 pick into them, so it's clear that Chile is also putting in the work to make sure that they're good enough at these SV picks.
Yeah, it's so scary to think about because SV2 has gone unnoticed, and like we said, it's kind of just like a landmine just sitting there dormant in the map pool right now. Those Philippines want to go for it. Can they go for something else such as Hybrid 3? It looks good on paper. You won on coordination, you won on very speedy, stamina-oriented jump stream. It's just so tough to say. Silvesca L says they already have a pick in mind, so really just using that tactical timeout to reset the mentality, refocus, and just replenish their stamina.
Yeah, I mean, that's just... I understand. That kind of... It makes sense. Their opponent is at match point. They lose any more picks here, and the game is over. Like, the match is over. Oh, Hybrid 2. Oh, this is not even on my list of any picks that were happening in this match. If I had to guess, I would have thought it was going to go Hybrid 3, Hybrid 1 from Chile, and then Rice 4 from Philippines. That's what I was expecting to happen. I thought Hybrid 2 and SV2 were getting ignored fully, but this is an interesting pick. This is so scary.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about landmines with SV2. I always feel like Carry Me Away is going to be a landmine of a pick at any point for any team as well. You think about some of the patterns in here. You think about how fast the jacks are, how long the jacks go for, how dense the LN gets, and it is so scary. At any point, anyone can miss if they're having a bad day. They finger lock. We've seen it time and time again this weekend. So with Philippines choosing Hybrid 2 as their potential last pick, do they have the confidence in this to go all out? Can they take a point on Chile in Hybrid and really turn things around in this final hour for them?
Yeah, that's what they've got to do. They've got to get some momentum back in their favor, and we saw that breakpoint come out earlier from them, keeping them alive in the match, and they are still holding on for their winner's bracket life. This has to be the pick to turn it around for them. Chile also kind of out of comfortable picks. If Philippines win this, I absolutely see a world where they make it to tiebreaker, 100%.
Oh yeah, 100%. I agree. And I mean, there's still Rice 4 left, considering that Chile won 3 picks on Rice. But as we get into the match with a bit of a delay, I'm not sure if that's a client miss on Bambi FNF side, but if it's not, that would be quite big of a lead to start off with for the Philippines.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that to reset potentially, but it's taking a while for it to reset. That might have been a real miss, and the Philippines opening up with a small lead as the technical patterns start to come in. Those mini jacks, we see a lot of accuracy breaks all around. And actually, even with that miss from Bambi FNF, this lead is so close. off the back of that insane accuracy from Muchi. What is that?
Yeah, able to crush those jacks with ease, but Bambi FNF not so much as they take yet another miss. And so with Celestica Els trading it back, things are looking dicey for both teams. It's really hard to say once people get back up to ComCap who has the true lead in this map.
Yeah, it's going to be real close. Muchi does find a break, though, the highest accuracy. That's going to be huge for the Philippines. They're going to hold on to that lead and build up even a little bit, but Plana trades it back. I don't know who's going to be in the lead after these two players get back above 400, but it is like flickering, I think. And that's another miss from Plana, though. And Chile's going to establish a small lead going into this ending. We have some difficult reverse shield long no patterns coming up here. We saw Chile be a little inconsistent, especially when we saw it on LN3. Could absolutely still see some stuff happen. It's only 7,000 points right now, though.
Yeah, and only a fourth of the map left. This is a very short map, so, you know, a couple misses or one miss and a couple bad judgments can really swing things in favor for the Philippines, but it just does not seem like it's gonna happen. Things are trying to end out, and Chile is trying to beat Philippines with a dominant 6-2 scoreline, and it seems like they're just gonna do it.
Last few patterns coming up in this match, and Els locks it down, finds a miss, and Chile going to take a nail-biter of a match. That was a much closer match than 6-2 seems to say, but what a performance all around. I think the largest gap we saw in these two teams was 24,000, which, how?
Yeah, it's just not at all. There's so many maps just decided by about 10,000 or less, which is crazy to think about. I said it was a dominant scoreline, 6-2, but I mean, you look at it map to map, and it could have been anyone's game. Chile just really being the better players on the day. So congratulations, very much so, to Chile as they make it through still in the winner's side. And for this awesome victory, they get the benefits of facing either the United States or Malaysia in the next round.
Scary two opponents to see in your next potential round. I don't know if I'd be necessarily excited if I was Chile, but they're still in the winner's side of the tournament going into semifinals, so they have guaranteed at least a top 6 performance. So huge for them. Philippines, like we said, not knocked out yet. They are just being moved down into the losers bracket starting in the semifinals weekend. But that is, oh my goodness.
Yeah, what a match, right? I mean, Philippines gonna go ahead and face in the losers bracket the winner of UK versus Hong Kong, which will be decided later. But that is going to do it for us for now in terms of this little block. We do have a match going on in a slight bit for UTC. We've got, like we said, United States versus Malaysia. We're going to see who Chile is going to face with that one. And then after that, a couple more, Taiwan versus New Zealand, and then the larger block later on in the day. Hope you guys enjoyed this one, but we're not ready to go yet, are we, Toph?
No, I think I need to know a way that we can support the players in the tournament. Do you know anything like that?
Oh, I do. You talked about how any of these teams, the Philippines, Chile, United States, any of them could win MWC, any of them can be on the podium. And what better way to support these teams than to get a couple of banners from the Osu store? Head on over to the Osu main site, go to the header, click stores, products, banners, and for the low price of $2.50, that's less than a cup of coffee, that's less than Osu supporter, you could support your team and have a fancy little banner displayed on your profile. Not only that, you can have multiple. You can support teams that are out, you can support your favorite teams that if you have more than one, and if you pick the winner of the MWC 2024 championship, you will also be allowed to keep that banner for the rest of the year. So again, go ahead into the Osu site and support your favorite teams. How does that sound, Toph?
That sounds perfect. I love banners. Please go buy them. Please support our tournament and these wonderful, wonderful players. Outside of that, I don't think I have much left to say. We mentioned we got one more or a couple more matches actually coming up in a short block here. But we will be back in just about an hour for USA Malaysia, followed immediately by Taiwan New Zealand. So I hope you guys get your little break, but make sure to come back for two very exciting matches coming up. We'll see you guys then.
We're back once again after the short break here. We got a exciting match coming up here from the lower bracket. It's going to be Russia versus France. Still, same Mifa commentating it, and this time I'll be joining with the one and only Juan Cristo. How are you doing, man?
Hey, I am that person. It's been a while since I commentated, so I'm kind of glad that I'm back here in the booth, and we're seeing France versus 90 degrees turn France and like one color over, something along those lines. Like if you flip, like if you just rotate the Russian flag like 90 degrees and then you just move it like to the right, then it becomes France.
Yeah,
you
just swap the white and blue essentially.
Yeah, swap the white and blue, 90 degrees, and we have France versus France. Like there is this thing in Mania that we always like to make matchups be the same, like Indonesia against reverse Poland or something.
Oh yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Well, this is another classic.
Either Poland
like
versus
Peru
reverse,
versus Peru without the
Indonesia.
flag, or with the flag, with the leaf rather.
Yeah, absolutely. Or even like something like United States versus the without the stars United States, or in this case Malaysia.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Classic. Yeah, there's a lot of those.
Yeah, but yeah, with Russia versus France this year, it might not look like the seed difference is kind of that big because they coming from like lower I guess the lower bracket, I would say, and essentially these might be a close matchup. This seems.
Yeah, it is somewhat interesting. Like this is the first round of the lower bracket in the quarterfinals is always kind of like one-sided for the most part, because there's always one team that won a game on the winners bracket and one team that won a game on the losers bracket. So the team that usually won from the losers bracket has the underdog title, because usually you don't see upsets on the round of 16. If anything, it's just on the very closest seeds. And Russia being number 10 here against France being number 20, there's a big seed discrepancy, but I have my doubts about the Russian advantage for this matchup. I think it's going to be a contested match. Not really sure if it's going to go to tiebreaker, but I think it's not going to be as far apart as the seeds suggest in this particular instance.
Alright, we should be seeing once I guess the players are in the lobby, because we're probably not seeing much of it just yet. Interestingly enough, I guess their protects and bets have been kind of all over the place. For me personally, when I saw Russia's protects, France protects and bans, it's up in the air basically.
It is kind of up in the air, yes. But I don't know. I'm trying to like scan quickly through the statistics again. And overall, I will argue that Russia is a team that is more competent in Rise than what France is looking like, and France may be able to damage them on like the hybrid department, or more specifically the LN department. So we'll have to see in that regard. Like, I think Russia is gonna go for the just pick Rise strategy and just call it a day. And France, I mean, it will depend on how the first couple points go. In that case, France may be able to keep peaking Rise against Russia if they manage to win the first point or two. But otherwise, I think it's just going to stick to the LN strategy.
I think it's more like that France is kind of unlikely to pick Rice because from the core players in itself is kind of all rounded, but has a slight a bit of a slant in terms of Rice. So hybrid longer than SVs are pretty much their, I guess, more of an all rounded kind of a jack of all trades kind of scenario. But the Rice is kind of the weakest point in that scenario. Russia, maybe in terms of, I guess, the long notes especially, not too much in the way of it.
Yeah,
but
and
we're
SVs
seeing
as well.
protect for SV for France there.
I think this is not the first time that France has been protecting SVs. I believe they picked this on the previous matchup against the Czech Republic. The problem is the first matchup they had, it was against Japan, if I recall correctly, which you don't want to protect, neither pick SVs against Japan.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, First Frost as an SV2 pick, we can quite have seen, I guess, more than 2 protects on that particular SV pick. Not sure why that would be the case.
You see a Rise 2 here and being protected by Russia, kind of going towards the trend that we called earlier, with Russia being maybe the team that's going to aim for the Rise picks, and France maybe trying to abuse the lack of all-rounderness, I guess, that Russia may have a little bit in the LN/SV department, perhaps even in some of the hybrids. I wouldn't be surprised if we see, like, here, like, Russia banning SB1. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they just killed Break Me.
Yeah, well, essentially, SV, a ban for Russia might be a feasible choice, given that France SVs in particular has been really fairly strong, or at least stronger than Russia, Russian Federations anyway. But yep, there's the ban from Russia is going to be SV1. Break Me, like you said before.
Are we seeing a raw understanding as a ban here by France, or are they going to go for something else?
I believe might be Korja, Tree of Misery, or Rice 3. Might be a feasible ban, but you never know. Oh, actually,
Oh, they're
Carry Me
actually
Away.
banning Carry Me Away.
That's fair enough. That's the
yeah.
hardest hybrid pick of the entire quarterfinals, so that's a fair
that's true, right? Like, even if you feel that Rise may not be your strongest suit, you still are outclassed to some degree against Russia in the physical capabilities. So getting rid of, you know, the most physical or like the hardest, more demanding hybrid is also not so bad. So knocking Carry Me Away out of the park. And
yeah, we'll see.
what
SV
they're gonna
pick
open
for
it up
France.
with. I mean, I'm not sure if I would just open with the SVs here. It's more like a thing that I want to have saved in case we need to like get back into the match. That is only if you think you have a big advantage on SVs. If you don't, then maybe you can just pick it for starters. But otherwise, I mean, I think Pocket Hero maybe could be a good opening pick.
Yeah, all right, there you
it
go.
is.
you just called it. Yeah. I mean, I guess Packet Hero was like being shown like previous match. We haven't seen quite a lot of it in the other last 4 matches, so this is kind of a breath of fresh air as the first pick.
You know, the thing I like the least about Mania World Cup is that sometimes you have like bangers like this, and I cannot just map them. Like in any other World Cup, I just hear a banger and I just map it because it's not in Mania yet. But in Mania World Cup, it's already in Mania, so there's not really a point.
Yeah. Sometimes,
So-
sometimes song choice really depends on whether the patterns do flow well or not.
Yeah. Oh, I have a song that I'm gonna map soon, and I'm very excited for it. I don't think it has been ever mapped in those so far. It's a banger.
Yeah, it seems like I guess most of the team roster for in the lobby has been kind of finalized. Yep, Russia, France, Nipco, Robot, and Nipstar or Nistar. Yeah. France has Quentin, Unius, and Darmu. I believe that would also be their LN roster, the main one, I should say.
Here we go. Here we start. Russia versus France. Losers bracket matchup. Whoever loses this gets knocked out of the tournament. So they are both fighting for the tournament lives. We see already a disconnect, it seems. So this is going to be most likely a replay. Unless this third player somehow revives, which I don't think is the case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Given the name is not shown, it's probably pretty much out of the lobby. So we'll see. Probably a little bit of a report.
Darkmew having some trouble here connecting to the lobby, so it's going to be a replay. Very quickly, should be at least. I kind of want to see the result of the poll and see what the chat thinks. Is this going to be Russia? Is this going to be France? Who wins this? Like, honestly, I will probably put my money on Russia, but I don't think it is as one-sided.
I mean, of all things, it's not gonna be like a clean sweep. It's just at the very least a point, because that has been the trend for this entire tournament. No clean sweep whatsoever. Maybe except for a couple few that are kind of obvious.
I mean, Seed 1 versus C32 Mania is very unlikely to not be a sweep.
Maybe there's some surprise that we don't know, but we'll see.
All right, now we should be fine. See every player loaded here. We see a single mirror as well by Manipsteer. Manipsteer.
Yeah. Well, man, I guess because the real name was Distar, and Dimstar has been kind of a theme from Russian name, kind of a gentleman's agreement. But Darkmew is the first miss from the France side.
Unfortunate there. The player who had trouble connecting to the lobby now is the first one to drop, but in-game this time. And as we reach the combo cap, we see Manipko actually being the first one to drop on the Russian side in a very weird pattern. Overall, everyone seems to be struggling with this big quite a lot. The coordination is certainly killing some of these combos. Was actually just a client.
Yeah, Quentin's not breaking, but Unius seems like a legitimate break.
Yeah, that did look a lot like a legitimate break. I was a bit worried about the miss here by Quentin because he wasn't reading a pattern that was particularly difficult. Like, you obviously can have like normal regular misses, and you see some 200s as well on the releases, most of them being rushed. So it could happen that you maybe are holding like too lightly and therefore drop your combo in a simple pattern. But so far, Manipstar, Ravot, and Kenting are the only full combos left. Darkmew is kind of a full combo, to be fair. He's also holding the better accuracy on the French side. It's just this early miss that is putting his score a little bit down. It's about 12k here advantage in favor of Russia, and it's most of it due to the accuracy damage they are holding.
Well, I guess let's be fair. Darkmew hasn't been like having that much of an accuracy draw after that miss, so yeah, it's as clean as you could be for a miss. Reaching last quarter doesn't seem to swing the lead that much over.
So this is painting us a pretty big picture of what this matchup is probably going to look like, because like despite the fact that France seems to be pretty decent at holding their combos together in LN maps, their accuracy just doesn't seem to be good enough really to face Russia here. It's mostly of the difference between Kenting and Rovod, about 0.30%, and then the difference between Junus, who just misses, is about the same with the other player. I will say that Darkmew and Manipstar are going to be fairly close on Olympics, but the rest of the team seems to be quite behind, especially on the ratio department. Like, look at that.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of a punch there to the gut, especially for accuracy for LNs in general, but actually still holds the full combo. But Darkmew, kind of an honorary full combo because that's not even a real miss. It's just a slider break on the intro even.
Yeah, 980k there, still the second best score on the lobby. Still behind Manipstar, who's holding the most stellar performance here. 545, best ratio, 8200s, best 200 count. So overall, we seem to have a stronger player, at least on the lobby, in the side of Russia for LM pick. We'll see if that is the case as well with other picks that are more on the density/speed department. Like Pocket Hero for the most part, it's more about coordination. And accuracy is difficult to do in coordination picks. It's also hard to hold your combo together if it is a bit physical demanding. I don't think the players are going to have trouble with the physicality of LM picks at all, but it's not on that level yet.
Yeah, we're not even at that on that complexity just yet. But that's also a breakpoint to Russia anyway, so it might be a tough spot to get yourself into. So Russia will have a wide selection. I guess the whole selection of rice picks in particular, just one of them will work surely. Actually,
Well,
no, they're going for Dragonlance. Huh. This is getting more interesting than I thought in terms of picks.
Okay, well, I mean, sure. Let's see how this bakes. I guess like France for a reason. Was it? Yeah, it was France who banned the hybrid 2. So I imagine that may have something to do with this pick from Russia. Like I would have expected rice. In all honesty, maybe.
Yeah, well, we all we all do. No, this time though, I guess it's understandable. It's when you factor in Karami Away being the hardest physical hybrid pick. This is the second closest one to do, except this is weirder, complex enough to make sure you can misread a whole lot of it. I should never get tired listening to this song because this song slaps so much, even in 2018.
It's a great song. This was used as an SV map, I think, back in the day. Was it like 2021? I think.
It was 2018 because
Oh,
it's a
2018 was
SV
even
chart.
older.
Yeah, it was quite old.
Here he goes. Now he's returning as a hybrid here. And 6 stars at that, so quite challenging. It's kind of tricky as well to see how much the... I mean, of course, star rating is not the best indicator for difficulty, but seeing that quarterfinals back in the day was like maybe 4 stars, and now it's like 6 stars.
Well, part of the reason is that if you know the wub dumps in the Tome SV chart, this one is there, except it's LNs.
Yeah, the LNs just add and inflate the star rating quite a bit. But overall doesn't play as much of a 6 stars, I think, compared to other maps that we have seen before and are like lower star rating.
No, not at all.
But we have the first miss here on the Russian, not the Russian, but the French side. It is Junius here, top player there, and dropping a bit of accuracy alongside that combo, and everybody else still holding the ground together. About 9k points of advantage now towards the Russian side, slowly climbing and reaching the 5-digit difference. And into the second half just now. Russia holding a comfortable advantage. Just a single miss though, and the accuracy is not as much in their favor as it was in the LN pick. If it wasn't for the miss, I think this map would be maybe on the 2, maybe 3k difference, and anything could happen.
It's just a round there, basically.
Yeah. Overall, it seems like Robot seems to be struggling the most when it comes to accuracy and just rage in general. See how much he's rushing on the hit concentration there back on the name. But there's a miss now, again from France. As they were starting to gain some ground on the accuracy, they just managed to throw that away, unfortunately, with another miss. It's just Darkmew here against everybody. The map, in this case, is not very like spiky at all. It's just mostly the same throughout the entire thing. Of course, patterning changes. The end maybe could get someone, but
yeah.
I guess there's not going to be many drops on Russia's side.
The outro, though, it might be something worth looking out because last match, Sweden's Neon Dragon is rated quite a bit on this kind of streams like this. and the Ellens are not really helping this cause. Manipko with the first miss actually on the right side. Darmia trades it out though.
Here it is. Unfortunately, the miss is going to be immediately traded. Now there's another one, but on the wrong side for France. And the score lead keeps increasing. The Lens suddenly making problems here for France, specifically for Mr. FR. And Russia is going to be securing this pick with a double FC on the bottom row. Another miss there by Dark New. It's not going to change all that much. The score lead is only increasing.
Whoa.
And Russia takes the second point, their own pick, with another great performance here by Manipstire.
Oh wow, that could have been such a good score for Unius there, even without those two misses.
Yo, that was a very good 200 count for Darkmew as well. Like, if you remove the misses from France, they just win this, I think, right? The 200 counts, it's the similar from Mr. FR and Manik, and then the 200 counts are just better for the other two players. Just maybe on the ratio side that Mr. FR is a little bit behind, but I think they could have taken it without misses. Of course, it's a bit too much to ask for no misses on a difficult map like this, but I think
it's hard to say.
Actually, there. The potential is there, I think. On the hybrids, maybe. I mean, maybe they can go for a Rapita here, but maybe they just go for Rise. I think.
Well, Russia.
As that sounds.
Well, Russia has to go with Rise at this point, unless they want to exhaust the hybrids this early on into the match. But Rapita is as much as I would say that's kind of ridiculous, it's kind of more straightforward than the hybrid is, even though the star rating is a bit higher because of the density. But the Rise is quite a targeted pick for France, especially when if you're factoring the physical capabilities of France.
I mean, at this point though, I believe if you're France, just pick SVs. Like, you just pick first thrust. But maybe they want to gamble and go for like maybe a Rise. I mean, I would be a bit surprised if they do. But I think it's just the kind of moment that you pick SVs. Okay, never mind.
Korjak time now. 146 BPM Korjaks. We're entering a territory which I guess is familiar, but it's never gonna be predictable. Whose ratios better?
I am so glad I'm not playing tournaments anymore because I will have to ban Korjaks every time. I hate it.
I mean, at this point in time, I guess when Korjak started to be introduced in like 2023 in round of 16, this early on, it's hard. Although it's fairly light in terms of I guess in terms of layering, so it's not too bad.
We have an insanely good sharpshooter on terms of accuracy between these two teams. Like, this is the kind of map you want to track the 300 count rather than 200.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, unless you miss, then I guess the score doesn't really count so much. But regardless of the 300 count, you wouldn't really have to watch out because of the non-Korjak parts might be kind of tough to autopilot.
Fair. Who's gonna hold 100% for longer is gonna be Quenting on if it's gonna be Mr. or FR.
When I mean, I guess
it's actually Quenting.
Yeah, I guess the stereotype of Korjak is that the non-Korjak section is always the hardest thing about Korjaks.
Yep, for ratio at least, yes. Yeah, we're seeing overall a slight edge for France, it feels, but it's very contested as it stands. The accuracy from Quenting is the best of the lobby, then Junius is tying Manipstire, and then Mr. FR is essentially just tying Robot as well. It's maybe ever so slightly behind, so it's mostly off the back of Quenting here that this lead is there. But as time goes on, the accuracy from Manipstire is just to grow higher, starting to match Quenting here, and Junius is starting to fall behind. So is Mr. FR, but that being matched, but Robot. It's mostly on the difference between Manipcore and Juniors, who's now dropping quite a fair amount. And the lead just keeps rolling now in favor of Russia.
There's two 99.9s on the side of Russia, and France only has one. So that's pretty much all the difference lies. Although even
though.
Yeah, there's still, when I said that there's a bit of a weird anchors on the, I guess, in this map, but actually Robot is actually dropping below the 9.7 now, so the lead
big
is
drop there
big.
by Robot, yes. Oh my god, this is gonna get very close at the ending. It's a third of the map only left, and the score lead is on the 3 digits.
Well, kind
the
of.
performance is by Manip Star and Manip Core, just insane, but
Robot hits a 200.
Oh
Another one actually, Mr. MR!
They dropped the combo, and that may be sealing it. The score immediately skyrockets in favor of Russia here, 7,000 points. It was like on the 2 digits, and now suddenly it's there in favor of Russia, who with another miss against them, they just managed to just hold that lead together. And the Archer, there's not going to be any major complications here. There's about 20k lead, and Russia's just going to take this again.
Yeah, Robot, despite with a bit of a slight struggle in terms of accuracy, but they managed to hang it on.
And that's just Corjax for you guys. You blink and you miss, you're done. And that's essentially what happened here for France. They were holding the lead together, and at some point they started to drop some accuracy. And it was Russia that had the control of the pick for the most part, like Maniko and Manipstar just destroying the chat completely, both with B1 double S's. They had to pull the weight of Robot a little bit, but even still, he's not even the worst score on the lobby.
Yeah, well,
France
because
get the
no
3
misses.
way FC, I think they still lose though.
Yeah, I would say that because the ratio was being I guess the most of the Manipco and side did the heavy lifting on their ratio. So essentially, France will have to make sure they don't miss and have a better 300 count, essentially.
It was a great perfect count there. I think it was 65 for the lowest of the lobby there on Russia. Very, very, very solid. We had like double 998, I think, or 998, 997, which is insane.
Yeah, we'll see. Because that's France's take earlier. That's also another breakpoint. So essentially, Russia will have quite a bit of a time in their lives to go with anything.
Well, Russia slowly sort of proving us wrong here, that their history or their past where they had struggles keeping consistency is maybe not so much a reality anymore. At this point, we have seen a 3-way FC on the Korjak, which is everything and consistency for the most part. So that, I feel, is the main thing that Russia managed to improve from previous years, and that's what's keeping them afloat, what made them get the seed number 10, and what's making them honestly look like the favorites to win this matchup.
Yeah, we're seeing TV stars coming up from the Russian side. Very short, so essentially a miss really counts.
This song tilts me so hard. Like, it's so much. I remember this. This was like a 7-key map of ancient times, and I was trying to FC this, and I hated it. I was so bad at it. It just tilts me so much.
I've never even heard of the song or the chart even. So when you see a TV size, that's an ominous feel about when it's getting used in the tournament.
Yeah, TV size in a tournament is controversial to say the least.
That's a red flag.
Yeah.
For a miss.
Disregard the background, but it's a pretty red flag.
We're not seeing that much of a swap, I guess, for...
I mean, we just have Korjak, so if we're still calling on the Rise department, I wouldn't see, like, swaps, like a normal thing. I mean, Korjak is, like, the one Rise map that you may be wanting to, like, swap players.
Yeah, well, I mean, nowadays we have, like, some, like, Korjak mains that are just playing with just mainly Korjaks, and then everything else, they kind of just mimic around, so they have to have swaps of players around. That's kind of the trend for this year nowadays.
Very interesting. For the single map, I mean, I guess people do it for SVs. Why not for Kojaks? Well, so far the map is like almost over already. I mean, it's only a quarter through, but like that's like the joke is this a TV size. So far we see a full-way FC here between the two teams, a small advantage in favor of Russia, mostly of the difference between current team and juniors.
Oh, that's a
double break there.
massive
Crushing
that's a-
defeat.
Yeah,
there
Quentin
by the French.
Quentin just not hitting the first column there. I saw like 2 nodes just way down there that's not even hittable. Yeah, there you go. That's the nature of TV size, unfortunately. If you miss, you will literally die.
Yep, you will essentially immediately die because there's so much less, I guess, than in a normal map. Of course, there's a big knock count anyway because it's very, very dumpy. But because the song is so short, every miss matters so much more. And despite the fact that Dagmew, for example, is holding like probably almost the best accuracy on the lobby, is very, very close. The one singular miss is putting him 10k behind at everybody else with the same accuracy. So unfortunately for France, despite having what I think is the best accuracy on the lobby, exactly there it is. It's a V1 SS with a single miss and the better ratio of the lobby. They still lose the point.
Better ratio by
it's almost
1/300.
worse than juniors, who also got the FC,
Yeah.
but with a worse accuracy.
150 and 100 just barely clutched it out. Even though that's still not beating the honorary V1 of less. Even I guess that's just very almost the same ratio with Nimco there. 193, 192. Also V1 of less actually for this start. I didn't really even realize that. And now we're going to SVs, finally.
All right, so this is the moment where we realize if this match is going to be a sweep or not.
Well, yeah.
I think at this point, this is the map that's going to decide that.
Well, if they're feeling confident and Russia's batting the other SV, then something is not quite as it seems.
Oh no, that's like a reference to another SV chart. It sounded like it. You never know. No, you're never gonna know what's gonna happen. What was it that you said at some point?
Well, that's
what was it?
Well, yeah, you never know what's about to happen. That's a catchphrase that I used like 6 years ago at this point.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember the moment that it spawned. It wasn't soft, wasn't it? I think it wasn't soft.
No, it was like I believe it was like a warm-up that I used in 2018, and then I used a difficulty name that was essentially that.
Yeah, that's true. It was a warm-up, and then you made the reference. That's true.
And that still holds true to this day.
I mean, yeah. I guess you never know what's gonna happen.
Or maybe until, until whether or not
it
the World Cups. Yeah, well, until the World Cup that finishes in like the next 20 years, 30 years, we never know.
Well, so far we're seeing some player swaps here. I see Batus, who's gonna be joining the French side anytime for the SVs. Otherwise, it seems like Darkmew and Kenting are both staying for France, and Rovod and Manivstar are both staying as well for Russia. So we're only missing a Russian player here.
Yeah, so essentially the Russia, I guess the most of the Russian players that not quite sure what's the third player for Russia, because I know it's I believe it's Debny, yeah, Debny was also playing for the SVs, I guess, for the round of 32, so not too surprising here.
Yeah, I remember seeing a glimpse of Debny here joining the lobby when the map got selected. He was probably just sitting on the 7th slot for the swaps to happen. And now that everybody is ready, Batus is going to take a little bit longer to load up. But after that's sorted out, we should be getting into SB2, into First Frost. So this map likely going to be the deciding factor between whether this is going to be a sweep or not. Russia has been dominating pretty much the entirety of the... What?
What was that for Batus? That's a very low scroll.
Alright. But
okay,
he's hitting it,
that's
so...
That's a flex and a half. That's a weird flex and a half.
I like that. That looks a lot like he's using a specific skin for this map. That allows him to use such a
wow. Okay. if that holds true, then an exploiting a skin that plays like a maiden almost, that's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is that I mean, he plays a lot better than anyone on the Russian side. That's kind of mad.
Sick. Yeah, of course. Like I kind of want to see his perspective with the skin to see how much different this looks. But as you can tell, this is sort of fairly unreadable, I think, with the skin. Like this slow with a scroll speed. Like I feel like you can read it, but see that third column? Those are 2 notes. Those are like 3 notes actually. It's not even a long note, but it does look like a long note. You see the long notes are like slightly different shade of color.
Well,
So
I mean,
yeah.
it depends. It depends on the skin. So essentially, if you have
Yeah.
like the hold length of it being different, I guess that works as well.
Well, that's interesting. As we see the score in a bigger picture, we stop focusing much on Patos over there. We see that France is leading, but not so much, really. It's only 5,000 points of advantage in a map that has low long count, like an SB chart this is. And definitely the main substitution here being brought by Russia is holding the better score, and nobody gets caught on the slow jam here.
I mean, looking at Patu's screen with that kind of slow jam is all those
That
are
was
just
very
cramped up. All those are cramped up.
Oh, those lanes are very tricky to release, and Manispire and Robot are both dropping a little bit of accuracy there, and that's what's causing France to hold the lead even stronger than before, as both of the bottom row of Russia are struggling to keep themselves on the 99s, but Patos finds a huge miss there!
Oh my
It's like
god!
2 or 3 at the same time, and the lead immediately flips now in favor of Russia. This could be it! The flex
Oh wow!
not working out this time.
Going
Oh
from
my god.
98.6 to 98.8, and that lead just
No,
that's
that's
another
another
one.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Russia's gonna keep this consistency theme that we have saw on the previous maps, and despite their accuracy not being the best this time around, they're still holding through, and there's a double
Oh,
miss
wow,
now by
that's-
Dagny
that's-
and Kenty. Russia hold.
That
And
is
I think this
absolute
is gonna be a sweep
collapse.
at this point.
Absolute collapse there on the French side, and you know, at this point in time, there's really not much you can cover from it. Russia's steamrolling ahead. Also, can I just say that even with this song at this kind of length, it's just making you more anxious, if anything, because the song just runs painfully slow, and definitely with even that drop at the very end there, it just doesn't seem to making it dead in alley whatsoever. It's just making it go forward there.
No, that
45,000. That's a weird flex on the half, Patus, but it's not working this time.
Very interesting, right? You ban SV1, and then you have this SV2 score? Like what? I guess they just practiced this SV and decided not to practice the other one, so they just ban it.
Well, that's a unfortunate thing to happen.
Oh, and there is
but-
the blame for the lag spice, unfortunately. There by Patos. And that's just the game sometimes. Even still, though, I think without the lag spice, like had Patos managed to perform as well as he probably does regularly, I don't think that was like enough. Like the other 2 French players managed to miss at some point as well, and that's very detrimental in SV pick if the rest of the other team is not breaking at all.
Yeah, this is already a potential match point 5-0 to Russia, and Russia can pick anything basically, and either the hybrid or just going LNs or just going just basically anything other than tiebreaker, of course. Still waiting for the pick to happen. Or better not.
Well, at this point,
Oh,
Rise 6.
ah.
Yeah.
Yep,
I
alive.
thought they would maybe go for the Protect, but I mean, Rise 6 probably works.
Isn't it the first time in the entire tournament that the Protect isn't picked by the team? on the actual match?
I mean, that's a good question. I wouldn't know if this is the first time that happens on this tournament, but it's not something as uncommon as you may think, I believe. Especially matches that are sweeps. Like, sometimes you don't really need to go for your protect. So you just... if you're not picking to win, then you may not pick your protect, because the other team may lose their own point and then you don't get the chance to pick your protect. But in this case, having Russia being the last team to pick, if this match ends right now, I will have picked my protect, to be honest. So that's weird, I guess.
Hey, but it works. If it works, then it works.
Oh yeah, of course.
But hey, I mean, France can do the Hail Mary and maybe just break their break their point. You know, you never know what's
True.
about to happen.
All right. Yes. See. So I mean, I kind of want to believe in France, but at this point, I have more than enough reasons, I think, to believe that this match is going to end in a sweep, unfortunately. But this map specifically, it wasn't really picked as much, I think, before. It's a very tricky one. So maybe Russia's got to drop the consistency for once. It's just a From song, so...
Well, yeah, the only Rice pick that hasn't been picked is a Raw Understanding, Rice 4. The life has been picked like 3 to 4 times already. So essentially, a Raw Understanding hasn't been picked yet. Maybe reserved for the winners bracket matches, but you know, that could happen as well. We saw a couple struggles in the intro because of the, I guess you can call it a polyrhythm of sorts. Robot actually, that's a massive drop at the intro. They're 98% already. And Mr. FR also trading that up. Robot actually struggling a whole lot. 97 there.
The mind blocks and the ankles on this are just so rude.
Repetition. Even then, the lead is not changing that a whole lot there, actually.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's mostly off the back of Robot's accuracy, I think, at this point.
The whole accuracy from France is even better than Russian side, but they're still flying around back.
Oh, the accuracy misses.
The miss there, unfortunately.
There's a 7k lead now in favor of the Russians here, who are dominating this so far. There's only been a single miss by Robot on the early stages of the map, and that is not enough for them to drop the lead. If anything, the lead seems to be slightly growing in favor of them, and now on the 10Ks. And with a third of the map remaining, France is maybe starting to look at the exit gate of the tournament here, but they are fighting still as much as they possibly can. They're regaining this accuracy a little bit and shrinking the score lead ever so slightly, but I don't think they have enough with just accuracy. They need to hope for misses from Russia, and as they have proven many times now in this match, consistency has improved so much for them. And instead, it's going to be Darkmew and Juniors who both drop their combos, and it's only Mr. FR who's not going to be able to carry their team to the victory here. It is gonna be Russia once more defeating France and advancing into the second round of the quarterfinals losers bracket here. It's not over for them this weekend, but it's surely over for them for now.
Yeah, Russia's grabbing the broom here to sweep France 6-0, and that's a statement given their France's protect didn't go so well.
Yeah, that's a GG. SV was like the hope that France maybe had a little bit. If anything, this match, like this map specifically, wasn't as far away for the range of France. You see the comparison between Mr. FR and Robot are essentially the same scores, and so is Darkmew and Manicpool. And honestly, this could have gone on French's way, I think, had Russia not been able to hold their consistency together as much as they did.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, is end of the line for France here, and you know Russia will have with this kind of consistency. I'm kind of scared on who the matchup's gonna be for later on.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. We should see the bracket to see who they're facing on the next round while we're at it before we're closing it, because I don't think we have any more matches after this for a while, right? believe next
Well,
one
it's-
is at 18 UTC.
Yeah, it's 18 UTC, which is essentially like just around 2 hours and a bit more, I would say. But this, I think, for today's schedule, well, I guess for in Asia, I guess the whole schedule has been like all lower bracket matches, kind of. So
Well, that's usually the case, really. In Saturday is the day for the losers bracket because you have to play twice, for the most part. You play once on Saturday and then once on Sunday.
yeah, essentially. So I mean, we already finalized that Hong Kong will be facing against United Kingdom, which I believe that would be the case. But Russia will either, I mean, I guess the opponents would have to be either Japan or China, maybe, kind of.
Is that the case?
Well, we'll have to see once the, I guess, when the lower bracket has been
Well, yeah, but like
finalized.
Russia wouldn't Russia be facing like the winner of like who is it of Argentina, Canada, or is it like someone else?
Yeah, like we said, there's still a fair bit to go in the lower brackets. So essentially, we're not done yet until like lower bracket matches. But that's still like 2 hours from 2 hours and like 16 minutes to go. So essentially, we gotta have a kind of a long break to actually close it out.
No, yeah. Just to clarify, what I was trying to say is like I didn't really know who was gonna be the team that faces Russia on the next matchup, but that's not having decided yet because it's gonna be the winner between Taiwan and the New Zealand team, I believe. So it's not Canada against Argentina that's gonna be the decider who plays against Russia. Whoever wins between Canada and Argentina will be facing China instead, who defeated Indonesia on the previous round. So the entirety of the losers bracket is not yet decided, as you said. We're still missing Brazil, Mexico, Canada, Argentina, and Taiwan, New Zealand for that, which are two of those matches are coming up in about 2 hours, as you said. One being Argentina, Canada, and then it's Brazil, Mexico on 20 UTC.
Yeah,
but otherwise,
by the end of the, I guess, lower bracket matches, it's all gonna be like winners bracket after that. So essentially, like Philippines, Chile, United States, Malaysia, Korea, Vietnam, and also Thailand. I guess Thailand with Singapore is also essentially a winners bracket as well. So quite a bit to go. We still have a long day to get the matches to be scheduled up until the last weekends as well.
That's true. Well, yeah, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the stream here. I hope you enjoyed this wave of matches we had. And unfortunately, we had the first sweep of the weekend. But we're all praying for that to be the only one, right? That would be nice.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
If anything, I would love to see a tiebreaker. And potential matches for tiebreaker at this point, I don't really know. I'm honestly not very sure. I think Philippines, Chile could be a very close one, so watch out for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the catchphrase that I used like 6 years ago still holds to this point. You never know what's about to happen for those matches.
That's true. But hey, that's being it for us, I think, at this point. Hope you guys have a good time, and I'll see you, or rather, we will see you in about 2 hours from now for Argentina versus Canada.
Take care, everyone.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Oceania 4-Key World Cup 2024 action. This time, right after the USA-Malaysia winners bracket match, we are moving right into some losers bracket action. Number 15 seeded Taiwan versus number 28 seeded New Zealand. New Zealand, number 28 seed, making it to round 1 quarterfinals. Very impressive, pulling off the upset in round of 16 to make it here. So really pulling punches here, making sure that they are known, having a chance to make it into the top 16 if they are able to fend off Taiwan. But I am one of your commentators for this match, Toph Daddy, joined here by Dynascape. How's it going?
It's going great, Toph. Last little match of this pretty sizable block here. And what a way to end things off. All eyes are on New Zealand as they are the lowest seed left in the tournament. And like you said, pulling off that upset against Italy last round where both teams basically just slugging it out on all 6 Rice picks. So I feel like Taiwan has a big inkling as to what really New Zealand is capable of at the top half of the map pool. So they're going to have a lot of very thoughtful picks in this match as compared to New Zealand, where Taiwan honestly pretty middle of the pack through and throughout. No really big standout plays from them as a team as a whole. So they've got some choices. Maybe New Zealand really sticks with that game plan of just pick any Rice that you see, just bloodlust in their eyes.
Yeah, I mean, if we look back at like qualifier results, for example, we see that for the most part, New Zealand is kind of like towards the bottom a little bit, is actually quite average in general, has some very good scores. I think their high-end LN and hybrids were actually quite impressive, but notably their Rice 1 was like a top 10. They had a top 10 performance on Rice 1, and that is incredibly impressive. But same vein, you look at Taiwan's scores, they basically did the exact same thing, just with a little bit more competence when it comes to like the higher end like LNs and hybrids. And pretty much everything Taiwan has a little bit of an advantage on, but it is just that Rice accuracy is very, very good for both of these teams.
Yeah, and one thing I'm really looking at for Taiwan as New Zealand protects SV2.
I love this already.
Yeah, it looks great. I think Taiwan is really looking to go for the density map because New Zealand actually bottom scored it as a whole on the density map last week. Pretty uninteresting performances, a 986, 981, and a 945. It seems like they can't really keep up with the scaling of LNs or maybe even possibly some of the more LN-oriented hybrids. So as Taiwan protects Rice 3, it really begs the question, what kind of bans are they going for?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about. I mean, if I'm on Taiwan's side, I'm taking out the easiest Rice map in the pool. I'm taking out Rice 3. Or actually, they protect Rice 3, so they can't even ban that. Wait, why did they ban that? Why did they protect that?
Yeah, it's kind of scary knowing that New Zealand has some heavy hitters when it comes to Rice, but I mean, if you're confident on it, by all means, go ahead. I hope it just doesn't hit you on your way out. And as they think about their ban, I mean, they're gonna go for SV1,
okay.
Not
maybe
Zealand,
a scare tactic from New Zealand a little bit, protecting that SV2, showing a little bit of muscle on those SVs, getting rid of SV1. And New Zealand saying, as expected, they're looking to keep those SVs open. I mean, especially as a lower seed, you kind of expect SVs to go away. And Rice 3 is the Jack map, so they can't ban that now. I would expect probably a long note map to go away here. Yeah, long note 1. That makes sense. Perfect. I think that's a perfectly understandable ban.
Yeah, I think you said in that last match that we casted that we haven't really seen a lot of players opt for Packet Hero when it comes to LN picks. They'll usually go towards Classic Einheit or Ivy Brutals first, just because it is coordination. It's pretty scary with the way this category has scaled throughout the rounds, and pretty risky pick for anyone looking for LNs, and very deadly for anyone that is looking to ban LNs. So great ban by New Zealand, and for the first pick for New Zealand, probably gonna have to see a Rice pick. It just really begs the question, which one?
If I'm in New Zealand's shoes, oh
wow!
First picking SV2, a bold decision, going with your protect and also the SV map here. I'm not too surprised to see something like this. I think they're just like, there's probably a part of New Zealand that like has seen like the past scores from previous rounds of Taiwan, and it's like, I don't know how strong we can do against them. I mean, they're a pretty low seed against a middle road seed. And that could be intimidating, especially as the map pools get harder. So going with something that might have a high score differential, or maybe Taiwan is not super comfortable with, definitely a strong opener and gives the opportunity to kind of get some momentum on their side.
Oh yeah, and especially, like I always say, it's always good for a lower seeded team to try to at least practice an SV, especially if the other team is not known for being an SV team. And Taiwan especially, at least last round, did not perform too well. Bottom scored out of all of the teams on SV2. We had such Jackie, and Shice play that, and Shice unfortunately ended up with a 577k, so meaning that they didn't even have someone super well practiced, Jackie. Jackie ended off with a 715k. So, I mean, definitely, practice not there for Taiwan. Sometimes when it comes to SV, we're gonna have to see if they actually practice it this time around.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Jackie comes in, Such and Bliss is staying in, but this is New Zealand's Protect and Selection for the first one. Interesting, kind of, to see Jackie in. They aren't the normal SV player for Taiwan, so I'm curious to see how this goes.
Yeah, and for New Zealand, we do get to see Stupid Snake and Vidox, or Zidox, two players we actually didn't see last round, so two of the SV players coming in for New Zealand. Like I said last weekend, New Zealand basically going for every single Rice pick, and we saw 99% of Robeats, Blixer, and Aramadian, with Koyu coming in for one of the LNs. So it's nice to see some new faces for New Zealand, at least.
Yeah, I mean, New Zealand, despite the low seed, has quite a malleable team. Like, a lot of their players are just swapping in for a bunch of different picks, and Zidox, Stupid Snake are pretty well established as SV players for that team. But, Blixer, not necessarily playing everything. We saw Robeats in the qualifiers, so definitely malleable there. And we see Jackie actually, without, they weren't playing the SVs in the previous rounds. We saw Ha0201 kind of taking that slot, and we already see a miss from them. So a nice lead already kind of established for New Zealand, and it looks like Jackie is not quite as well practiced as the rest of the lobby. So already seeing quite a strong lead, but Blixer does trade one of those misses back, so it's going to stem the bleeding a little bit, but Jackie continues to find some issues with some of these memorization patterns.
Exactly. It seems like every little stop is catching out Jackie, and we have Veloz and Zidox battling things out for top score in the lobby. Such is being beaten out by Stupid Snake by just a little bit, actually a decent amount, but both holding on to out. And as I say, that Such does miss.
Nice commentator curse. We've got two FCs actually for New Zealand now that Such has missed. Veloz, the only FC on the side of Taiwan, but this lead is skyrocketing super fast.
Yeah, things are definitely getting out of control, and that's really off the back of Jackie just having a miss in every little memo section on this map, which is truly unfortunate, just not well practiced enough. It seems like they did play this map a couple times. I mean, you can't really first try a 94 on a map like this. It's not enough, and Blixer unfortunately doesn't have the same amount of practice either, but is doing better by a considerable amount.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Blixer not even doing that bad themselves, 97%. It really is just Stupid Snake and Zidox having that really well-practiced mentality. Both players above 99.5 right now, which is well above every single player on Taiwan. So just very well-practiced from their side. And that slow jam, I mean, I think the second half is where things get a little bit off the rails for pretty much everyone. We see Such actually breaking the last FC for Taiwan there as two still stay alive for New Zealand, and a strong first pick, good protect from them. Even halfway through, 120,000 is difficult to come back from, especially if this is kind of what we're seeing here for SVs. I think this is the kind of map where it's difficult to come back from.
100%. I think you can really just call it done and dusted. Those sudden stutters just catching out everyone on the Taiwanese team, and even these little tricks and fast gems here not boding well for their accuracy. They are comboing through it, but it's just not enough. You see Stupid Snake and Zidox really putting in the work this week to ensure that their team has the best chance in gaining a point on SV, and it's worked out wonderfully. New Zealand 150,000 point lead despite the best efforts from Veloz, despite the best efforts from Such. It's just New Zealand has really put in the time.
Yeah, I mean, you can see a little bit of discomfort coming from Blixer as well, so it's not like this SV is going to be super easy for anyone to learn, but, Blixer is doing their job, taking care of Jackie, who maybe didn't have the best practice this week, but Stupid Snake and Zidox just having such an incredible score here, like 299s here versus Veloz and Such, who are also having good scores, 97, 98, very good on an SV map like this, but it's just not enough when you've got two FCs coming out for New Zealand right now.
Yeah, I would have to say that Stupid Snake and Zox would probably be in definitely the top half of players that have played this map. If you were to test all of the players in general, just amazing scores by them. We're gonna see the final results, 981 and a 974. Very, very good scores by both of them, cinching that first little point against Taiwan, but from here on out, they don't really have any more tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah, everything else in this pool is kind of more straightforward. Obviously, more straightforward than SVs. There are some tricky maps. There's some interesting ones you can go for here. I could definitely see something like Rice 5 being kind of like a funky pick there. 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's got that, it's the TV size, meme almost of like 1 or 2 misses is enough to kind of mess everything up. And obviously, Rice 3, oh, that's coming out from Taiwan right now. Rice 3, the pick there. I still don't like this. I still don't like this being a protect or a pick right out the gate from Taiwan.
It's such a call-out pick to me for Taiwan. Like, Taiwan is just calling out New Zealand, saying, I don't think you have the physicality or accuracy to confidently put up 3 players that can FC this map, but we do. And I really feel like that's what Taiwan's trying to say. I don't know if it's going to work out, but I mean, if Taiwan is able to take this pick, I think they should feel very comfortable on really any other Rice pick. I think these 3 players that are put up for Taiwan, who usually do play the Rice picks, do have really good accuracy in pretty much any skill set in the Rice department.
They absolutely do, and it's interesting to note that they had a pretty good score on the Jack chart from last round. They did end up with the eighth best score from that round, so as number 15 seed, pretty good performance there, but we did not. I'm not sure if we did probably see New Zealand's. I don't actually have that score opened up for myself right now, but this is a Jack pick. I mean, I mentioned being a little uncomfortable as far as this goes, because if I was in Taiwan's shoes and I'm trying to like really push the Rice difficulty, I'm not going for an accuracy pick. I'm not going for a pick where if New Zealand can keep up with it, they can keep up with it and get good accuracy on it, because that's how Jack picks work for the most part. If I'm in Taiwan's shoes, I'm looking Rice 4, Rice 5, going with the really difficult stuff that are super easy to choke and require a lot of physicality. I'm not going for something where it's like, if you're even remotely capable of this, you're getting like a 995, and one mistake loses you the map,
Yeah, and I should point out, it's quite interesting to not see Robeats on this map and having Zedox in instead for the Jack pick, because Robeats top scored for the Jack pick last round for New Zealand. Speaking of accuracy, when compared to Taiwan, Robeats, Aramidian, and Blixer all had basically 99.9s, whereas on the side of Taiwan, Yukam and Jackie had 99.9s on the Jack pick, but then Veloz struggled a little bit with a 99.75. So definitely look to Veloz for someone that might mess up for Taiwan, and definitely look for Zedox, seeing if they can really pick up the pieces that Robeats is leaving behind for them to pick up as we get into this Jack pick.
Yeah, certainly an interesting thing to look at. We did not see Robeats play the SV pick either, and they, for at least qualifiers, which I do have scores pulled up for, Robeats was in on everything. That's the captain for the New Zealand team, and a little surprising not to see them in here, but we'll have to see how this goes. We have a little bit of an easy section. Players should not have really any issue with getting up to 400 combo, and all the accuracy is looking quite comparable. Maybe Taiwan with a very, very slight accuracy lead out the gate.
Yeah, I think Zedox is lagging behind by just a little bit, and that might fall even a bit further as we delve into these deeper densities. But for now, I mean, things are flickering back and forth. We've got Yukam standing head and shoulders above everyone else, and Jackie Veloz in lockstep with each other, tied with Blixer, Midian slightly in between all the Taiwanese players.
Yeah, and the density starts to come around. You get longer jacks coming around. Zedox still a little bit behind everyone. Blixer and Midian actually, I think now all 3 Taiwanese players ahead of the 3 New Zealand players. Jackie a little bit behind for Taiwan, but still holding his accuracy well enough, and Zedox actually finding a little bit of an accuracy drop, 99.7 now, and that lead is huge. With a miss from Median, is just giving Taiwan a huge lead now. The physicality might just be a little bit too much.
Yeah, and you can even see that with the unstableness in Zedox's UR bar. A couple of early 200, a couple late ones. It seems like they can't read this properly at this BPM. And that really goes to show, Zedox coming in for this begs the question, is Robeats online and available for this pick?
Yeah, and that's a miss from Zidox as well. We still see 3 full combos. Okay, never mind. 2 full combos for the side of Taiwan as Veloce does find a miss, but a 25,000 point lead 3/4 of the way in as Zidox trades that miss back. And we're just about to hit the end of this den section, and Taiwan looking very, very strong to take this pick, bring it to a 1-to-1 matchup right now.
Yeah, basically the rest of the map is just all filler for your accuracy, and it seems like Taiwan has done it in dominant fashion. Yuckum with 99.95, Jackie ending in with an FC of 99.8, very much so beating out anyone on New Zealand by a country mile. And as things close out, we're going to see the final scores. Yuckum, I think, has cinched the 996, maybe even a 997, and Jackie 993 as well. So crazy scores from the Taiwanese squad, barring a miss and a 50 from Veloce. Just very stellar accuracies all around.
Yeah, Blixer actually having a very good score as well, actually beating out Veloce from the Taiwanese side with that miss from them. But still, 989, not a bad score at all. Just, a couple of scores below what was expected. Taiwan just putting on a performance.
And so now again, I think Taiwan can really branch out into most of these other Rice picks, not really because of, usually when you think you win a core jack pick, it doesn't mean much for anything in terms of you can branch out to other picks just because they're all so different. You have tech and you have stream and you have jump stream, but Taiwan won by such a landslide in both accuracy and combo that they should feel really good about anything else up there in the map pool.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to feel that way about Taiwan, but New Zealand kind of in a weird position because in previous rounds they didn't perform super well as far as long lids and hybrids go, so Rice might be one of the more comfortable sides of things, though if Robeats isn't playing, I mean, that gives a little bit of an advantage to Taiwan already because Robeats is definitely super, super strong for that New Zealand squad, but I could almost see something like, in this situation, I might see an LN3 pick coming out just to kind of get that out of the way. But, Rice 6 coming in.
And you know what? I don't think that's too bad of an idea from New Zealand. We've seen a lot of teams pull off essentially a seeding upset where you don't think a team will win, but because the other team has messed up and you just have that consistency, this Frums map has been really solid in flipping the table around. So New Zealand really looking hopeful here as they try to get in their second point, because it might be a very bad thing if they can't cinch this one, as Taiwan is also eyeing the rest of the Rice pool.
Yeah, that is definitely true. This map has also, we've seen so many variables come through with this. We've seen a lot of inconsistencies with this map in particular. It's relatively straightforward. I think most of the patterns are super, super normal. It's a lot of jump stream. It's a lot of broken jump stream. And there's a couple of awkward patterns throughout it, but the patterning itself is super one-handed. It is basically designed to make sure your singular hands are tripping up on itself all the time, and that can cause some real issues for teams if they're not super ready for it.
Yeah, just a lot of long anchors on one hand or one finger, one column. And so starting off this map is very important because we've seen a couple of players mess up in the beginning before we even get into the more dense sections, the more streamier and abrasive patternings. It's really that first initial section where it has those polyrhythms on one hand is been quite a test for a lot of players so far.
It certainly has, and we see actually a swap out from New Zealand. I think maybe Robeats might be coming in. We see the chat coming in saying Robeats is being switched to the server, so Robeats may be joining now. So we could see New Zealand having a little bit of new life here for Rice.
Yeah, the Knight in Shining Armor really coming through. Yeah, it's such an opportune time for New Zealand. We were wondering where Robeats was. It seems like they weren't even on the tournament server, and it seems like they are finally here and ready to show Taiwan what they're made of, because with this squad now complete, it feels like Exodia has been made for New Zealand in terms of Rice.
And there it is, Robeats has joined the server now. So we see them in New Zealand, maybe having a little, like I said, having a little bit of new life, having their best player back on the roster for this team. I mean, depending on whether they were able to warm up, we might see some awkwardness, but I definitely think New Zealand has a much better chance with Robeats on the squad.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Zidox did do their best on the Jack map, and they were honestly putting up a pretty good score, but unfortunately just was not enough. And even though Taiwan beat them quite easily on that pick, I feel like this one is just going to be a little bit closer. Not only because of the map, but because Robeats is here. We are finally going to get into the map and see what New Zealand has in store for us for the rest of the Rice picks now that they're really at full power.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I do hope that Robeats is warmed up enough to, work with this. But even then, this is New Zealand's pick. They feel comfortable enough on it. We'll just have to see how the performance goes. This is one of those picks where, like I said, it's very easy to choke on. So I could definitely see Taiwan having some issues, especially towards the end where the speed ups start happening. And just right out the gate, no one really having any issues. And it looks like Robeats is doing just fine already out the gate.
Absolutely cruising, and that score lead flickering as we get into these longer anchored jacks. Seems like everyone's doing good except for Yukum, who finally misses, and so lead swapped over to New Zealand. A decent chunk of accuracy drop from Jackie as well, but finally that miss is traded out by Robeats. So things are evening out here as we get into this more dense section.
Yeah, absolutely. And the accuracy drop from Robeats was a little bit heavier than the accuracy drop from Yukum. Maybe potentially from a lack of warm-up. We'll have to see if that holds through. But overall accuracy for New Zealand holding on very strong. And Velose finding a drop there. 2 drops, actually. So it's 2 full combos to just 1 as New Zealand holds on to now a quite strong lead. But Robeats trades that miss. Big accuracy drop, and Median also finds a drop. So it's 1 full combo to 1 now. No, it's not. It's 1-0 as Jackie finds a break. Blixer, the last combo remaining as people are starting to build up that accuracy. And this is going to be flickering by the time everyone gets back up to 400.
Yeah, it really feels like no one has a solid grasp on this map as Yukum falls yet again, giving the lead over to New Zealand. Blixer is the only one left. I don't know if that's a climb miss, but if not, that's going to be huge for Taiwan.
Oh, that was a double miss, but Yukum actually trades one of those misses back. I can't tell what the lead is. I don't know what is client and what's not.
Hard to distinguish dreams from reality as Jackie misses yet again. That lead dwindling for the red team. There's not much map left. They really need to lock in these last couple of notes, but I feel like they've clinched it, Toph. I feel like they've done just enough, and New Zealand has messed up just enough in order to take this point.
Yeah, and Robeats does find another break, and I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin there. Taiwan going to be able to take the break point here just barely for themselves. The lead looks a little bigger than I think it actually would be. I think there definitely was potentially a bit of warm-up worries from Robeats, but still, wow. Oh my goodness, those accuracies just in general, that's crazy.
Yeah, so many just really good judgments overall. A lot of single-digit grades, which is pretty uncommon on this map. And it's unfortunate for Robeats, right? We talked about whether or not they'd be warmed up for it. It just seems like they were not definitely showing by their 36 200s and 7 misses.
Blixer making the note. All right, good warm up there. I think at a certain point, I mean, they were definitely doing better towards the end, and that's what we kind of want to see with the warm up, trying to get their New Zealand's best player back under wraps, make sure that they're doing what they can be. And we do see the stamina map coming in, the jump stream pick, 250 BPM for 3 minutes. This is a big test of how quickly someone can warm up for sure.
Yeah, I was about to exactly say that. What better way to warm up than after some tech, you just delve straight into the jump stream pick. So, I mean, again, New Zealand full power. They're not going to change this Rice lineup from here on out. This is going to be their squad. And Taiwan looks like there's not going to be any changes either. Everyone's just going to slug it out against each other for as long as both of these teams want to pick Rice.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of how the last New Zealand match went as well. They just kind of went back and forth between Rice picks to kind of see how things shook out. So, really interesting comparison to the last match, but if Robeats can warm up, I mean, that Rice 6 map was very close for a long time. New Zealand had to lead multiple times, and just came down to maybe a little bit of discomfort coming from not being fully warmed up. New Zealand has the opportunity to really push this, and maybe Taiwan sees that. Maybe Taiwan sees, the weakness that comes from Robeats just now joining the match and wants to get rid of something that would otherwise be a potentially very good New Zealand pick here.
And I do like that you note that it was very close for such a long period of time on Guryev Sir, because Aramidian and Blixer did beat out the top scores on Taiwan with the 984 and 983, two top scores on Taiwan being 980 and 975. So it really was just off of the back of Robeats not being warmed up or well practiced. I would have to say if they were, they most likely would have taken that pick against Taiwan. So hopefully it really is just kind of like Robeats is a ticking time bomb at this point that Taiwan wants to defuse as quickly as possible.
Yeah, get as many points as you can out of potentially, not being super ready. And we see a little bit of an accuracy drop from Robeats right out the gate, down to the 99.3 early, but is building that up as no combo breaks are seen so far. Though Blixer actually does find a little bit of an accuracy drop as well, staying around the same as Jackie. Midian staying around the top with Yukum, but Velose and Robeats is the difference right now, 99.9 versus 99.65. And that's about a 2,000 point lead, though that's not a huge amount. But with the note count of this map, 2,000 points is going to be a lot more than on something like, Rice 5, where the note count is more like 1,700. So 2,000 points is going to be enough to potentially tank a miss, but a miss is going to make it very close one way or another. So both teams still have to stay very consistent. Robeats building up that accuracy again, though does find a huge rush there and drops down below 99.5 once again.
Yeah, I think we've seen in other matches a clean drop on this map is equivalent to about 2,500 points or something like that. So with Velosa and Yukum really keeping up that strong vanguard and beating the highest scoring player of Aramidian, that trade by Yukum and Robeats isn't going to matter much, honestly. In fact, it might even favor Taiwan just off of the back of them having better overall accuracy.
Yeah, that accuracy definitely helping Robeats with the miss there. Though Yukum actually does find a little bit of an accuracy drop. We see the miss there coming out, dropping below, but it is still going to be a 14,000 point lead for Taiwan here. And that's a good 2 to 3 misses of difference here. We saw that trade there, but Aramidian is going to be the next miss there, and that's not going to help New Zealand's opportunities. Though the accuracy is still not super far out of range, though Taiwan doing a great job holding up. Velose holding up the fort right now with a 99.9%, keeping this well out of striking range for New Zealand.
Definitely an uphill battle for New Zealand on this map. We're getting into the last song, and just at a snapshot as Yuko misses yet again. Even with that miss, still better accuracy than Aramidian, still more full combos on the board for Taiwan. And with Veloce and Jackie at 99.9 and 8 respectively, it's going to be so hard for New Zealand to catch up. It basically needs for there to be a catastrophic event for Taiwan, but that's not going to happen, as Aramidian dropping yet again. Blixer the only FC on New Zealand's side, and I mean, curtains are closing for New Zealand on this map.
Yeah, it's getting really close to the end. This ending does have some hard patterns, but it is still just the jump stream pick, and if the consistency stays there, shouldn't be any issue. Robeats maybe the nail in the coffin there, as Taiwan potentially taking their third point in this match as we hit the last pattern of this map. And it's going to be 2 full combos to 1. Blixer holding on very well, but just not going to be enough against Velose and Jackie holding on to double S's on their side. And
wow.
Yukum just kind of having some issues, but just 1-200 outside of the bad judgments, also having a very, very good score.
An immaculate ratio at that. 985 with 2 misses is kind of crazy when you look at Blixer's FC at a 988. I really feel like Taiwan can just delve into some of these speedier picks. So, I mean, Rice 1 looking good for Taiwan as a next up pick. But for now, New Zealand going to be up next to bat. Where do you go if you're them? Because you've been beaten out on a pick like Rice 2. You've been beaten out on Guryev Sir. You don't know if your best player is warmed up adequately. So it's a tough choice. And so, again, New Zealand up next to pick. Where do they want to go? The only potential picks left for them in terms of Rice are Rice 1, the stream map, Rice 4, more of a abrasive techie map, and Rice 5, kind of more that vocal dump. They are going to go for Rice 4. I think that is the best choice that they could have possibly made, basically off of the back of that from Smap saying, we know that last map was a fluke. We believe we can take it because with Robeats more warmed up, it should be a pretty comfy victory for us. So New Zealand trying to go for that second point, Taiwan trying to break free of New Zealand's grasp and get another break point, making things 4-1. That would be very big for Taiwan.
It would certainly be very big for Taiwan, but the closer Robeats gets to warming up, the more a map like this starts to become a little bit of a risk. I'm kind of surprised Taiwan's still sticking with Rice. I guess this isn't Taiwan's pick, but New Zealand kind of sticking with the Rice. But I'm interested to see how Taiwan kind of moves along with this match, because they'll at least get one or two more picks after this, no matter what happens with this. And,
yeah,
they went for the stamina pick to try, in my head, I'm thinking, oh, they went for that because Robeats is still trying to warm up. And, New Zealand has been looking very, very good on Rice otherwise. So, good pick from New Zealand, but depending on how the outcome of this goes, I kind of am interested to see Taiwan kind of move out of the Rice pool and into something a little bit more, outside of New Zealand's wheelhouse, which I would expect like something like, LN2 or 3 to kind of come out from there.
And I really think that's kind of like the elephant in the room that's waiting to happen in just a couple of points, where New Zealand's kind of getting exhausted out of these Rice picks and Taiwan has been coasting through them. So if New Zealand can't capture this point, Taiwan has so many good picks on paper for them. Anything in LN, anything in hybrid just look really good, maybe besides some of the more physical ones. So, I mean, Taiwan has a lot of thinking to do after this point, but what needs to happen now is if they can get this 4th point, they are in such a good position to take this map. Or this match.
Yeah, I mean that would be 2 breakpoints now, and that means that they would just need to win their own picks, and they would be well on their way to winning, and even have like an opportunity. Like they even have the flexibility to lose one of their own picks and not have to worry too much about it because they'd be still a breakpoint ahead. But so far, this is looking good. Robeats having incredibly good accuracy. Blixer a little bit behind everyone else in the lobby so far. But still, New Zealand keeping up very well right now. Just about 1,000 points of difference as accuracy start to drop. Median holding the highest accuracy by about 0.1%, but Robeats does find a miss and a pretty big accuracy drop alongside that, and it continues to find a miss. And now about 15,000 points in favor of Taiwan with some of these really, really fast bursts.
That was so unfortunate. I was just getting ready to say that Robeats finally looked like they were going full throttle, but they had 2 very, very dirty drops, and it's not helping with Blixer dropping a lot of these late 200s, mostly on these speedier bursts. So as Blixer takes yet another miss, it's looking really good for Taiwan. Very stellar accuracies across the board. All 3 players with FCs beating out the only player with an FC on New Zealand's side by a considerable margin.
Yeah, Median was looking really good at the start too. Just had a little bit of an accuracy drop. Is the only FC, and Robeats does find another drop as about halfway through. We're already seeing about 36,000 points of difference, as it's still 3 full combos on the side of Taiwan as a few more misses come out from New Zealand's side, and this is just looking super strong for Taiwan now.
Yeah, so many spread across misses for Blixer at the moment. Feels like any little burst, whether it be Jax or Streams, just catches him out, and Robeats not doing too well in the accuracy department either, both of them standing at low 99s. Taiwan has been handling this so well and really getting the fruits of their labor. 60,000 points. It's pretty much the most comfiest win that Taiwan has had in this set, and that should really scare off New Zealand.
Yeah, and I mean this is the kind of scoreline you'd see when Taiwan's just like, yeah, we still feel comfortable picking Rice. And you could see something like Rice 5 coming out here from Taiwan after this pick and not even having to worry about like showing off how well they can do LNs. Because reminder, like whoever wins this match still has to play another match in quarterfinals in the losers bracket. And Median finally dropping that full combo. Unfortunately, It's going to be three. Looks like it's going to be three full combos to 0 as Taiwan just puts on an incredible performance on that map. 2979 for a 15 seed, unbelievably good.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting. 994, 993, 991. We've seen this map played quite a bit, and not a lot of teams can replicate that.
Yeah, that certainly would beat a couple of the top like 5 teams, guaranteed. Like that is a good enough score to really push it. I mean, we just saw the U.S. play, and I think they had a couple misses on it. I think that might have beaten the U.S.'s score on it. Like
Yeah.
that's it. If not, it's very close. Like that's an incredibly impressive score from Taiwan.
So Taiwan really looking like the monster here as they level up mid-match, and I mean, it just feels like every little Rice map they play, they just get better. And so this pick coming out, Rice won. Really good pick from Taiwan, considering how much they beat New Zealand on Rice 2. And they've proven they have the physicality. They've proven they just have that stream accuracy.
Yeah, absolutely they have. And I mean, it's just been kind of all Taiwan since that SV pick. And a few picks have been very close. That Rice 2 was very close for a while. It just ended up being a little bit too much for New Zealand to handle, like stamina-wise, to keep up with how Taiwan was doing on it. And this is basically the perfect pick to kind of follow it up. And you know, like I was saying, I wanted to continue my thought as things were happening in the last one, but Taiwan does still have a second match, or rather, not Taiwan, but the winner of this match has a second match in quarterfinals. So keeping information from your future opponents can always be helpful for this kind of situation. And if Taiwan wants to finish this match, you know, get the next few picks out of the way and win, you know, avoiding long notes and hybrids, keeping that score understanding away from their future opponents can be a great strategy.
100%, and that's, I think, what we talked a little bit about in that Brazil and Mexico match, where that match really went the distance, and I feel like Japan really has so much info to get off of that match, where, you know, it feels like the Japanese team would have the upper hand. But getting into this map, at least, I mean, Taiwan, stellar accuracies across the board, everyone at about a 99.9 below, so a little bit behind, but Midian doing their best to keep up the top score in the lobby, as Blixer and Robeats fall just a little bit behind in terms of accuracy, but nothing that can't be solved by a couple misses on the left side of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely super close. I mean, it's kind of the same thing we saw from Rice 2, where this accuracies were maybe in favor of Taiwan, but overall the scores are not too far off. It's only 2,000 points, and this map does not have a huge note count. It's only about 2,000, and that means that 2,000 points is literally way less than a miss of difference right now, as all the players on both sides are holding on to combo and good accuracy. Blixer being the lowest accuracy in the lobby right now at 99.7 is very impressive, and Median holding on to be the highest accuracy in the lobby, tied with Velose, holding on, keeping themselves within striking distance. But wait, I can't tell what the real misses are.
Yeah, it's so hard to distinguish. I don't know if those were client misses, but it seems like Midian was having a bit of an issue with that faster stream section once it turned into the 8ths. So for now, we're just going to call it as Taiwan having a dominant lead off of the back of Midian's misses. And, I mean, Blixer and Roby still keeping up the FCs, but the accuracy is just not there. Still below the lowest scoring player on the Taiwanese side. Below's going to drop a lot of 200s, dropping accuracy, but Jackie is still keeping things up.
Yeah, definitely having good accuracy there, and Median going to find another break there. Despite the 2 full combos to 2, it is going to be quite a heavy lead for Taiwan, just based on the larger accuracy drop from Median there. Robeats also not having the greatest time keeping accuracy up. I think it's just the overall accuracy from Taiwan is just super impressive here.
Really hard to, again, it's just really hard to beat a team score like that. Yes, Yukam did drop a miss somewhere in the streams, but when you look at the overall accuracies, not a lot of teams can beat a score like this. So
and
I mean,
that's a double S from Jackie, and I don't know even what to say about that. That's such a good score.
Yeah, and like one misread pattern by Veloz leading to a 100 and 150. You talked a little bit about it on that last pick of a Raw Understanding, where they might have beaten the US team. I had to fact check that, Tove, and they would have lost the US team by 1,000 points, which is
Wow, that's
absolutely insane to think
still
about.
still
Right?
1,000 points for the 15 seed against number 1. That's crazy.
Yeah. So I mean, again, Taiwan just showing how good they are in Rice, and I think if they are able to take this last point and go against Russia, that'll really help them because, as we all know, Russia is also a very good Rice team. So we might see another bit of a showdown there if it comes to that later on in the week.
I want to see a fun pick from New Zealand here. I know we saw the SV picks, but we've had 5 Rice picks outside of that, which Taiwan has all won. So New Zealand kind of has to find something new to a certain point. And yes, Hybrid 3. That's what I wanted to see. I love this pick from New Zealand so much.
I actually really like it too, just because it feels like they need a change of pace, they need a change of scenery, and what better way to go to the Dragonlands for that one? So New Zealand's gonna try to duke it out with a bit of a noodle representation in this map, but kind of like Hybrid 3 from last round, there's still a lot of very abrasive patternings when it comes to Rice.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking of right now, where it's like, this map is super risky. And if you're backed into a corner like this, Taiwan's on match point right now. And New Zealand has seen some success kind of keeping up with accuracy out until they get lost in a few of the patterns and start losing accuracy. But like, if they're able to keep up accuracy, this map is all about keeping that consistency with combo. Like, outside of that, the accuracy has not been a huge player for a map like this. And I think taking risks like that is what you need to do, especially as a lower seed.
Oh yeah, 100%. When their backs are against the wall, you really need to do something that surprises your opponent. And so Hybrid 3 looking like a great pick for New Zealand, because the other option was that TV-sized vocal burst map in Rice 5, and I don't think that was.
You don't do that. No, you don't. No. You don't make that play after losing Rice 1 like that. You just don't. Taiwan is looking like, you're looking at a position where it's like, Taiwan's going to pick Rice 5 anyways. What are we going to do? Let's make a risky pick to try and really push the difficulty of this pool. This is maybe the riskiest of the hybrids, at least in my opinion it is. Actually, that's not even true. I think Rice 2 is more risky, but that one is for a different reason, because the physicality of Rice 2 is just so high. This one is a little bit more approachable, but also still has that risk factor of like the bursts intermingled with the long notes that can really cause some issues with like missing and consistency in general.
Yeah, and so far, even with all these little shorter long notes spread out and kind of some of these release tricks, New Zealand's hanging on just fine. Maybe a couple of bad judgments by Blixer here and there, but for the most part, 1,000 points, like you said, isn't going to do. It's not going to be off the back of accuracy on a map like this. It's really going to settle down to who can miss the least and who can provide that really good team score.
Ooh, and we actually see a bit of an accuracy rush from Ha there, down to 99.4, and New Zealand might have a slight accuracy lead now, despite incredible accuracy from Los and Shees. Just doing really well, but Blixer does find a combo break there. Is going to give Taiwan a little bit of cushion, but not too much, especially with Ha not being able to build up that accuracy. Still the lowest in the lobby right now.
Yeah, it feels like Blixer's beating out Ha by just a little bit, and then with Midian dropping, things are starting to look a lot more dicier for New Zealand, especially with Veloz and Shice doing super well in terms of both accuracy and combo, both of them beating out the top scoring player of Row Beats. I mean, New Zealand needs something to happen for it to, I guess it's really all on the hands of Taiwan. Balls in their court, they cannot mess this up.
Yeah, we do continue to see like pretty consistent accuracy drop from Ha. Down, still the lowest accuracy in the lobby, but holding onto the full combo is helping keep them in the lead. 11,000 points is quite a nice lead. Blixer finds another drop, and that's going to extend the lead for Taiwan, as we still see a triple full combo from Taiwan. Just kidding, Shisei does find a break, and that's going to stem the bleeding a little bit for New Zealand, but it's still 16,000 points. We've got one section left at the end here. It's 2 full combos, 2-1, but Blixer's got to start building that up. Actually trading that miss from Shisei as well, so not even really stemming the bleeding there, but does need to find some consistency here if New Zealand wants to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, we just passed through the LN heavy section, and I mean, it seems like everyone is having trouble in terms of accuracy with this. Blixer and Chais trading misses, but Blixer takes another one to go. As we see it, Taiwan is extending their lead in the last moments of this map, and really, Veloz and Ha has done what is needed to be done in order to secure this point. Ha, just an amazing FC for now. 99.15 FC is not something you see every day.
It's definitely not something you see every day, but holding on that full combo is definitely maybe what gave Taiwan the win. A couple misses would be bad. Actually, the only FC for Taiwan, with Veloce missing right at the end, still getting MVP, but two 200s? Hold on. Actually, that's two 200 from two Taiwanese players. Oh
Yeah,
my
on a map like
goodness.
this, I don't know if that's allowed with how many weird releases, how many really quick streams there are. Taiwan just showing how deadly they can be, and especially when they can pull off FCs on people like Veloz, Shice, and Jackie. Oh my goodness, they look like a top team.
Yeah, they really do. I would be scared if I was Russia in this situation because that's Taiwan's next opponent. They're winning this match 6-1 and moving on losers bracket, guaranteeing top 16, looking for that top 12 spot will be decided when they face Russia later this weekend. But unfortunately, New Zealand, the lowest seed of remaining, is going to be eliminated. But what a run they had. That was impressive.
Oh yeah, very much well played to all of the players on New Zealand. I can't wait to see what they do next year, but that is going to do it for this block. We do have a couple more matches as time runs out on the weekend, but you know what else is running out of time? Time for you guys to buy banners. Yes, there's not too much time left, maybe a couple more weeks. Toph, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, you have until the end of finals weekend to buy your banners. Once finals weekend ends, it's cut off. You can't buy them during grand finals weekend, but one way or another, you've got to buy your banners. You can buy them for any team that made it to the round of 32, even the ones that are already eliminated. I would love to buy a New Zealand banner. They performed extremely well, but you can buy any team that made it to the round of 32. You can also buy multiple banners at the Osu store for $2.50 USD. It's so cheap. Why it makes you question why you wouldn't do it in the first place. Please help us support this tournament, support the players by buying those banners. Buy as many banners as you want, and if you buy the banner of the winning team, you get to keep it for an extra long time, for the whole year. How does that sound, Dynasty?
That sounds great, and for less than the price of 1 month of supporter, you can go ahead and directly support the teams, because any contribution that you make to the banners, a portion of it, I'm not sure how much, but I know at least a good portion of it does go to that prize pool for MWC. So of course, not only will you get some swag on your profile, you are helping out both the players and the tournament scene. Hope you guys enjoyed this little block. We'll see you in about 3 hours for Korea, Vietnam. Super excited about that one, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Welcome back everyone to another match here that we have coming up in the losers bracket still. We're having a lot of losers bracket here matches on the first day, at least on the Saturday here. We are back for another quarterfinals match between the United Kingdom and Australia in the losers bracket, that is. I'm going to be Potassium F casting again alongside this time Silueska Els. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Excited to see how these two countries perform. How about you? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Excited to see this one as well. Australia, of course, a little bit biased on that side, but at the same time, United Kingdom being in the losers bracket after a bit of an upset last week against Singapore. So this is a really scary matchup for Australia as well, because United Kingdom are so ridiculously good at Rice, and that has also been Australia's strength so far in the tournament.
I'm honestly a bit surprised because I would expect Australia to be really good at LNs in general, but UK being really good at Rice. I mean, they have the #1 Stage 8 qualifier, and I think Quarterfinals is the best stage to assess teams based on that round.
Yeah, for sure. I guess like some of these maps are getting really, really hard. So some of the late game skill that we're going to be seeing out, in particular United Kingdom, is a team that we know has such a high ceiling in terms of their physical ability. Australia, we have yet to kind of be tested a little bit on some of these harder picks in particular, but it'll be interesting to see how the picks and bans turn out, because I know that Australia have been looking towards the Rice picks a lot, but I don't know whether they want to be going for that against a team like the United Kingdom.
You know what? I have something to say though. Like, something tells me an SV ban is gonna happen again. I think it's gonna be SV1. SV1's act has been like, I think the way the SVs work here is SV1 is harder to act, SV2 easier to FC. But I don't know. I feel like UK practice both of them. Hopefully, Australia practices SV, right?
We'll see. We'll see whether Australia has practiced SV or not. Obviously, if Australia want to be taking this match close, they would probably be wanting to attack the SVs in particular. I know that United Kingdom, though, are pretty good at SV themselves. So it'll depend on how much each team has practiced. We'll see. I expect United Kingdom to probably stick with what they do best in the Rice picks. The question mark really is on where Australia want to go in particular, because their LN has been struggling a little bit and their hybrid as well. But maybe they want to bank on United Kingdom being equally uncomfortable with those picks.
Okay, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. On a more serious note, I think the UK has to lean towards technical picks like Rice 6, like that was UK's protect, and I think it's a very good one. As for Australia, protecting LN2, in my opinion, is not the best protect. Like, I think LN1 is much better, but in hindsight, the UK did do decent on LN1 in qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I know that Australia is not comfortable with LN1, which is why they don't really want to, but I feel like they probably feel like they have to be picking the LNs, is how it's going to go for this match. And, you know, sometimes it's just one of those things, right, where Australia is not really comfortable on the picks that they feel like they should be picking. So LN2, the relatively most comfortable out of those, is the one that ends up being cut off. Australia going to be banning Rice 2 as well, so just not wanting to deal with United Kingdom in general with their accuracy and consistency there. I feel like that makes a lot of sense, considering that even if United Kingdom miss on such a long pick, they're probably going to win based on accuracy alone there, so that makes a lot of sense. And we are seeing Australia go right into the SV pick right away.
Now that's a very, very bold move if I ask anyone. Like, this is normally not something you'd want to open matches with, I mean SV, but I've seen some teams do that. I believe Indonesia China opened with an SV. I'm not sure which one it was, but it was definitely one of them.
I don't know about that. I feel like 99% of the times where SV picks are picked, it's going to be the first pick. Almost every time, you know, if you want to be going for the SV, you're picking it first. If you're not picking an SV first, that means you're not comfortable with it. So typically, SV picks that get picked later on into the match are less certain. But we'll see. Because I think both teams maybe didn't have as much practice as they would have liked to last week when they played the SV maps. But this week is different. This week, both teams on the verge of elimination, so I know both of them are probably going to be looking to practice these quite a lot, so I expect both teams to have practiced it a fair amount.
Yeah, practice is definitely very important. I'm gonna look at the round of 16 qualifier statistics, right? And I don't even think both teams played this.
Well, round of 16, I think, is not the best gauge of both of these two teams' SV strength, because I think both of the teams didn't fully practice on like one or two of their members during that round, looking at the scores. But definitely in the qualifiers, we saw both teams having very similar stage 1 scores.
Okay, so from your statement, it does seem right. Like, I looked at their SV in round of 16, and they both had the two lowest scores in the entire tournament for SV1. So yeah, I think that's right. But looking at the ceilings of Epic Man 2 and Eliminate versus Iron and Foolhearted, like, you can tell it's kind of close. But both teams kind of lack the third player that practiced it. So I think this is gonna be a battle of the third players.
We will have to see. I know Australia definitely practiced this more than they did last week, but this is a very, very tricky one to get good accuracy on in particular.
Okay, well, we'll have our answer once we get to that, like, slow jam part, I think. Like the one with the awkward mini jack. I mean, that's the best way I can describe it. But for now, I mean, there are a lot of short LNs here which could make anyone drop. Yeah, this part. Right on cue.
This is not a good start there for Eliminate. Missing on the first one, and that might actually mean that this wasn't potentially practiced that much on the side of the UK. So Australia off to a very good start already. 25,000 points just off the intro.
We'll have to see, though. I have a feeling Epic Man and Mini Egg can, like, sustain that accuracy, but Australia having a really good start definitely does help a lot. I'm just not sure if they're gonna be stable enough to hold that accuracy for the entire run, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we did see Iron and Foolhearted both dropping some accuracy down, but they're still well in the high 99% right now, and Mini Egg did drop down to the low 98s, so accuracy advantage well in favor of Australia.
Oh, and yeah, now that you mention it, Mini Egg finding that drop certainly isn't a good sign. I mean, Epic Man does have the best performance in the entire lobby, which is very impressive considering the kind of SVs that this map throws you. But Australia as a team is just extremely balanced right now.
Yeah, Australia this year having by far the best SV team that we've ever had. So once they do practice the maps, they definitely have the potential to pull off scores like this. And we're seeing right now, this is resulting in quite a large lead as Mini Egg and Eliminate both finding the misses on these sections here. And the slow jam is rough if you haven't learned this one.
That part is really difficult to act, especially if you're not familiar, like what you said. But now we've gone through most of the difficult parts. But, like, there's a fast jam with, like, some swing sections that are up after this. But I think everyone should be comfortable with that part.
Yeah, I mean, this map is done just straight up. Even though we're only halfway into the map, 170,000 points is just not recoverable here. Even though Epic Man is still doing exceptionally well. Iron does actually find the first miss on the side of Australia, but still with 99% accuracy well above the 2 on the side of United Kingdom there. It's going to keep this lead.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate because it seems like Australia was probably trying to hide their SV skill set in here. Because man, this is an up score from the previous round.
Oh no, I can tell you what happened in the previous round was just that Oct4 didn't have time to practice, basically. He had a busy week.
Yeah, but like, look, Full Hearted and Iron, like they're both doing better than what they did last week. So I'm just saying, like, Australia's like improved as a team much more. It's not really just a matter of one player improving. Very impressive work, but let's not forget the United Kingdom, Epic Man 2, performing extremely well. I think that's gonna be MVP if this continues.
Yeah, it does look like it for sure. Epic Man with a strong full combo.
Wait, not yet.
Can't call anything. Well, I'm holding.
No. Okay, it's a full combo.
It is a full combo.
Okay, it is. I got so nervous because that last part in the SV can make you miss. And 250s. Okay, that easily could have made Epic Man 2 lose the FC. But on a side note, if this were like the first runs of Eliminate and Mini-Egg, these aren't bad scores at all. Like getting an S first try, if this is their first try, because I honestly think it was their first try, not bad. But it's just not gonna be enough to match against a team that really practiced how this file works.
Yeah, strong team score overall from Australia with the 2 full combos, and that's going to net them the first point in this match, off to a good start for them. But United Kingdom now is where they can pick into their own strengths, and that should be the rice, in theory.
It's going to be Rice. I think it has to be
Rice
Okay,
5.
well-
Okay. That's a very interesting first pick, at least for the Rice pool.
I like this pick, but I don't like when they picked it. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Hitogata was also mapped by OD0 or Darkstar. I think that's what they usually go with on FFR. The reason why I don't like it being picked first is if you think about it, like if this is their best map in the qualifiers, like an OD0 map, they should have probably picked this later on when a situation is more crucial, not open with this pick. At least that's how I see it.
Yeah, what I really don't necessarily like about this pick is just the length, mostly. I think United Kingdom is a team that should definitely be stronger, just overall in terms of the Rice against Australia. So I feel like for the stronger teams, you'd want to be picking more consistent maps. Maybe some of the more technical maps would also be okay, but this one is one that's risky. We just saw it in the Japan versus Spain match, where Japan almost losing the map just because of individual misses, like 1 or 2 misses that happened in the middle. That can swing the point lead so quickly.
It definitely can. I was expecting Emptiness to play this, because I know Emptiness is extremely good at Rice patterns. But instead, we're going to be seeing Nick Hauran and Oct4. Actually, Oct4 does make sense. I think Oct4 is really good in the Rice department as well.
Yeah. Oct4 is going to be playing every Rice map in general, and Iron, we would expect to be playing all the Rice maps as they have been throughout the tournament. Nick Hauran, I think, is going to be playing a lot more maps now. Emptiness, I don't believe is here, but I don't believe would be beating Nick Hauran's scores anyway at this stage.
That's very surprising to hear. I mean, I don't really have much information in Nick Hauran, so I can't really comment on that. But
yeah, he is a very new player, completely new to tournaments actually with MWC. So this is probably his first real performance on a Rice map that we're going to be seeing in the tournament. Let's see how it goes, because this one, the combo is going to matter quite a lot. I expect United Kingdom to have strong accuracy, which they do start off with.
Seems like Nick Hauran probably rushed a little bit, but this is easily recoverable as long as no misses happen, of course. But this file in general is very technical and has a lot of anchors, mini jacks, and all that, so you gotta be really careful on how you play this.
Yeah, right now, Eliminate and Yusin topping the chart in terms of the accuracy. Zubin not far behind, so these 3 accuracies on the side of UK, really, really strong. Being matched currently by Oct4, so not far behind for Australia, but it's still 15,000 points just in the accuracy.
It'll require like 2 misses from the United Kingdom, and that's gonna be expecting so much. But then again, the kind of patterning in this file is like something you'd expect to make players awkward, like their hands and all that. And I see sort of unstableness from Newsom with that 200. But
Yeah,
Iron finds a drop.
Nick Halran and Iron both finding quite big drops here towards the end of the map. That pretty much seals the map in favor of United Kingdom, but it doesn't look like those misses would have mattered anyway, because this is looking like it might be a triple FC.
Maybe, but there's still some chocolate patterns here.
And
Never
that's
mind.
That's a really sick score from Eliminate there. Score V1 double S. Score V1 double S for Zubin as well, actually.
Extremely impressive scores. The highest score in Australia, Ock4 at 990. That's a very respectable score, but the mere fact that it doesn't beat anyone in the United Kingdom, that says a lot about how strong this team's score is.
Yeah, I mean, United Kingdom, they're one of the higher seeds for a reason. And in fact, like, if you look at their qualifier, I believe they were, top 3, top 2, perhaps, in terms of the Rice picks in particular. So they're showing exactly why in terms of at least the first Rice map we're seeing. And I think Australia, they are definitely going to be looking to pick away from that Rice pick.
I don't really think they have any other choice but the hybrids and the LNs. But if there's any LN to avoid, I'd say it's Classic or Ironhide. I feel like that's something the United Kingdom can do well on. Okay, so we're gonna be going for Raputa. I believe this is the first time we're gonna be seeing this.
Yeah, it is. We actually haven't been seeing any we've seen one hybrid so far, actually, in the first match, but definitely not Raputa just yet. This is going to be the first one coming out from Australia, not wanting to go straight into the LNs right away. And of course, Australia also, even though they do kind of struggle a little bit when it comes to some of these LNs and hybrids, they do have 2 really strong LN hybrid players on their team, which I expect to be switching in, here being Oct4 and Luca.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Ruka and Oct4. Mania coming in for the United Kingdom. I think last weekend, like when United Kingdom faced Singapore, I think Mini Egg wasn't present. They were really missing Mini Egg in that match. Like, what I'm trying to say is, Mini Egg could have definitely made some sort of a difference had they been present. But now, Australia, you say Ock4 and Ruka are coming in, right?
Yes. That is that is a guarantee. Oct4 and Luca should be coming in. Nick Halran should be the 3rd player, I do believe.
I don't know, I feel like Australia may want to sub in a player that, like, we have Ock4 and Ruka. I think Iron could potentially play this, unless Iron's score and this is not that proficient.
Well, this is the kind of struggle that Australia's had in general for LN and hybrids in general, is that Ock4 Luca have been crushing pretty much every single LN and hybrid pick for the entire tournament, but we don't have a 3rd player at all that can match up to those 2 players, and it's going to be up to Nick Halran mostly to maintain the combo and see if we can stick close and hopefully, finding United Kingdom finding a miss here or there. This is a very easy one to miss on as well.
I mean, the nature of the song as well, like, you can already hear the ending here. This is definitely something that will make you very nervous once that ending hits. Because the patterning there certainly can get awkward, and you do not want to get nervous, or you do not want your wrists to get very slippery at that part.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see how this one goes for Australia. This one will be the first test to see both of these teams in a bit more of a mixed focus, not just the Rice pick here.
Yeah, it's definitely not Rice only. I mean, of course, it's hybrid for a reason. But, Nick Halran is sort of struggling in that accuracy. Same with Ruka, actually. But I think this BPM is sort of affecting Minieg as well. And Yusun finds a massive drop. That is not a good sign, because the entire chart contains lots of patterns like that.
Yeah, that is quite a big down below 99% briefly, but Newson should be able to recover the accuracy, and actually Nick Howran finding a miss themselves at this point means that United Kingdom are going to start to claw back the point lead just by a little bit.
Yeah, but like Yuson and Nick Howran, that's literally the third player battle here. Mania, Ruka, Oct4, and Eliminate are sort of like having a battle. I mean, okay, Eliminate's ahead. But still, okay, I am expecting some people to miss here. Oh, well, right on cue.
Right at the very last note, really unfortunate point to miss there for Newson, but it is a miss, and it's going to reduce this accuracy lead, this point lead a little bit, but Nick Howran has struggled a bit with the accuracy, and Newson has caught right back up, 99.4 now for Newson. Means that this lead is growing a lot based on the accuracy.
Like, see, look at Eliminate getting 99.78. Like, I'm of the opinion that team's performance is much better, of course, than an individual shining. But the mere fact that Eliminate is so much ahead is a big sign as to why United Kingdom is still here. But wait a minute, this last part is not friendly at all to anyone. As I say that, Newson finds a drop.
Yeah, it is a fairly clean miss though, not much accuracy being lost, but it does keep the point lead fairly close. Australia's going to need more than that, but Nick Howran finding another drop there. That's going to mean that United Kingdom starting to build an even bigger lead than they already had, and I think that might be a bit too late for Australia to come back now. Traded misses again just favors United Kingdom, they're already ahead.
I feel like Nick Howran's scroll speed is sort of hindering their act. Like, if you were to look at that unstable rate, they're hitting much earlier. Ruka missing, I think, already seals the deal, as if it hasn't been. And this score from the United Kingdom is not bad. Like, it's a very competitive score, but this just goes to show how difficult the pools are nowadays. I mean, getting a single-digit great count on this is already extremely impressive. And the fact that 5 players in the lobby did that just shows how good players are now.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 full combos on the side of United Kingdom here, 1 for Oct4 on the side of Australia, but no one managing to match Eliminate's accuracy as well. And we do have an early breakpoint here for the United Kingdom.
Early indeed. I think UK has to go for Rice again for obvious reasons. I think it's gotta be... I forgot what the Caesar cipher meant on the From's chart, but that's one of the picks I think they can go for. Okay, I think they're gonna go for Rice 1, based on the chat. Okay, yeah, see, there we go.
Yeah, rolling the Rice picks. I mean, it makes a lot of sense because pretty much every Rice pick should be a strong pick for United Kingdom. So I don't mind whichever one they decide to go for, but yeah, Rice 1, the speed pick. We'll see how this works out. We are expecting United Kingdom, obviously, to have much better accuracy, as we have seen so far.
Zubin is very adept when it comes to speed, so I think that is a very good choice, especially since you'd want to build that momentum up. Newson and Eliminate definitely have the accuracy as well, but like when I can rely on UK to win at a point, I think it's really on the speeds, especially again with how beneficial it is to Zubin's accuracy.
Yeah, absolutely. Zubin is one of those players that you kind of think about, and across the years, I mean, been around for a really long time as well, has always excelled on these like speed picks. We're having the switch-ins again here, Newson coming back, or Zubin coming back in, that is, and I believe we should have Oct4 coming in, and Iron switching in for Ruka as is expected on Team Australia.
Okay, I mean... Oh, no, it's gonna be Oct4, Iron, and Nick Howran still. I have a feeling, I don't know, I mean, it's kind of what I'm expecting, but like, I would be surprised if we're gonna be seeing a very consistent lobby all throughout. But accuracy is the reason why United Kingdom is extremely terrifying at Rice. Like, they have the consistency and that accuracy to keep up with every team, which is why I think Rice has been extremely beneficial for the UK this entire tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you have accuracy that strong, even if you miss, there is quite a large buffer if you manage to get a large accuracy advantage, which United Kingdom have been getting so far. So it's going to be up to Australia to try and up that accuracy overall to try and get within striking distance of the United Kingdom. But this one's a rough one as well, because if you do mess up on this with these sustained speed streams right here, you can absolutely tank your accuracy. And we saw that happen as well just in the previous match.
I mean, it can happen, but I have a feeling Nick Halloran will be able to do better in faster days. I mean, you can already see that accuracy is actually going well for Nick Halloran. So overall, seems like Australia may have a fighting chance here, but it'll take some consistency problems in some of these patterns. And there isn't really that many opportunities for that because of the length. But should it happen, Australia, I think, has a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, you say they have a good chance, but I mean, United Kingdom right now are showing absolutely no weakness. 99.88 is their lowest accuracy of those three players, which is just an insane team score to be having. At the halfway point, we still have, half the map left. There's still a very long stream section to see. As we're getting into right now, we'll see if any of the players mess up on this section.
It's insane how consistent everyone is. Like, this is six-way FC so far, and the lead is already at 20,000 points. When the lead is that big and everyone's full comboing, that indicates that accuracy is just much ahead on the winning team right now. And that's insane. Like, having a full combo, like a three-way full combo in this is already super good.
Three-way, try six-way full combo, but I mean, Eliminate does actually ruin that. That is the first miss we're seeing, but it feels like it's a bit too little too late here because 30,000 points was the lead already. And that was not a big enough miss from Eliminate to be able to even out this score. It is going to be United Kingdom looking like they're going to be continuing their winning streak. And Nick Halloran finding a rough miss towards the very end of the map, unfortunately.
Really unfortunate. But I think this is still a good sign for Australia. Because if you notice, like, for most of the chart, seemed like Nick Halloran had like the best accuracy, or one of the best accuracy out of the Australian team. But still, those three 100s and the other bad judgments certainly didn't help. As for the UK, what is that ratio from everyone? I didn't even notice that Newson found a miss at the end.
Yeah, it missed in like the last second there for Newson, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, Zubin's accuracy is insane. That's a score V1 double S with 1-10 ratio.
Zubinak is really good in speed, yeah.
That is how it goes, and yeah, United Kingdom building up that accuracy lead is all they really needed. And now it's Australia's turn again. They get the next pick. It did kind of look decent for them for the most part on Hybrid. I feel like that Hybrid pick was certainly winnable to some extent if Australia can just feel a little bit more comfortable. And it looks like instead they're going to be going for this LN Protect that they did earlier on.
Wow, okay, this was the pick that I'm not sure if Australia will like want to choose. Cause I think the LN here is like it's not a technical LN. I mean, it is density. Which is why I think the UK has a good chance on taking another breakpoint off this. But then again, Ruka is really good at these kinds of LN maps and can definitely match or even do better than the likes of Eliminate and Mini Egg. I just think Australia needs a better third, really. Because like Mini Egg is certainly not going to be a slouch in this.
Yeah, when we're getting into like the pure LN picks, like you said, this is where Ruka should really start shining on these ones in particular. Oct 4 also is really strong when it comes to the LN as well. But yeah, as you said, it comes down to the third player a little bit for Australia. And I am getting notified of who the third player is going to be. Do you want to take a guess?
Okay, it's going to be Ruka, isn't it?
Well, okay, what the... I was going to say other than Ruka and Locked 4, but yeah.
I'm sorry, okay? I mean, look at the
yeah.
What do you call this again? The match. I mean, it's really Oct 4 and Iron, so it's really just Ruka.
Yep. Iron did join right as I said that, so we are going to be seeing Iron coming in to play this one, it seems.
I think they're going for the accuracy route when Iron's coming in. Like, I think this should have been the strategy in the first place. Like in Rapata, I feel like Iron should have really played that instead of like Nikaran. Because Nikaran seems to be a more Rice late game oriented player. That makes sense.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes on this one. And of course, we are at the same time seeing Mini Egg switching in for the United Kingdom. And this one is another one that's fairly short, only 2 minutes long. So any misses could be fairly catastrophic for either team, but at the same time, this is a little bit more straightforward than Raputa was.
Yeah, it is definitely more straightforward. Mini Egg, I think, had a problem on that density section. Maybe hitting a little bit later or earlier. I wasn't able to see that. But this file is really hard to act and be consistent. I mean, look at Newsom finding a drop.
Yeah, early drop, and actually this might be an accuracy lead in the favor of Australia as well for the first time that we're seeing this match.
Seems like this was a good pick after all. You know what, now that I think about it, I think they're picking this to ensure that Iron can play the LNs, and we know that Iron certainly has the accuracy to back it up. And considering all the patterns, but as I was about to say that, Ock4 and Newsom do trade misses. Okay, what? Okay, so that actually favors Australia more than it favors the United Kingdom.
Yeah, Ock4 missing repeatedly actually, but so does Newson, and Newson's misses looking like it's damaging their accuracy a little bit more, as Ock4 still has the highest accuracy in the lobby actually, after Eliminate finding a miss and Newson missing again. We're seeing a lot of misses from both teams right now, which I wouldn't necessarily expect from a pick like this.
And Iron finds another drop, but that's... Wait, that actually made a big dent. A much bigger dent than I expected. But then again, there's like a 2 misadvantage... Okay, 1 misadvantage I think at that point. Whoa, oh, come on!
Never mind, what is going on? Everyone's missing!
Everyone is missing, but now Awkward Mini Egg... Okay, Mini Egg holding on might actually be super crucial. But something tells me United Kingdom has a bigger chance to miss than Australia right now.
Yeah, well, hold on a little bit. The accuracy lead is basically tied between the two teams, and this is only 2,000 points. Towards the very end of the map, unless there's any misses, it looks like... Oh no! Newson finding a miss at the very last possible pattern that he could have. And I think that's... Australia managing to take their own point.
Oh, wow. Okay. Mini Egg, despite having the worst ratio, gets the full combo, and I think the mere fact that the Mini Egg was the only one that held the full combo on the entire lobby is extremely impressive. But look at Australia's accuracy. It's just slightly better, I'd think. But those bad judgments from the United Kingdom kind of costed them the point.
That was such a chaotic map overall, but I mean, yeah, it works out for Australia. Their Protect ends up paying off here. And now they're just 1 point behind, but the problem is there is one breakpoint that they're going to have to win, which means eventually Australia has to win one of these Rise picks that's coming out from the UK.
It's going to be another Rise, isn't it? It's going to be Rise 3, I think. I don't know. That's just my guess, Rise 3.
Well, I mean, we'll see, because they've been rolling so far, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, well.
Okay, never mind. They're not rolling anymore.
Yeah, well, it's Rise 3, I guess. I mean, okay. I just want to say, now that Australia has shown that they can win LNs, I think that just gives a path for Australia to choose right now, don't you think?
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, that looked fairly good for Australia overall. They could just keep picking those LN picks later. But of course, they can't just win on LN picks in this match because they are 1 breakpoint behind, so they are going to have to win something, and I feel like maybe this might be one of the picks that they have the best opportunity to breakpoint on.
I'm not sure about that. I think the United Kingdom is extremely consistent in core jacks. I mean, you know, Eliminate is Eliminate. Like, I would argue maybe the best jack push player that's here right now. So like, I feel like this is something that the United Kingdom is very comfortable in. But come to think of it, I've seen Newson miss on like the final part of the map so many times this match. And I think that's very concerning.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I mean, Eliminate is Eliminate. So I expect Eliminate to be the #1 score of this lobby. I think that's not a very spicy prediction. I think that's a very reasonable one there. But it's going to be up to maybe the other players, seeing if any players miss from either team. We've seen quite a few misses, even when we've least expected it, like LN2 being a more straightforward pick, for instance. Didn't end up saving anyone from the misses. So we'll see if those kind of tendencies still happen in a map like this as well.
You know what? I just realized something. Where is Abyss Zero? I feel like Abyss Zero being a push player would be very good in this file. It's core jack, straightforward, and definitely something Abyss Zero could do. I feel like if they're gonna go for the consistency route, I think it would be nice to let Newson take a short break and maybe take someone else, have a gamble. I mean, again, remember, you are up 1 break point.
I don't believe I saw Abyss being online. So I don't think... I guess they don't have Abyss available for this match right now, which is why they have the 3 here. But of course, Eliminate, Newson, and Zubin are all really strong, just all-around Rise players in their own right. So I would expect them to be putting up a really strong Jack score overall.
So right now, okay, we're seeing a few 200s from Newson already. That's not a good start. I feel like Nick Howran's accuracy is going to be much better on a file like this. Like, compared to the previous files. Now, at least from what I've seen, Nick Howran seems to be a more physical player. And I think this really fits physical players much more, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it tends to be like more of like the Rice player comfort zone when it comes to the core jacks. Right now, fairly close between the two teams. I'm just not even gonna bother looking at Eliminate's screen for the rest of the map. I think I'm just gonna inherently curse him.
Oh, it's a 100% from Eliminate right now, by the way. Just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, nah, I don't even want to know. That's crazy.
It's okay. But like, I don't want to speak either. But moving on to the file, like it's a pretty dense chart, especially with how time goes on. Not to mention 2 minutes and 39 seconds is not the most friendly time because this can really make your arms very unstable. Right now, though, it doesn't seem like it's making anyone struggle.
Yeah, look at this point lead. It's only 3,000 points. This could swing really, really quickly either way. Both teams looking fairly comfortable overall. It's just a small accuracy lead for the UK so far. 4,000 points. It's starting to grow a little bit as Nick Howran drops a little bit of accuracy.
Yeah, but if any miss happens in the United Kingdom, this can really shift. And with all of those anchors that are present, this can really make you nervous. But wow, is everyone really calm and composed right now.
Oh my god, they're locking in right now. What is this? Surely someone misses in this section, and oh, it's going to be Iron on the side of Australia. And Nick Howran following shortly after. But it looks like United Kingdom are not going to be the ones to miss today, and they have managed to pull off the 3-way full combo on this with accuracies like that is insane. Did Eliminate get single digit?
We have to see, but if you were to look at Newson's unstable rate for a bit, that part almost made Newson miss. And honestly, holding on to that full combo was very, very clutch from Newson. Had that not happened, I think Australia may have had a chance. And I want to know how many 300s this is. 17!
17 is really good. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. 17 300s on this pick is insane.
We're seeing such crazy scores. Second best in the lobby there being Iron, as far as the ratio is concerned as well. 86 300s on the side of Australia there. Really strong scores overall. Australia put up a really good fight on that one. Just unfortunate misses towards the end, and unfortunate that United Kingdom didn't miss, really, is the story for Australia so far this match.
I feel like after everything that's happened, I think this has to be the morale boost that the United Kingdom needed. I feel like they weren't I don't know. A part of me feels like those misses on Rice 1 and especially that Ellen pick, I feel like UK's morale may have went down from that, but this has gotta help their case a lot.
Oh, absolutely. Getting a solid 3-way FC on Rise 3, that's gotta boost your confidence a little bit going into the later stages of the match. But now Australia, they're going to be looking towards I assume they're going to be looking towards the LN pool. That would make the most sense given what we've seen out of the picks so far. But the question is really, which one do they want to go for?
I think it's gotta be LN1. Okay, never mind. I'm totally not. Okay, LN3 makes sense. You know what? I think it's okay. Because maybe they want to exhaust a little bit of the United Kingdom stamina before proceeding with something like LN1.
Yeah, and this one being, this one's a tricky one in its own, kind of in and of itself, right? LN1 obviously being the more coordination-focused one, the one that a lot of people struggle with overall, but this one as well being fairly short by itself and also featuring a lot of jacks, which a lot of players do struggle to hold combo on. I think that might be the avenue of attack here that Australia is trying to go for.
Maybe. Wait, are they actually gonna put Zubin in this map? Or... You know what? If they're gonna put Zubin in this file, I think it makes a lot of sense. Zubin's combo has been really good in general, but I don't think they're gonna do that.
So let's see what we're getting here. Mini Egg, of course, switching in. I expect the Oct4 Luca duo to come out for Australia.
We'll have to see first.
And I expect Eliminate to be coming back in for UK, unless Zubin?
No, it's Ruka, apparently.
Yeah, okay, Ruka for the third player on UK.
Okay, it's gonna be Zubin, Mini again, Eliminate. Alright. I think this is a good decision. Wait, what? Okay. We still don't know who's gonna be the third player of UK. For
Zubin?
Australia,
Okay.
I think it's gotta be Iron at this point. It has to be Iron. Okay, there we go. Again, I think while I'm not sure how to gauge Iron's consistency on LNs, the accuracy is more than enough to match whatever the UK can prepare, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like Iron's accuracy did definitely live up in the LN2 pick. But this one, I feel like the combo also needs to keep up at the same time, because I don't think you can rely on UK missing as much as they did on LN2 again. I feel like if UK really does start to lock in and try to go for these combo plays, then Australia can't rely on that every map. So I think Australia do also need to try and avoid getting as many misses as they possibly can. Maybe get a couple of FCs under their belt as well would help massively for them.
Yeah, but Iron fighting an early drop. Okay, that is not good. That's usually an indication that you may not have been familiarized with that part. But then, moving on with this part, like there's gonna be a lot of mini jacks and unstable stuff. I think this is night and day compared to the LN3 in the previous round.
Oh, and Iron finding another miss there. Still on 99% accuracy, but the accuracy overall is looking much higher on the side of United Kingdom right now with Eliminate on 99.8. No one there to match it on Australia, but Zubin does trade with Iron again.
Wow, Iron and Zubin have been trading so many misses to each other. So like it's kind of countering, but wait, Eliminate fighting a drop. And it's actually, I think that's more consequential than Iron finding another one. But no, actually it doesn't seem to be the case because Iron is just dropping way too much now.
Yeah, I mean, the amount that Iron is dropping is countering anything that United Kingdom is messing up on as well. Even Mini Egg finding a drop now, no full combos on the side of United Kingdom, but it's not going to matter unless Iron managed to hold on to more combo and increase this accuracy a bit more. But this is a really tricky map to really get down. And there's not much of the map left, 15,000 points still.
All Iron has to do is hold on, and that's exactly what they're starting to do. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, finding one miss, but this lead has shrunk a little bit. Iron finding another miss as well. It feels like it was just within touching distance a little bit there for Australia, but unfortunately starting to slip away from them once again, and they're going to rely on a full team collapse for United Kingdom at the end of this map. If that doesn't happen, then it looks like United Kingdom are just going to win another breakpoint. Even though Luca and Oct on the side of Australia with the full combos, the only 2 full combos in the entire lobby.
Those 11 misses really hurt the Australian side. Like, if this was like only 5 misses, or if those 11 misses happened at like the same time and not like in consecutive manners, this could have really went to Australia, but that's very unfortunate actually. Yeah, I think UK just gotta go for Rice 6 at this point. Oh wow, okay.
What are they picking? Oh, well, who would have guessed? Rice 6 coming out. And now UK on match point. They only need to win one more.
I think, yeah, putting Newsom back in makes a lot of sense. Australia's third player, I'm not gonna be surprised if it's Nick Howran, but honestly putting in Ruka also makes sense.
I will say that I don't expect Luca to come in for any of the Rise picks in general, but we have Oct for Iron, that's a guarantee for every one of these Rise picks. Third could definitely be Nick Howran, or potentially Full Hearted as well. It depends on kind of who's feeling it most at the current moment.
Alright, yeah, we're just gonna be waiting for the third player of Australia. I mean, I won't be surprised if it's Nick Howran. I think Nick Howran's gotta be the choice. There we go.
And of course, the same 3 that have been playing all the Rise maps for the United Kingdom right now, Eliminate, Zubin, and Newson.
Alright. So now this is gonna be do or die for Australia. I mean, it is a loser's bracket match, so that's definitely gonna be the case. And oh, no fails for all the United Kingdom players.
Yeah, because they're going to fail it otherwise, right?
You never know, but okay. I feel like if Australia can hold on to that consistency, but I don't think that's gonna be too much to like ask for because United Kingdom's accuracy is already so much ahead.
And Iron struggling a lot in this intro. I believe it is mind blocked. So that is a big drop in accuracy and in the combo as well. Repeated misses mean 40,000 points, that is, already in favor of United Kingdom.
Extremely consistent and accurate. I mean, Eliminate getting through that part with a 99.9 is extremely impressive. Like, you saw that Anchor it's definitely not comfortable, and Oct 4 being the only full combo, never mind. As now, we see a three-way miss from Australia as United Kingdom keeps that consistency that we've been seeing on the latter half of this match.
Yeah, United Kingdom just absolutely shredding it right now. Eliminate as well with 99.9 accuracy on a map like this is absolutely insane. And still with the triple full combo as well. And I guess, I mean, look, now I can kind of reveal this was the map that Australia was planning on banning. But unfortunately, United Kingdom did end up protecting the correct choice for them.
I'm going to be honest, like, yeah, United Kingdom definitely made the right choice in protecting that. And right now, it's really showing how much Australia seems to have not wanted to pick this. I wanna just say, Iron's playing with an extremely fast scroll speed. Is this really how they should play?
Yes. They do have a really high scroll speed just in general for every map.
And just right now, it's unfortunate that it had to end this way, but I'll be honest, like, Australia performed really well. Like, there were so many times where Australia could have gotten another point or two. Like,
Yeah,
if
for
those
sure.
if those went through, this could have really been a 6-4 or maybe even a tiebreaker if it was possible. On a more serious note, what is this team's score from the United Kingdom? 298. I don't see many teams beating this score.
There's two 50s on Eliminate. I was about to say that was going to be a Scorpion double S, but actually Zubin the one getting the double S. And I think you're right. This is a crazy team score for any team to be able to beat. The lowest being 992k. And we have not seen that many scores even touch that individual score. But yeah, that is going to be United Kingdom moving forward. Australia, unfortunately, being eliminated from the tournament here, but did put up a good fight against the number 6 seed of all things. And United Kingdom are going to be moving on to be able to play one more match this weekend.
I believe that's the winner of Hong Kong and Sweden, which is actually going to be happening in an hour from now. I'll be real, okay? The way the UK has been performed in this match, I think they would definitely want to step up from that. Especially considering how well balanced the Hong Kong team is. Like, they'll definitely prepare on Rice and LN in general. I feel like the UK would really want to perform better, and I know they will.
Yeah, I mean, UK and Hong Kong, those are two teams that I would expect to be going forward, both of them. But unfortunately, definitely, one of them at the very least is going to be eliminated in this round this week. But we'll see how it goes. Hong Kong versus Sweden, of course, is going to be the next match. That's going to happen in about an hour at 14 UTC. We're going to have a block of 2 matches, as you can see there. Make sure in the meantime you go to the Osu store, buy those banners for your profile. Make sure that everyone has to scroll for 5 kilometers to get to any useful information.
I mean, like, you can buy as many banners as you want. I believe you can even buy a banner for like all of the countries. So like if you want to buy 32 banners and you have the capacity to do so, then why not?
Absolutely. Support the countries that you want to support, because all of those, of course, that are still in the tournament, you can buy those for. But for now, we're going to have a bit of a break. 1 hour until the next match, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, we will have a bit of a break, so see you next time.
Hello everyone, welcome back yet once again to OC24 World Cup 2024. Here, we got a winner's bracket matchup along with, we already seen previously with Philippines versus Chile. Just saw a little bit of a 2-hour break before that. I'm Mifa and I'm commentating again with Sunapple. How you doing?
Hello, hello, hello. I'm doing so well. We go from one winner's match to another, and with so few winner's matches right now, it's really, really exciting to be able to see just high skill players playing right now. Such as this Malaysia team, the US and Malaysia. We did see US win last year the World Cup, and coming back, they are still looking very, very strong. And Malaysia, on the other hand, not looking as good as previous years, though definitely still doing super well in just every single stage. And I honestly am I'm really wondering how well they'll do in these later stages as we get further and further into this tournament.
I mean, as far as mid-game pools, these players should have no trouble just blasting through the entire thing, especially when you can tell with the seedings, especially United States still came out on the top of the table, and then Malaysia is pretty much on the lower-ish tier in terms of seedings. But number 9 is still a contested one, given their performances on the qualifiers. It is kind of matching up with the I guess the difficulty of this pool, because quarterfinals has been kind of the trend in terms of qualifier difficulty.
Yeah, I definitely think so, and especially I feel like this Malaysia seeding isn't too indicative, since I feel like especially in like that area it is very close. It's very tight knit in terms of how close these seeds really are. It's not too big, so I guess Malaysia kind of got the unlucky draw with playing right now, but they did win last week, so maybe they can do it again. But now we are going on to rolls and protects, and I guess Malaysia probably won their rolls, so they're protecting first, and I wonder what they're going to protect, and it's going to be a Hybrid 3.
Yeah, Hybrid 3 is protected by Malaysia. United States actually won the role, so they're protecting, I believe, is various artists, the jump stream pick, which understandably so. There's no money business in that pick. United States will be able to utilize their godlike consistency most of the time, but Malaysia banning Break Me, which is the SB1 pick, has been kind of the trend this entire, I guess, round. I guess.
Yeah, I guess people don't really want to play that kind of SV map, and honestly, it kind of makes sense. It happens very often. I also do want to say it is kind of interesting seeing the Hybrid 3 protect, since I feel like that's actually been something that has happened quite a few times. I think I've seen like once or twice in these past few maps, and Raputa also being banned by US is very interesting. Not really wanting to go into that hybrid section, maybe just not feeling comfortable on it. It is kind of simple, so having a break really means a lot. Though I'm not sure whether that's really going to be too often happening for the US. But it's time for Malaysia for the US to pick now, and I would say probably going to go into the LN pool. In my opinion, I feel like US's LN team is actually insane.
Oh yeah, absolutely. United States performance on LNs have been very wild actually, and they're actually going for protect just straight out of the gate.
Yeah, also another really good pick, as you were saying. US's consistency is probably like the number one out of all these teams. I think they have like probably the least miscount, or the lowest miscount out of any team at this point, just because the 3 starters on them are just so good at staying consistent at basically any BPM. Like even if you go higher and higher, they'll still have like the exact same scores basically.
Well, not only the miscount is the lowest, if they don't get a double-digit perfect, it's basically like a sin for them.
That is definitely also true. And I believe this is going to be the lineup definitely for the US. Hellosun, Reshiram, and Neptune. Malaysia may be having it. I'm not sure actually who plays their Rice for Malaysia at this point. There have been so many people that have come and go.
Yeah, most likely newer generation of players that they have been showing us the entire tournament. Malaysia has a couple of newer players. I guess, although like just a good majority of the teams have been delighted us with some. I guess most of them are new players. So interesting to bring up the fresh tournament experience.
Yeah, and definitely I think having to face the number 1 seed can be a big thing for, I guess, newer players, just because it can be a bit daunting, especially at first. You kind of feel like it may be over, but I definitely think that thinking in that way is probably not the best way of taking this. US definitely still has their flaws. They aren't too great on, like, I guess, hybridish stuff. So they're really good at the simple stuff, but as soon as you get something a bit more technical, they kind of fall off a bit. And that is something that teams will definitely have to be exploiting.
looking at it, is that Frisian Sucks is coming for the Malaysian side the third player for, I guess, mostly Rice. He used to be, I believe, the three-man player has been like Leon, Icephy, and Jay. But I guess more swaps, I guess, would have been very convenient. But we're getting straight into it.
Yeah, and here we go into our first pick of this match, the US versus Malaysia quarterfinals. We will be seeing, this is a winner's match, so no elimination yet, but who will be going into this loser bracket by the end of the round and having to play that through that grueling loser bracket all the way from semis.
It's just really what it is. For a longer pick, well, 3 minutes, 250 is not a hot BPM that you see very often in quarterfinals, but I guess that's what the level we're at now, right now.
Yeah, and you say 250 is very fast, although I feel like all this USA team has been honestly dominating in this little section. Everybody above at 99.95. Malaysia's struggling a bit more, though. Even then, honestly, these scores can definitely beat quite a few teams. There's only a 2K lead, so it is quite small. A miss or two from any of the US side can definitely give that lead over, and we have just started the map, so there's so much left for us to see.
Yeah, well, it certainly starts to pick back up, and I guess the jump stream play itself isn't changing all too much. Maybe just a few one-hand drills here and there. It's not too complicated for these players to be able to pull off.
Yeah, but we have been seeing, actually, I was saying how it was at 2,000, now it is at 4,000, and that is purely based off of accuracy. US really hasn't lowered their accuracy too much. It's really been Malaysia kind of struggling a bit more as this map goes on. A few 200s coming out from everybody on that team, whereas US has really been looking super, super consistent. I do think there is a possibility for a miss. I know they are pretty miss-prone, honestly. If you are trying to get super high accuracy, that definitely just is inherently happening. But really, we're just looking out for those misses on this US team. They are getting up to this 8,000 range, and I think once they get around there, they can have the opportunity of taking a miss and still having this lead. But actually, Malaysia's going to be the one.
Yeah, it's kind of getting lost there. There's actually quite a lot that drops from Virgin Sucks there, 99.2%. That's already like a 3 to 4 consecutive draws, and really just goes way forward to the United States.
Yeah, and honestly, that's super devastating. Another miss from J-Light coming out, and I think that could seal it. We still have a fourth left, but 30k lead is super, super difficult to be able to manage. And as we enter this break, US will be just kind of calming themselves down. Icephy also taking a break, so no FCs on this Malaysia roster.
Still averaging 99.94 over the United States at this point is kind of a... That's a bad team score, to be honest with you.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like having just one player above this 99.9 is super, super impressive, and like not many people can do that. But now on this US team, you have a grand total of 3. All 3 of your players are above it, and one is at 99.95. That's like a, I don't even know what score this could be. It's like a 999.
It's around 998, and actually Nevigen's actually increasing, actually 99.96, just a bit there. But even then, that's not doesn't really change often. That's a team score and a half for the United States. Oh my god!
Yeah,
just look at that. Just look at that.
That's insane. How do you even like come close to this? I feel like I wonder how good of a team you have to like get to be able to get close to this team score in general.
Yeah, 436 300s in total, and that's still lower than like the lowest players on the ratio on the Malaysia side. That's a rough thing to deal.
Yeah, it is interesting to see. Now it is the first pick for US, so luckily that was US's protect. Malaysia doesn't have to worry about that all that much. It is time for their pick. Hybrid 3 is going to be out. Malaysia are already going for their protect as well, just trading them out real quick.
Yeah, rounding them out with more complex hybrids. This is the most complex of a hybrids of anything, so protecting them is a bold move. but it also can backfire because of how complex it is.
Yeah, I definitely agree. As I said earlier, US definitely struggles a bit more on these kind of more complex picks. And when I mean struggles, I mean they get a few more 200s in average. But we will definitely have to see. I do think Malaysia definitely has the chance if US does take a few misses, which is definitely possible. And just how hard this map is, I feel like getting FCs in general, even at the top players, is still a struggle. So Malaysia, if they are able to honestly just have like a super big pop-off and are able to three-way FC, it is going to help them a lot. And definitely, even taking a point will boost their momentum so much more than I think they even imagine.
Now we're seeing Leon coming up on the Malaysian side. Should be no trouble of getting up there. I guess the overall average performance. They have been playing for most of the hybrid and LN in particular.
Yeah, and I think they've been playing the LNs and hybrids for the past few years, honestly. Ever since I've been playing, definitely they've been playing LNs and hybrids, and they're still coming back and getting these really impressive scores.
Song's great to boot, especially for these kinds of for a hybrid pick like this. The only gripe that I have about this song is that the cut was kind of abrupt in the actual song itself, but no big deal.
Yeah, that definitely does happen. It can't be perfect in terms of song choice or like in terms of song cutting. Is we don't really want to have like a 50-minute song into a map. I think that actually, how long is this song normally?
It's just under 4.
Yeah, I feel like having a 4-minute hybrid map can be a lot, and definitely, I think if this map was 4 minutes, a lot less people would be opting to play it.
Alright, here we go. Here comes the first set of the, I guess, more of the first. Taylor taking the first miss actually, but it was that clean because of 99%.
Yeah, super clean miss is really what you're going to be wanting to see if you even get a miss at all. US still having pretty good accuracy, although honestly, Istify and Leon definitely catching up with a lot of the US players besides really Neptune, who is a standout. We do see another miss from HelloSun, so this is definitely going to be very, very close.
Oh, Leon is actually taking 2 consecutive misses right there over the LNs.
Yeah, and that isn't too great to see, although I do believe if HelloSun takes another break, it can definitely just come back in terms of their lead. This lead is only 10k. I think a dirty miss, or at least 2 from the US side, can definitely swing it over, but Leon taking another one is not what you're really wanting to see if you are Malaysia.
Another miss coming out from Leon. This seems to be kind of a tough. Oh yeah, it's a tricky situation because a 22,000 point lead and overall average accuracy in the United States is about like 99.8, and Neptune is like a 99.92 at this point.
Yeah, and especially this being Malaysia's Protect, it is really not too great. This US team, even with their misses, honestly having better accuracy than every single one of the Malaysian players.
I guess this last, the outro section has some, I guess, difficult-ish, well, more so struggles for Leon, actually.
Yeah, there is definitely some difficulty in terms of like the LN kind of stream patterns. Istify also being one to break, but everybody on the US standing very, very strong here. Basically a two-way full combo right now. Neptune with this 99.9. I don't think anybody's gonna get close to this score at all, honestly.
The thing is that is more fascinating to me is that the LNs are executed flawlessly. There's no like normal 300s. It's all just rainbows, and Neptune clearly shows that finesse to be able to handle this kind of thing. Like, look at that V1 double S on Dragonlance.
Yeah, that's absurd, honestly. Every single time I see this map, I just can imagine and I know just how difficult it is to be able to get even like less than 2200s. And just being able to see a V1 double S on this map is just absurd. And also Peach Marrow and HelloSun having less than like 5 bad judgments is crazy.
Yeah, this is really good for the United States. And the United States having the best time of their lives are picking Rice picks. Raw understanding coming up for their next pick. Tech pick.
Yeah, definitely something that they definitely can opt for. Maybe just wanting to play those more technical maps, not really wanting to play something too simple, just in case they do take a break, I guess. Very, very technical. A lot of, I guess, awkward kind of quick mini jacks in this map. Not really mini jacks since they're kind of like doubles.
Yeah, raw understanding is an interesting one. We haven't seen quite a lot of it in, I guess, in the past few matches. Although we've seen in like Brazil vs Mexico just before. Probably the second time being shown. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is kind of a weird spot. The pick itself is not that terribly difficult. It's just maybe some teams are kind of afraid of picking this, but not for the United States, I suppose.
Yeah, I think the main reason why teams are kind of afraid of picking this is mainly just because of how difficult it is to be able to FC consistently. There's a lot of places to be able to, I guess, just take a random break just because you kind of play the pattern a bit weird or you kind of like finger lock on something. So as a result, a lot of people kind of shy away from these kind of more technical picks, but definitely the US not like that at all. Definitely just wanting to show off how good they are on basically everything that they can play.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Beta Carotene is actually for the swap here instead of I guess Peach Marrow and a couple other players. But Hellas and Nepigen has been staying in for most of the picks, so it should be no surprise at all.
Yeah, Nepigen and Hellison both being really the all-star players on the US team. They both play basically everything that is possible besides maybe like SV. Though that is really just a toss-up on this US squad, and we do see a first miss from Beta Carotenes right here.
All of it is the pick is just basically all burst and I guess more sporadic mini jack being thrown. But that's kind of the case in this pick, essentially, where tech picks are mostly just more of a brutally hard transitions in and out of it.
Yeah, and as a result, I mean, misses can come, and we'd already see in Malaysia having this lead for now. We are a fourth the map way through the map, and this map is decently long, so there is a chance for the US to come back, and Projan Suck is being the first one to break on this Malaysia team.
Yeah, all across the board has been really consistent, although except for maybe a second miss coming from Projan Sucks there, but I feel like 99.9s and 99.7s is not gonna cut it, especially for this kind of score difference.
Yeah, and as we're seeing with just more misses for Projan Sucks, it is definitely not something that you're going to be wanting to see. This lead is just increasing quite quickly for the US squad. 17,000 points difference right now, and it is really just growing since the US team hasn't been really dropped in accuracy. They've actually only been improving since Carrots took that early drop.
So far, looking so good for the United States here, already building up just under 20,000 points of difference. Even though the other two players from Malaysia are still pretty much holding on, but their accuracies are kind of still a little bit behind the other two players of the United States. There's already a third miss right there already.
Yeah, and these minor misses is definitely what's really increasing this lead alongside the accuracy from US just being so good. The Malaysian team, Istify having really good accuracy is just really not enough comparing to Nepigen and Hellasun.
That's all it does actually for this pick though. Because there's I guess the difference is kind of still feels growing, and that's pretty much sealed their fate in terms of this pick. So it's gonna be 3-0 for the United States here.
Yeah, and going back onto Malaysia's map, so that was a US pick, though the Malaysia squad has to find a breakpoint at least somewhere if they want to still have the opportunity of winning this map or match. And right now, probably going to see a quick pick. I would say going more for the LN sides. You did see Dragon Dragonlands being at least decently close in the start, so maybe if you go for something more simpler, it can definitely help out. Maybe Classicer Einheit, or I guess like Packet Hero, maybe something that isn't too much in terms of like really raw difficulty.
I guess in terms of prospect for this match in particular, I don't think we probably ever see SV pick from any of these teams. Maybe United States want to go for it, but I just don't think they would take the risk.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I feel like if somebody's going to go for it, it'd definitely probably be Malaysia. Though they did opt to ban SV1, so I'm not too sure. Maybe they were like banning SV1 because they wanted to really practice SV2, which is definitely possible. Though I'm not too confident in believing in that.
Still waiting for their pick to carry for Malaysia. Maybe, I don't know, maybe just go for Ellens, or I guess just delving more into hybrid, but that feels kind of unlikely to pick carry away because of how physical that is. But they're going for classic or Einheit, or the Ellen density pick.
Yeah, as I was saying, this is definitely probably going to be the pick for Malaysia. It's more simpler, nothing really too much to like kind of mess you up on, nothing to really trip you up, and it is also very short, so if US takes any breaks, it can definitely help them out. We do see J-Light coming in for Malaysia, as well as Leon right here.
Yeah, we see I believe Rock probably Yonghong coming for, I guess, for these Ellen picks for Malaysia. And Peach Marrow coming back in for the United States should be no surprising.
Yeah, Peach Marrow definitely for these, I guess, more early game kind of LNs we will be seeing compared to Reshiram, which we'll most likely be seeing later on as the LN maps get more and more difficult, especially on a kind of density kind of map. But for now, Peach Marrow has to step up, and definitely we will see them get quite good accuracy on this map, honestly.
Doesn't seem that the United States look like they want to play Packet Hero.
Maybe they do. I believe they can definitely pick it. They have the opportunity to pick after this, and if they are really wanting to play that badly, LN1 is still open. There's no ban or anything on it. I believe we'll be able to hear it. Everybody does love Packet Hero. I feel like that is probably one of the best songs in this pool in general.
I will abstain from commenting on that.
What? You don't like Packet Hero?
I've heard better songs from, I guess, from the artists.
I guess that makes sense. I respect that. I like I like just like basically whatever I hear.
That's kind of the yes man kind of.
Yep, you know me. If it's the first thing I hear, then it'll be fine for me. It'll be enough. It'll give me some memories. But with that being said, here is the first section of Classicer Einheit. US having the slight lead 2K. We saw this in the last map, and it doesn't really mean all that much, since this later half is definitely where we will be seeing a lot more issues for these players.
Well, the density is pretty much consistent, which is I guess 206 BPM LN jump stream is kind of a walk in the park. Just releasing them is kind of a pain.
It is definitely a pain, though. I do think it is very important for these players to kind of stay consistent throughout the entire map, which is definitely the hardest part of LN maps. And we are seeing this lead honestly growing for the US squad. Malaysia definitely finding a few more 200s and a few more just regular 300s compared to the US. All of their players being above the 99.7 and Neptune at the 99.9 at this point, as we get just 2/3 into the map. 1/3 left, and will we see anything coming out?
Yeah, no breaks so far. That I'm truly fascinated to see that a 6-way FC can be a possibility. But even then, the density doesn't really change all too much, so hopefully players should be able to pick up by then. Oh, actually, the lead has been cut down actually to 3,000 because of Peach Marrow having more 200 on their side.
Yeah, that is definitely interesting to see. So maybe there's a chance. I believe Go Malaysia, stay consistent. If anybody misses, it can definitely switch the lead over. But it's looking like everybody's gonna FC. We'll be seeing the first FC right now.
Sticksway FC on Classic or Einhard. That's not something you'll see very often. But that's even the score difference, like a 4,000. That's really tough. But again, B1 double S and Evision. How does he do it?
B1SS 1-20 ratio as well, which is just absolutely insane. Just having a 99.92 on this map. Even with the 6-way FCs, Malaysia just wasn't able to take it. Peach Marrow kind of struggling a bit on that later half, but really it wasn't even enough considering that he had such good backup.
That's such a good team score for Malaysia too. That's really unfortunate to see that kind of score difference is pretty much kind of weighing them down. But
yeah,
if you compare with two individual performances, I just don't. I just feel that's kind of you have to contend with these players. That's essentially.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I feel like this Malaysia's lineup, that map alone could definitely beat out a lot of the top teams. And honestly, a lot of the top teams in the top 8 probably aren't even able to get a score as good as that on the Classic Grind height. But when you're facing the US, you have to be above and beyond. You just have to be so good that even if one of their players kind of doesn't do as well, you're still kind of getting defeated by quite a bit of score.
They have a lot of good options for the United States, but like we said previously before the Classic Einhard plays, there's some talks about Packet Hero, but I just Packet Hero is a different pick. Although I don't think the United States will go with that. They're going for Himawari in the second Michi.
I definitely do think this is pretty good, considering that they opted to protect Rice 1. I think kind of going for more of these simpler picks is definitely going to help the US squad by quite a lot right now. And I guess they don't really need the help, but definitely I want you to go into something for their match point. This is probably going to be the one. A pretty short map, so misses will mean a lot, but US's consistency has been helping out so much that honestly, will it even matter?
Oh, it doesn't really matter. It's you have the luxury to do such picks like that. If they want to go physical, then if they're able to do it, then they do.
Yeah, and as we get in, I wonder who the last player on this USA team is going to be. Either Carrots, Reshiram, or anybody else could be here.
Any one of those people works. Just with better individual average performances that might actually be able to contribute to the United States team score. But this time it's Tristan.
That is interesting to see. I can definitely see why they wanted to do it. Kind of Tristan Jacobs being able to have that consistency on this map. Maybe just wanting to lock everything in, make sure that they are able to have a 3-way FC.
Yeah, it should be getting in soon. This time, Yonghong coming back into the Malaysian side. Project Sucks also has been staying in for most of the Rice picks in particular. Ice Supply has been playing all of the picks that have been shown now.
Yeah, they've been playing every single one of the picks, and they've definitely been doing super well. They've been keeping up with the USA team, or some of their players. In terms of score, though, it's kind of difficult whenever you're kind of facing off against all three of them, and all three of them are getting scores similar to you.
Of all the picks, I would really expect that this one has the most potential to slip up every now and again. And it's easy to get lost too because of 340 BPM stream that is hinging awards like mini anchors in there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Those anchors specifically can definitely cause a lot of problems, especially if you kind of overthink it. Maybe you're just focusing too much on trying to act those anchors, and as a result, you kind of mess up on the streams themselves. And I think it is possible, but as we get into about halfway through, as I said, this map is very short. 4K lead for the US, very minor, but a lead itself can definitely increase by so much by any or because of any reason, and we may see it as we get into this next really big stream section.
On average, like 99.7, and the only anomaly is the bottom row for my United States. Just it's really tough to deal. It's basically gonna have to be a miss, but doesn't look like it's actually on the wrong side for Malaysia's side. Istify with the first miss there.
Yeah, and that is not what you want to see. As I said earlier, these leads increase by a lot, and it was at 2K, now it's at 20K. It is increased by 10x, and at this last quarter, US is just looking so strong. As you were saying, this bottom half for the US, both of them at 99.9. Just Jacob falling a bit behind, but even then, they're still having a higher score than any of the Malaysian players right now.
I mean, in fact, they just don't really care, do they? Hellosa and Nevision is actually just keeps increasing in accuracy, even after all of those streams.
Yeah, it's honestly crazy how Nepotion and Hellosen's act both just kind of increase every so often, even at such high of a accuracy.
Oh god, that's an average score of 996 on United States there. Even double digits for Hellosa and Nevision. That's wild.
These are normal scores. These are scores that we see every single day. It is kind of funny because Nepogen and Hellosen's score, like their 300 count, is equal to every single one of the players in this lobby.
It does. It's just, how do you even beat double digit perfects like this in a normal tournament, like individual scenario? That's just almost not happening, is it?
Honestly, not really, unless you're like maybe number 2 seed. It's even then it's super close just because of how great that accuracy is. This US team is so good at having really good accuracy in these early games, and honestly, they still have it in these later games.
Yeah, but this time it's Packet Hero from Malaysia, hoping to catch a point. But maybe we see 2 swaps. I guess as per usual, maybe Arrow, and I don't think we'll probably see Hellosun. Or actually, yeah, Hellosun is actually coming back in.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense considering this is an LN map. Hellosun, in my opinion, best well known for their LN accuracy, and we have been seeing it just throughout the map. It has been slightly overshadowed by Nepogen's LN accuracy, but I mean, even then, both of them are just top tier in terms of what they play.
Yeah, at this point, accuracy drop is just a minor dent, and that's not really happening for the United States to be able to swing the lead over. It has to be a miss to make sure that they have a slight difference.
Yeah, it's kind of funny when we talk about accuracy drops because I feel like for Hellosun and Epigen, it's really just having a slight bit more 300s than normal compared to, I feel like every other player is taking like a few 200s, a few misses. It's just, they're in a different league, honestly. And we are here, US on match point. This is a winner's bracket match, so if Malaysia doesn't win this point, they are still in the tournament. They will just be going into the loser's bracket.
Yeah, it looks like a tough hill to climb there for Malaysia, but they would really have to step up their game here.
I believe in Malaysia. I believe in taking a point so that this isn't a sweep.
So far, it's just almost evenly. Well, no, I was gonna say evenly matched, but Yeonhwa takes the first miss there already.
That is definitely not what we're wanting to see. If we are hoping for Malaysia to not take or not be swept right in this match, An early miss is just so terrible, and it's definitely not what Yon Hong really wants. Probably a lot of nerves coming into this map, though.
Second miss coming from J-Line here. Already like a 3 FC to 1.
Yep, and here we go into this actual, a bit more technical section, honestly. A lot more staggered releases in these maps.
Yeah, we're already like just the first half of it through, and it's already quite the lead they got there for the United States.
Halfway through, US having a massive lead, and 2 players, Neptune and Helson, 99.8. That is just absolutely insane to be able to stay consistent. And here we go. It's sounding like this is going to be the really difficult part, and it is definitely true right here. Every single LN release definitely a struggle to be able to stay consistent on. Many 200s just coming out from a lot of these players.
Yeah, it's already, the lead is pretty much growing. The United States approaching 30,000 point difference, and it does really look like it's very difficult to even catch up to that kind of scores or kind of accuracy. And it's looking like the United States are able to grab their brooms for clean sweep here against Malaysia.
Yeah, and as we get in, 30k difference is not going to be possible to be taking up. 3-way FC for US, Malaysia only having 1. That is on ERA Leon. And USA going to be moving on to the next round into semifinals in the winners bracket. Definitely what you are wanting to see as this US team. Though Malaysia isn't out yet, they will still have to go into this losers bracket, and they will have the opportunity to come back in this later stages now.
Yeah, but as you might have figured, because it's a winners bracket, for Malaysia especially, when they're going for the semifinals lower bracket, be mindful because semifinals pool is it's a semifinals pool difficulty, so they have to make sure they put a lot of effort into practicing that one, especially with the lower bracket. The opponents are not gonna be easy.
Yeah, they definitely won't. But is there really anything else? I'm not too sure. USA, congratulations once again. I guess we can go onto the schedule and see who's playing next, because there are still a few more matches.
Yeah, there's a 21 minutes actually. When it's coming up, it's going to be Taiwan versus New Zealand. Another one of the lower bracket matches that will decide on which team was actually going to be knocking out of the tournament from that point. Especially for Taiwan, New Zealand, also a decently close matchup in terms of score differentials, especially.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one to watch, and also Korea versus Vietnam with 4 hours is going to be, I think, one of our other winners bracket matches that is going to be, in my opinion, probably one of the more important matches of this tournament. Definitely going to be one of the more interesting ones. Could go to tiebreaker, but we will have to see that in 4 hours. But with that being said, I have nothing else. Actually, I kind of do have something else. There's this thing that anybody watching could buy. Do you know what they're called, Mitha?
I believe once we get to it, we actually get banners for for us for World Cup. Has been as per traditions. You can purchase them and grab them from the O store, and apparently you can stack banners now. So you got like 32 team banners that you want to purchase, and you can maybe just buy all of it to maybe annoy your friend to scroll down to see their stats,
It's so great to see it every single time, in my opinion. It's really funny whenever I just like scroll down endlessly on somebody's profile. So be sure to buy all 32. I believe in you. A lot of the whenever people buy banners, it just like directly contributes to the players. So definitely just understand that your money is going to a good cause right now.
Yeah, these contributions have been made solely because of your support as well, for all of you that are also spectating and also playing as well. Hopefully, all those proceeds will actually be able to help that these efforts have not gone to waste.
Yeah, but with that being said, I don't have anything else unless you do. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah. Take care, everyone.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Osmania 4K World Cup 2024 Quarterfinals. Today's match in front of us is going to be extremely special because this will be the first time since the 2020 Grand Finals where Brazil defeated Japan in a bracket reset that these two juggernauts of the Osmania scene will fight it out again on the 4K stage. They have met 7 times before today. The head-to-head stands at Brazil 5, Japan 2. It's quite poetic that each team has 2 of the players from that grand final, and it has to be fate that while that match determined the champion of the World Cup, today's match determines an unfortunate 13-16 spot for one of our few podium places still competing here. My name is Avio and I am joined by Sun Apple. This is going to be a fun match.
Hello, hello, hello. I am Sun Apple, and I'm actually so excited. I've been, these two teams have been so iconic to me since I've started playing, so I'm super excited to be able to be here and watching all these players compete. And it's just interesting, as he did say, only 2 players on each team are, the old heads. Everybody else is kind of newer to the scene, and honestly, it's really amazing just how well all these players on these teams have been playing.
Yep, to pinpoint the players, Le Masinho, Silifango, Kuke and Aforta were the 4 players that played in that 2020 Grand Final. Of course, Le Masinho and Silifango came out victorious, winning Brazil their first ever OS World Cup in any game mode, and the unfortunate side of the losing end, Kuke and Aforta having to settle with 2nd place.
Yeah, that is definitely true, and I believe, honestly, this is going to be a very interesting match. In my head, I genuinely have no clue who has the ability to win this match because both these teams have just been so strong and also been so close in a lot of aspects. I think everything except for SV, they're neck and neck on. But I mean, it's Japan on SV, so that is honestly very, very difficult to be able to overcome.
You do point out SV. Japan were first on SV2 in the round of 16, which I believe is Les Cadences. But for the quarterfinals, Japan did play SV2, which was First Frost. Didn't do too well, 2.78 million. So we'll see what happens this time around.
Yeah, we may see, but as we get into the rolls right now, it looks like Brazil has won the rolls, so we'll see what will happen. I believe Japan protects first, or Brazil protects first, and I'm not sure what they're going to opt to kind of choose here. Maybe something going into Rice since they really liked that in their last match.
I believe Brazil protected Dragonlance, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they protected Dragonlance against Mexico.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting because Mexico wasn't as strong of an LN and hybrid team, so as Japan definitely. So I'm not sure whether that'll kind of change up their ideology and their strategy here.
I think it might be safe if Brazil tried to protect one of the hybrids. I don't remember Japan being... Yeah, there we go. Dragonlance will be the protect. Now here's the thing with Japan though. Japan protected Tree of Misery. But the problem is Brazil have a better Tree of Misery score than Japan. So I don't think Japan are protecting Tree of Misery.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure what Japan could really protect. Oh, I guess I forgot about the SV fix. SV1 being protected makes perfect sense, honestly. I wonder what Japan's going to ban now. Maybe something in the LN category? And
Yes.
it's LN1.
Yeah, Japan did ban LN1 against Spain. They will do the exact same here. Now Brazil. They banned SV1. Unfortunately, that's protected. So we'll see if they'll ban SV2. The thing is, if you're basing it off Japan's SV2 score from Japan's match against Spain, Japan didn't do too well. If Brazil maybe want to try to bend something else and leave SV2 open, it's on the cards.
SV2 was played in the last match that Brazil played, so Japan does have that information no matter what. Yeah, I don't know what the exact scores were, but Brazil did lose to Mexico on that map, so I'm not sure whether it would be really a great idea to keep it open just because it kind of gives Japan a easier pick since they really know just like the scores of Brazil. And
Rice 2 is going to... Rice 2 is the jump stream. Okay.
Yeah, that is honestly, I guess it makes kind of sense. Brazil kind of just want to play for those, I guess, longer maps that can kind of tire people out and maybe cause some misses that result.
Yeah, but that also means Brazil are going to leave SV2 open. And first pick is LN2, Klassiker Einheit. Now, Japan did not play this, but Brazil already have.
Yeah, this is honestly, I think, a pretty safe pick since it's nothing like too awkward for this Brazil team to be able to play. I feel like most people should be able to play this pretty well. It's mostly going to be based off of how good your accuracy can be, since especially on like density patterns at this speed, it can be very difficult to just be able to release everything on time and consistently for the entire 2 minutes duration.
Yeah, Japan haven't had to play LN density in a while. I believe since round of 32, Brain Rigid Go.
Yeah, that definitely has been a bit, and there's been quite a step up since round of 32 in terms of LN density, so it'll be kind of interesting to see how Japan has been like kind of faring in terms of these more difficult and more like dense patterns.
So interestingly, we're not going to see a player that I was expecting, Yomogi. It's not going to be... Oh, is Yomogi going to join? Maybe? Because I'm expecting Yomogi's 13 Wiz and Kuruke, not NA, but they are in the lobby. And they will be facing the same 3 players that did play this against Mexico.
Yeah, and this lineup for Brazil is just honestly really strong in terms of LN, I believe. I think Naoni Bunny may have struggled a bit in terms of the accuracy, especially towards the end, but I think that could also be due to nerves since they were in a pretty high pressure situation there. So maybe just starting it off on our first LN2 pick, Brazil may fare off a bit better than they did last time.
Yeah, and of course Le Massinho leading the charge, being pretty much Brazil's best LN player for this roster.
Yeah, I think both Le Massinho and Netro are really going to be the ones to watch in terms of their accuracy. Just make sure they are playing super well, make sure they don't take any breaks on this map. But as we start off, we get past that first section, and we're already looking at just how close this match is going to be. It is already flickering.
Yeah, good stuff for Japan. Kuruke especially 99.85 to start us off as Netro drops below 99.8. But the other 2 players of Japan dropped accuracy, and Kuruke will drop combo this time around, and Brazil will now have a lead to hold on to.
Yeah, in that first section we saw Japan kind of having the better accuracy, but now we're seeing Japan kind of struggling a bit. Both players, Kuruke and NA, kind of messing up on these sections, which is not what you want to see. This lead for Brazil is just expanding so much at this point. It is at 10k. Brazil has the opportunity to take 1 or 2 misses, honestly, and they'll still be fine.
Yeah, for NA and Kuruke, the misses being so early as well, there's still plenty of map left to play, and if that's any sign to the Japanese fans, it may not be good. However, Le Massinho, that's a dirty drop, and the lead has shrunk as Netro finds a drop as well. What is going on from Brazil?
Yeah, that is just so terrible to be able to see. We saw them up in the lead early on, and also don't forget this is Brazil's point. So if Japan is able to win this, this is going to be a break point. They are up 5K. A miss can happen, but it probably won't. We're getting into this last quarter, and everybody's looking super wild. Brazil has the accuracy lead, I believe, or actually, I don't think they do because Crew K's accuracy is just so good at this 99.7, and Natural taking a drop as well is just not what you want to see.
That is incredible to see. Crew K just find a miss, they need to hold on. It's not over yet, this lead is shrinking as we speak. Japan just need to hold on still. But this was a calamity for Brazil to start off this match, an elimination match to boot as well. Wow.
Yeah, that was super close though. Only 6K difference basically. Japan taking their first point and a break point at that. That is just so good for this Japan team.
Oh no. If Brazil had their score from Mexico, they would have won. That is so unfortunate. That is rough. Brazil had a 2952 this map, and against Mexico they had a 2960. So an 8,000 point drop.
Yeah, that is honestly kind of sad to see, especially that being like their first pick. They were super confident in that, but just weren't able to take it. And honestly, we saw the same thing in the last match of Brazil where they were kind of missing a lot and causing their points. And I wonder if that's going to continue to happen in this match.
Oh my gosh! There's no way Japan are doing this. Really? Rise 3 this early? I mean, this early, okay. But Rise 3. When you know that Brazil have a score better than you.
Yeah,
This is interesting.
This is definitely an interesting map to play since I feel like in terms of Brazil, they're pretty consistent on this one. So I don't know if anything's really going to come out. And Brazil's just so good at early game. Not really early game, just any accuracy kind of playing. And this is really just perfect for them. If they really wanted to play it, they could have picked it. But instead, Japan's picking it and kind of giving the opportunity for Brazil to take back a point and maybe tie it up once again.
It definitely is possible. We should see Miriki from Brazil. Miriki has been doing an incredible job this World Cup, but especially this round, having set a couple of team MVPs on some of the Rise maps. So we should be seeing them come in. As for Japan, I believe the missing square should be Crew K. There we go. They are in the lobby.
Yeah, I believe once Miwiki joins into the lobby, they will be all set. I don't know anybody else. Maybe Netro could probably join in, but they didn't do that last time, so I don't think that's going to happen unless they feel like they really need that kind of accuracy boost that Brazil can have. But I think with Lemarcino, Silipanga, and Miwiki, it can definitely be fine to be able to do.
Miriki's playing the tiebreaker. I mean, if you need context, Brazil had to go all the way to tiebreaker against Mexico in the previous match. So I think they're just like, just making sure that they got everything down if in case this match does go to another tiebreaker for Brazil.
Yeah, and it definitely is very important to be able to play that tiebreaker. Some kind of sections of that map can definitely trip you up if you are side reading, and we saw that a lot in that last match as well. A lot of people kind of messing around the same parts.
Yeah, I mean that Brazil-Mexico match was definitely one of the matches in this entire tournament, and they still have to play on afterwards against a team they're very familiar with. Oh boy.
Honestly, if Brazil are able to move on to the next round into semis, it'll be pretty poetic going just through such a grueling battle here. But we will have to see since they are down 1 point right now. Though it is only 1 point, it doesn't mean that much. They are definitely able to come back, and they were able to come back in that last match. But we go into our next pick, Rice 3 Tree of Misery. I believe this is one of the OC originals, correct?
Yes, that is one of the, at the moment, 4 OC originals so far. Well, so far so good for Japan. I mean, the accuracy difference is really nothing. But Yomogi, you might want to blink a bit, maybe?
Yeah, this accuracy difference isn't that big, but I mean, in terms of core jacks, it's pretty big, especially with the Yomogi a third the way through, keeping this as on V2, by the way. Also, nah, being at 99.99.
Oh! I think that was a 200 from Yomogi.
Well,
that was
even
a
if
little bit of a scare.
Yeah, even if it was, Brazil still isn't in this lead right now. We get into the more denser sections, and it is looking honestly like Brazil is kind of taking some bits off of this lead from Japan, but Japan is just not budging at all.
Yeah, this is a really good first start for Japan. NA with a 99.99, still leading this entire lobby, not too far behind Miwiki with 99.9, A dropping to 97, matching Kuke, who's also now third in the lobby. And this lead actually slowly creeping towards Japan, very subtly.
Yeah, it's kind of slowly increasing. It has gone from like 2k to at this point 3k, and we have a third of the map left. So there is still an opportunity for Japan to miss. We see it especially as the map goes on and on, player stamina kind of struggling, and we kind of have been seeing their accuracy getting worse and worse. But I mean, with Brazil 299.91s compared to everybody on Japan being above 99.95, it is going to be hard for anything to change.
Yeah, I am going to be holding my breath for a bit as Miwiki drops. That is huge! Right at the end of the final section of the dense court jacks, Miwiki drops to 99.4 and seals the deal for Japan, back-to-back points for them.
Yeah, and that is definitely a devastating miss for Miwiki. They dropped so much. I think they dropped multiple misses on that last section. And as we get into this end, there's basically nothing. It is very simple pattern. So Japan should be able to take this point 2-0.
Oh my gosh!
Starting off.
What? 2996. I'm sorry, but that needs to be mentioned. Like, even if Brazil had their score against Mexico played here, they would have still lost. That is how good Japan played.
Yeah, this Japan team's accuracy is just absolutely insane. 2 sub 60 and then also 31 and 1 200. It's just how do you even beat that?
That you can't. That is literally currently the highest score of Tree of Misery out of all of the teams that played.
Yeah, and the only bad judgment being on Yomogi, being a 200, and they had the best ratio, and I believe probably one of their best. I think it was like their second best score or something. I wasn't too sure. I didn't really check too well.
I mean, that 200 also came extremely randomly. It was like they were holding 100.0 and then they suddenly dropped to 99.95.
Yeah, I guess that's just how core jacks are, but it is time for Brazil to pick their map. I think they're going to stay in this lower half, maybe going for Rapuda or Dragonlance. They could pick their Protect if they're feeling really desperate right now.
I think Dragonlance, I mean, even if they are not feeling desperate, something to get the ball rolling for them. Something to get some momentum going as well.
Yeah,
even though... Yeah, sorry?
I definitely agree. It can definitely help them out, kind of getting this ball rolling since they are down a point already, and we're actually going to see Rise 4.
Okay, I think that this is still okay. Because when we're looking at the maps that Brazil and Japan have played already in the quarterfinals, Brazil have a better Rise 4. Not by much. It is 7,100 points of a difference between these two teams, but it could be enough. It could be.
Yeah, definitely could be enough, but we will have to see how these players fare. I believe if a 6-way full combos happens, it will be in favor of Brazil. I'm not too sure, honestly, considering that Japan did really well in that Rise 3, though. It is significantly different from this. There is still a lot of like jacky patterns in this map. I wouldn't really say mini jacks, but it still is very different from what we saw.
Something that is also... Okay, never mind. I was about to say something that might be different is if Kuke plays this, because I don't think Kuke really plays Rise apart from Kotjak. So, because we shall see. I mean, there are 4 Brazilian players in the lobby right now. I think Brazil has to make up their mind as to who's going to play. I believe the 3 players that did play Raw, understanding Brazil versus Mexico, Japan versus Spain, It was Miriki, Lemasinho, and Netro, and for Japan it was Yomogi, 13 Wiz, and a father.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. All these players kind of being very, very good at these kind of technical maps. And it is looking like that is going to be the exact same lineup as we saw last time. So these players are all in the lobby. Brazil really needs to take these picks, honestly. It is very important for them to take everything that they can since they are down the breakpoint.
Yeah, right now, just looking at the first two maps, it does seem like Brazil might be struggling with a bit of combo consistency. The accuracy is without question, but when you're missing in a match against pretty experienced Japanese players, you will be on the back foot.
Yeah, and we got our MP start command to go out right now, so we will be starting this map. Brazil's second pick, quarterfinals in this match, Rice for a raw understanding. It is time to see whether Brazil will be able to make up their point and at least put a point on the board.
Surely they have to find something from this map pool anyways. They've set some very good scores already against Mexico. But so far, you would say that their performances against Japan at least have been a little bit underwhelming, and we'll see if they'll be able to turn their fortunes around.
Yeah, and starting out, we're actually seeing Japan being in the lead just off of accuracy alone. All these Japanese players are having super good accuracy, particularly 13 Wiz at this 99.98 at the start. Brazil kind of all being consistently around the same area, but it's really going to be the difference between their minor accuracy that can be a big deal.
Oh, and there's a miss from Netro, as I say, combo consistency being a problem for Brazil. Again. And Lemasinho to follow. Oh dear, Japan. 5-digit lead already just like this.
Yeah, these early drops are not too great. This map just gets harder and harder because these bursts and mini jacks just continually, relentlessly attack the players, and it's just like so much to stay consistent on. If Japan probably won't be able to FC all the way, but with Lemarcino missing once again, it is just not what you want to see. Japan has the opportunity. They can take 2 or 3 misses at this point and they'll still be fine.
Yeah, Miriki still trying to hold everything together as a father finds the first miss for Japan. Now, that is what Brazil needs, but that is what Brazil wants more of.
Yeah, but I believe even with that miss, Japan still has the accuracy advantages overall, so I think even Japan taking a few misses, it'll still be in their favor. So Brazil really needs to just continually hold on or hope for Brazil or Japan to continually miss in this last section. We get into this break, there is quite a bit more map left, a third to go at this 10k lead. It has shrunk from that 20k lead that we were seeing earlier, so there is still an opportunity for Brazil to take this point.
Yeah, Yomogi being the lowest accuracy amongst the remaining FCs might be a little bit of a worry to Japan, but 13 Wiz still holding a 99.9 is absolutely incredible. Miriki doing all they can to try and keep Brazil in this still. But as the map continues to progress further and further, the hope for Brazil to try and get a point on the board is going to fade away.
Yeah, and Netro taking a drop is not what you want to see. We are in this last sliver of map. This lead will only be increasing unless Japan takes a brutal lot of misses in this last section, but I don't think that's going to happen. And as we wrap up this map, Japan will be taking a second breakpoint here. 3-0 for Japan.
Oh my gosh. This is very unfortunate. If Brazil's score against Mexico were put into this, they would have won as well. It just feels like Brazil's players are going through something rough. I mean, Natural said that their game lag. This is not just like bad in terms of points, but also their mental. Now you're being 3-0 down, perhaps being hindered by factors that you can't control. And now going back to Japan's pick as well. There has to be some miracles now.
Yeah, we are halfway through this match for Japan 3-0. That means they only need 3 more picks. And keep in mind, Japan still has both SV's options. They still have their Protect that they can pick. So they have the chance of kind of just easily getting to this match point if Brazil hasn't played enough of these SVs. And also, Brazil wasn't just losing off of like 1 or 2 misses. It was mainly just because both Lamarcinho and Netro missed in like 2 different sections. So even with Netro not having that lag, I think it still would have been Japan favor just because they have been so consistent on this map. Two-way FC, even if their FCs aren't too great of accuracy, it really doesn't matter since an FC just means so much in terms of like these minor score differences.
Yeah, and also 13 Wiz having a 996k, 196 300s on a raw understanding is very good. Would definitely have helped Japan's case as well if Netro didn't lag. And oh wow! They are still keeping this Rice theme, they are going for Rice 1.
Yeah, I definitely think that is quite interesting to choose, maybe just opting to kind of play these simpler maps in this pool.
I mean, both teams have played this already against their respective teams earlier, and Japan have a 15,000 point advantage just based off those numbers. However, I've already said that with Brazil and they've lost, what, 3 points already, so you'll never know now.
Yeah, Brazil has been slightly playing worse than yesterday. Though we definitely can't. I feel like haven't seen them at their full strength. They've been taking a lot of misses at like random section. And I feel like this map is not one where you kind of take random misses all over the place just because it is very, I guess, simple to be able to play throughout and not very easy to have a very dirty mess up.
It does seem like the entire Japan team is just gone as well, which is a bit funny. I don't think there will be a huge change coming from a raw understanding to this map. I think there's only going to be one, which is going to be NA in replacement of Yomogi. There we go.
Yeah, and as you said, that's what happened, and I believe these will be the lineups. We are not seeing Netro in this map instead of Silly Fangirl, which is interesting. Maybe just going for an added bit of consistency. We haven't seen Netro miss quite a lot in just kind of random sections, which is not really what you want to see. Maybe Silly Fangirl just in here so that they are able to kind of have that FC.
Yeah, Netro was also complaining about lag, so maybe stepping away first and hoping that the issue resolves while getting in a veteran player, a pretty seasoned player.
Yeah, and starting off, Japan on this pick has been doing super well, but it is actually looking like Brazil is honestly a bit in the lead. It is flickering, but I think this is still Brazil favored.
It might be Japan by a bit. I know a father has pretty low accuracy right now, but I mean NA. Oh, actually 13 Wiz did drop a bit of accuracy. It might be off NA though, holding a 99.9, but this is very close to tell.
Yeah, if a father just continually is kind of dropping their accuracy like they haven't, but honestly it's been the opposite. They've been improving their accuracy since the start, and that is this lead is kind of going in favor of Japan right now as we get further and further into this map. So the Fangirl also doing the same, but it's just not as fast as a father.
Yeah, slowly and steadily. I would want to say that Japan have the lead right now, but I mean you can see it for yourself. This lead is very negatable.
Yeah, this lead is so fragile. Any miss, any 200 honestly will switch it over. This is just so little. It is right now we can see Japan at about 1,000, 1,500 halfway through the map exactly. And so like any 200 from any of these players messing up just a little bit of a stream can switch it, and I believe this lead has been kind of decreasing, but we're actually seeing an increase because Silly Fangirl is struggling a bit, getting a lot of 200s.
Yeah, Silly Fangirl did pick up a bit of a accuracy, dropped down to 0.5, and now the lead is not going to flicker anymore because Japan's total accuracy has been pretty stable, and Brazil, they are trying to put this back.
Yeah, Brazil
this
is
hard.
kind of pulling it back slightly, but at this point it is honestly increasing. About a fourth of the map left. I think a miss or two has to happen for Brazil or for Japan for Brazil to be able to take this point. And as we're getting in, this ending section isn't too difficult from what we have been playing since you do have this break.
Yeah, anything can still happen though. These streams are gonna be relentless towards the end and until the end. A fatal drop from Japan could swing it, but that is going to be it. A 4th point to Japan. And Brazil staring down the whole of possible elimination. Because Japan are 2 points away.
Yeah, it is definitely very interesting to see since Japan has a clear path to victory. They can just play these SVs if they have practiced them so far, and they can just win. They only need 2 more points, and there's only 2 more SV picks left. Also, keep in mind, Brazil doesn't really have many picks to choose from right now.
I feel like Rice isn't working. They have to like try hybrids or LN anyways. Like, the next pick that they could go for could potentially be their last pick of the entire tournament. I really don't think Rice is going to be it. Okay, there we go. They are actually going to go for Hybrid 3, which is their Protect, so makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely think it is very important this pick, especially since if Brazil does lose this pick, Japan is already in a match point with pretty good options opened up. They can pick Rice 5 or Rice 5 or any of the SSVs to be able to pick if they really just want to, and they can get right back into match point.
Well, you did mention at the start of the match that Brazil would go for this when they really needed it, when they desperately need a point. I don't think either of us have predicted a 0-4 scoreline at this point of the match. But we are going to see it now.
I definitely didn't think so. I believe Japan is up at 2 break points, so if Brazil does lose this, I feel like it'll be kind of over. So it is very good that Brazil is picking out on their Protect, their Hybrid 3. They did super well on these more difficult techier maps in their last match, so maybe Japan gonna struggle a bit more on this map, and that'll help out Brazil a lot.
Yeah, I believe this is also Japan's pretty regular hybrid team, crew K13 Wiz and NA, and the same 3 players from Brazil that played against Mexico with on this map.
Yep, and here it is. The possible last pick for Brazil, if they aren't able to take this, a very determining pick for this team, and seeing who will be able to move on. Keep in mind, this is losers, so this is probably one of the most important matches for both these players.
It is definitely quite interesting to see that this is a lower bracket matchup when not even half a decade ago these 2 teams were facing off for the entire World Cup itself.
Yeah, how times have really changed, honestly. As we get through this less easy bit, we get right into just the amount of interesting patterns that are present. Brazil having this lead slightly, really just focus on these kind of combos on these players.
Yeah, accuracy drops coming in from 13 Wiz and NA. As Brazil, they are also dropping a bit of accuracy, but not as much as Japan so far.
Yeah, Brazil is really just proficient at these kind of more awkward LN patterns with a lot of really weird releases, and because of that we can really just see it. Brazil with this lead, I believe this is probably the first time they've had a lead this big in a while, but naturally taking a break is not what you want to see.
Oh, Sun Apple.
Sorry, I had to curse it. Brazil can't have a chance, I guess.
That is such a rough miss as well. 99.6 from Netro, and now Japan have the lead for the first time in Dragonlands. Accuracy definitely still favoring Brazil, I feel, but off that miss, I mean, that is cruel.
Yeah, there's still half the map left, and this later half gets a lot more difficult, so Japan has a lot of sections to be able to miss. If they do 3-way FC, it'll be really impressive, since I'm not sure many teams have been able to do that, but they're looking like that is possible.
I mean, they are holding on to dear life. Japan really won revenge.
They truly do. A fourth of the map left. Keep in mind, this isn't Japan's pick, so if Japan is able to win this, it will be their third breakpoint in a row and are able to kind of get into this match point. So as we get into this last section of the map, we need Brazil to stop choking, but Netro's constantly missing.
Oh, this is really, really bad to see if you support Brazil. Netro picking up a flurry of missiles. And Lane Marcinio and Silifango unknowingly still holding on to incredible scores, but not knowing that this point is sealed and signed.
Yeah, I mean, a sliver of the map left, not enough to be able to kind of make up for anything. The 21k point lead for Japan is here, and Japan stunningly, easily, basically winning this map and taking another breakpoint.
Can I just mention one random thing as well? Like, this score beats out South Korea's score, which is ridiculous. Japan are playing a game. It really feels like they are out for blood. And they are the ones calling for timeout. Are you sure? Are you sure Japan need a timeout? You're 5 points up to Brazil 0.
Yeah, that is definitely very interesting. I feel like
man.
maybe nerfs are coming through. Maybe they just need to like play the map a bit more, whatever they're gonna pick. I would think SV1 is going to be picked. They still haven't picked their protect. It's definitely possible. I don't really understand this protect or this timeout. Maybe just to calm nerves. Whatever. They're up 5 out. They have so many options to be able to pick.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like Brazil needs a timeout more. Because this has just been a performance they need to forget. And now they will have to stage the impossible and reverse sweep to still stay alive in the World Cup. Against a team that they managed to beat to win the entire thing now, they haven't had a sniff against Japan.
Yeah, honestly, they haven't really been close on winning any maps besides maybe Tree of Misery. I think that was the closest at like a few thousand, but I think most maps have been about 20,000 point difference, and that is just not really great in terms of like what maps are left in this pool for Brazil if they even are able to take a pick.
I mean, we're also not going to discredit how well Japan has been performing. Like I said, that Dragon Dance score beats out South Korea's. That Tree of Misery score is the best Tree of Misery score this entire quarterfinals. Like, they are playing like they are just out for war.
Yeah, Japan's definitely doing really well. I feel like they've been really improving in these later game picks. It's just as we go through this map, the Japan team has just been gaining physicality throughout everything. They've really just been able to kind of keep their accuracy consistent throughout the entire tournament.
Alright, there you go. SV1's coming out.
I think it was pretty predictable. I feel like they could technically go for other things, maybe like Raputa or like Rice 5, but SV1 I think is just probably going to be the easiest victory. Or SV2 since Japan knows their scores. It's not that hard to understand.
I mean, Japan are just... They must be feeling extremely good. Like, if you just look at this map pool, like, 3 Rice maps, 1 Hybrid, 1 LN, and they are all Japan's points. Like, there has to be a huge confidence booster if you are from Japan. But if you're from Brazil, I mean, this is just a heartache.
Yeah, and we will be seeing the lineups for Japan and Brazil right now. I believe this is the first time we're seeing Notolina in this match.
Yep.
Probably just an SV player on this team, and Japan having Kruke, Yomogi, and I'm not sure who else will play. Probably... I'm not sure, actually.
I would say 13 Wiz, because 13 Wiz did play First Frost, which was SV2. But I don't know if they catered like specific players to both SV maps, so we'll see. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it is gonna be 13 Wiz, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that, but I wasn't too sure. but it is looking like these are the lineups. Decently longer SV map, so a lot of things to be able to kind of remember in this map.
Yeah, some of these stutters in this map go quite hard.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of the things that you're kind of expecting from Pamacho's maps. They have been a bit more well-known mapper as of recently, and they've really been doing well on these kind of like starter patterns that a lot of people aren't too confident on, I feel.
Alright, I believe MP Star will be going on. And we'll see if this could be the icing on the cake for Japan in what has been, I would say, a very, very unpredictable match that has now led to a 5-0 in favor of Japan, and it could still end up being a sweep. I cannot believe that I would be saying that with a match this potentially close from the start.
Yeah, it definitely was very close, just potentially, but for now, we have gotten to this point. It is 5-0, Japan having already quite a bit of a lead. It's looking like Brazil hasn't really played this too well. All three of their players playing with no fail, and Silly Fangirl at the 97 at this point.
Yeah, and we still haven't gotten ourselves into the starters, and here we go, Lema Senior and Silly both miss already. And that could be the final chapter for them. As we see Japan still holding on to two 99.9s. Natalina also doing pretty well, 99.7.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, considering just how, I guess, low accuracies Brazil has, I think it is kind of early to say, but I think it's most likely over.
I think it is over as well as Natalina does find that drop. No FCs to all the FCs for Japan. It is green lights over on the side of Team Blue, as they are absolutely decimating this map. Crew K holding on to 99.9 as Yomogi does find a miss on the starters, drops from 99.8 to 99.2. However, that will not matter one bit.
Yeah, I mean, this map is super difficult, so I don't really blame any of these players for getting a lot of misses, or just misses in general, since just looking at this map, it just seems so difficult to be able to play accurately, especially since it's just kind of hard to be able to tell when things are going to be hit at what point.
Now these patterns as well, like, they might look very simple, but the starters, extremely easy to misread the rhythms.
Yeah, and they're just so close to each other. It's not super... You can't, like, take a break at all. Everything is always coming at you at some point.
I mean, we'll have to see this Japan team score once this map does reach its conclusion. And also Kuke's score, because they are still holding a 99.9.
Yeah, I feel like that's really what everybody's been looking at Krike's score, since they are probably best known for their SV ability. And as we get up to this last point, I wonder what they're going to get. What are you thinking?
I mean, I feel like they're on course for a V1 double S, which is incredible. I don't know how many 300s, but surely it's gonna be something I can't really pull out of a hat from.
Yeah, and also 13 was missing, so no FCs besides Krike and Japan.
No FCs in the lobby besides a V1 double S and 53 300s from Kuke to seal a clean sweep from Japan. Revenge has been served cold, and it has been served towards Brazil. The champions of 2020 have lost to the runners-up of 2020. Japan are moving on, knocking Brazil out of the 2024 Oceania 4K World Cup. How about that?
GG's. I mean, it's kind of interesting to see. I feel like a lot of people have been kind of seeing Brazil getting a slightly worse than Japan really improving throughout these past few years. Just all their newer players doing super well, and it's honestly good to see that they are the ones to move on to the next round.
Yeah, with that being said though, I believe we will have to swiftly move on to another match that is actually happening right this instance, which is China versus Canada. No breaks to be pulled here. And I believe we will be having a swap of the lobbies as well as a swap of commentators, because I will be taking my leave. It has been a pleasure commentating this weekend. However, I will be stepping aside for another commentator by the name of Mifa, and I believe that we will have a warm welcome from the chat for them. And yeah, this is the last match of the quarterfinals, and hopefully you all enjoy it.
Yeah, and welcome in Mifa. We're already here. China and Japan has started. They're up, I believe. Let me make sure. I think it is China up.
Yep, I am as well as here. What a decisive win there by Japan, especially 6-0, a clean sweep against Brazil. That has been proven to be a massive force to be reckoned with, but instead, the tables have turned. But now we're focusing on the match they're currently in right now, though. China versus Canada. Canada has been a point of contention whoever is going to get the top 12, or the semi-final spot at least.
Yeah, and this is definitely the most important match to be able to know who's going to get this grand final slot. Not grand final, semi-final slot. We're not there yet. Just a few more weeks until then. But China already up 2-0, already taking a break point in their last match, and already going into this race one.
Yeah, Rice one, I feel like given the scores, I guess, for most of the players in the lobby, I feel like they should have no trouble, except for the fact that maybe when Canada has been like 2 points down, you probably have to be careful of getting misses here and there, because China will be able to making sure that you're not getting any points from them.
Yeah, and also I do want to say that this is going to be our first race map of this match, since China, I believe, did pick SV2 as their first pick. So definitely going to be interesting to see how China fares, and Canada at the same time fares, on these kind of more difficult race maps.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing, China hasn't played this either on the last match against Indonesia, so might be interesting to see that kind of perspective towards speed charts in general.
Yeah, and just starting us off, China having this slight lead, not really by too much. It is honestly flickering in. As we get further into the more dense streams, I believe it'll kind of shallow off and become just even closer. As we are seeing right now, it is basically flickering. I think it is around like less than 1,000 points difference.
It's not even a lead. Like the only lowest accuracy on the board is like only 99.7, but that is even not that much not much further away.
Yeah, and that little, I guess, deficit is really being made up for by the other two players on Canada having about a 9.9 almost. And right now, this is just looking so close, already halfway through the map. It is just nobody's having any better of an advantage right now.
They're still literally not a lead up until this second half streams here. Oh, that's a lot of that's a big drop there by Sunny there. That's already a 5-digit lead coming out from that.
Yeah, I believe Sunny got a very dirty drop. I don't know what also took a drop, but it just wasn't as bad. And it's looking like Sunny left, possibly.
Oh wait, I'm not sure what actually happened over there.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but I mean, if China is able to, I guess, continually have these two full combos, I think they should be in the lead just because of how devastating that drop was from ERA Sunny here. About a quarter of the map left, a bit less, and China having this 5-digit lead is really going to be helping out. They have this last stream to go through, so there is a chance for China to take a few misses, but need to have like 2 or 3 at this point.
Yeah, I think it's probably too late now because the stream's already at most over, and the 5-digit lead still retains for China, but missing right at the end for I don't know what it is. But even then, that's around like 13,000 point lead. That's already very solid.
Yeah, that definitely is very, very solid. Really good to see Sunny having that little bit of a trip up, getting a lot of really dirty misses. But other than that, this Canadian team has really good scores. And 995 from Sawdust Inhaler, top scorer in the lobby by quite a lot.
Yeah, this is already a 3-0 lead. Although, yeah, that is China's pick, so nothing too egregious to say the least. So Canada has the chance to pick, and still going on the hybrids. Rakuta coming in.
Yeah, interesting to see Canada has really been opting to play these kind of hybrids. They've been really enjoying that both the hybrid or the Ellen and the Rice put together. This is a bit more speedy, so we kind of will be seeing around the same difficulty as what we just saw. So interesting to see Canada opting to pick this.
I'm just more so the fact that it's kind of a scary pick as well, because there's that one occasion where someone on the lobby just column locked the hell out of it on the fourth column because of the weird grays there, and that's clearly what happened. And the accuracy dropped down like a whole %1.5.
Yeah, but we will be just waiting for this last player on Canada's roster. Looks like this is going to be the China's team: Parcel Tree, Nyasa Fanboy, and Turks.
Yes. Only the change from Canada I see is now I guess the Lazy Ghost will be swapped by Verdant here, as you would most likely see on most hybrids. But let's see what we can look at for Canada's team score in particular. I believe China might not have played these either. Let me double check actually. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like China has played these either. So let's see what happens with this pick. So far, so good with the lead. Actually, just a tug of war at the very intro, but it's gonna change, I think. And that's still not a lead whatsoever until there's a interlude with the long notes here.
Yeah, we saw the same thing in the last match, so I believe Canada maybe just like a miss happens like last map, and maybe the lead will swing over to China, but we really need Canada to be able to take this point.
Although we're coming up into the one bit of great flams there, with the flams with the double long notes here. Kind of scared on who's actually gonna be dropping the most, but I think here it comes here. No one actually dropped anything on that. Escape unscathed here.
I believe Nyasa and Fanboy took a few 200s, and that's the result. Canada has this lead. It's very, very small though, only about 2k. So anything can happen. We saw a few misses happening before on this map especially. So, and we are only halfway through. We'll just have to wait and hold on to see.
Yeah, they're clearly not out of the woods yet. It's like about 1,000 point lead, but then it's so negligible at this point. Verdant takes the first drop there from Canada's side. That's really not looking good.
Yeah, that drop was pretty clean. It is only a 2k lead for China, and honestly, it's been shrinking quite quickly. There's still a fourth of the map left. A lot of the Chinese teams have been losing in terms of accuracy. Canada's just has such good accuracy on all these LNs, but this lead is staying in favor of China right now. It's not looking like it is going away.
It's still about like 4,000 point lead, so any mistakes really do stack up against you. It's not cut down to 3,000 now. I'm just not sure what happened there. Here comes the ending though. It might swing actually if you're not very careful with this. It's not cut down to 2,000 now.
Yeah, slowly but surely decreasing ever so slightly as we get into this last stream. Everybody looking to play it well in China, taking this map once again, taking another breakpoint.
That's a very narrow window by China, like about 2,300 points.
Yeah, I think if Canada didn't take their one break, they probably would have taken that. Or even if they didn't take as many like 50s or 100s, they could have taken that.
Still a 4-0, and that's a China. That's also a break point for China there. So China has a sizable advantage to go off from that.
Yeah, and I believe China is 2 breakpoints up, so very, very good for China right now. It is their pick. They will be seeing whether they will be able to go already into match point.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what China can go because China's pick has been kind of all over the place. I think they're going for the SV, maybe go for Rise, or maybe just stick with the Rise. Just stick with the jump script pick this time.
We do see Rice 2 coming out right now. A quite longer map, so China may be trying to take advantage of Canada taking a lot of misses as a result.
Yeah, showing signs of fatigue might be a good decider for this kind of chart. Jump straight with, I guess, a few breaks here and there, but the most thing about consistency thing is kind of the theme here for this chart.
Yeah, and consistency really is the key for these players. Just being able to FC this map is pretty impressive, so if you are able to do it, you most likely will have pretty good accuracy at the same time, just because of how jump streams really are.
Yeah, though we do see a bit of a swap as well. Instead of Verdant, we get Nemesis instead for Canada.
Alright, and I believe these are going to be the teams now. I don't think there's going to be any other swap outs. Just kidding, actually, Nemesis leaving.
No.
I believe they played this in the last match too, so I'm interested in who else will be coming in. Maybe we'll see Maya, but actually we won't be. We're seeing Lazy Ghost 14 instead.
Yeah, Lazy Ghost has been playing for, I guess, the speed thing earlier on, so maybe it's not too far off. Though, I guess the concern would just be the accuracy in this case.
Yeah, probably the accuracy, but I mean, I feel like if they are kind of banking on Canada having their FCs, then China may be able to miss, but we haven't really seen them have any consistency issues, especially on this difficulty of map pool right now.
Yeah, once we're synced up, should be good to go. Yep, should be the kind of the concern is that the accuracy and Lazy Ghost should be matching up with I don't know what this or I guess Parasol Tree would be also kind of matching up as well. So far Canada has a decent amount of leeway in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, they definitely do, and that's really going to be helping them out. We'll see whether that's going to be the case throughout the entirety. There is once again basically no lead in here, less than 1,000 points, and it's looking like China's kind of increasing it though, up to around that 1,000 point.
Yeah, actually, Miyasa Fanboy with like a 99.5 must have been quite a big drop somewhere. There's a 200 on even the break section there, so... Oh, there you go, there's the miss right over there. A chance for Canada to be able to making sure that they have the point now.
Yeah, and as we are in this easier section, Canada will probably be getting as much score as possible because Miyasa isn't at that 400 combo mark, so this lead is going to be increasing, but now as they get there, it'll probably stop increasing so much, and it will mostly just be off of their accuracies.
Just still about 6,000. Lazy Ghost has a bit of a... I guess Sunny actually taking the first miss on the Canada side there, actually. lead might actually switch over to nothing.
Yeah, I think it will, but I mean, Sawdust and Hailer have been just doing so much for this Canadian team. I think that's the reason why this lead is so small at the starting at 0.9. China not really having anybody too close to that at this point. And as we get into our next little song sample here, it's really looking like China has a slight lead, but Miyasu Fanboy taking a break is not what you want to see.
It's a parasol tree with the second miss on the Chinese side here, actually. 7,000 point of lead. That's still quite a good buffer for Canada here.
Yeah, it's 2 FCs compared to 1 right now, so a 10k lead for Canada. I think they can take another miss or like a pretty dirty miss and they'll still be fine. And we will just have to see as we get into this last quarter of the map. Maybe Canada will be able to take this breakpoint right here, right now, and not make this a reverse sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. Like about 8,000 point of lead. Lazy Ghost has been kind of steadily dropping down to at least in Yasu Bambo's actors here, or at least at a similar level now. Although there's still this kind of a jump streak, which is a little bit more one-handed, really. But actually, the lead has been cut down here to like about 6,000 now.
Yeah, I think Canada still has the opportunity to take quite a few misses this map, especially against hard at the ending section, just because stamina issues.
Yeah, just you can see from the break alone, like about 6,000 now, or just under 7,000 at the very least. So at least no misses have to happen now for Canada to be able to steal that break point. Oh, Lazy goes in the miss there. Might be scary towards the end, actually.
It just wasn't enough, though. It did shrink the lead from about 6k to 3k, but that being at the end gave him a lot of time to be able to be okay and be able to like come back. And Canada taking a point, not making this a direct sweep.
Yeah, that's a break point, back-to-back, actually. So Canada has a decent amount of a breather to go from that. So they still have a chance to pick. Well, I mean, they still had to, just because. Oh, actually, carry me away. That's interesting, you know. So we're not seeing. I guess the blue pool is now getting started to fill in now.
Yeah, we will be seeing every single one of the hybrids being picked, which is good to see. I feel like that doesn't happen too often. It really shows just how well these hybrids, or like how popular these hybrids have been this round.
Yeah, this would be, I think the only instance where hybrid gets picked, like, the very first 3 picks are all hybrids. So that's an interesting strat if you're opting for this kind of strategy. But so far, 2 hybrids have been down to China, so this is the last hybrid that you really don't want to mess up, really.
Yeah, and honestly, this hybrid is probably one of the easiest to mess ups just because the amount of long jacks and just shields throughout every single part of this map. Just it's so difficult to be able to have a consistent FC, and we did see Arai Sunny in their last match kind of struggle a bit, especially on this one, just because of those things that I'm saying.
So we're seeing Ganyu Angel instead of, I guess most like either Turks or I don't know what this either, but should be a good decision to pick up this flank here for the China side there.
Yeah, and we do see China having this lead at the start right now. Not too much to be done for Canada. They really are just waiting for those misses. ERA Sunny having that kind of accuracy deficit compared to everybody. But Ganyu Angel
Yeah, Ganyu Angel with the first miss there. Might have conceded it, but Sunny also conceded with a miss there on their own. So the lead is not changing anywhere. So far, so good for the accuracy on the bottom row for the Canada side.
Yeah, but Sawdust
not anymore.
taking a break means that China's lead will increase by so much right now. It'll be so quickly increasing.
Sanyu taking another miss there. There's a 5-digit lead figure for China now.
Yeah, and another one coming out. This China lead is just increasing so quickly at this 20k mark at halfway through the map.
Yeah, we're coming up to the last tournament. Last one doesn't seem to have much of a difficulty spike either, so that's a sizable lead to go for here on out.
Yeah, about a fourth of the map left. There's still a lot of sections to be able to take quite a few breaks on, but we will just have to see how that plays out. This last section is honestly not as bad in terms of like shields, but there's quite a few that China can mess up on. But we actually see Verdun, the one messing up on Canada, and this lead for China increases all the way up to 35k almost. And in this last sliver of the map, I think China will be taking this and making us into match point.
No FCs on Canada, and there's still 2 FCs from China's side there. That's really impressive to say the least with the hybrid this hard. You know, that's a match point for China there. So, you know, that's also a break point, so 3 break points in a row.
And here we go, it is China's pick, and it is their match point. We will see what China will pick, what they're most confident on, and that is left in the pool to be able to kind of just take this match.
Yeah, actually, this be interesting situation here. Now, this time around, it's not gonna be a hybrid being left. It's all just Rise Among Us. When was the last time you see hybrids being all filled up, and then anything else is just Rise Among Us?
Honestly, I've been seeing it a lot in this round. I feel like this is like the second or third time that I've seen it. But I guess that just means that these hybrid picks are super, super good. We will be seeing China picking out on their possible last pick. It is going to be Rice for a Raw Understanding.
Yep, a Raw Understanding it is, would be kind of making sure they have the nail in the coffin to be able to seal their fate to get to the top 12 and semifinals round. But this is also kind of risky in the same way that you would pick I guess like Rice 1 for the speed pick in general, because that would have been kind of decently close towards the end.
Yeah, I definitely do think so, though Canada, I feel like, has been struggling a bit more on these kind of more technical maps, so this can be pretty good for China to be able to pick. There are quite a few mini jacks and like kind of longer jacks in this map to be able to play, and a lot of bursts where players can very, very much mess up on.
Yeah, we'll see who's the third player for Canada. I would imagine it would probably be Burden, or maybe someone else who has the higher average performance.
But it's looking like these are going to be the lineups once again. I don't think we're seeing any swap outs actually from either of these teams. Both of them pretty confident in their terms of Rice abilities.
Yeah, we're seeing Vernon coming back in for Canada, and Canada needs to have an uphill battle with 4 points to win to get into a tiebreaker situation, and that's quite rough to deal with now.
And here we go, 2 minutes and 55 seconds is what's left. We'll be seeing whether China will be moving on to the semifinal stage right now. And ERA Sunny starting off really, really poorly with a miss already in the first like 5 notes.
Starting off pretty badly, but the only saving grace is that if you miss this very early on, you should be able to get through it all the way through without having a single miss.
That is true. Getting these misses out the way early is probably what you prefer. Probably not wanting to miss later on, since there's still a possibility for China to miss, since there are just so many areas where problems can happen. This lead is about 1k for China, so it is honestly pretty small considering the early miss from Canada.
Lead swing over actually, kinda, maybe because of the bottom aerosol tree having the lowest accuracy. Maybe I don't know what it is actually. So the lead's kind of contested with that kind of accuracy. Sunny, well, I just mentioned the name. It already taken a second miss, and Verdun actually now falling behind now. 5-digit lead already to China now.
Yeah, we are a third of the way map, and this 5-digit lead is not what you're wanting to see. We still have about halfway left, but Sawdust and Halo are also missing. There are no FCs on Canada right now, whereas there are still 3 for China, and another miss from Sawdust and Halo is just so terrible. There are misses left and right from Canada.
No FCs on the Canada side, and all 3 members of the China is really pulling ahead.
Yeah, there's technically still a possibility for China to lose, but with Sauce and Haley and Verdun both missing at the exact same time, I think it's going to be very hard to come back from this 45k lead. Another one from Sunya as well, 50k at this point. It is just increasing by so much. There's only about a third of the map left, and a 50k lead is almost impossible to come back from, honestly.
At this point, it would really take a really, really bad misery from 2 or 3, I guess all of them, really. Like a 53,000 point is just nigh impossible to recover from.
Yeah, and especially in this section where it's a bit easier, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to come out from. We are at about an eighth of the map left, and so little map coming in.
Yeah, it's looking like it's quite sealed in actually, since China is being able to pull back again with a win on their own. So I believe it's going to be 6-1 win against Canada. And on the other side, though, the match also comes to a close with United Kingdom versus Hong Kong, and Hong Kong wins on a tiebreaker, 6-5 as well.
Yeah, China did super, super well in this match, honestly. Canada doing as well, just not enough to be able to kind of make up for China's consistency throughout everything. They really weren't taking too many misses.
Yeah, absolutely decisive win actually for China though. But at the very least now, Canada still has decent spot to on the quarterfinalists, and China will be moving on to the semifinals as securing top 12 throughout the tournament, as well as Hong Kong. So congratulations to both of these teams, really. And commiserations for United Kingdom and also Canada.
Yeah, both these teams did super, super well, and it was really exciting to see them move on. And I'm excited to see next week who China is going to be facing, since honestly, I feel like any team that faces them will really be having to look at how good they played this week.
Yeah, the bracket seems to be getting narrower and narrower because top 12, essentially 4 teams on the winner's bracket and 8 on the loser's bracket. So essentially, they're gonna have to be playing with a different map pool, since all that's left is the semifinals map pool showcase. But I would like to say that it's gonna be quite a bit of a long break, essentially, because I think Map Pool Showcase is probably gonna be held at 18 UTC. So essentially, we have a bit of a long break before we get to it.
Yeah, that is definitely true. 18 UTC is still in a few hours, so a lot of time left for players to kind of calm themselves down and wait to watch this Map Pool Showcase. But I hope you'll be there, since I definitely will.
Yeah, I guess most of the that holds true as a fact that Map Pool Showcase tends to be like the most fun to watch, because every single team, every single players will be reacting to how difficult the map pool has gone so far into the tournament, as we're getting into the big leagues essentially for difficulty. So these kind of map pool is not to be slouched at either.
Yeah, but with that being said, I think this is going to be it for this match. Good job to China. It's sad to see Canada losing so early on, but I guess they'll have to wait another year to see how well they'll be able to play next year.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, yeah, be sure also to check out the banners as well that are coming in on the OS store. We haven't fully tired on mentioning that just yet. So you got banners, you can just check out the OS store. You can also purchase and maybe stack them all together. You can purchase all 32 banners, and do remember that the winning banner for this Mania World Cup 2024, you'll be able to keep that banner as long until the next World Cup starts as well. So you get some privilege on showing off that your favorite team wins in the tournament.
That is definitely true, so be sure to buy them, since I think you won't be able to buy them soon. I'm not sure when they close out, but buy them while you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe that's also closed out the overall matches in the quarterfinals, and you have to wait for around 2 hours or a bit more to see the Maple Showcase. So, yeah, there's nothing that much else to say unless you have anything to add, Sanapple.
Nope, I don't. So I should be good. Bye, everyone.
Yeah, take care, everyone, and we'll see you at the showcase.